Upon awakening, Tang Yun, along with over 100 million players, found himself chosen by the cursed land and thrust into a road survival game. The objective was simple: reach the finish line by driving, and a staggering prize of 10 billion awaited the victor. As one of the players, Tang Yun discovered, to his astonishment, that his treasure chest had the potential for critical hits. Chapter 1. Money flowing? Not quite. Having just been dumped by his girlfriend, Su Qian, Tang Yun awoke to find himself in what appeared to be an entirely different world. The sun shone brightly, and numerous individuals lay sprawled across the road, many of whom were beginning to regain consciousness, much like Tang Yun, with bewildered expressions adorning their faces. The chances of survival here are slim, with zombies, insectoid creatures, fierce beasts, witches, dark forests, and extreme weather. Danger lurks at every turn. You possess a vehicle that can be upgraded. It shall be the key to your survival. Each leg of the journey spans 50 kilometers, with the environment randomly refreshing along the way, perhaps transforming into a jungle, a swamp, a ruin, or a cottage. Congratulations, player Tang Yun. You have been selected by the cursed land. What the hell? A game? Tang Yun scratched his head and rose to his feet. Have I crossed over? Well, it seems I must have. Tang Yun surveyed his surroundings directly ahead. At the horizon, the total length of the road was displayed, 50 kilometers. This meant that traversing this distance would lead him to the next junction. Game mechanics. You are currently destitute and devoid of resources. To survive, you must activate your vehicle and forge ahead. Supplies and items will be found along the road. Death in the game equates to true demise. At the conclusion of the game, all surviving players will return to their original world. To ensure your survival and return, you must demonstrate your true capabilities. Players who successfully complete the game for the first time will be greeted with unexpected surprises. It could be a substantial fortune or the fulfillment of a wish. Whatever you desire can be granted. Player Tang Yun registered successfully. You have received a name change card X1. You have been added to the world chat group. Many players began to regain their composure, and the world chat exploded with activity. What is this all about? A player named just turned 18 exclaimed. This is fantastic. I never expected to have my own crossover moment. You all must be NPCs. My time to shine has finally arrived. Another player, known as Old Man Wong, furiously retorted. You're the NPC. Your entire family is NPCs. I was just cuddling with my wife, and now I wake up with nothing. Can't they at least give me a pair of pants? Seeing this, Tang Yun quickly checked his attire. Thankfully, he was clad in a thin set of pajamas. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing. Who would have thought Old Wong would find himself in this situation? A few eager individuals began to peddle personal items. And the welfare influencer, Tutu Chan, with millions of fans. Is there a kind soul willing to trade a bottle of water for a pair of stockings? Oh my, is that really Tutu? I've sacrificed so much for you. Even in the apocalypse, you still think about these things. Take care of yourself first. Tang Yun's thoughts mirrored those of the comments above. Every time I think of women, I get upset. If I encounter that BTCH Su Qian in this game, I'll surely blow her head off. Detected the fury from the devoted. Your loot box system has been adjusted. The game is about to commence, and the vehicle treasure chests are ready for extraction. Treasure chests are categorized into 7 qualities: white, green, blue, purple, gold, crimson, and crimson gold. Eliminating monsters also has a chance to drop treasure chests, which fall into 5 categories: supplies, tools, weapons, equipment, and blind boxes, with the drop rate of blind boxes being a mere 0.1 compared to other chests. As the system's notification faded, a lottery interface materialized before all players, with treasure chests emblazoned with question marks rolling in front of them, accompanied by an extract button beneath each chest. Numerous players had already begun to click for extraction, causing the world channel to erupt. A flash of white light signaled despair. I received a toy car smaller than my backside. Just say, it's a vehicle. A flash of purple light. A car successfully acquired. Were you showing off? Is your vehicle larger than mine? I possess a pickup truck. Although the sedan is not slow, its low chassis makes it ill-suited for bumpy roads, particularly steep inclines, where one must employ a bit of cleverness to ascend. Moreover, its carrying capacity pales in comparison to that of a pickup truck. I envy you, my friend. I only managed a blue-quality, 3-wheeled motorcycle. Brother, you're doing fine. At least you have a cargo area. I too have a blue-quality vehicle, but mine lacks a cargo area and is missing a wheel. Enough already. The idiotic system granted me a scooter, and it's not even electric. Who would have thought that riding a bicycle would elevate my status? This game is a scam. Utterly unfair. The World Channel's content filled Tang Yun with trepidation as he fixed his gaze on the extraction button. Finally, with resolve, he clicked to extract. Treasure chests of various hues rolled before him, and after 3 seconds, they came to a halt. Tang Yun focused intently. A blue treasure chest. This outcome was neither good nor bad, at least he had avoided the bicycle. Just as he prepared to accept this result, another interaction button appeared. Critical hit. Critical hit. There's a chance to elevate the quality of the treasure chest and a chance to receive double rewards. Side effect. Your treasure chest may explode. Tang Yun gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Let's take a gamble a bicycle could turn into a tank. Explode for me. The treasure chest quivered slightly, and then the blue exterior shattered, revealing a vibrant crimson. To his astonishment, the blue treasure chest transformed into a crimson one. Tang Yun eagerly clicked open chest. A burst of red light erupted, and a crimson vehicle card floated out from the chest. Grasping it, Tang Yun gazed upon the illustration only to discover it depicted a refrigerated truck. This left him somewhat incredulous. This, and it's of crimson quality. With a flick of his right hand, the card morphed into a genuine refrigerated truck, and upon a mere glance, Tang Yun was utterly enamored. For this refrigerated truck was of the off-road variety. Off-road refrigerated truck description: a sturdy chassis, immense wheel hubs, and exaggerated anti-slip tires. Standing 3 meters tall, 5 meters long, and 2.5 meters wide. Level 0. Fuel consumption: 1 power point per kilometer can be exchanged with star stones. Current power points: 100,100 speed. 100 km/h maximum speed durability. 100,100 can be repaired with star stones. Current upgrade progress 0. Exclusive function: temperature control. All supplies within the cabin are preserved in their freshest state, while the driver's compartment maintains a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, without increasing fuel consumption. How wonderful! With this feature, waste can be transformed into treasure, even spoiled and moldy items can become fresh again, and it won't increase fuel consumption. Before Tang Yun could even step inside to inspect the vehicle, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations! You have acquired a crimson vehicle. Vehicles of crimson rank and above can randomly draw quality skills. Would you like to draw? To Tang Yun's astonishment, the crimson vehicle came with an additional skill. His excitement rivaled that of a groom on his wedding night, illuminating the bridal chamber where his wife and her friend awaited. Draw randomly drawing. Congratulations. You have obtained a quality exclusive skill. Recycling allows you to convert your other vehicles into cards for convenient carrying. So, does this mean that aside from the refrigerated vehicle, I can transform all the seized vehicles into cards? Indeed, this is the effect of the skill. In a state of exhilaration, Tang Yun glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Tang Yun. Strength: 0 constitution, 0 agility, 0 star stones, 0 backpack capacity, 2 cubic meters. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. Weapon treasure chest is about to be drawn. All players, please prepare. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yun's virtual panel flickered, and a line of treasure chests in various colors began to roll. Chapter 2. The game begins. The World Channel is filled with a mix of joy and despair. You may offer me a pencil sharpener. But what on earth is a nail doing here? Just admit it. Isn't that a weapon? Hey, the one who drew the nail. Your ID looks rather familiar. Aren't you the one who rides the skateboard? Indeed. This guy is remarkably steady. Hey, everyone, direct your attention to me. I have an announcement to make. Upon this declaration, discontent brewed among certain players. Well, go ahead. What s with the arrogance? I drew a revolver, along with 30 rounds. What s the matter? Come at me for a duel if you dare. What the? Someone actually drew the truth. Wait. Isn't that the guy who drew the pickup truck? A throng of fairies bowed in submission. Hey, handsome, don't you think we have a special connection? I'm a cosplay influencer. Just tell me what you desire and I shall grant it. How about teaming up, brother and sister? Do you fancy some special services? Don't listen to them. Hurry and marry me. I want to even ask for a dowry. Aren't you the one who demanded an exorbitant dowry? Sister Yen? You made headlines. It must be you. What nonsense are you spouting, you dimwit? There are countless people with the same name in this world. Don't slander me. Tang Yun's palms were sweaty, half from excitement and half from anxiety. At last, it was his turn to draw. As the treasure chest ceased its spinning, the truth hidden within emerged. A purple weapon. Tang Yun had successfully drawn a purple weapon. Yet he pondered whether to go for a critical hit. Should it shatter, he would revert to square one. His hand trembled slightly. The god of gambling has arrived. The heavens have not birthed me, Tang, the god of gambling, for nothing. The night is eternally long. The European Emperor is here. Tang Yun shouted and unleashed a critical hit. The purple treasure chest shattered instantaneously. Tang Yun did not anticipate the chest would break, but in the next moment, a flash of crimson light dazzled his titanium alloy eyes. It didn't break. It turned gold. An MP5 submachine gun burst forth. The entire length of the gun measures 680 millimeters, with a barrel length of 225 millimeters and an empty weight of 254 kilograms. The magazine capacity is the standard version, holding 30 rounds. I recall this gun can swap out the drum module, increasing its capacity to 100 rounds. However, I wonder if such an item exists in this game. Before Tang Yun could revel in his excitement, yet another MP5 erupted forth. He had triggered a double reward. Someone, come quick. The drop rate is astonishingly high. It's too much to behold. Tang Yun, in his self-amusement, couldn't help but exclaim, a gambler's luck. In the end, they have everything. He glanced once more at the treasure chest and noticed it still contained 240 rounds of ammunition, nearly forgetting to collect them. Combined with the 60 rounds from the two guns, he had a total of 300 rounds. He temporarily stowed the submachine guns and their ammunition into his personal backpack. The game is about to commence. A gentle reminder. 1. Nearly all roads have been tainted by toxic gas. We implore all drivers not to remain exposed for prolonged periods. Should you experience dizziness, nausea, or weakness, please promptly return to the cabin. Your vehicle is equipped with an automatic purification system that can cleanse the external air, and in turn, detoxify your body. 2. You cannot loot another vehicle until the driver has perished. 3. As night falls, temperatures will plummet. Please prepare adequately for warmth or remain inside your vehicle. 4. When the energy points reach 0, they will automatically replenish at a rate of 50 points per hour. However, the player must remain in the cabin, or the recovery will pause. 5. To facilitate rapid player development. The game offers a 3-day novice protection period during which vehicle durability will not diminish. 6. This game supports quantum transportation. Any debris encountered can trigger quantum transport to enhance vehicle upgrade progress. 7. There is no turning back in this game. One can only move forward. 8. Upgrading your vehicle will yield additional storage capacity. Strive to enhance your vehicle to carry more supplies. 9. The progress leaderboard will be unlocked upon the conclusion of the novice protection period. Game countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The air wall obstructing their progress has vanished, and the road behind them is sealed, signifying that there is no retreat in this game. Countless green particles have emerged in the air, unmistakably toxic gas. All players have entered their cabins, and Tang Yun is no exception. Upon entering, a refreshing breeze envelopes him, utterly invigorating. In contrast, others are riding tricycles and motorcycles under the scorching sun, completely drenched in sweat. He then discovers a window at the rear of the cabin that can be opened, allowing him to easily crawl into the compartment to retrieve supplies at any moment. Tang Yun revs the engine and accelerates out. World Channel. A guy just sped past me in an off-road truck. Are you joking? An off-road vehicle? A truck? Those are two entirely different things. Skateboard kid, where's the off-road vehicle? Let me hitch a ride. Oh, isn't that the kid who drew the skateboard? Changed his name, huh? Just thinking about him on a skateboard with a nail in hand makes me chuckle. Haha. Tang Yun sneers. Even at this critical moment, they are still chattering away in the World Channel. Opportunities are reserved for the prepared. He glances at the game progress in the upper right corner of the windshield. 0. Goodness, he has already traveled a kilometer, yet the progress remains at 0. Once this progress reaches 100, it signifies the conclusion of the game. The first player to achieve 100 progress will not only receive a reward of billions, but also be granted a wish. Tang Yun has countless desires. After 5 years of courting Su Qian, just as they were on the verge of marriage, he was abruptly dismissed by his company and became unemployed. During his jobless period, Su Qian frequently quarreled with him over trivial matters. Moreover, her temperament had become peculiar, even forbidding him to touch a single strand of her hair. Tang Yun wished to enter a factory to save some money temporarily, but as soon as he stepped in, Su Qian proposed a breakup. In a span of 5 years, Tang Yun had expended hundreds of thousands on Su Qian. With a deep sigh, he gazed at the distant cluster of buildings, his expression suddenly transforming into one of unwavering resolve. Unexpectedly, after enduring heartbreak and professional setbacks, this apocalyptic game rekindled his hope. Just wait and see. The championship is mine. Tang Yun pressed the accelerator, and the car surged to a speed of 100 miles per hour. The road was congested with vehicles, yet the thoroughfare was remarkably spacious. Seizing every opportunity, he skillfully maneuvered past numerous tricycles and electric scooters. The distant buildings loomed larger and clearer with each passing moment. After traveling several more kilometers, the traffic on the road had dwindled significantly. Welcome to Happy Town, a small city equipped with entertainment facilities where you can enjoy a leisurely stroll with the zombies. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared on the highway. Without hesitation, Tang Yun plowed through them. In an instant, only a couple of zombies remained, and a white treasure chest burst forth. Tang Yun quickly exited the vehicle, drawing his MP5, and dispatched 2 zombies with 5 precise shots to their heads. Using the weapon for the first time was a bit awkward, yet the recoil of the MP5 was manageable. A man like Tang Yun, clad in cartoon pajamas, could easily handle it with both hands. It was merely a matter of time before he would master the perfect shooting stance and angle. He also discovered that he possessed an attribute panel, indicating that with the right items to enhance his strength, he could wield dual submachine guns. With a horde of zombies and a white treasure chest, the drop rate seemed rather satisfactory. White treasure chest supplies. I wonder if a critical hit would enhance the quality of the treasure chest. Chapter 3. Abundant Harvest. Critical hit. Crack. The white treasure chest trembled slightly, yet its quality remained unchanged and it did not shatter. Could it be that there are double rewards once more? Indeed. The quality of the chest did not elevate, but the rewards were indeed doubled. Open the chest. 2 bottles of water acquired. Tang Yun twisted open one bottle, took a sip, and stowed it away in his backpack. The world channel erupted with the exuberant shout of a skateboard enthusiast. Yay! I have reached level 3 on my skateboard. Did you all expect this? You rascal! I didn't think you were still alive. How do you speak? Young people should communicate with decorum, understand? Wait a minute, I haven't even reached the town on my bicycle. How are you faster than me? I simply hitched a ride with a pickup truck, my friend. Hold on. That's not the issue at hand. I haven't dismounted yet. How did your skateboard reach level 3? Why can't it be level 3? A little fairy chimed in. Empty claims. I didn't expect skateboard guy to be so vain. No wonder his face is so dark. Who is making empty claims? What is so impressive about a skateboard? I merely utilized quantum transport to absorb a few hundred units of metal and plastic, and thus leveled up. Huh? Why does my car require 1,000 units of metal to level up? And glass, too. At this juncture, Tang Yun glanced at his refrigerated vehicle. Upgrade progress metal. 0,1500 plastic. 0,500 glass. 0,500 rubber. 0,500 starstone. 0,20 Tang Yun. Indeed, it appears that a skateboard does not necessitate glass. It seems that the more complex and substantial the vehicle, the greater the materials required for upgrades. So, what distinguishes your level 3 skateboard from the previous version? An old player in the World Channel inquired. There is a difference. Of course, the upgrade granted a few modification points. I leveled up to 3 and received 3 modification points, which I exchanged for a battery and an electric motor. Now my skateboard is electric. Tang Yun chuckled wryly and shook his head. Isn't an electric skateboard still just a skateboard? How dull. The broad highway was dotted with numerous dark figures as players behind him had already caught up. He decisively boarded his vehicle, abandoning the search of nearby buildings. Instead, opting to seek the supermarket in Happy Town. He drove at a speed of about 60 miles per hour, approaching Happy Town. Yet he still failed to catch a glimpse of the supermarket. Through the rearview mirror, Tang Yun noticed several cars had stopped at his previous position, and a few individuals dismounted, glancing at the corpses of zombies on the ground before rushing into the nearby building. Snapping back to reality, Tang Yun slammed on the brakes, screeching to a halt. Bad news, no supermarket found. Good news, he spotted a familiar establishment, with a blue sign reading, Old Bird Station. Tang Yun hurriedly opened the door, exited the vehicle, closed the door, and dashed towards the shop. Inside, rows of delivery shelves displayed packages of all sizes. While a dozen zombies lurked amidst the parcels, barely visible, Tang Yun swiftly withdrew an MP5. The first rule of the apocalypse. Never hesitate to cherish your ammunition. Boom. He struck the scanner with a powerful punch, producing a thunderous sound that successfully drew the zombies out from within the building. Tang Yun stepped back a few paces. Finding a suitable position at the side, as soon as the zombies emerged, they would be greeted by a hail of bullets. This strategy aimed to prevent any damage to the packages inside. Da-da-da. Tang Yun employed a 3-shot precision strategy. Maximizing the number of zombies he could eliminate with the same amount of ammunition. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen zombies were eradicated. A white treasure chest burst forth. Tang Yun quickly stowed the chest into his personal backpack, then dashed into the express delivery station, loading every visible package into the vehicle. Half an hour later, a multitude of players surged onto the street, many parking their vehicles by the roadside, bursting into the building like bandits to loot. Tang Yun glanced at the empty delivery racks and activated quantum transportation, transforming the metal shelves into streams of data and code, which became upgrade materials for his vehicle. He didn't even spare the glass from the windows, shattering it all for recycling. During the material recovery process, Tang Yun also discovered that quantum transportation could only recognize upgrade materials. It was impossible to transport other supplies. In the end, he collected 200 points of metal and 100 points of glass, feeling quite satisfied as he climbed into the vehicle. The trunk was already filled with various packages. And in pursuit of game progress, he would have to take time to unpack them later. Tang Yun placed the treasure chest in the passenger seat, driving while he tapped the white chest. Critical hit. Unexpectedly, the chest swelled violently, crimson energy surging within. Sensing something amiss, Tang Yun immediately rolled down the window and tossed the chest out. Suddenly, a tricycle behind him swerved in a serpentine manner. What the heck? Boom. The white treasure chest detonated like a high-explosive grenade, flipping the tricycle over. The player aboard tumbled down, disheveled and startled. His white short sleeve transformed into a black-striped tank top from the explosion. He pointed at Tang Yun's vehicle, cursing vehemently. You bastard. Are you playing with me in a props contest? In the driver's seat, Tang Yun took a sip of water, shrugging nonchalantly. The upper right corner of the windshield displayed the distance, 30 kilometers, indicating he had traveled that far, with 50 kilometers shown below, representing the total length of the road. This meant Tang Yun was less than 20 kilometers away from the intersection. The game's progress, previously at 0, had now increased to 0. The destination felt exceedingly distant. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yun had passed Joyful Town, and ahead lay a construction site. A construction site? That surely meant an abundance of upgrade materials. Upon arriving at the site, Tang Yun immediately exited the vehicle to assess the situation. Indeed, construction was halfway completed. With remnants of metal and discarded plastic strewn about, the quantities were not substantial, suggesting someone had already been there. No matter, he pressed on. Tang Yun initiated quantum transportation to meticulously recover the materials. After several minutes of diligent collection, he acquired 500 points of metal and 100 points of plastic. Upon exiting the construction site, he opened the door to his vehicle and glanced at the power points, noting that there were fewer than 70 remaining. The second rule of survival: one must not sit idly by. Tang Yun activated his vehicle and swiftly drove towards a nearby restaurant, where nearly 10 zombies had gathered at the entrance, with a dozen more lurking inside. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator and barreled through. With a resounding crash, the zombies at the door were flung aside, some crushed beneath the wheels, and a white treasure chest, supplies, burst forth. The commotion at the entrance successfully drew the zombies from within the restaurant. Tang Yun unsheathed his submachine gun and unleashed a volley of shots, only to realize he had run out of ammunition. Chapter 4. Achieving Bullet Freedom. New objective: to secure success before the novice period concludes. Alas, I have run out of ammunition. Come and bite me. The zombies seemed to understand, crashing through the restaurant's glass doors and stumbling towards Tang Yun. With a swift motion, Tang Yun drew another MP5. What a stroke of misfortune, a mere hat trick. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The zombies were obliterated, and Tang Yun had expended all 60 rounds. Another white treasure chest emerged. After dispatching the zombies, Tang Yun commenced reloading. Buzz! A thunderous roar erupted behind him. An F1 racing car halted just behind Tang Yun, and a bear driver stepped out, wielding a large machete. He glanced at the white treasure chest by Tang Yun's feet and, as if to remind him, shouted, "Hey, robbery!" Just as Tang Yun finished reloading and turned, he saw the F1 car speed away. Did someone just call me? Simultaneously, a message echoed through the world channel. Pika Pika, is anyone looking for a team? Strength in numbers. Huh? Isn't that the fellow driving the pickup? Has he changed his name? Pika Pika, I not only have a pickup but also a revolver. This statement evoked envy among the multitude of players. Yet, the subsequent comment from another player struck the world channel like thunder, delivering a devastating blow. What's a revolver worth? Just now, I saw a big shot in an off-road truck, brandishing an MP5 submachine gun. What? Off-road truck? And a submachine gun? Wait, I feel like I've heard about an off-road truck before. Don't jump to conclusions. If such a player truly exists, we might as well concede. Competing for their championship would be like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. I speak the truth. I intended to get out and rob, but upon witnessing the scene, I fled. Haha. The attempt to steal a chicken ended up costing rice. Hey, aren't you that old man Wong? The one who slept with someone else's wife? Let us not bring that up. I still haven't found a pair of pants to wear. Thankfully, my vehicle is an F1 car, faster than yours. First come, first served. I'm off. Tang Yun was blissfully unaware that he was the subject of discussion on the world channel. In the next moment, buzz buzz buzz. Several motorcycles sped past on the main road. These players, with their swift vehicles, quickly caught up to Tang Yun. He scoffed lightly, recalling the third survival rule: when firepower is insufficient, merely rushing forward without developing is perilous. He glanced at the restaurant, confirming it was safe, and began to open the chests. There were 2 in total, a white chest, currency, and a white chest, supplies. Critical hit. Boom. The white chest, currency, suddenly trembled. And then, the white casing shattered, releasing a burst of blue light. Marvelous. The quality of the chest had improved. This, of course, signified an enhancement in the rewards obtained. Upon opening the box, Tang Yun discovered a dozen or so redstones within. As he reached in to retrieve one, he realized that these crimson gems were, in fact, star stones, and the box contained a remarkable total of 15. Star stones serve as critical currency in this game, utilized for exchanging energy points, upgrading vehicles, engaging in market transactions, and making purchases at shops. There remained a white treasure chest containing supplies. Tang Yun proceeded to strike it, resulting in a critical hit that upgraded the chest to a green one. Upon opening it, he found 2 bottles of water, a vacuum-sealed bag of roasted duck, and a packet of bread containing 4 pieces. He had secured provisions for the day. After finishing with the chests, Tang Yun, armed with a submachine gun, entered the dining area, which spanned 2 floors, with the first level already deemed safe. It was imperative to investigate the second floor to eliminate any potential threats. Climbing the stairs, the sound of his footsteps quickly attracted the attention of the zombies above. Fortunately, there were only 2 or 3. With a few precise shots, Tang Yun subdued them effortlessly. The second floor housed several private rooms, each equipped with automatic sterilizing cabinets. He meticulously inspected each one and discovered a white designated scroll within one of the cabinets. The designated scroll, white, allows for a guaranteed opening of a specified white quality item from a white treasure chest, provided the item aligns with the chest's attributes. This means that no matter how it is specified, a supply chest cannot yield weapons. Tang Yun decisively pocketed the scroll and continued his search, uncovering another bottle of water, 500 milliliters, and a packet of beef, 250 grams, in other cabinets. Having thoroughly searched the cabinets, he gathered some bowls and chopsticks for his personal use before descending to the kitchen on the first floor. The kitchen was equipped with pots, bowls, and utensils. Yet they were grimy and stained with dark blood, rendering them unusable except for material recovery. The large refrigerator beside it was long out of order, containing only moldy vegetables and decaying lymph meat. However, any supplies placed in Tang Yun's refrigerated vehicle would transform into fresh provisions. He decided to take the vegetables but left the lymph meat behind, as it was simply unpalatable. After recovering all materials from the dining area, he amassed 300 points of metal, 100 points of glass, and 100 points of plastic. He then dismantled all metal tables on the first floor and shattered the glass door, yielding an additional 200 points of metal and 50 points of glass. Coughing several times, Tang Yun felt the toxic gas infiltrating his system, uncertain of how much longer he could endure. Next door lay a hardware store, a prime location for upgrading materials. A tricycle was parked outside the hardware store, and the player atop it glanced into the shop before hastily departing on a motorcycle. Tang Yun furrowed his brow in surprise until he entered the hardware store and encountered over 20 zombies. What a sight! Though the hardware store appeared modest, it was teeming with threats. No wonder no one dared to enter. While zombies might be seen as menaces by others, to Tang Yun, they were simply walking treasure chests. With a decisive click, he chambered a bullet and wasted no time in engaging. The sound of gunfire erupted as he unleashed a burst, swiftly switching to an MP5 for another round. The last zombie was sent sprawling by Tang Yun's powerful kick. Grabbing a metal pipe from the shelf, he delivered a decisive blow to the creature's head. After several relentless assaults, the zombie was finally vanquished. A white treasure chest, akin to a blind box, erupted into existence. These blind boxes could yield any number of items. Another one? This was the perfect opportunity to test that specified scroll. Specified scroll has been used. Please state the item you desire, ensuring it does not exceed white quality, or it will not take effect. Bullets. I need bullets. Item bullets are being confirmed. Confirmation complete. The specified scroll is effective. Your next box opening will surely yield bullets. How intriguing, Tang Yun pondered. However, if the bullets were guaranteed, wouldn't that imply a bug in the system? With newfound confidence, Tang Yun shouted, "Critical hit." Suddenly, the white treasure chest began to tremble. Had he not used the specified scroll, he might have felt apprehensive about it shattering, but now, it was a different story. With a decisive crack, the white exterior of the chest burst open, revealing a glimmer of gold. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Gold." The chest opened, revealing a staggering 500 bullets. Typically, a golden chest yielded only around 1,000 rounds, but this critical hit not only elevated the chest's quality but also triggered a chance for double rewards. Coupled with his remaining rounds, he now possessed over 600 bullets. This was splendid. He had ample ammunition to see through the end of the novice phase. Elated, Tang Yun hummed a tune while he gathered materials from the hardware store. Two motorcycles pulled up outside the shop, and two alluring women exchanged glances at Tang Yun inside. One remarked, "This foolish lad is still in the mood for singing. Sister, shall we proceed?" Chapter 5. Choices at the crossroads. It is feasible. He is alone. My intention is to eliminate him directly, and then that rugged refrigerated vehicle shall be ours. The two women gazed greedily at Tang Yun's off-road refrigerated truck. They propped up their motorcycle stands and elegantly dismounted. Sensing that Tang Yun inside the store had yet to notice them, their audacity grew bolder. One woman with dark hair whispered, "Sister, let us execute a surprise attack." "Agreed," replied the red-haired woman. "I shall tackle him. You use your dagger to finish him off." After finalizing their plan, they advanced a step forward. "Who sent you to my side?" Upon hearing Tang Yun's lyrics, the women hesitated, exchanged glances, and then lunged forward. Tang Yun abruptly turned around, and with a loud bang, a bullet struck one woman's shoulder. She screamed and instinctively recoiled, while her companion hastily fled to the vehicle. The injured woman also mounted her bike, revved the throttle, and sped away. Tang Yun fired several more shots, striking her in the back, yet she managed to escape. Tang Yun smacked his lips. It seemed precision was indeed a flaw that required refinement. The hardware store was soon emptied, and Tang Yun acquired 1,000 points of metal, 300 points of plastic, and 300 points of rubber. The metal and plastic were sufficient for upgrades. Only glass and rubber were lacking. As he exited the store, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting an unsettling realization. He promptly returned to the driver's seat and closed the windows. Damn it. I never anticipated that I could only endure less than 2 hours outside the vehicle. The toxicity could truly be fatal. He had no desire to remain idle in the car, awaiting his body to recover, and thus he started the vehicle and continued onward. Upon reaching the 40-kilometer mark, Tang Yun sensed a slight improvement in his condition and fortuitously spotted a convenience store named Every Home by the roadside. Through the glass doors and windows, he discerned that the store still held plenty of goods. However, amidst the shelves, he also recognized a familiar figure. Tang Yun curled his lip, decisively opening the door and skillfully closing it behind him as he entered the convenience store. Several zombie bodies lay scattered on the floor and at the cash register. A female zombie had met a grim fate, her head obliterated, with dark blood flowing from her shattered eye sockets. "Get out!" A piercing yell nearly caused Tang Yun to empty his magazine in fright. He turned to see a woman glaring at him with malice, but in the next moment, her expression turned pale, her fierce demeanor replaced by clarity. "It's you," she exclaimed before bolting away. Bang! A bullet struck her squarely in the back of the head, and she collapsed. Tang Yun shrugged indifferently, glancing at his magazine as he began reloading. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed at the entrance. The woman's motorcycle had been stolen by someone. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yun caught only a fleeting shadow darting past the doorway. Damn it. They took my vehicle. He approached the entrance, only to witness a dark figure swiftly vanishing amidst the sea of vehicles. There was no chance of pursuit now. Given the circumstances, it was more crucial to scavenge for supplies. Without hesitation, Tang Yun loaded the remaining spoiled snacks and various daily necessities from the shelves into his vehicle, neglecting even the cigarettes and lighters. These provisions would sustain him for an entire week, bolstered by a significant supply of liquor and canned beer, infusing hope into his days. The refrigerated truck was filled to capacity, prompting a sigh from Tang Yun. The packages needed to be unpacked swiftly, as they consumed too much space. Alternatively, he could expedite the upgrade of his vehicle to enhance its storage capacity. Having completed the task of moving supplies, Tang Yun hastily began to retrieve the shelves and electronic displays. A tricycle came to a halt at the convenience store entrance, and a disheveled man emerged from the vehicle. Glancing at Tang Yun's transport, he entered the store and inquired, "Is the vehicle outside yours?" Tang Yun, preoccupied with his work, replied nonchalantly, "Yes." The man pressed on. "Did you toss that bomb?" Taken aback, Tang Yun turned to face him, incredulously asking, "Miss, why are you dressed in such a filthy tank top? That's a white t-shirt." The man retorted angrily, demanding, "Just tell me, did you throw that bomb?" He brandished a large machete. "Yes," Tang Yun responded indifferently. The man, enraged, raised his weapon to charge. Suddenly, with a loud clatter, an MP5 fell from Tang Yun's waistband. The man skidded to a halt, startled. "Whose submachine gun is that?" he exclaimed as Tang Yun bent down to retrieve the MP5, aiming it at the man. "Ah, it appears to be mine." The man swallowed hard, uttering not another word. He turned and departed hastily, mounting his tricycle and revving the engine, quickly vanishing from Tang Yun's sight. The image of him riding away, his wild hair and tank top flapping in the wind, elicited laughter from Tang Yun, who couldn't help but chuckle heartily in the convenience store. With the retrieval complete, aside from the wooden cash register that remained, the store was now entirely vacant. This endeavor yielded 300 points of metal, 200 points of glass, 100 points of plastic, and 50 points of rubber. As he prepared to leave, Tang Yun noticed an unopened drawer in the cash register. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, he opened the drawer to discover 5-star stones. Now, only 150 points of rubber and 250 points of glass were needed for the vehicle upgrade. Coughing lightly, Tang Yun hurried out of the convenience store, only to be met by a sudden chill that sent a shiver down his spine. Is it getting dark already? He wondered. Lacking a watch or phone to ascertain the time, the game prompt warned that temperatures would plummet at dusk, indicating that he should conclude his activities before the sun set. In light of this, Tang Yun extended his right hand, fingers together, with his thumb parallel to the sun. Estimating time by 4 fingers as an hour, he assessed that the sun was approximately 2 hours from the horizon. Coughing again, Tang Yun promptly returned to the vehicle, feeling his body gradually warm up. Thus, the vehicle was set in motion, accelerating swiftly. Before long, he reached a distance of 50 kilometers and arrived at an intersection. Straight ahead, a normal progression in the game. A left turn, no advancement in the game, but it would trigger a random event. A right turn, likewise, no progression, yet it would also trigger a random event. Random events? Tang Yun scrutinized the signpost. Left turn triggers a random event, with 101 players having chosen this option. Event keywords: mission, environment. Right turn triggers a random event, with 3 players having opted for this. Event keywords: congregation, building. Congregation? Tang Yun recalled a previously played apocalyptic survival game. In any case, these 2 words did not bode well. Therefore, he decided to take the left turn. Chapter 6. Understanding the Pinnacle of Gaming. A left turn will not enhance game progress. Thus I must render this turn meaningful. Tang Yun drove a few more kilometers. Welcome to Hot Spring Town, nestled amidst mountains and waters, a place of exquisite beauty. But do not be deceived by its facade. The array of buildings along the road became increasingly distinct, with various shops neatly aligned. Suddenly, Tang Yun slammed on the brakes, casting a doubtful glance at the cliff ahead. Surely this is a ruse. Congratulations, you have discovered the first task point. Are you ready to accept the task? Ignoring the system prompt, Tang Yun immediately alighted from the vehicle to investigate, only to find that what lay before him was not a cliff, but a small river, a few meters wide, with a broken bridge connecting its banks, rendering passage impossible. Are you ready to accept the task? The system inquired once more. Reviewing the task, Task 1, consume 10 wood and 10 metal to temporarily repair the broken bridge. The bridge will collapse after your passage, already selected by 1101 players. Task 1 reward: 5-star stones. Task 2, consume 1,000 wood and 1,000 metal to completely repair the bridge and construct a toll station. Task 2 reward: none. You may choose either task. Opting for Task 1 appeared to be the most resource efficient, requiring minimal consumption, yet the reward was scant. Task 2 beckoned, though the meaning of a toll station eluded him, and it offered no reward. It seemed that those 1,000 players hesitated to take the plunge, perhaps lacking the capital to wager. Tang Yun possessed sufficient metal. He merely needed to gather wood. Having set out with the keyword task in mind, he resolved, without further hesitation, I choose Task 2. Congratulations, you have triggered the task effect. Please select your desired effect. Effect 1. The task is time limited to 2 hours. During this period, other players will be ensnared in a time stagnation. Failure to complete the task within the time limit will result in its failure and the deduction of all your power points. Effect 2. Upon task completion, receive an additional reward of 5-star stones. I select Effect 1. Astute individuals would invariably opt for Effect 1. Tang Yun had even devised a plan to gather 1,000 wood within the first hour and scour the shops in the remaining hour, claiming any discovered items as his task rewards, untroubled by the prospect of other players intervening. This is the judicious exploitation of task mechanics. The task officially commences. With a 2-hour limit, countdown initiated. Did the time of other players truly come to a halt? Tang Yun swiftly opened the world channel for a brief glance. Old Wang. Hey, who posted a pair of shorts on the trading platform? I bought them to wear right away. I would love to sell them to you, but I am still wearing them. These were the last few messages on the world channel. After waiting a few seconds without new messages, the world felt as though it had frozen in place. It truly had stopped. Very well, according to plan, let us commence wood gathering. Tang Yun turned and sprinted towards the nearest milk tea shop as a few zombies crashed through the glass doors, rushing out. Tang Yun swiftly drew his submachine gun, dispatching 3 zombies with less than 10 rounds, exhibiting a marked improvement in accuracy compared to his initial experience. He activated quantum translocation, reclaiming all wooden benches and tables from the milk tea shop, leaving no wooden item unobserved. After 10 minutes of diligent collection, he amassed 60 points of wood. Without pausing, He proceeded to search each house, forcefully shattering the glass door of the adjacent clothing store. Inside, amidst the chaos, a dozen zombies, staff and customers alike, were present. With garments in disarray, shredded and strewn across the floor like ribbons. The sound of breaking glass drew the attention of the zombies, including those lurking on the street. Rattling gunfire erupted as Tang Yun opened fire to suppress the encroaching horde within the store. Emptying his magazine, he promptly retrieved another submachine gun and resumed his barrage. After 2 clips, a white treasure chest materialized, which he briefly ignored as he hastily reloaded and charged into the clothing store to reclaim every visible piece of wood. Minutes later, Tang Yun exited the store with 150 points of wood. Within half an hour, he had visited a restaurant, a bakery, and a decorative materials wholesale shop, ultimately gathering over 500 points of wood, while also uncovering 2 white treasure chests. However, he still required more wood. A mere turn revealed his desired wooden furniture store. In less than 10 minutes and just over an hour into the task, Tang Yun barely completed his wood collection. You have gathered all materials. Do you confirm task completion? Can the task be automatically submitted in 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds? Yes. Then let it be so. For the remaining time, Tang Yun was free to allocate his efforts as he pleased. Whatever he discovered would be his alone, without fear of theft. Within this brief hour, he stormed into a medium-sized supermarket, eliminating several zombies and uncovering another white treasure chest. Through further reclamation, he acquired 300 points of metal, 250 points of glass, and 150 points of rubber, sufficient materials for vehicle upgrades. Current level. Level 1 fuel consumption, 1. 2 power points km, increases by 0. 2 per level, current power points, 0 120, 20 per level, maximum speed, 120 km/h, increases by 20 per level, durability, 120, increases by 20 per level, space increase, 2 cubic meters, increases by 2 per level. Vehicle module system unlocked, acquired 1 modification point. 1 driver's free attribute, materials required for next upgrade, 3,000 metal, 1,000 rubber, 1,000 glass, 1,000 plastic, 40 star stones. The upgraded refrigerated truck had expanded in length, specifically. The cargo area had increased by 2 cubic meters of space. Inside the supermarket, Tang Yun scavenged several cases of spoiled beverages, a box of rotten potatoes, a basket of moldy vegetables, a case of moldy seaweed, and a basket of foul eggs. Fortunately, his cargo area could transform waste into treasure. In the end, he loaded all 4 treasure chests into the driver's compartment and took his seat in the vehicle. Task submission complete. Tower countdown has ended. The bridge has been permanently repaired. Congratulations on fully repairing the bridge. This task will not trigger for other players. The toll booth has been set to invulnerable status. Please set the toll amount. 05, freely adjustable. Tang Yun rubbed his hands together. So this is it. The moment for my performance has finally arrived. He cleared his throat, setting the amount to the maximum. Toll amount set to 5. Each player must pay 5 star stones to pass, granting you a 1 profit. What the heck? There are still many players behind. The rewards for this task have far exceeded expectations. Tang Yun never dreamed he would become a capitalist in an apocalyptic survival game. The dragon-slaying hero has transformed into a malevolent dragon. Tang Yun drove his vehicle to the toll booth. The heavy metal barrier at the toll booth swung open. Welcome. Builder Tang Yun. Identity confirmed. Passage allowed. Wishing you a smooth journey. A slight smirk played on Tang Yun's lips as he pressed the accelerator and swiftly crossed the bridge. The sun had already been largely consumed by the horizon. According to this timing, darkness would descend in about half an hour, aligning closely with Tang Yun's previous calculations. You have received 1 star stone. Please check your account. So soon, a novice has come knocking. Chapter 7. The Capitalist of the Apocalypse. Tang Yun continued to drive, passing by shop after shop, where rows of vehicles were parked outside. Numerous players engaged in fierce altercations, vying for the right to scavenge. With a resigned shake of his head, Tang Yun pondered the futility of their disputes. Those with true strength were already on the road. He pressed the accelerator, propelling himself forward with great speed. His plan was to traverse this stretch of road, pausing at the intersection to open his parcels while awaiting the restoration of his energy points, especially since he still had 1 point of modification and 1 point of free attributes left unused. The upper right corner of his windshield indicated the total length of the road, 50 kilometers. Upon checking his personal information, he discovered he had accumulated 25 star stones in his wallet. Meanwhile, the world chat was abuzz with mixed emotions. What the hell? Does anyone need supplies? 1 bottle of water for 5 star stones. Hurry up. I'm in a rush. Isn't that a bit too expensive? 5 star stones are enough for me to travel another 5 kilometers. Huh? You only consume 1 energy point per kilometer? Why'd I need 2? What type of vehicle are you using? A large truck. What's it to you? Haha. The little electric scooter is far more comfortable, consuming only 0.3 energy points per kilometer. You must be joking. My bicycle consumes only 0.1 per kilometer. This is hilarious. You don't even have a window. And yet you're comparing vehicles? Hey, you up there. Selling bread. One piece for 5-star stones. Hurry, I'm on the move. Why are there suddenly so many sellers of supplies? You usually hoard everything. Exactly. Suddenly so generous, I dare not purchase anything now. What's up? My friend? Why do you need star stones for your journey? Don't mention it. There's a toll station ahead to pass. I need to pay a toll of 5-star stones. Oh dear. If that's the case, I want to be buying your goods. Hey, you. Old Wong, you up there? Do you have any clothes? 5-star stones, I'll buy. As Tang Yun sped along, he opened his boxes. Glancing at the 4 white treasure chests on the passenger seat, white treasure chest, tools, white treasure chest, supplies, white treasure chest, weapons, white treasure chest, tools. Tang Yun proceeded to strike each in order. Bang! White treasure chest, tools, crit successfully. He received double rewards and upon opening it, found mini stove 2. This stove required only 1-star stone for continuous use until dawn the next day. Continuing with the boxes. Bang! White treasure chest, supplies, crit successfully. Upgrading to a blue treasure chest. He obtained wild boar meat, 100 pounds. Continuing with the boxes. Bang! White treasure chest, weapons, crit successfully, upgrading to a green treasure chest. Triggering double rewards, and he received machete 2. The final treasure chest. Bang! White treasure chest, tools, crit failed, about to explode. Damn it. Tang Yun quickly opened the car window. A gust of cool air swept through the cabin. He hurled the dangerously expanding treasure chest out the window and immediately closed it. A tremendous explosion sounded from behind the vehicle. Boom. Damn it. Who threw that firecracker? Tang Yun hastily closed the window, exclaiming in dismay at the biting cold. Traveling straight for 50 kilometers, he encountered no obstacles, maintaining a speed of over 90 miles per hour. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the intersection, where the power gauge was just about to reach 0. His vehicle came to a stop beneath a streetlight at the roadside. Through the windshield, he could see numerous players surrounding him on both sides. The sun had just begun to set. It was time to get to work. He reached into the vehicle to retrieve the delivery, beginning to unpack it, as it occupied a considerable portion of the cargo space that could not be wasted. A toothbrush? That is useful. I'll keep it. What is this? A lady's wand. Such a pity to discard it. Perhaps I can recycle it as rubber. A dental cup? Toothpaste? Oh my, perfect timing. This packaging, could it be clothing? Goodness. A sweatshirt. Goodness gracious. A leather jacket. Casual pants. What a delight. A designated role. White quality. That works. Oh, what is this? An agility card. Let me see. Increases agility a bit upon use. Splendid. All valuable items. I shall use them immediately. After over an hour of unpacking, he acquired a substantial haul. Though much of it was deemed unnecessary and would be recycled as upgrade materials for his vehicle, anything non-recyclable was discarded. In the final tally, he collected 100 points of metal, 20 points of glass, 20 points of rubber, and 100 points of plastic. Additionally, he obtained several wearable garments and daily necessities. A grill and barbecue set, tools and spices, a pack of masks, 2 pairs of wearable sneakers, a pack of men's underwear and socks, 2 small flashlights along with a pack of batteries, and several rolls of tape. With the cargo space now cleared by more than half, Tang Yun climbed into the vehicle, organizing all the food neatly. What had once been expired and spoiled food and beverages had now transformed into fresh provisions. This was the unique skill of the refrigerated vehicle. Tang Yun donned his new attire, took out a machete, and sliced off 2 pounds of wild boar meat. Cutting it into pieces, he grabbed 2 slices of bread, 2 bottles of beer, a handful of greens, a pack of seaweed, and 2 eggs. He exited the vehicle, climbing up to the rooftop and settling comfortably in the center. A gentle breeze swept by. Although he wore warm clothing, he still felt the chill. Time for something hot to eat that would warm him up. Tang Yun produced the newly acquired stove, using a piece of star stone to ignite a fire. Placing the grill atop it and evenly laying out the wild boar meat, sprinkling spices as it neared completion. The other stove was also put to use, where he placed a small iron pot, poured in some mineral water, added a pinch of salt, and once it boiled, he added the seaweed and cracked in the 2 eggs, creating a delightful seaweed egg drop soup. The pork was grilled to perfection, the soup was bubbling, and the beer was opened. Well then, let the feast begin. Tang Yun picked up a piece of wild boar meat, blew on it, wrapped it in the greens, and took a bite, savoring the succulent blend of fat and lean meat, juices flowing delightfully. A bite of meat, a sip of soup, a swig of beer, each mouthful was exquisite. Who would have thought that in this apocalyptic world, he could lead the life he had always desired? Several motorcycles came to a halt a few meters away from Tang Yun. Tang Yun felt excessively conspicuous, especially with a streetlight looming above him. He was undoubtedly the most striking figure on the entire street. In a whimsical turn of events, he decided to shift from eating while seated to reclining as he dined, rendering himself a challenging target even if someone were to attempt shooting at him. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat swiftly seduced the appetites of passers-by. Several players, unable to resist, disembarked from their vehicles, advancing towards Tang Yun with a rhythmic stop-and-go. Even a few stray dogs were drawn by the enticing scent, gazing up at Tang Yun with longing, hoping for a morsel to be tossed their way, or perhaps for a fortuitous drop from above, or even for Tang Yun himself to tumble down. Naturally, Tang Yun was acutely aware of the encroaching peril. "Hey there, handsome? Hello." A cautious young girl approached Tang Yun slowly. Chapter 8. Overcrowded and forced to operate. The little girl gazed up at Tang Yun with a heart-wrenching look. Tang Yun, feigning ignorance, continued to relish the barbecued meat and gulped down the soup. The cold wind was biting, and the temperature had plummeted several degrees. The little girl, clad in nothing but a thin nightgown, trembled uncontrollably. In contrast, Tang Yun felt warm and cozy after sipping the hot soup. Seeing that Tang Yun was indifferent to her plight, the girl's irritation flared. Under normal circumstances, any man treating her with such disregard would have elicited her disdain. After all, suitors lined up for miles, even to the natural restrooms of Iceland. However, today was different. Watching Tang Yun indulge in food and drink, she swallowed hard and stepped closer. Suddenly, a blinding high beam nearly scorched her eyes as a car sped down the highway. Startled, she froze in place. But the driver slammed on the brakes just in time, halting mere inches from her. Regaining her composure, she hurled an angry tirade at the driver. "Are you blind? Can't you see me?" The car door swung open, and a young man leapt out without hesitation, scooping the girl up by the waist and attempting to hoist her into his vehicle. She struggled fiercely, finally breaking free and sprinting back to her own ride. Yet, her vehicle was but a motorcycle, and soon enough, the man yanked her off it again. Screams echoed through the street, attracting the attention of nearby zombies. The man, suppressing his inner fury, dashed back to his car. Tang Yun observed the entire incident unfold. These youngsters, especially this little fairy, seemed oblivious to the consequences of their recklessness. The relentless growls of the undead filled the air, and several players, overwhelmed by fear, sped through the intersection on their motorcycles. The advantages of two-wheeled vehicles became evident. They consumed less fuel and boasted commendable speed. The commotion caused by the horde of zombies intensified, prompting most players with cars to remain inside, unwilling to confront the undead. Tang Yun preferred to avoid the fray, recalling that he still had some upgrade points to utilize. He decided to tidy up and prepare to enter the driver's seat. A multitude of players surged into the intersection, with 3 leading cars racing forward, colliding with 7 or 8 zombies before halting beside Tang Yun. 3 young men wielding swords and knives emerged, their expression stoic as they dispatched the remaining zombies with swift strikes. They exchanged triumphant high-fives, leaning against the hoods of their cars, and pulled out a bottle of pristine mineral water, sipping it leisurely. Having demonstrated their prowess and bravado, these 3 gentlemen quickly became the center of attention, drawing several young ladies who, disregarding the danger, approached them with eager smiles. Laughter rang out, filling the street as they became the focal point of the crowd. "Hey, can you keep it down? Aren't you worried about attracting the zombies?" A disgruntled elder on an electric bike interjected. Upon the utterance of those words, all attention was drawn to the elderly gentleman. Who could have anticipated that this man, while past his 50s, could have made his way here, and even paid the toll? A red-haired youth, engrossed in kissing a young lady, approached the old man with an air of arrogance and disdain. "You old codger, if you're so frightened, why not just leave? Do you believe I won't slice you in half? Hey, how dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Dare you utter another word?" The red-haired youth pressed a knife against the old man's throat, causing the latter to gasp in shock. However, he retorted without hesitation. "Young man, there's no need for such fury. I have indeed paid the toll. Do not presume me to be an easy target." "You've paid the toll?" The youth spread his arms wide, boastingly surveying the crowd. "Who has paid the toll?" He pointed to several fortunate onlookers. "Did you pay the toll?" "I did." "And you?" "I did." Tang Yun, while scrubbing a pot, was enjoying the spectacle. Little did anyone realize that in this inconspicuous corner of the bustling street, a portion of the tolls had made their way into the pockets of a rather unnoticed youth. As Tang Yun splashed the pot-cleaning water onto the ground, a nearby stray dog, famished and eager, immediately began to lick up the mess. When Tang Yun looked up, he was astonished to find a throng of spectators had gathered behind him. A dozen players stood, mouths agape, as they watched Tang Yun wash a pot with bottled water, and subsequently brush his teeth with it. The World Channel erupted with excitement. Is this lad really showing off like that? Photo, damn it. I just want to jump on that vehicle and give him a good beating. Is it really necessary to flaunt like this? I can't even imagine how desperate he must look when thirsty. The thought alone makes me chuckle. Wait a minute. Why is he dressed so well? I'm freezing to death. Isn't it true? Does your vehicle lack doors? What sort of vehicle do you have? A shopping cart. Enough of this. There's about to be a fight here. A red-haired punk is bullying an elderly man on an electric bike. Just then, a furious shout echoed down the street. What's this? Not only have I paid the toll, but I possess enough money to pay it hundreds of times. Tang Yun turned to see the elderly gentleman rendered speechless by the red-haired youth's taunts, simmering in anger. The youth's companion, while sipping water, noticed Tang Yun brushing his teeth atop a vehicle under the streetlight, nearly spitting out his drink in surprise. Thankfully, he managed to cover his mouth just in time, swallowing the liquid with a combination of sucking and licking. Brother, look at that kid. He is even more pretentious than we are, he exclaimed, pointing towards Tang Yun. The onlookers followed his gesture, directing their gaze towards Tang Yun. The red-haired youth, glancing at Tang Yun, exclaimed, "Wow, this is impressive. Let us go over and test him." With that, the group, hands shoved deep into their pockets and shivering from the cold, approached Tang Yun to stir up trouble. As more vehicles gathered, the once spacious roadway became congested with an array of cars, many having come to a halt due to insufficient power points. Tang Yun occupied a prominent position, and with his vehicle parked at the forefront, he naturally became the center of attention. A young man with red hair approached Tang Yun, tilting his head as he inquired, "Hey there, buddy, you have so much water, could you sell me a little?" His tone was quite courteous, as if he genuinely wished to engage in a transaction. With a calm demeanor, Tang Yun replied, "1 bottle for 10 yuan. Is it that expensive? Are you selling divine water?" The young man exclaimed, "No, no, no." Tang Yun shook his index finger, then flicked it lightly, causing a bottle of cola to appear, a delightful beverage. Really? The three of them exchanged astonished glances. And even the onlookers, eager for entertainment, couldn't help but lean out of their car windows. Is that for real? It can't be expired, can it? It must be expired. I came across many while scavenging and thought I had struck gold, only to find they were undrinkable. If this guy dares to sell it, and someone ends up with an upset stomach, he'll be in trouble. Exactly. Chapter 9. A lively atmosphere. Brother, I see you were dressed quite well. How could you possibly be a fraud? Red-haired one grinned and inquired. Tang Yun smirked slightly. Whom do you think you are fooling? What do you mean by that? Don't think we are oblivious. Your cola is expired. Upon this remark, the onlookers erupted into laughter. Haha. I've always said drinks like cola and green tea are all expired. I've never seen any that are drinkable. Neither have I. After consuming his cola, you won't be thinking about survival. You'll be searching for a restroom. Ha. Tang Yun smiled gently and retorted. How would you know if you don't look? How would you know if you don't drink? Who dares to drink it? Very well. I shall invite you to taste it. Take a good look at the production date on the bottle. With that, Tang Yun tossed the cola to the red-haired fellow. The latter, feigning scrutiny of the bottle cap, transformed from jest to astonishment. The electronic date displayed on the cap was a mere half-hour old. Every item Tang Yun had gathered bore production dates from many years prior. Little did anyone expect that anything with a production date would turn new upon entering Tang Yun's vehicle. What the hell? How can your production date be from half an hour ago? What? This exclamation stunned the crowd. Isn't it expired? Indeed. Where on earth did this kid find such supplies? Truly a stroke of luck. Perhaps he was fortunate enough to open a treasure chest. In the next moment, the red-haired one decisively twisted off the cap and downed more than half the bottle. The two young men beside him, seeing this, reached out to snatch it away. In less than 10 seconds, the three had consumed the entire bottle of cola. Tang Yun, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. $10. His gaze fell upon the three, continuing, "Who will pay?" The trio exchanged glances, the red-haired one wearing a look of disbelief. "Buddy, didn't we say it was for tasting?" Tang Yun shook his finger. No, I said taste, not free tasting." At this, the expressions of the three became strained. The two young men pointed at the red-haired one, insisting, "He drank the most. Let him pay." "Damn, didn't you two drink as well?" This retort left the younger ones unable to meet his gaze. "Hurry up. Where is it written that one buys items without paying?" Tang Yun said, somewhat impatiently. The crowd behind him had witnessed the unfolding scene when suddenly, an elderly man rode up on an electric scooter, pointing an accusatory finger at the red-haired one, scolding, "Aren't you supposed to be wealthy? Isn't your starstone capable of paying for hundreds of tolls? Damn it. Blowing hot air without preparation. Who said I wouldn't pay? Then pay up." The people around turned their ire towards the red-haired one. "Pay up. If you're broke, stop pretending to be rich. Right. And here, I thought you were some big shot." Pfft. The speaker, a charming girl, had only moments ago been kissing the red-haired fellow. I never said I wouldn't pay, the red-haired one shouted loudly. Tang Yun crossed his arms, displaying an expression of amusement at his own spectacle. Well then, why don't you just go ahead? He remarked. But your soda is exorbitantly priced. If you can't afford it, then don't drink it. The red-haired fellow was left speechless. Tang Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired, What's the matter? You can't possibly have even $10 in your pocket? Of course I can pay for the toll. It's just that your soda is too pricey. Tang Yun was tempted to give him a good thrashing, but upon reflection, he surmised that the lad was indeed short on funds. Thus, with a clever scheme in mind, Tang Yun proudly perched atop the car. Adopting a lofty demeanor as he declared, How about this? If you jump around on my car and bark like a dog, I'll give you a 50% discount. This proclamation elicited uproarious laughter, drawing even players from several meters away to witness the commotion. Suddenly, Tang Yun found himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers, all eager for entertainment. Initially, it seemed that the red-haired fellow would shy away from such a humiliating challenge, but to everyone else's surprise, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Fine. I'll bark like a dog for that discount. Yes. Haha. This is going to be good. The surrounding crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, with some even whistling in delight, making it seem like a performance was underway. It was worth noting that this was a survival game set in a post-apocalyptic world. The red-haired man climbed onto the back of the vehicle, and as soon as he reached the top, he lunged at Tang Yun. Tang Yun had anticipated this maneuver. The fellow had agreed too readily, which was not characteristic of someone lacking shame. With a swift motion, Tang Yun reacted with a speed that far exceeded the ordinary. As the red-haired man lunged, Tang Yun sidestepped, causing him to crash onto the car's roof. Cheers erupted once more from the crowd, and even the whistlers multiplied, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Tang Yun then placed his heel firmly on the back of the red-haired man's shoulders. Will you bark or not? Suddenly, a voice from the audience, belonging to a young lady, shouted, Why are you rewarding him? Tang Yun responded with a perplexed expression. An elderly man riding an electric scooter joined in, encouraging the red-haired fellow, Hey, the one being stepped on. If you're a man, let it out. With a scoff, Tang Yun repeated, Will you bark or not? He then delivered another swift kick. The red-haired man grimaced in pain, teeth bared. I'm sorry, big brother. I'll bark. I'll bark. Tang Yun lifted his foot, and the red-haired man struggled to rise. Just as he steadied himself, he unexpectedly drew a machete, aiming directly at Tang Yun's handsome face. With remarkable agility, Tang Yun evaded the strike and delivered a resounding slap to the red-haired man's left cheek. The latter nearly lost his balance and toppled from the car. The crowd roared with approval. What a quick response. No wonder he can afford soda. A hefty lady from the audience hopped and waved at Tang Yun, exclaiming, Look at me, big brother. I want to sit on your face. Tang Yun felt a wave of nausea, nearly toppling from his perch. Seizing the opportunity, the red-haired man swung his machete again, charging towards Tang Yun. Tang Yun leaned back, the blade narrowly grazing the tip of his nose, and then he swiftly pulled back, delivering a resounding slap to the right cheek of the red-haired man. Excellent. The audience below reveled in the excitement. I was wrong, brother. I truly regret it. The red-haired man exclaimed, clutching his face, devoid of strength to continue the fight. Very well. I have no desire to be excessively cruel, Tang Yun continued. As per our usual arrangement, bark like a dog, and I shall grant you a 50% discount. Really? The red-haired man, seemingly fearful of Tang Yun's possible change of heart, barked a few times. Woof. Woof woof woof. The crowd erupted in laughter, nearly collapsing with mirth. Tang Yun gestured with his right hand, instructing, Now lie on the ground. Turn in circles while you bark. The red-haired man obediently complied, eliciting further raucous laughter from the audience. All right, enough of this. Hand me 5 star stones, and you may leave. The red-haired man promptly retrieved 5 star stones, politely handing them to Tang Yun, before hastily exiting the vehicle and weaving through the crowd in a frantic escape. A sudden roar of zombies shattered the lively atmosphere, prompting everyone to jostle towards the vehicles, fearing that a moment's delay would render them prey to the undead. The vehicle directly ahead of Tang Yun roared to life, having arrived earlier, which indicated that their energy points would be restored sooner. Tang Yun returned to the driver's seat. Glancing at the upper left corner of the windshield, energy point recovery in 5 minutes. No need for haste. First, I shall utilize a modification point. Chapter 10. The trading platform after the upgrade. The vehicle's data has seen a modest improvement. Correspondingly, fuel consumption has increased by 0.2 per kilometer. Additionally, modification modules have been unlocked. Utilizing these modules, one can directly modify the vehicle by consuming starstones, eliminating the need for modification points. After surveying the basic data of the vehicle, Tang Yun gained an understanding of the upgrade direction, and thus open the Vehicle Upgrade interface. Vehicle Modification Interface. 1 modification point remaining. Internal, external, internal, MP3 player, MP4 player, space, comfort, air conditioning, decorations, purification. Internal upgrades are not a pressing necessity. It is better to explore external upgrades. External, armor, engine, transmission, tires. Upon seeing the term armor, Tang Yun immediately clicked on it. Collisions on the highway are inevitable. If the armor is insufficient, the vehicle risks breaking down at any moment. After accessing the armor section, a detailed modification interface unfolded. Bumper, level 0, each level increases durability limit by 20. Glass, level 0, each level increases glass hardness by 50. Including windshield and windows, front armor, level 0, each level increases front metal hardness by 30. Cab armor, level 0, each level increases cab metal hardness by 30. Front chassis, level 0. Each level increases front chassis hardness by 30. Cab chassis, level 0, each level increases cab chassis hardness by 30. Tire armor, level 0, each level increases all tire hardness by 30. The higher the vehicle's hardness, the less likely it is to lose durability during impacts. Tang Yun glanced over the armor upgrades, noting that each required a modification point. The most vulnerable part of the vehicle is undoubtedly the glass. In the event of a collision, if the glass shatters, monsters could seize the opportunity to invade the cabin, potentially throwing the occupant out, as the seatbelt may fail to restrain them. Nevertheless, tires are also a frequent site of accidents. It would be prudent to upgrade as much as possible before the novice protection period concludes. Tang Yun resolved to upgrade the glass first. You have consumed 1 modification point to upgrade the glass to level 1. The corresponding upgrade effect is now in effect. Please continue to strive for further upgrades. Moreover, the vehicle upgrade grants the driver an additional free attribute point. Tang Yun decisively allocated this point to strength, although he typically lacks a fitness regimen. With the increase of 1 point in strength, he surprisingly found himself with abdominal muscles. However, they were not particularly firm to the touch. Nonetheless, this enhancement made handling the MP5 a breeze. With a roar, several zombies leaped onto the vehicles of a few players. The zombies, upon turning their heads, spotted a group of motorcycle riders passing by, rendering these unprotected players akin to lambs to the slaughter. Some hastily accelerated their vehicles to flee, while others, gripped by fear, tumbled off their rides, fleeing in panic. An elderly man on an electric scooter was seized by a zombie by the throat, creating a scene of utter chaos. Tang Yun adjusted his seat, reclined back, and opened the World Channel to glean the current trending information. 2 apples are now available for sale, each priced at $5. Is anyone interested in expired beer? 5 yuan for 10 bottles, suitable for brushing teeth and rinsing the mouth. If that fails, they can also be used for personal hygiene. Are you serious? No. Why is the starting price always 5 yuan? Have you all rigidly established the market standard? Without money, one cannot traverse the road. I sold my newly worn underwear for this 5 yuan. Haha, you crack me up. Which lunatic would buy your underwear? Old Wong, right here with me. Old Wong, you're the crazy one. I'll run you over. Tang Yun scrolled through messages. The air outside his car window filled with the anguished cries of men and women. No. Tang Yun abruptly straightened up, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, and then pulled out a snack, reclining once more. This felt right. The environment had transformed, yet one's habits must remain unchanged. He accessed the trading platform and beheld a dazzling array of supplies, with nearly every item starting at 5 star stones. Using his earnings to procure these supplies would be akin to obtaining them for free, would it not? No. Starstones hold significant value, and resources are not particularly scarce. Ah, right? I seem to have received a designated voucher while unpacking a delivery. Tang Yun typed the keyword treasure chest into the trading platform's search bar, and indeed, a player named Skateboard Kid was offering a white treasure chest, blind box. The term blind box implies that the treasure chest can yield any item, including resources, tools, weapons, and so forth. Priced at 20 starstones. The seller's message read, "Compassionate Bodhisattva, please save this unfortunate handsome fellow." Tang Yun chuckled softly. No wonder it hadn't sold. Such a message could provoke irritation. Nevertheless, I am eager to conduct an experiment, or perhaps exploit a glitch. This blind box treasure chest is precisely what I need. He glanced at his funds. 575 starstones. Goodness, that figure must have multiplied many times over. Moreover, it was steadily increasing, as players were scrambling to gather enough for their passage. Without hesitation, Tang Yun spent a small amount to purchase the white treasure chest, blind box. No sooner had he made the purchase than the player Skateboard Kid boasted in the world chat. Oh my gosh. Grateful to the compassionate Bodhisattva for saving my life. Someone actually splurged 20 bucks on my white treasure chest. What? Skateboard kid, have you been scared silly by zombies? What nonsense are you spouting? Exactly. Which big shot would waste so much on your worthless treasure chest? Besides, they are a big shot, not a spoiled rich kid. That has 20 starstones. Enough to cover quite a bit of travel. Skateboard kid, you all can believe what you want. I'm adding my Bodhisattva as a friend to increase my favorability. Spare us. This is merely your fantasy before meeting your demise. Tang Yun paid no mind to the banter. After purchasing the treasure chest, it automatically appeared in the passenger seat beside him. Humph. Watch closely. I shall perform but once. Chapter 11. The Pinnacle of Luck. Who dares challenge me? Tang Yun produced a designated scroll and utilized it immediately. You have used a designated scroll. Please select the specified item. Designated scroll. White. Item under review. Designated scroll. White. Approved. You are guaranteed to receive this item upon your next opening of a white treasure chest. Success. Tang Yun rubbed his hands together. Feeling assured of profit, with a guaranteed double reward, he eagerly selected the critical hit option. Bang. The white treasure chest, blind box, began to shake violently. Yet the desired colors did not materialize. Soon after, the trembling ceased, confirming the activation of the guaranteed double reward. Not a loss, a small profit. Tang Yun received 2 designated scrolls. In the next moment, he received a new friend notification. Skateboard Kid requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Accepted. Skateboard Kid, oh my king, I kneel before you. Tang Yun, no need for such formalities. Skateboard Kid, after a long drought, I have encountered sweet dew. I truly thank you for saving my life, esteemed Tang. Tang Yun, go play. It's no longer your concern. By the way, remember to link me for similar blind box chests in the future. I want more. Skateboard Kid, you got it, bro? From now on, I shall be your loyal dog. Tang Yun, also, pass along a message for me, if anyone has blind box chests. Starting price for the white treasure chest is 20 starstones. Just link them to me. I'll take them all. Skateboard Kid, understood, master. What woof. Ending the conversation, Skateboard Kid immediately spoke in the world channel. My master has declared, if anyone possesses blind box chests, the starting price for a white quality one is 20 coins, just link them. He will take them all. With this proclamation, the entire world channel erupted as if a hydrogen bomb had been dropped. What the hell? Is there really such a benefactor? Wait, are you serious? 20 starstones for a white treasure chest? What can a white treasure chest yield? A bottle of water only costs $5, right? The young man said that the esteemed one desires blind boxes. What difference does that make? Well, indeed, white is just white. A trash chest is still a trash chest. Hold on, I just dropped one. A white blind box. This is fantastic. I'm off to make some money. Hey, up there. Be wary. Skateboard Kid might be staging a show. He could be on the brink of death. Just trying to fool us. Who cares? Selling items doesn't incur taxes. I'll list it and see what happens. What the hell? My treasure chest sold in a second. What? Is that for real? Personally verified. It's true. What the hell? The 20 coins are in my account. I'm exchanging for PowerPoints. Everyone, I'll take my leave. What? Skateboard Kid, how is that? I didn't lie, and don't say I'm on the brink of death, or I might curse you out. Tang Yun could hardly contain his excitement to open the chest. He used a designated scroll. Please select a designated item. White designated scroll. Item under review. Approval successful. Would you like to use it? Yes. Wishing you a successful unboxing. Tang Yun struck gold with his unboxing. To his surprise, he received 2 designated tickets as a guaranteed reward. Now, Tang Yun possesses 3 white designated tickets. Not a loss, but a small profit. Coincidentally, someone had just listed a white blind box treasure chest. Tang Yun employed the same strategy once more, feeling daring. What shall he try for this time? A watch. Particularly one of those smart watches that offer more than just the time. He once again utilized a designated ticket. Please select a designated item. Smartwatch. Smartwatch designated item under review. Review failed. Would you like to use the designated ticket? Use it? Not a chance. You nearly had me fooled. Let's keep it simple and switch to just a watch. Review passed, wishing you a pleasant unboxing. In an instant, I struck gold. Bang. The white treasure chest shattered. A brilliant crimson light bursting forth, nearly dazzling Tang Yun's titanium alloy eyes. Oh my. A crimson quantum bracelet sprang from the chest, and to his astonishment, another one followed suit. A pair of bloodied hands slammed against Tang Yun's car window. Outside the door, a ferry was being torn apart by zombies. Help! Help! Tang Yun shouted from the driver's seat, feeling an overwhelming surge of luck. Peak fortune. Who dares challenge me? Who dares? The ferry outside could hardly comprehend what Tang Yun was doing until the very end. Tang Yun picked up a watch. Quantum bracelet 1 description. Tells time. Sets alarms. Measures temperature, watches movies. Virtually omnipotent. Quality skill. Massive. Your personal backpack capacity 5. Goodness. How straightforward. The backpack capacity multiplied several times. I now possess a backpack with a volume of 10 cubic meters. Smart watches pale in comparison. This space is nearly the size of half a car trunk. Tang Yun immediately donned the bracelet on his left wrist, and the skill effect activated instantly. Alright, there's another bracelet. Let us see what skill it holds. Quantum Bracelet 2 description. Please refer to the above VCR. Quality skill. Massive. Your personal backpack capacity 5. What? Tang Yun rubbed his eyes. Was there a bug? No, wait. Why should I be surprised? ISNT, this is standard operation. Now, Tang Yun's personal backpack is nearly the same size as his car's trunk. Finally, he scanned the trading platform and found no treasure chest that piqued his interest. With 50 power points credited to his account, Tang Yun started the engine, turned on the headlights, and glanced at the signpost. Straight. Increase game progress left turn. Road blocked. No passage right turn. Road blocked. No passage all right then. No turns it is. It's time to boost game progress. As this road is a junction. Tang Yun set off again, driving straight ahead. And he noticed that the game progress had unknowingly increased to 0. 0.2. Approximately every 50 kilometers, the distance increases by around 0. 0.1. However, Tang Yun was uncertain, as this was merely a rough estimate. Upon passing through the intersection, Tang Yun noticed numerous vehicles parked by the roadside. In addition to electric scooters, there were even bicycles. Oh, divine beings. They are everywhere. Welcome to Wild Wolf Town, where the town boasts a tavern and a bathing center. While you indulge in relaxation, remain vigilant of the wild wolves and zombies that lurk about. At nightfall, please stay inside your vehicle to avoid losing both life and wealth. Tang Yun glanced at the time. It was 10:30 in the evening. The surroundings had changed, yet his habits must not. Who could possibly sleep at this hour? Tang Yun decided to visit the tavern and the bathing center first, as he had an inkling that these game notifications served as some form of warning. A suspicion that was later validated by subsequent events. Chapter 12. The Concealed Mission. Tang Yun activated the high beams, diligently searching for taverns and bathhouses. As he progressed further, the number of vehicles on the thoroughfare increased. Initially, there were cars and small trucks, but after traversing 20 kilometers, only motorcycles remained. Suddenly, a grove of trees appeared on the left side of the road, capturing Tang Yun's attention. He slowed his speed to scrutinize the area and, at last, discovered a quaint tavern nestled between the trunks. Unexpectedly, this little establishment was hidden within the woods, and without careful observation, it would have gone unnoticed. Hastily, Tang Yun parked his vehicle by the roadside and began his preparations. He donned a windbreaker and a mask, securing a small flashlight with tape to his submachine gun, perfectly binding 2 flashlights to 2 firearms. Having completed these tasks, he opened the door and stepped out of the car, a brisk chill enveloping him, invigorating his spirit. He raised his hand to check the temperature, which his wristband indicated was a mere 9 degrees Celsius. Logically, he should have been clad in a thick winter coat. But all he wore were layers consisting of a thin pajama set beneath a sweatshirt and windbreaker, along with casual trousers and athletic shoes. Yet, in the next moment, the temperature inexplicably dropped further. It seemed that as night deepened, the chill intensified, and at this rate, it was likely to plunge below 0 by midnight. Tang Yun quickly assessed the tavern's interior, illuminating the space with his firearm. He was startled to find dozens of zombies feasting on what appeared to be a black wolf. The beam from his flashlight drew their attention. They turned with a guttural roar directed at him. Without hesitation, Tang Yun opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. With an enhancement of 1 point in strength, he wielded the MP5 with ease, nearly doubling the strength of an average adult. The narrow entrance of the tavern, barely a meter wide, became a bottleneck for the multitude of zombies, effectively jamming their advance. After expending 1 magazine, he swiftly drew a second gun and unleashed another barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The MP5's rapid-fire capability quickly depleted the ammunition, yet a few zombies still lingered. Tang Yun dashed into the driver's seat to reload, skillfully inserting bullets into the magazine with an agility that surpassed the ordinary by a point, significantly enhancing his speed. The zombies rapidly closed in, frantically pounding on the vehicle's door. The earlier gunfire had attracted the nearby undead, encircling Tang Yun's vehicle, while distant howls of wild wolves echoed from the woods. Upon completing his reload, Tang Yun immediately started the vehicle, crashing through the zombies at the front. The heavy tires crushed several, putting an end to their existence. He promptly reversed, sending the zombies behind flying. With no fear of diminishing durability, he welcomed the horde, concerned only about the scarcity of treasure chests. After several maneuvers forward and backward, over 20 zombies met their demise beneath the weight of his vehicle, leaving only 5 or 6 still clinging to life. Tang Yun rolled down the window and unleashed a flurry of bullets. With a cacophony of gunfire, the horde of zombies was vanquished in its entirety. Just as Tang Yun prepared to disembark from his vehicle, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the jungle. He raised his firearm, directing the beam of his flashlight toward the source, revealing several shadowy figures lurking amidst the underbrush, their crimson eyes fixated intently on him within the confines of the vehicle. Wolves. Notably, the leading wolf was colossal, its size surpassing that of its kin by more than double. The Wolf King? The two factions regarded one another. During Tang Yun's skirmish with the zombies, this pack of wolves had remained aloof, merely observing from a distance. Abruptly, the Wolf King approached Tang Yun's conveyance, sniffing the lifeless bodies of the zombies strewn across the ground before dragging one into the depths of the forest. One wolf could easily haul the weight of an adult male. This Wolf King was certainly not to be underestimated. As the corpse was pulled into the wilderness, the pack surged forth, indulging in a gluttonous feast, suggesting they had been deprived for quite some time. Strangely, after consuming the zombie flesh, they showed no signs of infection. Could it be that this pack possessed an immunity to the zombie virus? The Wolf King was indeed distinct from ordinary wolves, if humans could potentially resist the virus. What of other animals? Suddenly, a zombie corpse unexpectedly stirred, indicating it had not perished completely. Hearing the wolves feast, it abandoned its fixation on Tang Yun and charged toward the pack. While the wolves were engrossed in their meal, only the Wolf King sensed the impending danger, preparing to pounce. The crack of gunfire rang out, and the zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. The pack, startled by the noise, momentarily paused. But only the Wolf King turned its gaze toward the armed Tang Yun. Congratulations on completing the hidden task of taming the wolf pack. Now, set forth with your journey companions. What in the world? Just as the game notification concluded, the Wolf King approached Tang Yun's window, regarding him with a tail wagging enthusiastically like a fan. Goodness, are you a wolf or a dog? You are the Wolf King, after all. A modicum of dignity would be appreciated. Tang Yun shook his head in resignation, now accompanied by four mouths. Sigh. He chuckled at his own predicament. Tang Yun reloaded his magazine, opened the door, and glanced at the Wolf King. Black Wolf King, strength, 3 agility, 3 constitution, 3 exclusive skill, growth, as attributes increase. So 2 does size, good heavens, no wonder. All attributes are at 3 points, equivalent to that of 2 adult humans. From now on, I shall call you Old Black. The remaining 2 wolves also approached, wagging their tails. As they neared Tang Yun, they playfully sprawled on the ground, then dashed around excitedly, frolicking like dogs. One of the black wolves bore a resemblance to Li Ronghao, with notably small eyes, earning the name Brother Hao. The other, with large eyes and a round head, exuded cuteness and was a female wolf, hence named Black Sister. Aside from Old Black, the attributes of the other black wolves were all at 2 points. How peculiar that a wolf pack consists of merely 3 wolves. Never mind, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. The zombies in the tavern had been thoroughly eradicated, yielding only 2 treasure chests, a white chest, supplies, and a white chest, mystery box. Goodness, a mystery box. The mystery box is a treasure trove of possibilities. Any item you desire can be obtained with the use of a designated voucher, guaranteeing a successful acquisition. Just as the vehicle customization module was unlocked, Tang Yun decided to utilize a designated voucher to see if he could procure a high-quality module. Please select the designated item. White module. Designated item under review. Module, white. Approved. Wishing you a delightful unboxing experience. I struck gold with a critical hit. Chapter 13, Limited Supply. Thieves never leave empty-handed. Bang. The white treasure chest trembled violently, yet the colors that Tang Yun had anticipated did not materialize. Just as he was about to open the chest, a brilliant light swept across. Congratulations. You have acquired vehicle module. Compression, level 1, 2. Level 1 compression. Reduces items in the vehicle's compartment by 10 to save space. Items will revert to their original size upon leaving the compartment or when actively used. What? Such a module exists. Though Tang Yun can currently transform the vehicle into a card, it requires that the vehicle contains no items. Now, with this module, items within the compartment will shrink slightly. And when they exit the compartment or are used, they will return to their original size, effectively conserving space. Moreover, Tang Yun had obtained 2 of these modules at once. This means the items in the compartment could be reduced by 20. He promptly accessed the vehicle module panel and installed the 2 modules. Module installation complete. Current module count, 220. With 1 white treasure chest, supplies, remaining, Tang Yun struck it directly, feeling something amiss, and discarded it. Bang. The series of actions left the Wolf King astounded. In the tavern, there were no threats left. Wolves possess superior vision, hearing, and smell compared to humans. And Old Black had detected no danger in the vicinity, indicating a lack of peril. Tang Yun led the wolf pack into the tavern, weapon in hand, illuminating the dilapidated surroundings. Everything in sight was in ruins, cobwebs adorned the beams, and the floor was littered with broken wooden tables and benches, as well as a multitude of zombie corpses. Among the decaying bodies, he spotted one that lay amidst them, its chest torn open and innards exposed. The moment the wolves beheld the corpse of the black wolf, they emitted several mournful whimpers. Behind the bar stood a 2-meter-tall liquor cabinet, stocked with scattered beers. Tang Yun approached and casually seized a bottle of beer. Mighty brew, non-alcoholic, grants one strength upon consumption. Repeated use results in immediate death. Goodness. I knew there had to be something valuable here. Anyone who doesn't take it is a fool. The implication of immediate death upon repeated use suggests that one person can only consume a single bottle, ensuring that other players might benefit as well. True to his character, Tang Yun would undoubtedly drink one bottle, then shatter the remaining beers. He would not sell them on the trading platform, for he found it more unbearable to enhance others' attributes than his own. This time, however, Tang Yun collected all the beers, leaving none behind. After counting, he found he had acquired a total of 5 bottles. He consumed one, shared 3 with the wolf pack, and kept 1 in reserve. Now, not only Tang Yun but the entire team experienced a qualitative leap. With a strength of 2, Tang Yun now equated to 3 ordinary men, his physique robust. With rock-hard abs, he was fully capable of wielding dual MP5s. Birum, birum. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed down the street. A pickup truck, its high beams ablaze, was followed closely by a gang of motorcycle riders. So swiftly has a gang emerged? Tang Yun stepped out of the tavern, greeted by the thunderous roar of engines as a truck whizzed by, closely followed by a pack of motorcycle enthusiasts. Resolutely, Tang Yun accessed the world channel and perused the messages. Old one. Ha ha ha. Finally, I have clothes to wear. I've been donning 3 pairs of underwear. Phantom, the motorcycle gang is recruiting. I am Phantom, the party secretary. The initiation fee is merely 2 bottles of water, and the big boss will take you flying. Big brother, the Red Scorpion gang is recruiting. The initiation fee is just 1 bottle of water. We will elevate your status and take you soaring. Phantom, hey, don't steal my recruits. Big brother, damn it. I have a gun. Phantom, I have the looks. Haha, is this for real? Surely. They are just scamming for initiation fees. Not at all. Big brother is quite honorable. We seek no game completion, indifferent to others' fates, only wishing to survive and thrive. Indeed, this is the gang I have longed for. Those fellows with doors on their vehicles are utterly oppressive. I am joining. Big brother, welcome, good brother. We shall await you at the next intersection. Big brother, did you see that, you wench above? Your looks are of no use here. Sister Phantom, I am still under 20, I am young and do not wish to perish. Are you truly a legitimate organization? Haha, this lad is likely underage. Phantom, fear not, little brother. Come to the next intersection, and I shall look after you. All right, I only have a bicycle, so I will arrive a bit later. Phantom, stay safe. Once you arrive, you are family, and I will await you. Big brother? Big brother. He is still but a child. Young man, come to me. I shall grant you free membership and help you grow swiftly. No thanks. One must have integrity. I am off to find my sister. Big brother. Ah, you are so naive it is almost pitiful. Hey, Phantom, take good care of him. Otherwise, I will flatten your gang. Phantom, mind your own business. I did not expect Big brother to be so loyal. I shall join. I shall join too. Tang Yun closed the world channel, uttering a profound remark. The motorcycle gang is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the prospect of even more gangs emerging in a few days. Players who draw the second-tier vehicles are typically the underdogs. Yet should they unite, they could transform into a formidable force. To rally a throng of desire-driven individuals, one must not only possess skill but also adept management. Otherwise, it is akin to inviting wolves into one's home. Tang Yun opened the truck door and was astonished to discover that the items within had indeed shrunk by 20. The space felt considerably more ample. The wolves eagerly leapt into the truck bed. And how Gu and Hei Mei could not resist sniffing around the wild boar meat that Tang Yun had procured. A low growl from Old Black sent the 2 wolves into a state of caution, dissuading any impudent thoughts. Tang Yun entered the driver's seat, noting that the remaining power points allowed for over 20 kilometers of travel. Following the tavern's encounter, he resolved to seek out a bathing center. Tang Yun started the engine and drove straight ahead, while Hao Gu poked his head out of the window, observing Tang Yun's driving. Hao Gu, you reek. If you're following me, refrain from consuming any more zombie meat. Hao Gu seemed to comprehend the situation, retracting his head and deftly shutting the window. If we can locate a bathing center, I shall take you all for a wash. Numerous vehicles were parked along the road. Players without doors could only clear out a room for temporary shelter. A dozen motorcycles sped by Tang Yun, riding in a group, circumventing zombies and scavenging buildings. The external temperature had plummeted to 6 degrees. These reckless motorcycle thieves seemed to disregard their lives. As the vehicles traveled over 30 kilometers, the forests along the roadside vanished, replaced by a series of concrete structures. Among these edifices, a 3-story building caught his eye, its sign proclaiming, "Bathing Center." "We have found it." Several motorcycles were parked outside the bathing center, their headlights illuminating the area below. The leading man was yanking an elderly gentleman by his collar, shouting, "You old fool! Who permitted you to trespass on my territory? I arrived first." The old man retorted with conviction. Tang Yun paused for a moment, his expression momentarily dazed. Was this not the same elderly man who had ridden the electric bike earlier? Remarkably, the old fellow had survived. Chapter 14. How delightful. What do you mean you arrived first? This place belongs to me. By what right? Simply because they all call me Big Brother. I intend for my brothers to stay here overnight. Get lost. Otherwise, I will shoot you. You rascals. How dare you steal from others? What is it to you? Do you even know what a cursed place this is? Fine. I'm leaving. You shall face retribution for this. With that, the old man mounted his electric scooter and sped away. After a few paces, he turned back and caught sight of Tang Yun, who was disembarking from his vehicle with a cigarette in his mouth. Initially, Tang Yun had no intention of getting involved in the trivialities, but his desire to enter the bathhouse was stronger than anyone else's. Having located the establishment, he could not let it slip away easily. The old man observed as Tang Yun opened the trunk of his car and could not help but shake his head. Ah, what is there to quarrel over at a bathhouse? Resorting to bribery for something so trivial, it truly is challenging to accomplish anything these days. Tang Yun closed the trunk and approached the self-proclaimed Big Brother. So, you call yourself Big Brother? Upon hearing this, Big Brother turned, vaguely perceiving a shadow in the darkness, the cigarette glowing in the night. It's me. What is the matter? Are you the one who was recruiting on the World Channel just now? Yes, indeed. What of it? Do you wish to join us? Sorry, we're at capacity. You'll have to find another. No. Tang Yun's words were astonishing. I am claiming this bathhouse. You can leave. Big Brother was momentarily stunned, and everyone erupted into laughter. Kid, you must not grasp the situation. My brothers and I are not to be trifled with. You're killing me. They laughed. You think just because you have a cigarette in your mouth, you're something special? Excitedly, Big Brother exclaimed, Boys, let us kill him and take his vehicle. Tang Yun sighed. I already warned you. I don't wish to linger on this matter. I'm tired and wish to sleep. Tired? We've got a dozen brothers who are tired too. We all want to sleep. Big Brother suddenly drew a handgun and aimed it at Tang Yun. This bathhouse is perfect for us to rest. It's you who should leave. In the next moment, a shadow suddenly darted from the darkness, accompanied by Big Brother's piercing scream. Ah, what is that? The shadow emerged in the beam of the car's headlights, revealing itself to be an enormous black wolf. Everyone was taken aback, including the old man nearby, who continued to munch on his snack, undeterred by the sudden appearance of danger. At the moment Big Brother aimed his gun, the wolf lunged, sinking its teeth into his arm, causing the firearm to clatter to the ground. The surrounding group hesitated for a moment before launching themselves at the wolf with sticks and knives. Just then, 2 more shadows plunged into the fray, biting anyone they encountered, sending everyone scattering in fear. Big Brother writhed on the ground in pain. Tang Yun approached, picked up the gun from the ground, and slowly tucked it into his backpack. He exhaled a smoke ring towards Big Brother's face, calmly stating, I apologize. The wolf understands the truth, so it couldn't hold back. I shall discipline it properly. In the future, it will take an arm for each misdeed. The elder brother shouted and sprang up, mounting his motorcycle, exclaiming, Hurry. Virum. A dozen motorcycle thieves mounted their bikes and sped away as if fleeing for their lives. Tang Yun recognized that this band of thieves possessed some skills, so he chose to spare them for the time being, planning to eliminate them once they had grown complacent. The elderly man next door witnessed the entire scene unfold. Riding back on his electric scooter, he gave Tang Yun a thumbs up and said, Young man, you certainly have a way with things. Wait, do I know you? You must be mistaken, Tang Yun replied, leading his wolf pack into the bathing center. When Black Sister and Brother Hao appeared, the old man was so startled that he fell to the ground. Wolves. 3 wolves. In shock, he spat towards the direction the elder brother had fled, muttering, I knew you would face retribution. Upon entering, Tang Yun noticed a light illuminating the room, which was otherwise quite empty, devoid of even a single zombie. He drew his handgun, discovering that the magazine still contained a few bullets. Fortunately, the ammunition was universal, allowing him to fill the magazine, which boasted a capacity of 20 rounds. Tang Yun detached the flashlight from one of the submachine guns and affixed it to his handgun. At the corner of the staircase, he found a vending machine, its glass coated in dust yet still revealing several remaining beverages within. Bang! A gunshot shattered the glass, and a dozen bottles of spoiled drinks came into view. Tang Yun swiftly stuffed them into his backpack, activating quantum transport to reclaim the vending machine itself. Moreover, the first floor housed a sofa and a counter, which was laden with replacement slippers. Tang Yun meticulously collected everything, acquiring a total of 50 metal pieces, 100 glass shards, 200 rubber scraps, and 50 plastic items. He then ascended to the second floor, which housed a ladies' bathing area, featuring rows of beds, a reasonably sized swimming pool, and metal lockers for changing clothes. Tang Yun gathered all recyclable materials within sight before proceeding to the third floor. The third floor was indeed the men's bathing area. But unlike the women's, this bathing pool was filled with water, and remarkably, it was spring water. As Tang Yun illuminated the area with his flashlight, he noticed a conspicuous sign beside the pool: spring water for enhancing physique, limited supply, one wash only. With a place to bathe and a promise of improved vitality, he felt somewhat guilty about indulging. Nevertheless, he had already disrobed. The wolf pack leaped into the water, and Tang Yun, having scavenged some toiletries from the supermarket, including towels and soap, was now equipped for a proper wash. In this perilous post-apocalyptic environment, with 3 wolves at his side, Tang Yun squinted his eyes and savored the soothing bathing experience. Ah, this is delightful. Don't lick me, brother Hao, go play with Black Sister. An hour swiftly passed. After finishing his wash and changing into a fresh pair of underwear, Tang Yun pulled up his trousers and prepared to leave. Upon reclaiming the materials from the third floor, combined with those from the second, he amassed a total of 300 metal pieces, 100 rubber scraps, and 100 plastic items, along with an additional 50 glass shards from shattering the glass. Tang Yun glanced at his attribute panel: Strength 3, Constitution 1, Agility 1. This indicated that his constitution had surpassed that of an average person by a factor of 2, whether in terms of physical fitness, skin resilience, or regenerative capabilities. His attributes have been elevated to twice that of an ordinary person. The bathing center has been thoroughly scavenged. Tang Yun entered his vehicle and glanced at the time. It was nearly 1 a.m. For the youth, it was nearly time to retire for the night. Staying up late could lead to exhaustion, and the cursed land's significant temperature fluctuations between day and night could easily afflict those with weaker constitutions. With the remaining action points sufficient for a journey of approximately 12 kilometers, Tang Yun promptly activated his vehicle and set off. As the clock struck 1, his vehicle's action points dwindled to 0, and it automatically shut down. He adjusted his seat, reclined, and set an alarm for 2 hours before drifting into slumber. The advantage of an alarm clock became apparent. Without it, he could have lost track of time, potentially sleeping until the novice period concluded. At the intersection along this route, a group of thieves was scheming, shivering in the cold. This cannot stand. A plan must be devised to confront them. Chapter 15. The Hidden Map. The boss, clutching his arm, was being tended to by a few underlings using tattered curtains to dress his wound. Boss, we cannot let this slide. We established the Red Scorpion Gang because we couldn't compete with those who have vehicles. If we still cannot stand against them, then the Red Scorpion has been founded in vain. Exactly. If word of this gets out, we shall have no face left to show. Boss, look, there's someone shouting on the World Channel. Everyone opened the World Channel to see. Wang Fugue, that fellow known as the boss, is absolutely hilarious. I'm nearly laughing my teeth out. What has got you so excited at this late hour? Wang Fugue, that boss keeps claiming he is tough, saying he has a gun and can take care of people, but it's all lies. He nearly lost an arm to someone's wolf dog. What? Are you out of your mind? Where's this wolf dog? Old man, which novel are you reading? I haven't seen anything like that. Wang Fugue, what novel? I don't know. I'm just speaking the truth. I love to speak the truth. Then how do you know he is called boss? Wang Fugue, he literally picked me up. He told me himself. A bunch of unruly youngsters only know how to bully this old man riding an electric donkey. Really? Isn't he supposed to be quite righteous? The biker gang shouldn't have any grievances with the two-wheeled players. Wang Fugue, how would I know? He just told me to scram and pointed a gun at my head. Now look, he has been taken down and his handgun was picked up by someone else. Who took it? I can't recall. I feel like I've seen them somewhere. Perhaps I mistook them. So this so-called boss is just a cyber knight. Who would have thought he'd start bullying the elderly before even finishing his newbie protection period? If I join his Red Scorpion, wouldn't he bully me too? I'm not going. Phantom. Oh dear. My dear boss. Who would have thought you'd end up like this? The house has collapsed, hasn't he it? The Phantom Gang is recruiting. The male-to-female ratio is 1:5, with plenty of beautiful women, first come, first served. The boss shut the World Channel. This old man wouldn't stop talking. He regretted not putting a bullet in him. Boss, he is just an old man. He can't amount to anything. Let us seek revenge and make dog meat out of that kid-ass wolf dog. Treat the brothers to some good food. The boss coldly snorted, "No rush. Let us wait a bit longer. I already have a plan." 2 hours swiftly passed. "Who brought you to my side?" Tang Yun's alarm clock rang, its dual tone echoing through the room. "Ah, the mighty man awakens. Now is not the time for lingering in bed." Turning off the alarm, a dog's head suddenly emerged from behind him. Heimei was eagerly gazing at Tang Yun. In the next moment, Heimei was pushed aside as Hao Gus squeezed in, wagging his tail and licking Tang Yun's face. All right, I got it." Tang Yun crawled into the vehicle, pulling out a machete to slice off 10 pounds of wild boar meat and tossed it to Hao Gu and Heimei. He then cut another 10 pounds for Lao He. In no time, the 3 hungry wolves devoured the food, and Tang Yun subsequently provided each wolf with a bottle of mineral water, giving Lao He an extra bottle. After the wolf pack had their meal, it was finally Tang Yun's turn. He unwrapped a packet of roasted duck, twisted open a bottle of juice, and settled for 2 pieces of bread to make do for his meal, though he had amassed a considerable amount of supplies since the inception of the game. The arrival of the wolf pack rendered these resources utterly insufficient to feed 4 mouths for an entire week. Just the 3 wolves alone required 60 pounds of meat daily, and even that only left them half satisfied. With a sigh after finishing his meal, Tang Yun realized it was time to hunt. The vehicle's power points had replenished by 100, which meant he could travel approximately 100 kilometers. Outside the cabin, the roar of engines filled the air as vehicles zoomed past. Some individuals were still awake, embodying the adage that the early bird gets the worm. No one wished to sit idly by. Tang Yun climbed into the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and turned on the high beams, accelerating forward. The rearview mirror reflected blinding lights. Everyone seemed eager to overtake as much as they could under the cover of night. Were these people not sleeping? With 10 kilometers remaining to the intersection, a patch of dark forest inexplicably appeared at the roadside. Tang Yun decisively halted the vehicle, donned his new mask, and stepped outside. The frigid wind struck him immediately, invigorating him. Could this be real? Upon checking the temperature, he found it was already a mere 3 degrees. No wonder the bike thieves had vanished. In such temperatures, one could hardly survive without succumbing to the cold. Tang Yun retrieved his submachine gun and ventured into the thicket, illuminating his surroundings with a flashlight. The dark green tree trunks resembled elongated shadows, while the black leaves rustled in the wind, creating an eerie atmosphere. As he advanced, the ground beneath his feet became increasingly soft, and he noticed numerous footprints scattered about, leading forward to a graveyard. In the graveyard, several indistinct silhouettes were present. This location had already been claimed by numerous players. The graveyard was modest in size, with about 20 crooked wooden crosses embedded in the clay. The players within were merely circling the graves for a short while before retreating. "Dude, don't bother coming here. There's nothing to find, just freezing to death. I'm out of here." Determined to try his luck, Tang Yun decided to press on. He had lost track of Old Black, but when he finally located it, he found it leading the wolf pack and digging up a mound of earth. "Haven't you had enough to eat?" Tang Yun approached helplessly, noting that the wolves had already excavated a small pit. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a stone tablet hidden within. The tablet featured a central groove, the purpose of which was unclear. At that moment, Old Black led the wolves to another nearby mound, prompting Tang Yun to hurriedly follow suit, brandishing a machete as he joined the excavation team. In less than a minute, Tang Yun unearthed a piece of dry bone, which clutched a red gemstone tightly in its grasp. Standing upright, he drew his pistol and shot the skeletal hand, shattering the bones to retrieve the gemstone. Everyone knew the significance of such a ruby, so Tang Yun promptly turned and inserted it into the groove of the stone tablet. With a thunderous noise, the ground trembled beneath him as if some mechanism had begun to stir into action. Immediately, the stone tablet rose from the graveyard. As it ascended higher, Tang Yun finally discerned that it was not merely a stone tablet, but a descending stone staircase, with the tablet merely obstructing the entrance to the staircase. Congratulations on discovering the hidden map. Hurry and claim your reward. The commotion had drawn the attention of the group of players who were about to depart. Chapter 16. Use your wealth to buy your life. 3 individuals approached, their faces obscured by the hazy night. Tang Yun gestured for his wolf pack to disperse, to avoid arousing suspicion, for he was preparing a scheme. "Hey there, congratulations on discovering the mechanism," the leader exclaimed, initially offering his congratulations, before revealing his true intentions: "A share for everyone, my friend." Tang Yun stepped back in alarm. "What do you intend to do?" The 3 erupted into laughter, their mirth echoing through the darkness. "Fear not, my friend. Though we, the Phantom Party, are not exactly saints, we do have our moral boundaries." "Are you not here to rob me?" Tang Yun asked timidly. "Of course not. Come on, my friend. Just a moment ago, we stumbled upon a mechanism and pressed it. But nothing happened. You were fortunate. It has responded for you." "Press it, you say?" Tang Yun thought to himself, though he replied, "Oh, I see. Thus, this treasure must be divided among us. That cannot be. I require a larger share," Tang Yun asserted resolutely. "What?" The leader's rough voice boomed. "Are you negotiating with us?" Tang Yun quickly shook his head. No. What I mean is, I dare not descend. Therefore, my request for a larger share means you assist me in retrieving the treasure, and I shall reward you with a portion." "Oh, I see." Upon hearing this, the three men beamed with delight. "You are too timid, my friend. Leave it to us." Tang Yun quickly stepped aside, willingly allowing them access to the treasure behind him. I shall wait here for your return. You won't leave me here, will you? It's rather frightening." "Ah, fear not, my friend. Integrity is the core principle of our Phantom Party." "Wonderful. Now I can rest easy. Do you happen to be recruiting members?" Tang Yun inquired. "Not at the moment." "Why not? There are only 3 of you. After all," Tang Yun feigned ignorance. "Ha, only 3 of us. We have more than 30 brothers. Each one a talent. Eloquent in speech. I absolutely adore the Phantom Party." "So it was that the Phantom Party boasted over 30 members. Well then, make haste and return swiftly. I believe I heard the howl of wild wolves." "Don't frighten yourself, my friend," another man whispered in his ear. "Third brother, stop wasting time with him. We must enter quickly. If the Red Scorpion's men see us, it will be dire." "How many does the Red Scorpion have?" "They are currently recruiting, claiming it's free to join." "Goodness. Let us hurry inside." Tang Yun watched as the 3 descended the stone staircase, a faint smile curling on his lips. The previous game prompt had merely stated, "Congratulations on discovering a hidden map. Hurry to claim your reward." But there was more to it. The ruins are fraught with danger. Remain vigilant while searching for treasure. He had no desire to heed the latter warning. While awaiting the return of the 3, Tang Yun opened the trading platform and began browsing, astonished to find that 10 bottles of sewage only required 1 star stone. Tang Yun, with a spirit of experimentation, proactively added the seller as a friend and engaged in a dialogue, resulting in the seller genuinely agreeing to gift him an additional 10 bottles of spoiled beverages. "Tang Yun, pray tell, what is the purpose of hoarding so many spoiled drinks?" "Maying. I merely wanted to see if anyone would purchase them, but alas. After hanging around for ages, no inquiries came my way. Thankfully, you appeared." "Thank you, brother." Tang Yun. "No need for thanks. We are friends." Tang Yun. "Should you come across any more spoiled items in the future, feel free to sell them to me. I shall take them all." Maying. "Really? All right. Brother, I shall consult with my younger siblings. Such a lucrative opportunity should not go to waste." Tang Yun. "Indeed. Hurry and ask. I am awaiting your response with great urgency." Maying. "Okay. Indeed, this seller is none other than Maying, the secretary of the Maying faction. Though she claims to be merely a secretary, Tang Yun suspects she is likely the leader of the faction." Maying. "Sister has returned. Is brother still around?" Tang Yun. "What news?" Maying. 2 boxes of ham sausages, 1 box of fizzy drinks, 200 pounds of pork, 30 pounds of vegetables, 3 boxes of bread, 5 boxes of fruit, 2 boxes of fried chicken, 5 boxes of mineral water, and 5 boxes of milk. Maying. "All of it is spoiled. This is the extent of my collection for now. By the way, brother, do you accept expired medications?" Tang Yun. "I could not desire more." Maying. "Consuming expired medicine could prove fatal, you know." Tang Yun. "One must take risks. A bicycle could become a motorcycle." Maying. "All right, fair enough. Aha. Let me tally them up." Maying. 3 boxes of cold medicine, 2 boxes of fever reducers, 1 box of vitamins, 2 boxes of antibiotics, and 2 boxes of stomach medication. This is all I have for now." Tang Yun. "List them all." Maying. "Very well, brother. I am immensely grateful for your support. Sister cannot express her gratitude enough. For this price, adding it all together, along with the previous 20 bottles of water, you could settle it all for 100 star stones. I also need to share this sum with my brothers." Tang Yun had cleverly maneuvered the situation. Tang Yun. "Sounds good." Maying. "Oh, thank you, big brother. You are truly generous." Tang Yun. "Wait, I find myself short on funds. Perhaps we should postpone until I gather enough money." Maying. "No, sister fears big brother might change his mind. I truly wish to engage in this business." "So how much do you currently possess?" Tang Yun. "Just over 50 star stones." Maying. "Oh, big brother is quite wealthy. How about this? Time is on our side. It's not easy for you to earn money, so sister will offer you a 50% discount." Tang Yun. "That would be immensely appreciated." Maying. "Oh, big brother, do not mention it. We are friends." A smile stretched across Tang Yun's face, reaching his ears. Thus, the total price for all items, including the medications, amounted to 50, which Tang Yun sorrowfully accepted. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the ruins. "Oh, third brother, I'm done playing. With man-eating spiders and self-destructive zombies, I want to go home. Moments later, the sound of footsteps on stone steps was heard as a boy in yellow clothing ascended the steps, only to find a gleaming knife pressed against his throat. Tang Yun calmly stated, "This is a robbery." "Brother, what do you mean by this?" "What do you mean? Can't you see? It's a robbery." Tang Yun, with a swift motion, plunged the knife into the man's chest. The man, writhing on the ground in agony, gritted his teeth in pain. Realizing that Tang Yun was not jesting, he pleaded for mercy, saying, "Brother, spare me this once. It was third brother who coerced me into this. I shall never be greedy again. What does your future hold for me? I desire only money." "I have no money, brother." "No money? Then I shall take your life." "No, please, don't. I have it. I have it." The man hastily unzipped his backpack, only to thrust a gleaming dagger towards Tang Yun's head. With a swift motion, the blade fell, and the man screamed as his arm, holding the knife, was severed in two. "Ah, my arm, my arm. Pay up," Tang Yun stated calmly. "With your money, you may buy your life." Chapter 17. A loss that turned into a gain, equivalent to getting something for nothing. "I concede. I concede. Good sir. My life is of little worth. Can you not reduce the amount?" "Very well, 20 star stones, and I shall leave immediately. Can you not lower it further?" "I truly do not possess that much." 25. "No, no, no. 20 will suffice." The man gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine. I shall give it. However, I only possess 20. I will compensate the remaining 5 with supplies." "That is acceptable." Tang Yun received 20 star stones and a bottle of water. "Brother, a single bottle of water already fetches a market price of 5 star stones. That is inconceivable. To me, a bottle of water is worth at most 1 coin. What else do you have? Any spoiled goods? Moldy items?" "Indeed, I have some." Tang Yun acquired 2 pounds of wilted vegetable leaves, 10 pounds of rotten beef, and 20 fowl eggs. "This is all I have, brother. It is all yours." These items would not even sell for a single coin in the market. "What do you propose then?" "I require 200 metals, 200 rubber, 200 glass, and 200 plastic." "Very well. I shall provide." Tang Yun accepted the goods and allowed the man to leave. "Be gone." "Thank you, brother. Thank you." The man hurriedly got to his feet and soon vanished from Tang Yun's sight. "Yes, I have robbed him, and he still expresses gratitude. This sensation is utterly exhilarating." Before long, sounds emerged from the entrance of the ruins, the flashlight flickering. "Damn it, how did I end up lost while walking? Ah, excellent. An exit. When third brother emerges, I shall claim my flashlight has run out of battery." In the next moment, a figure clad in red emerged from the stone steps. Before he could brush off the dust from his clothes, Tang Yun swiftly delivered a punch to the man's abdomen. Ugh! The man in red felt as if his belly had been punctured, collapsing to the ground. After several seconds, he managed to utter, "Damn it." Tang Yun followed up with a kick, sending the man sprawling. "Hey, are you dead?" Tang Yun questioned calmly as he lit a cigarette. The man remained silent, prompting Tang Yun to draw his machete and slice into the man's thigh. "Ah!" The man screamed, no longer feigning death. "What do you want?" "I have no money left. I merely wish to borrow some." "You wouldn't deny your comrade, would you?" "Is it you?" "You are not." "Damn it. I concede." To Tang Yun's surprise, the man quickly surrendered. Without hesitation, he demanded 50. Too little. The man, astonished, seemed to forget his pain. 50. "I want 50 star stones." "None. Your life is forfeit." Tang Yun brandished his knife near the man's neck, causing him to shout in terror, I have. Brother. I was merely jesting." Thus, the man promptly provided Tang Yun with 50 star stones. Tang Yun was about to let him go when he discovered the man possessed even more wealth. He then audaciously declared, "Your teammate still owes me 25. He claimed you would cover it. He owes you money. You should confront him. I hardly know him." "Oh, come on. You paid for him. We're all friends here. What a bother. If I settle this debt for you, will you let me go?" "Yes, I will." "Good. One must uphold integrity." Thus, the man handed Tang Yun $25. "Can I leave now?" "Suddenly, I feel a bit parched. Do you have any water? By the way, I'm still a bit hungry. Could you possibly bring me some beer and barbecued meat?" "What a bother. One must uphold integrity, my friend. Integrity is a core principle. Integrity is the fundamental tenet of your party. I am not affiliated with the Phantom Party." "Fine. I shall give it." The man provided Tang Yun with a bottle of water, 2 pieces of bread, and a pack of roasted duck. "This is all my prized possession. Can I leave now?" "Wait a moment. What a bother. My friend, I have never submitted to anyone. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. This is my final condition. I require 300 metals, 300 rubbers, 300 glasses, and 300 plastics." "All right. I will provide. May I depart now?" "Do you have?" "No, there is nothing left." "You must let me finish my statement." "Go ahead." Do you possess any spoiled or moldy food or water? Are you certain this is your final request? Absolutely. I will give you everything. Tang Yun received 1 pound of moldy radishes, 1 pound of cabbage, 1 pound of tomatoes, 10 pounds of rotten lamb, and 5 stinking eggs. Very well, you may leave. Thank you, my friend. The man got up, clutching his stomach, and leaned against a tree as he walked away. The last individual, known as Brother San, decided not to wait any longer. He whistled, and a pack of wolves immediately dashed forth. He then stepped onto the stone steps and entered the ruins. He drew his pistol, activated his flashlight, and advanced along the stone walls. After walking about 10 meters, he discovered that the walls transformed into a series of stone doors, which were ajar, with the ground littered with spiders larger than palms. Tang Yun examined the area and found no immediate danger. All traps had been triggered, and the spikes on the ground and steel needles above had already fallen. Soon, he reached the end of the first segment, where a right turn revealed patches of decaying flesh, as if some putrid creature had exploded in this spot. At the end of the path stood a small wooden door. With the spike trap at the entrance already triggered, a sneaker impaled on one of the spikes. Tang Yun stepped over the spike trap and entered the room, revealing a relatively spacious area from which footsteps could be heard on the right. As Tang Yun turned, a corpulent zombie lunged at him. Without hesitation, Tang Yun fired, and 5 bullets shattered its skull. Boom! Its hefty body collapsed, but the next moment, bang! A tremendous explosion erupted from its body. Flesh and blood scattered, filling the air with a putrid stench. This space marked the end of the ruins, yet he still had not found the individual known as Brother San. The old man shouted towards the door, prompting Tang Yun to approach and close it. To his astonishment, he discovered a man pinned behind the door. Leaning in for a closer look, he noticed the man's right foot was severely injured. Suddenly, the man seized Tang Yun's shoulder and pleaded, "Help me." It was indeed the fellow known as Brother San. Tang Yun pried his hand away, but in the next moment, the man's head drooped, and he succumbed to death. A torrent of items erupted from the man's body. Such greed must surely exact a price. With the cautionary tales of these 3 individuals, Tang Yun gained a deeper understanding of the ruins, equipping him with invaluable experience for future explorations. With tears in his eyes, Tang Yun rummaged through the spoils: 45 star stones, 3 bottles of water, 5 loaves of bread, and 3 packets of chips. In addition to the food, he also retrieved various necessities, including 300 metal, 500 glass, 200 rubber, and 300 plastic. Just enough to upgrade his vehicle to the next level. Chapter 18. Such intense pressure. Have you never been with a woman? Tang Yun momentarily set aside the matter of upgrading his vehicle, as accessing the vehicle panel required entering the driver's seat. Now, at the very end of the ruins, all the monsters had been vanquished, yet the ultimate reward remained unclaimed. With his flashlight, he illuminated the area and discovered a green treasure chest hidden beneath a loose stone slab in the corner. Goodness, what a find! He exclaimed. But should he risk a critical hit? What if it shattered, leaving him with nothing? Ah, what the hell? If it breaks, it breaks. I've already had a fruitful night. He struck the chest with fervor. The green chest trembled violently. One might mistake it for a treasure chest monster. Then, with a resounding pop, the chest burst open, illuminating the world with a brilliant purple light. Well, it didn't break after all. He opened the chest to reveal a pair of grappling gauntlets. Grappling gauntlets, description: capable of firing grappling hooks as well as serving as protective gear, providing you with a unique gaming experience. Number of grappling hooks, 200. This means that the gauntlets can launch a limited number of grappling hooks, but 200 should suffice for quite a while. Elated, Tang Yun exited the ruins, and upon looking up, he spotted several motorcycles traversing the dark forest, their high beams piercing through the trees. They were alarmingly close, and he could vaguely overhear their conversation. "Magia, I heard from those 2 brothers that the kid is right here. Search for him. I want him alive. That little brat. How dare he touch my people? Does he think the Shadow Clan is a joke? I won't let this go without bloodshed. Search for him. If he dares to run, we'll break his legs. Yes, Magia, you have such an incredible figure. Your charisma is unmatched. Joining the Shadow Clan must be wonderful. Shut up. Yes. By the way, Xiao Mo, stick with your sister and don't wander off. Got it, sister. Xiao Mo is still young. Take good care of him. Yes." Tang Yun shook his head in exasperation. This woman was incessantly chattering. If he wanted to run, he would have done so long ago. Today, however, he was determined to create some excitement. "Help! Help!" Tang Yun shouted as he charged forward, his target clear. He would run towards the woman with the most alluring figure. As he yelled, chaos ensued among the group. "Don't move." A woman's sharp reprimand echoed, her voice unmistakably human, not ghostly. In the next moment, Tang Yun leapt onto the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around the woman. "Help! An old man is trying to rob me." He wants to assault me. What? Where? The woman's reaction was noticeably delayed, as Tang Yun had referred to an old man rather than simply someone. This subtle implication led some to perceive him as trustworthy. Particularly one woman. Tang Yun thought to himself that this woman, called Mei Jie, indeed had a stunning figure, with a defined waist and ample curves. After a few playful touches, he pointed towards the graveyard behind him and said, "Over there, beneath the tomb. I witnessed with my own eyes as he committed murder, nailing the victim to the door. Once he discovered my presence, he resorted to extortion. Can you believe such a thing?" A chilling howl pierced the air, sending shivers through the entire forest. Panic ensued, and everyone hurriedly switched on their low beams. Ah, a wolf. A great gray wolf. Amidst the chaos, Tang Yun seized the moment to grope at Sister Mei, this time with even greater force, intending to convey a powerful message. She had been deceived. Tang Yun fled with all his might. Sister Mei, realizing too late, exclaimed, "Damn it, you little brat. Stop right there. Sister Mei, there's a wolf. A huge black wolf. We must run." Sister Mei understood the folly of losing more lives for the sake of a few brothers, and with a commanding shout, she ordered, "Retreat. Quickly. Be careful not to collide with the trees while turning." Understood. In the midst of their retreat, Tang Yun's extraordinary agility allowed him to swiftly escape the thicket. He leaped into the vehicle's cargo area, with the wolf pack closely following, and hastily shut the door, remembering to close the small window leading to the driver's cabin as well. After completing these tasks, he illuminated the interior with a flashlight, placing all the supplies from his backpack into the cargo area. Expired water and spoiled food instantly transformed into the freshest provisions upon entering. Meanwhile, a loud roar of engines echoed from a distance as a group of bikers burst forth from the woods. A woman's voice rang out, "Search this stretch of road. That kid can't have gone far." "Yes." The group began tapping on the windows of nearby vehicles. "What is going on? Do you need something?" "I was just sleeping." "Sister Mei, the voice doesn't match. It's not that kid. Let us move on to the next one." Before long, this gang arrived at Tang Yun's window, first exclaiming, "Wow, a medium-sized truck? An off-road model. This is a refrigerated vehicle. Haven't you seen one before?" "Enough chatter. Quickly check if there's anyone inside." "All right, Sister Mei." Hearing the knocks on his window, Tang Yun remained silent, reclining in the cargo area and savoring the sensations from earlier. "Sister Mei, there is no one inside." "Are you sure? Did you see clearly?" "I did." "Let us move on." "Yes." "Sister Mei, my hands are frozen. Could you warm them up for me?" "Stick them in your pants." "Fine." As Sister Mei passed by Tang Yun's cargo area, she softly remarked, "Damn. Such rough handling. Haven't you ever been with a woman?" At that moment, Tang Yun felt his dignity severely insulted and was ready to open the cargo door to demonstrate the terrifying power of 3. However, wanting to avoid unnecessary trouble, he refrained. Yet, Sister Mei's words lingered in his mind. As Sister Mei departed, she cast one last glance at Tang Yun's vehicle, muttering, "An off-road refrigerated truck. Sounds somewhat familiar. I need to find a way to get such a person to join the Phantom." Once the Phantom gang had moved on, Tang Yun assessed his spoils. These numerous large and small boxes totaled nearly 35, filling almost half the cargo area. Moreover, Tang Yun arranged the boxes on either side of the carriage, leaving a narrow corridor in the center, thus preventing the dogs from feeling cramped and allowing him easier access to the carriage. As he patted the 3 black wolves, he was pleasantly surprised to discover their talent for treasure hunting. "Come, here is your reward." Tang Yun sliced off 20 pounds of pork and distributed 4 bottles of water among the 3 wolves. Observing them devour their feast, he suddenly realized that the Wolf King, Old Black, seemed to have grown even larger. It was as if he could barely fit. Tang Yun shook his head in resignation before climbing into the driver's seat and opening the vehicle attribute interface. Current level, 2 fuel consumption, 1. For power points km current power points, 88 140 maximum speed, 140 kilometers h durability, 140 space increase. For cubic meters materials required for next upgrade, metal, 50-4500 rubber, 20-1500 plastic, 50-1500 glass, 120-1500 star stone. 560-40 Chapter 19. The Tunnel of Despair? How desperate is it? Tang Yun allocated the single upgrade point he received to enhance the tire armor, resulting in a remarkable 30 increase in hardness. Ordinary bumps would scarcely damage the tires. He then invested another point into agility, striving to become the fastest and strongest man. At that moment, his friend, Skateboard Kid, sent him a message. "Tang, would you like to join my family? You, a skateboarder, have a family." "Oh, haven't you heard? This family is simply a group of friends." "All right, what are you trying to say?" "There are quite a few members. Perhaps you might need something. Like those blind box treasure chests. Once you join, you can directly inquire with them." "Can I just ask in the World Channel?" "Last time, You asked me to inquire, so I guess that Brother Tang is someone who prefers to stay low-key, which is why he established a family. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond one's own. Being too ostentatious can lead to dire consequences, especially after the novice period ends. Tang Yun merely wished to remain inconspicuous. You created it? Yes, Brother Tang. If anyone displeases you, I'll kick them out. All right, add me in. Tang Yun was added to a group chat named A Family of Love and Rivalry. Without further ado, he inquired, is there any blind box treasure chest? Old Wong, oh, little brother, you're still awake. Come over and warm my bed. Skateboard kid. Brother Tang, should we kick him out? Old Wong, hey. I was just joking. Little brother, why do you want a blind box? Those things can even yield undergarments. The prizes are far too random. Tang Yun, if there aren't any, that's fine. If there are, I'll start at 20 star stones. Just send me the link. Old Wong, no way. So you're the one collecting blind boxes. Incredible. Today's youth are something else. Cracked egg. Big shot. I worship you. You must be the one they say is foolish and wealthy, huh? Skateboard kid. How do you even speak? Humorous guy. I wonder how someone so wealthy developed. Do you have any secrets? Big shot? Wee. Brother Tang Yun, I have an equipment treasure chest here. Do you want it? It's white. Upon hearing this, the group of men erupted in a ruckus. Old Wong, white? What white? Is it the one you're wearing? Wee. Get lost, you scoundrel. Old Wong. Oh, that felt good. Being scolded feels refreshing. Cracked egg. Oh no. The sister scolded me. Wee. You too. Get lost. Cracked egg. Ouch. Tang Yun. How many do you want? Wee, huh? You really want it? Humorous guy. Oh dear, if she wants it, just give it to her. The innocent Wee replied. Wee. Well, I only want 10 star stones. Is that okay, Brother Tang Yun? Old Wong. 10 at once? That's too expensive. What kind of hole is this? Old Wong has been muted by the group owner for 1 minute. Tang Yun. Okay, let us proceed with the trade. Wee, really? Great, I'll initiate the trade. Wee initiated a trade, placing a white treasure chest, equipment, in her inventory. Tang Yun, in turn, placed 10 star stones in his own inventory, eagerly awaiting Hui's acceptance of the trade. However, after a few moments of silence, Wee added an orange to her inventory before finally confirming the trade. This girl still feels indebted to me. Tang Yun peeled the orange, savoring its sweet and juicy flavor, and casually delivered a critical hit to the equipment chest. Bang! Just as he was enjoying the orange, a burst of golden light nearly blinded him. What on earth? A fortune chest bestowed by the goddess of luck. Golden treasures awaited. Upon opening the chest, a golden ring sprang forth, crafted from pure gold and adorned with a ruby the size of a pinky nail. Ring of containment. Description. It appears to hold great value. But in reality, it is indeed valuable. You can use this ring to contain your pets. Incredible! This is precisely what I need. Tang Yun swiftly donned the ring on his left hand, turning around to extend his hand toward the pack of wolves, which were promptly absorbed into the ring. With a mere thought, the pack reappeared in the carriage. Excellent. This will make pet care much more convenient. Family channel. Tang Yun. Wee, do you drink cola? Old Wong. Young brother, are you being so kind to her because you fancy her? Old Wong has been muted by the group leader for 1 minute. Wee. Huh? How could I? No, I don't drink. Tang Yun directly opened a trade and gifted Wee a bottle of cola. Wee, thank you, Brother Tang Yun. Wee, it's delicious. So sweet. Old Wong. I missed you dearly in just a few seconds. Old Wong has been muted by the group leader for 1 minute, unexpectedly. Engaging in the family group chat yielded such delightful rewards. Tang Yun activated his vehicle, joyfully setting off. He drove straight until he reached an intersection. Going straight. Increases game progress. Left turn. Does not increase game progress. Triggers random events. Event keywords. Environment. Weather. Right turn. Does not increase game progress. Triggers random events. Event keywords. Building. Environment. Competition. What does competition mean? It must be more interesting than nothing, so I shall turn right. Tang Yun turned the steering wheel, and his vehicle passed a streetlight as it entered the fork in the road. Welcome to the Tunnel of Despair. Ahead of you are 3 tunnels to choose from. Randomly appearing are safety doors, hidden walls, with unknowns behind the safety doors and treasure chests behind the hidden walls. The number of safety doors varies among the tunnels. May fortune favor you. Huh? Does competition mean racing for doors? How pointless. Tang Yun chose the central tunnel. Suddenly, the rearview mirror reflected a blinding white light as a gang of motorcycle thieves swiftly caught up and overtook him. Leading the pack was a woman with flowing long hair, a slender waist, and alluring curves. She donned a fitted leather jacket on her upper body, snug jeans, and black ankle boots below. Wow, the Phantom Lady is well equipped. Where did she scavenge such gear? Nevertheless, in temperatures ranging from 3 to 4 degrees, this attire proved inadequate against the biting chill of the wind. Fortunately, it was not long before the group of bikers came to a halt by the roadside. Tang Yun initially believed they merely sought to warm themselves. However, to his astonishment, several young women dashed into the middle of the road, waving their hands in an attempt to hail a passing vehicle. Chapter 20. The Gate of Rules. What is happening here? Are you out of your mind? Tang Yun had no choice but to pull over to the side. A woman with a fair complexion and a prominent nose walked past the front of Tang Yun's car. She crossed her arms and hunched over, approaching Tang Yun's window, inquiring, 30-1, hurry, hurry, hurry. Upon hearing her voice, Tang Yun recognized her as the flirtatious Shadow. Just as he was about to respond, fearing that his voice might reveal his identity, he remained silent, turned off the engine, stowed away the wolf pack, and cautiously exited the vehicle with a pistol in hand. There's no need to be so tense. We mean no harm, at least not right now. Tang Yun still said nothing. What's wrong with you? Oh, it's like this. To open this security gate, we need 30 players. 2 of my people are injured, 1 is dead, and 3 have left, leaving us just 1 short. Tang Yun nodded, gesturing with his hands in a manner that even he did not comprehend, in order to avoid arousing suspicion. Shadow's expression shifted from bewilderment to understanding. Oh, I see, my apologies, I didn't realize, as she mistakenly assumed Tang Yun was mute. Tang Yun squinted and smiled. Hey, what a coincidence. Is this your car? Tang Yun nodded. I knocked on your window earlier, but you weren't in the car. Never mind. Let us enter the instance. It turned out that each security gate was akin to an instance, and no one knew the specific environment or conditions within. However, Shadow implied that this instance required at least 30 players to commence. Tang Yun followed Shadow to the security gate, where a circle of motorcycle thieves stared at him with various expressions, some envious, some jealous, some malicious, some benevolent, and a few were even gaping in infatuation. Before entering the instance, Shadow spoke up, "This brother is mute. Let us be understanding." Upon hearing this, the gazes of all present transformed into kindness. Tang Yun pretended not to understand, simply smiling and nodding in response. Suddenly, a young woman dashed up to Tang Yun and shouted in his ear, "Can I have my way with you?" Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such an outrageous request. Moreover, her voice was deafening, nearly leaving him truly deafened. "All right, let us prepare ourselves," Shadow announced. "Everyone, place your hands on the doors so the system can confirm the number of players." Tang Yun complied, and with the numbers sufficient, the security gate illuminated with a white light, prompting everyone to release their hands. The Gate of Rules has been opened. As all 30 entered through the gate, it suddenly shut behind them, startling everyone. "What if we can't get out?" someone exclaimed. "Don't be ridiculous," Shadow scolded. In the next moment, a series of spacious rooms materialized before them, appearing on either side of the crowd, with a wider corridor in between. These rooms included bathrooms, bedrooms, kitchens, laundry rooms, and even showers. Every conceivable type of room was present. Welcome to the endless rooms of the Gate of Rules. The rules are as follows. Please ensure that all faucets within sight are turned off. Each faucet will earn you 1 point. The participant with the highest points will receive a random reward from a selection of 3. The second-place participant will receive a random reward from a choice of 2. And the third-place participant will receive a random reward from a single option. The infinite room has no end. Supplies within refresh randomly. The game has a countdown of 1 hour and will commence in 10 seconds. Attention! The door may hold surprises, so proceed with caution. The Door of Rules? The infinite room? Faucets. With so many participants, I might as well give up. After all, supplies will refresh randomly, so I'll just scavenge for resources. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Faucets have randomly refreshed. The game begins. Splash. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water reverberated around. Everyone rushed into the adjacent rooms to search for faucets. Taking advantage of their distraction, Tang Yun sprinted ahead. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he left everyone behind. The corridor and the rooms on either side continuously refreshed, seemingly endless. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Tang Yun released his companions. Blackie, Hao Ge, and Black Girl. The senses of wolves far surpass those of humans. Listen closely. Turning off the faucets can be done with claws or mouths. If thirsty, they can drink a bit as well. Regardless, I must secure first place. Tang Yun's reasoning was straightforward. If each individual turning off a faucet earns 1 point, then having his pet's assistant turning them off should accumulate all points to his tally. The wolf pack, undeterred by the complexities, rushed forward upon hearing the task and the promise of fresh water, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, swiftly locating and shutting off several faucets. Without a points panel, Tang Yun could not discern whether the points were credited to him, since his pets were assisting in closing the faucets. He could focus solely on scavenging. As for the rewards, what could they possibly offer? 3 white treasure chests, perhaps? With that thought, Tang Yun ventured into a restroom. Upon opening the door, he was met with the surprise of zombies. Reacting swiftly, he drew his blade and cleanly severed a zombie's head. Searching the room yielded a packet of biscuits. Exiting the restroom, he proceeded to the opposite bathroom, where he found a faucet already turned off, possibly by Blackie or someone else. Tang Yun continued forward, discovering that every door he approached had been opened by the wolf pack, with even the surprises within being dispatched one by one. There were no opportunities to turn off faucets, and even the chance to confront fear was denied to me. For the first time, Tang Yun felt propelled by the wolf pack, trailing behind them as they scavenged. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and Tang Yun had gathered a considerable amount of supplies. Even unearthing several outfits from a wardrobe, which he stowed in his backpack to examine later. Time raced on, and soon only 10 minutes remained. A voice from behind called out, "How are you so fast? We can hardly see you anymore. Could you leave us some supplies?" Upon finishing his statement, the Phantom found himself both amused and exasperated, momentarily forgetting that he was unheard. Tang Yun had immersed himself in the procurement of resources to the point of oblivion. Time swiftly dwindled, leaving only a few final seconds. In addition to the supplies, Tang Yun astonishingly stumbled upon previously unseen items, which he hastily stowed away in his backpack to examine later when time permitted. Game countdown. Last 5 seconds, 3 seconds, game over. All participants transported back to the starting point. Tang Yun quickly recalled the wolf pack, and in the next instant, he was teleported to the departure point. Scoreboard activated. Announcing the results of the competition, the top 3 competitors in this round are Old Black, Black Sister, and Brother How. What the hell? There are indeed experts. Not just them, but Tang Yun was utterly astonished. Who are these 3? He couldn't recall them being part of our Phantom team at all. The Phantom furrowed his brow. Chapter 21. The Dark Dungeon. Amidst the lively chatter of the crowd, no one noticed the quiet figure of Tang Yun in the corner. Rewards are being distributed. Your pet has received a reward, which you may claim on its behalf. Congratulations on securing the first place reward. A random selection of 3 from 3. Tang Yun received Material Pack 1, Tire Armor Module 1, and Wrench 1. Congratulations on securing the second place reward. A random selection of 2 from 3. Tang Yun chose the first 2 from Leather Gloves 1, Modification Voucher 1, and Cola 3. Congratulations on securing the third place reward. A random selection of 1 from 3. Tang Yun selected the unfamiliar item from the 2 material rewards. Kidney Vitality Drink. Kidney Vitality Drink? Such a thing exists. Kidney Vitality Drink revitalizes the mind and alleviates fatigue, so it's a legitimate beverage. Just as Tang Yun finished selecting his rewards, the Phantom approached and punched him lightly on the arm, saying, "What has the use of running so fast if you still get robbed by others?" Tang Yun merely smiled in silence. "Oh well. You won't hear what I have to say anyway." The Phantom pointed at the names on the scoreboard and then gestured to his own eyes, asking if Tang Yun knew those 3 individuals. Tang Yun shook his head. The Phantom was taken aback. Was it truly so easy to communicate with a mute? At that moment, a car thief wearing a cap suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Phantom, I just did a head count, and no one called Old Black, nor Black Sister, or Brother How. How strange." Suddenly, the security door swung open, and Tang Yun realized that if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. He quickly slipped out, climbed into the driver's seat, and sped off with a flourish. The tunnel stretched on endlessly, and aside from a few wandering zombies, there were no obstacles in sight. Many players had parked their vehicles by the roadside to rest. Having only slept for 2 hours, it was now 5:30 in the morning, and he began to feel drowsy. The insidious nature of this game was becoming evident as it gradually drained the player's energy. If one did not rest on time, their biological clock would be thrown into disarray, inevitably leading to physical and mental exhaustion. He possessed a bottle of the fatigue-relieving Kidney Vitality Drink, but Tang Yun chose not to use it. Instead, he lit a cigarette and took a deep, epic drag. Revitalized, he cracked open the window halfway, and a refreshing breeze rushed in, causing him to inhale sharply. Refreshing. Suddenly, the rearview mirror illuminated with blinding light. Tang Yun initially thought the car thief had caught up to him, only to discover that the vehicle was equipped with 2 headlights, resembling a large truck. Beep. The sound of a horn echoed throughout the tunnel, confirming it was indeed a truck. The driver honked to signal Tang Yun to yield. The tunnel was relatively spacious, and Tang Yun was not obstructing anyone's path. Beep. Another ear-splitting horn blared. Tang Yun snorted, unwilling to indulge such a bad habit. Thus, he pressed the accelerator, and vroom. The speed surged to 130 miles per hour. In the blink of an eye, the large truck was left far behind. Initially believing this ordeal had concluded, Tang Yun was taken aback as a cluster of headlights suddenly illuminated behind a large truck. accompanied by the thunderous roar of engines. Several motorcycles gradually closed in on him. Mere seconds later, on his right side, a group of thieves wielding stones aimed to smash his car window. Road rage, perhaps? Thieves on motorcycles, indeed. Engaging in a coordinated attack, they seemed to think themselves invincible. Tang Yun rolled down his window, brandished his MP5, and unleashed a volley of shots. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Following the barrage, the thieves lost their balance and crashed violently against a wall, at speeds exceeding 130 kilometers per hour. Such an impact would surely propel anyone to their demise. As the thieves fell, the large truck behind came to a halt. Through the rearview mirror, Tang Yun discerned that the truck's headlights had been extinguished, clearly indicating that the driver had disembarked to assess the injuries of his companions. In the blink of an eye, they had covered 20 kilometers, and the volume of vehicles within the tunnel suddenly increased, with some even halted in the tunnel's center. These vehicles included cars, motorcycles, small trucks, and even a bus. Upon closer inspection, he realized a group of individuals was embroiled in a dispute over a security door. After such a long journey, encountering a security door was a rare opportunity that Tang Yun could not ignore. Thus, he chambered around and exited his vehicle. Surrounding the security door were about a dozen individuals, both men and women, shivering from the cold yet chattering animatedly. After observing for a moment, Tang Yun grasped the situation. The security door limited entry to 10 players, yet they numbered 11. I arrived first. You should leave. You little brat. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. I'm a head taller than you. What right do you have to speak to me? The two exchanged heated words before engaging in a brawl that escalated from the security door to the center of the road. With an expression of indifference, Tang Yun approached the security door and declared, "Come, place your hands on the door. We are about to enter the dungeon." Hesitant at first, the crowd complied and placed their hands upon the door, eager to proceed without further delay, as they were now of the perfect number. Suddenly, the security door illuminated with a brilliant white light, displaying "Dark Dungeon." In the next instant, the door swung open, and Tang Yun stepped inside, followed hastily by the others, who were shivering from the cold. Welcome to the Dark Dungeon, filled with traps and unknown cells. Game introduction. Each player receives a torch. As long as the torch is held, traps will not activate. If the torch falls or extinguishes, please accept your fate. Gold coins will randomly spawn within the dungeon, and torches will also refresh at random. Note: 1. Gold coins can be obtained by defeating monsters. 2. Torches are rarer than gold coins. Game duration: 30 minutes. Upon conclusion, players can exchange all accumulated gold coins for rewards at the starting point, and trading among players is permitted. The torch has been added to the player's inventory. The game will commence in 10 seconds. Oh my, are torches truly that vital? Without them, how will I discern the traps? A petite fairy exclaimed. Such perilous circumstances. Had I known, I would have abstained from coming. An elder brother's expression was fraught with anxiety. Tang Yun glanced at the torch in his hand. Torch description: provides illumination. Within the radius of light, the activation of traps is restricted. Brightness: 1010, decreases by 1 point per minute. When brightness reaches 0, the torch extinguishes. Game countdown: 3, 2, 1. Game commences. Boom. The entire scene was suddenly engulfed in darkness, with only the faint orange glow of the torch illuminating the surroundings. Before the group stood 3 wooden doors, indicating 3 possible entrances. Tang Yun noted that the brightness of the torch had already diminished by 1 point. Lingering was no longer an option. With a swift motion, he flung open the leftmost wooden door and charged into the dungeon. Chapter 22. Passive skill. No loot left behind. The stone walls on either side of the dungeon were wide enough for 2 to pass through. After taking a few steps, Tang Yun noticed a loose stone slab near his feet. He took out his machete and pried it open, retrieving a gold coin smeared with grimy blood. Without hesitation, he summoned his wolf pack and presented the coin to Old Black. "Can you sniff it out?" Old Black grunted and turned away. Fearing that the torchlight might not reach its position and trigger a trap, Tang Yun hurriedly followed Old Black. He arranged the formation with Old Black in front, Haogu and Heimei behind, and himself in the middle, ensuring the torchlight illuminated their path while keeping 2 wolves at the rear to guard against ambushes. Old Black: don't run too fast. Stay within the light. A moment later, a dull thud resonated as the wall behind Tang Yun was forcefully pushed open, revealing a heavily armored zombie wielding a spear. Roar. The 2 black wolves lunged forward. Heimei sank her teeth into the zombie's arm, while Haogu grabbed its ankle, toppling the creature to the ground. Tang Yun drew his handgun, firing 3 shots that pierced through the zombie's tattered helmet, finishing it off. Turning back, he noticed Old Black gazing upward. Tang Yun looked up and saw a hanging oil lamp. He shot at it, causing a coin to drop. As the team turned a corner, they were confronted by a stone door. With a strength of 3, Tang Yun and Old Black combined their efforts. And with a thunderous roar, the stone wall was pushed halfway open, allowing several large spiders to emerge. Quick to react, Tang Yun thrust his torch forward, incinerating the spiders to a crisp. With a resounding crash, the stone door swung fully open, and Old Black leaped inside, closely followed by Tang Yun. He soon noticed another torch behind the door. What luck, he thought, decisively taking it before entering a more spacious chamber. Surrounding the room were 3 sets of armor and 3 empty cells, with a large bluestone slab over a meter wide at the center. Following Old Black into one of the cells, Tang Yun discovered a gold coin hidden beneath a dilapidated, rusty bed. Suddenly, Mei let out a sharp bark. Tang Yun turned to see the 3 sets of armor stirring, advancing with heavy footsteps. The animated armor left the wolf pack at a loss. Tang Yun, undeterred, drew his submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets that shattered the helmets of the armors, bringing them down. With another flurry of bullets, one more fell. And Tang Yun quickly switched weapons, continuing the onslaught. All 3 sets of armor lay defeated, spilling forth 2 gold coins. Damn it. I just entered the dungeon and already facing such intensity. With the armors defeated, the bluestone slab in the center of the room shifted, revealing a descending stone staircase. Old Black chose not to descend, but instead ran into another cell, sniffing curiously at the wall. Tang Yun kicked the wall with force, and with a resounding crash, the structure crumbled, unveiling a hidden dark chamber. The chamber was engulfed in darkness, with no end in sight. On a nearby stone pedestal lay 2 gold coins, which Tang Yun promptly collected. Voices from other players echoed behind him. Damn it. Who is that person, running so swiftly? Indeed. All the treasures have been snatched away by him. Hey, quickly extinguish the torch. Fortunately, we are 3. We can take turns using the torch, otherwise. Look. There is a stone staircase. Let us hurry down and investigate. Still, let us seek another passage. This one has surely been claimed by that fellow. Blast it. There are coins beneath the staircase. Where? Let us descend and take a look. At this moment, Lao He led Tang Yun deeper into the secret chamber. After turning a corner, a frenzied zombie pig charged directly at them, but in the next instant, Lao He pounced and brought it down, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Astonishingly, Lao He severed the zombie pig's neck, and its decaying head rolled to the ground. Tang Yun stuffed the dead pig into his backpack. The purification capabilities of the vehicle's compartment could transform this rotting pork into fresh, non-toxic meat. With only 2 points of brightness remaining in his torch, indicating that 8 minutes had passed in the game. He looked up to see that the secret chamber had expanded significantly, and on either side of the stone walls stood 2 rows of armored knights. We cannot confront them head-on. Gritting his teeth, Tang Yun shouted, Lao He, charge! Howl! Lao He was swift, and Tang Yun was not slow either. Meanwhile, behind the squad, the armored knights indeed sprang to life. This time, they were even more agile, moving with greater speed. Hey Mei, how go? Stay close. One knight awakened early, raising his holy sword, and aimed to strike at the unsuspecting Hey Mei, anticipating her speed and trajectory. Bang! The sword came down. The knight was momentarily stunned to see Tang Yun catch this heavy blow with his right arm. You dare to harm my dog. Without further ado, Tang Yun delivered a powerful punch to the knight's iron helmet and continued to run forward alongside Lao He. The knights were hot on their heels, and there were at least a dozen of them. Suddenly, Lao He came to a halt, and Tang Yun looked up to find their path blocked by a stone door. He immediately summoned all his strength to slowly push the stone door open. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of increasingly loud footsteps echoed behind them. Boom. The stone door swung open, and the squad quickly squeezed inside, but the knights showed no signs of stopping. If Tang Yun could squeeze through, so could they. Hey Mei, hold this for me. Tang Yun shoved the torch into Hey Mei's mouth, freeing both of his hands. With a resounding clap, he slammed against the stone door, gradually closing it. Only a narrow gap remained, and in the next moment, an iron sword thrust through the opening. No time to waste. Hand me the torch. Let us continue our exploration. Thud, thud, thud. The stone door emitted a dull sound, and the gap widened slightly. Suddenly, the torch extinguished. At the very moment it went out, Tang Yun pulled out another one. This quick reaction saved his life. A sharp iron spike emerged between his feet, and had he been just a moment slower, it would have pierced his chin. Tang Yun surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in what seemed to be an enclosed courtyard, surrounded by stone walls, comprehensible as a secluded courtyard. Several flower beds were arranged in the courtyard, the soil moldy, and the flowers long since decayed. Yet, Old Hay was diligently digging in the flower beds until he unearthed a gold coin, prompting Tang Yun to join the excavation. A few minutes later, Tang Yun had collected 3 gold coins, bringing his total to 10. There was also a back door in the courtyard, which Old Hay led them through, only to reveal a descending secret passage. The passage coiled down like a serpent, while behind them came the sound of a stone door being pushed aside. With little time to ponder, Tang Yun spiraled down the passage, discovering another gold coin along the way, until he was met by yet another door. Bursting through, he unexpectedly collided with a young lady. What the hell? Are you human or a ghost? Chapter 23. An eye mask? A remarkable item. The girl shrieked. I am a human, not a ghost. Please do not kill me. Shoo. Tang Yun gestured, swiftly closing the door. He leaned against it, listening intently to the sounds from above. Initially, faint footsteps could be heard, but within moments, they faded into silence. Phew. Tang Yun exhaled, glancing back at the girl beside him. She had fair skin and a pair of almond-shaped eyes, clad in a onesie that resembled a white dress. Her gaze was fixed on Tang Yun, and in the next instant, the torch she held extinguished. What is your name? Are you referring to my gaming nickname? Yes. I am Hui. What a coincidence. Do you know me? I do not. I meant your torch. It just happened to go out as I arrived. I was with my teammates, and we took turns using the torch, but we got separated 10 minutes ago. I see. So the secret chamber connects to this place. How many gold coins do you possess? Only 2. Hand them over. Tang Yun seized Hui's coins without hesitation. Is this considered robbery? Indeed. Stick with me, and I shall ensure your survival. Really? That's wonderful. By the way, are those 3 black wolves yours? Brother Hao lifted Hui's dress with his nose, taking a deep breath of the air. They are mine. Do not speak of this, or I shall harm you. I am terrified of you now. If you do not wish me to speak, I shall remain silent. Her reaction was remarkably composed, instilling in Tang Yun a sense that if she were to walk behind him, he might meet his demise at any moment. You go ahead. Quickly. The torch is nearly spent. All right. The team pressed onward, and Old Black discovered some coins, which Hui eagerly picked up and handed to Tang Yun. They exchanged a few more words. Tang Yun was 25, 2 years her senior, and as for the vehicle, the bus parked outside the safety door belonged to Hui. Suddenly, a cracked wall gave way to an armored zombie, but Tang Yun, accustomed to such occurrences, refrained from intervening. The pack of wolves swiftly dispatched the creature, with Old Black even crushing the zombie's skull. In the meantime, Tang Yun stumbled upon a torch in the hole where the zombie had emerged. Now, he felt relieved, as the remaining time would no longer be plagued by concerns of insufficient torches. With only 5 minutes left, Tang Yun had acquired a total of 20 gold coins. Strange. Why is this so easy? They are merely weak monsters. Which dungeon did you choose? In response to Tang Yun's inquiry, Hui replied, the middle one. Little did they know, the leftmost dungeon was the most perilous. As the team took a turn, a cold arrow whizzed by, narrowly missing Tang Yun's ear. Upon closer inspection, he saw 2 skeletal soldiers blocking a wooden door, shooting arrows at him. Seizing the moment while they were reloading, Old Black charged forward, crashing into the skeletons with a resounding thud, scattering their bones. A gold coin burst forth, and the team pushed open the wooden door, only to find a web of spiders blocking their path. Tang Yun used his torch to incinerate the web. Upon entering the room, they discovered it contained merely a stone sarcophagus and a stone door. The old man sniffed the stone coffin, indicating to Tang Yun that there was something inside. Should we really open it? A hint of panic crossed Hui's face. In the next moment, the coffin moved on its own. With a loud bang, a tremendous force lifted the coffin lid, which crashed to the ground, and a corpulent self-detonating zombie sprang forth. Move aside. Everyone pressed against the walls at Tang Yun's command, while Hui crouched in fear. Without hesitation, Tang Yun drew his pistol and fired 3 shots, shattering the zombie's skull. As its body collapsed to the ground, a deafening explosion ensued, sending blood and flesh flying, enveloping the entire chamber in a crimson mist. With the danger averted, Tang Yun discovered 2 gold coins within the coffin. Less than a minute remained. Together, they pushed open the stone door, which creaked ominously, revealing a hissing sound from within. Snakes. Hui, seemingly familiar with such sounds, immediately darted behind Tang Yun. He sensed something was amiss. Turning abruptly, he was taken aback to find Hui brandishing a pump-action shotgun. She remarked, your equipment is far more charming than your appearance. You talk too much. With a powerful leap, Tang Yun tackled her to the ground. It turned out that Hui was indeed extraordinary. She had claimed to have lost her companions before encountering Tang Yun. All lies. But in the next moment, the game timer hit 0, game over. Everyone was transported back to the starting point. As the lights illuminated the room, Tang Yun noticed that the original group of 10 had dwindled to just 8. Logically, if 3 were to form a team and alternate using torches, triggering traps would be impossible. The likelihood of being killed by monsters existed, but only Tang Yun had entered a chamber with formidable foes. Hui stood less than 3 meters away from him, appearing to be missing something as she rummaged through her backpack. In the end, Tang Yun had accumulated 23 gold coins. The exchange interface is now open. Players may redeem items as desired. The items ranged from 5 coins to a maximum of 20 coins. Tang Yun immediately checked the most expensive item, which turned out to be a black eye mask. He examined the item details. Mystical eye mask, equipment, quality, gold description, prevents sentimental musings, a boon for the heartless and insomniacs. Wearing it induces instant sleep. Enhancing sleep quality by 100. A 100 enhancement means that wearing the mask for 2 hours equates to 4 hours of sleep for others. An excellent item. I'll purchase it. He was left with only 3 coins, while the cheapest item required 5 coins, 2 coins short. Tang Yun browsed the shop and found the least expensive item was a material pack. Upon inquiring, a middle-aged man offered to sell him the 2 coins he possessed for 1 starstone each. Tang Yun successfully acquired the material pack. Hey, a youthful and vibrant voice called out. Hui Hui approached Tang Yun, her face ablaze with fury. Return my item. What item? Oh, were you trying to kill me just now? As Tang Yun uttered these words, Hui Hui suddenly froze for a moment, instinctively retreating a half-step. This matter is far from over. She hastily declared a remark before dashing out the door, starting her bus and speeding away in a blur. Tang Yun shook his head in resignation. Pondering the ruthlessness of this woman, capable of taking lives without so much as a blink, leaving behind 2 innocent souls in her wake. Stepping outside the safety door, a young man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, approached him. Hey, were you the one who cut in line just now? Bam! Tang Yun delivered a punch, knocking the man to the ground. Another young man approached. Hey, you took advantage of our fight to cut in line. How could you be so? Bam! Another punch sent him sprawling. With satisfaction, Tang Yun boarded the vehicle, beginning to tally the supplies and equipment he had acquired. Chapter 24. I am rather timid. Please do not abandon me upon careful inventory. The supplies included 28 packs of cream biscuits, 12 bags of chocolate, and 10 pounds of coffee beans. These provisions were acquired from the Gates of Rules. The clothing comprised a fleece-lined trench coat, a pair of thermal trousers, and a thermal undershirt. Additionally, the obtained items included 2 material packs, 2 wrenches, 1 pair of leather gloves, 1 white tire armor module, 1 modification coupon, and 1 kidney tonic. The material pack, when opened, yielded vehicle upgrade materials, each worth 300 points. The wrench restored 10 points of vehicle durability. The leather gloves, while not particularly warm, were quite durable. The white tire armor module offered level 1 protection. The modification coupon provided 1 modification point upon use. The kidney tonic invigorated the spirit and alleviated fatigue. Aside from the kidney tonic and wrench, Tang Yun utilized the remaining items, donning the gloves, installing the module, and employing the modification coupon and material pack, resulting in a state of pure satisfaction. The hardness of the vehicle's tires was enhanced by an additional 30, culminating in a total increase of 60. Even in the face of slightly more severe scraping, it now possessed a fighting chance. At around 6 in the morning, the wolf pack was due for their meal. And Tang Yun was also feeling hunger pangs. With over 200 pounds of rotten pork in his backpack, he tossed it into the vehicle compartment, and indeed, the rotten pork transformed into fresh, uncontaminated meat. Coupled with the previous 180 pounds of pork, he now had over 280 pounds of meat. Tang Yun promptly sliced off 30 pounds for Old Black, acknowledging its crucial role. Mealtime must not be taken lightly. He also provided 30 pounds for Hao Gu and Hei Mei, allowing the 2 wolves to share equally. The wolf pack wagged their tails joyfully as they feasted. And Tang Yun had discovered a water bucket within the Gates of Rules, the kind used for transporting water. He immediately opened a case of mineral water and poured all 12 bottles into the bucket. After consuming the fresh pork, the wolves eagerly began to drink. Tang Yun was aware that his pack had never truly been satiated. As their leader, he needed to keep a constant tally of his supplies to ensure reasonable distribution. For his own meal was hardly sufficient to fill the Wolf King's appetite. Now, however, Tang Yun's equipment was nearing completion, and the days of hardship appeared to be over. Speaking of equipment, Tang Yun let out a light hum as he brandished a pump-action shotgun. Upon seeing this weapon, the wolf pack finally comprehended the necessity for additional sustenance. In this game, the ammunition was universal. A single bullet could serve as a pistol round, a submachine gun round, a rifle round, or indeed, a shotgun round. This indicated that to maximize ammunition efficiency, a devastating weapon was indispensable, and today, this weapon had arrived. The scheming adversary still harbored intentions to eliminate me. After reloading, the shotgun's magazine capacity was maximized at 7 rounds. An idea struck Tang Yun. He crafted an external magazine from cardboard and tape. This magazine could hold 3 rounds, and once the bullets in the internal magazine were expended, a simple flick of the hand would slide bullets from the external magazine into the internal chamber, thereby enhancing the overall capacity. Such a minor design could prove life-saving in moments of dire need. The handgun and submachine gun magazines required reloading. Upon completion, a glance at the remaining ammunition revealed an astonishing total of 2,395 rounds. Only after attending to these tasks did Tang Yun sit down to dine. He managed a modest meal consisting of a pack of roasted duck, a pack of beef, 2 slices of bread, and a bottle of water. While eating, he checked the family group chat. Oui. By the way, do you have any surplus weapons? It seemed that the family members were all asleep, as no one responded. After a while, someone replied, Wang Lao Tu, do you want an 18-centimeter one? Tang Yun sputtered water, startling the wolves nearby. Once his meal was finished, he discovered that the water bucket had been entirely drained. He hadn't anticipated that the wolves would drink so much. It appeared that he would need to reassess their feeding regimen, as he had previously underfed them. Apologetically, he patted the heads of the wolves before retreating to the driver's seat, where he still had 1 modification point in use. Tang Yun realized that upgrading the tire armor would require 2 modification points, so he opted to enhance the cabin armor instead. The steel plating of the cabin was fortified by an impressive 30. Consequently, once the novice period ended, the cabin would be able to withstand attacks for a little longer if someone attempted to breach it. On the horizon behind him, the sun peeked over the edge, casting a hazy glow over the world, and it was estimated that in a little over 2 hours, dawn would break. Tang Yun found himself struggling to stay awake. Staying up late was manageable, but engaging in physical activity while sleep-deprived was a different matter. Reluctantly, he drank the bottle of precious kidney tonic he had been saving. Now equipped with the miraculous eye mask, such instances of sleep deprivation would likely diminish in the future. Tang Yun savored the tonic, which had a subtly sweet and slightly astringent taste, with an indescribable hint of the sea. Goodness, was this truly a legitimate beverage? After consuming the kidney tonic, Tang Yun felt invigorated. He started the vehicle and hit the road, nearly bursting into song as he drove. Tang Yun activated his wristband to launch the MP3 player, and both devices began to play dynamic DJ music, prompting him to nod his head in rhythm as though he were riding a horse. After traveling approximately 30 kilometers, it was now 6:30 in the morning, and vehicles along the roadside had begun to stir. While those who had stayed up late the previous night were still parked along the roadside, fast asleep. Not long into his journey, the roadside became congested with a throng of people, as parked vehicles blocked half the road. Tang Yun maneuvered his vehicle to the side, gathered the wolves, and decisively exited the car. The temperature began to rise sharply. He noted it was 11 degrees Celsius. Approximately 30 individuals were animatedly discussing something among the parked vehicles. Besides a dozen motorcycles, there was also a large truck. As he took a few steps forward, Tang Yun noticed 3 individuals slumped against the roadside, their legs weak and their bodies covered in blood, which had dried to a dark crimson hue. Could they be the very thieves who had shattered his car window? A gruff voice broke the air. Come, add yourself. We're just 1 person short. The speaker, sporting a bald head and a face adorned with jowls and sausage-like lips, wore a thin cotton jacket on top and floral shorts below. He exuded an aura of a streetwise individual, albeit not the sharpest tool in the shed. As soon as the man spotted Tang Yun, he waved his hand and called out, Hey, you there? Don't just stand there. Hurry up. We're short on people. Tang Yun, feeling timid, cautiously approached, saying, Big brother, I'm just here to see what's going on. You won't harm me, will you? The man replied, Oh, don't be afraid. We just need you to make up the numbers. Come on, move faster. Tang Yun hurried over, discovering that they were facing a security door that required at least 30 players to unlock. His arrival brought the total to 30, which explained the man's urgency. As soon as Tang Yun arrived, the man eagerly introduced himself. Kid, I am Baru, the leader of the Scavenging gang, and these are my subordinates. Just to be clear, your presence is merely to fulfill our numbers, not to snatch any resources. Yes. I'm quite timid by nature. Could I possibly stay at the back? Just don't leave me behind. Tang Yun stammered. Baru let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. We need someone like you to fill the ranks. Don't worry. Once we clear this dungeon, I'll reward you with a bottle of water. Tang Yun scoffed, feeling impatient. Scavenging gang, huh? With your size, can you even fly? Sounds more like a plump eagle gang. Then, he suddenly inquired, are those 2 brothers sitting over there leaving? Chapter 25. Infantile slumber not long ago. While I was driving smoothly, an imbecile in front abruptly reduced speed. I honked the horn several times, yet he refused to yield. My companions were all stuck behind, and then one of them, unable to contain his frustration, went to confront the fool, resulting in a swift accident. Tang Yun knew this fellow was merely rationalizing his actions. Baru shifted the topic. Hey, kid, your attire is quite impressive. He glared at Tang Yun. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't wear it, I would surely strip it off you. Haha. Tang Yun's expression turned uneasy. Brother, if you scare me any further, I might just leave. Oh, I was only teasing you. No need to be so tense, he continued. Now, everyone, place your hands on the door. We are about to enter the dungeon. All gathered pressed their hands against the safety door, and the number of players steadily increased, soon reaching 30. A beam of white light illuminated the scene, revealing the Gate of Eternal Night. The crowd eagerly surged through the door, with Tang Yun closely following. Welcome to the endless quest of the Gate of Eternal Night. Game introduction. At the start of the game, players will be transported to a pitch-black wilderness, each receiving a random quest. Upon completion, a new quest will be automatically assigned. The game is time-limited to 30 minutes, with rankings based on the number of completed quests. First place, unlock Quantum Outfit System. Second place, receive 2 random white chests. Third place, receive 1 random white chest. The game will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. Quantum Outfit. Such a feature exists. Does it mean changing without undressing? Merely completing tasks lacks challenge. Baru spoke. Listen up. You all need to finish 1 quest, while I will tackle 3. Understood, boss. Responded 2 men clad in short sleeves. Tang Yun committed their appearances to memory. Yes, that's right. Each of you will receive 3 packs of biscuits and a carton of milk. My big truck generates a carton of milk and a box of biscuits daily. No need to be polite. Thank you, boss. No wonder. Tang Yun mused. It was no surprise he could unite so many people. However, it still paled in comparison to my own vehicle. Baru patted Tang Yun on the shoulder. Though you are not a member of our Scavenging gang, as long as you heed my words, you shall receive your share of biscuits and milk. Thank you, Brother Baru. Tang Yun replied happily. Game countdown. 3, 2, 1. Game start. Swish. All players were teleported to a vast expanse of grassy terrain, with a full moon hanging in the sky. Under the gentle moonlight, a sprawling array of dark buildings emerged in the distance, alongside a windmill slowly turning. A quest has appeared. The crowd erupted into excited chatter. My task is to enter the pasture and slay the cows. Fantastic. After slaying the cows, I can bring them home. I have a barbecue grill and can prepare steak for you. Thank you, Brother Baru. My task is to enter the church and pray for 3 minutes. Alas, my assignment is to dine with a zombie grandmother. Haha. I fear you may be the dinner. What about that newcomer? What is your task? Baruch inquired of Tang Yun. In a moment of inspiration, Tang Yun replied, My task suits me quite well. It is simply to stand beside each player for 10 seconds. Oh, haha. That indeed suits you. Take your time. We shall proceed first. In truth, Tang Yun's actual mission was merely to deliver a package for a family of zombies. What delivering a package? I am the package, aren't I? Tang Yun shrugged. Dismissing the thought as his plan commenced, he sprinted towards the nearby cluster of buildings, closely trailing the group. As they ran farther, the group began to scatter, and soon 2 individuals found themselves isolated. Tang Yun first targeted the nearest player. He closely followed behind, swiftly drawing out his miraculous eye mask and slapping it over the other SIs. The individual froze suddenly, collapsing to the ground, falling into a slumber akin to that of an infant. Goodness, I approached this with merely a trial mindset, yet the effect is astounding. Is this truly a miraculous eye mask? It's practically the ultimate artifact. Tang Yun quickly caught up to 2 more players, and moments later, another 2 fell to the ground. In less than 3 minutes, before the throng could even reach the buildings, a significant portion had already succumbed. The remaining players, numbering a dozen or so, entered the cluster of buildings, and Tang Yun followed suit, incapacitating 2 more players along the way, while another player plunged headfirst into a water barrel. The first sight to greet him was a modest ranch, where a single frenzied cow rampaged. An older player brandished a short sword, theatrically engaging in a bullfighting performance. The crazed cow charged violently, but the older player remained unfazed, leaping onto the cow's back and plunging the sword into its belly. After several attempts, the cow finally collapsed. Lifeless. Haha. My motorcycle is not for naught. Dare to challenge me. In the next instant, he froze and fell unconscious. With a swift motion, Tang Yun stowed the cow in his backpack and pressed onward. Inside the barn, 2 players stood, each with different tasks, conversing while wielding a flashlight, casting beams of light that danced about the barn. Following Baruch, I've lost all motivation. Let those who desire the first place contend for it. I just wish to survive. Enough chatter. How much cow dung have you shoveled? Once you're done, help me move the hay. I couldn't even find a shovel. Ah, found it. I'm off to shovel the dung now. However, as he stepped outside, he froze and fell unconscious. Hey, how does the dung smell? A voice called from the barn. I'm asking you. Another one fell. Tang Yun continued forward, discovering that the dark cluster of buildings was a small town, with several houses flickering with dim lights resembling candle flames or oil lamps. The first structure he spotted was a church, and just as he prepared to slip inside, a player unexpectedly emerged. Who the hell are you? You startled me. Tang Yun scratched his head, saying, I have only just arrived. and the task is only half complete. What task? Came the inquiry. To stand beside each player for 10 seconds. Oh, it's you. Your task is not as effortless as mine. I had just finished my prayer, saying, "Oh God, bless me with golden treasures," and then, before I could finish my sentence, I collapsed to the ground. In less than 10 minutes, almost no players in the town remained standing. Well, it seems only Baru is left. Chapter 26. The goose passes, feathers plucked. No feathers, no problem. By chance, Tang Yun encountered Baru by the village well. Baru, ever vigilant, abruptly turned around at the sound of footsteps. Who is there? It's me, Brother Ba. The newcomer here to undertake a task. Oh, I see. What task do you have, Brother Ba? Ah, just fetching water, mere physical labor. By the way, you. Suddenly, Baru stiffened, his corpulent body collapsing by the well. Now, aside from Tang Yun, no other players remained standing. Glancing at the mission, Tang Yun ascended the stairs to a household of 6. The flickering kerosene lamp cast an orange glow, and through the window, Tang Yun observed 6 zombies seated around the dining table, seemingly awaiting the activation of their task. To my knowledge, someone had already completed a mission. To be safe, I must accomplish 3. With 10 minutes remaining, Tang Yun burst through the door, announcing, "The delivery has arrived." As expected, the zombies at the table sprang to their feet. Howling in his direction, drawing his shotgun, Tang Yun fired, and with a resounding bang, a female zombie was sent hurtling backward, her shoulder and arm shattered. 2 male zombies lunged at him. Another shot rang out. The bullet pierced the first zombie's abdomen, and the second fell lifelessly to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots, and the household was wiped out. Mission complete. You have received a new task. New task. Feed the zombie dog at the village entrance. This one is simple. Tang Yun reloaded and descended, passing a dry well until he reached the village entrance. A large black dog, lying in wait, stirred at the sound, growling low before leaping toward Tang Yun. A zombie dog, is it? Bang. The shotgun erupted in a flurry of pellets, sending the zombie dog flying, its head obliterated. Mission complete. You have received a new task. New task. Visit the village chief. Excellent. Following the task prompt, Tang Yun swiftly arrived at the chief's residence. With 3 minutes left on the game clock, he kicked the door open and shone his flashlight inside, revealing a pale, decaying face lurking behind the door. Without hesitation, Tang Yun swung his gun, knocking the chief down, then approached him and fired, shattering his skull. Mission complete. You have received a new task. It was no longer necessary. Tang Yun found a safe spot to reload, and just as he finished, the game concluded. All players were transported to a bright room. The starting point of the game. Game conclusion. Game results finalized. First place, Tang Yun. Second place, Old 3. Third place, Old 2. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Tang Yun turned and noticed 30 players, 29 of whom were still asleep. Having memorized the appearance of Old 2 and Old 3, he quickly located them and approached, delivering a resounding slap to Old 2's face. Although the second brother had awakened, his vision remained hazy, akin to the effects of consuming counterfeit liquor. Second brother, you have received a reward. Bagu has asked you to examine it. Ah? All right, let me check my backpack. The moment the second brother unzipped his backpack, he froze, falling unconscious. Tang Yun swiftly traded all items within his backpack to himself at a price of 0-star stones. If the second brother was so easily duped, the third brother would surely meet the same fate. Tang Yun employed the same trick again, slapping the third brother awake, only to see him also lose consciousness the instant he opened his backpack. Tang Yun then effortlessly cleaned out the third brother's belongings. Indeed, it was a case of plucking feathers from a passing goose, leaving it utterly bare. I shall take my leave. I will not intrude any longer. Exiting through the safety gate, Tang Yun found the temperature outside had risen to a pleasant 15 degrees, a delightful day. He entered the driver's cabin to review today's harvest. Supplies: 1 dairy cow, approximately 900 pounds, 1 box of biscuits, 1 box of milk, 2 bottles of water, 2 boxes of spoiled beverages, 15 pounds of rotten vegetables, 50 pounds of decaying lamb, and various everyday items. Treasure chests: 2 white chests, tools, 1 white chest, weapons. And he had unlocked the quantum outfit changing system. The meat yield from a cow typically ranges between 50 and 65, as Tang Yun was not a professional butcher. After some effort, he managed to extract around 50 of the meat. However, the remaining offal was almost entirely devoured by the wolf pack, ensuring their next meal was secured. Coupled with the previous 10 pounds of beef, Tang Yun now had approximately 450 pounds of fresh beef. He decided to temporarily hold onto the treasure chests, as he still possessed designated scrolls, keeping a few chests in reserve for the preparations for the day after tomorrow. After all, once midnight struck tomorrow, the novice protection period would cease. Finally, Tang Yun activated the quantum outfit changing system, and a dressing panel unfolded, revealing 4 outfit options: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He preset the 4 outfits, and upon selecting the autumn ensemble, with a swift motion, he removed his tactical jacket while retaining his hoodie, casual trousers, and undergarments. The time was now 7:30, and the temperature had reached around 20 degrees, making his current attire quite suitable. Having completed these tasks, Tang Yun initiated the vehicle. Propelling it forward, the remaining energy points were sufficient to cover the remaining 20 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yun arrived at an intersection. He glanced at the signpost. Left turn. Road blocked. No passage. Right turn. Trigger random event keywords. Environment. Weather. I shall not go that way. Tang Yun continued straight through the intersection, the remaining energy points barely enough to travel less than 30 kilometers. Welcome to the Forest of Disappointment. Buildings will randomly refresh within the forest. Medium to large structures conceal treasure chests, specifically classified as equipment chests, with a chance of yielding firearm accessories. Certain large buildings may trigger special mechanisms. Upon hearing of the firearm accessories, Tang Yun was invigorated. This indicated that buildings would spawn within the forest, and every medium to large structure would house treasure chests designated for equipment, thereby increasing the likelihood of acquiring firearm attachments. Tang Yun gazed out at the dense woods, which appeared deeper than any forest he had previously encountered. Once he entered the jungle, he committed to several hours of exploration. Without hesitation, he plunged into the depths of the forest. He raised his wrist and activated the vehicle marking feature of his quantum wristband, ensuring he would not lose his way. Tang Yun trod upon the damp, yielding grass as he sprinted deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a medium-sized building materialized before him, stark and unadorned. Fortune smiled upon him. He pressed onward, and just a few meters from the 2-story villa, the roar of engines erupted from behind him. To his surprise, 3 motorcycle thieves surged past, arriving ahead of him to park at the villa's entrance. They shot him a rude gesture, as if to say, "What are you staring at? First come, first served." Got it. Chapter 27. What is the cost of growth? A ride? What ride? It dawned on Tang Yun that, within this map, the speed advantage of the car thieves was formidable. The car thieves in the global channel were brazen and arrogant. What disappointing forest. It's practically the forest of despair. Damn it, I can't even get my 3-wheeler in there. I have to run on foot. Haha, this is hilarious. I have a motorcycle. This map is tailor-made for us bike enthusiasts. To be honest, I do find myself a bit envious of you all. Damn it, you wretched car thieves. I discovered this building first. Why should I be the one to leave? How many times is this now? Don't be infatuated with me. I'm merely a legend. I'm infatuated with your mother. It turned out that not only Tang Yun, but many others had fallen victim to the car thieves' ruthless tactics. Tang Yun held a particular disdain for those who prey on the weak. Thinking that having a motorcycle made one superior, he promptly admitted, "My apologies. I was merely passing through." The 3 car thieves erupted into laughter, reveling in their victory. Trucks and small vans were nothing in the face of their triumph. The trio chuckled as they entered the house, only to be met with an attack from zombies. The undead from upstairs also leaped down in response to the commotion. Instead of leaving, Tang Yun circled the building and arrived at the rear wall of the small villa. He raised his right hand and, with a swift motion, a steel cable shot out, embedding itself into the second-floor wall with a sharp clang. With a flick of his wrist, the cable began to retract, propelling him upwards as he lifted his legs and crashed through the window. After using the cable, it transformed into a wisp of starlight and vanished, signaling that Tang Yun had utilized his grappling hook. Upon entering the second floor, he encountered no zombies. Where were they? Out shopping for groceries? He then heard a man's desperate shout from downstairs. "Help! There are too many of them. Come quickly." Tang Yun pretended not to hear and meticulously searched the room. This chamber contained 3 bedrooms and a balcony. Glancing at the balcony yielded no results, so he rummaged through the bedrooms instead. Though he found no treasure chests, he did uncover a clean and well-fitting short-sleeved shirt and shorts in the wardrobe. He promptly added the attire to his summer ensemble, as the temperature was rising and a change was imminent. Subsequently, he discovered a compartment beneath the wardrobe. Upon opening it, a rectangular white treasure chest caught his eye. White treasure chest, equipment. Tang Yun reached for it, preparing to leave, when a middle-aged man burst through the door. Upon seeing Tang Yun, a look of panic washed over him. "How did you get up here?" Without hesitation, Tang Yun replied, "First come, first served." "That's what you all said." The man glanced at the treasure chest in Tang Yun's hands, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, you've got guts," before turning to leave. Moments later, 3 men stormed into the room, just in time to see Tang Yun cradling the treasure chest, ready to leap from the second floor. "Halt! You've got some nerve," the leading man declared, drawing forth a compound bell, and set the treasure chest down. "If you do not comply, I shall pierce your throat with a single arrow." Tang Yun swiftly stowed the chest into his backpack and turned to the three men, shrugging nonchalantly. Come on. You're just escorting me. Ha. Big brother. This kid has been so frightened that he has gone mute. The leader snorted lightly, his hesitation non-existent, as he loosed an arrow towards Tang Yun. With a decisive grip, Tang Yun caught the arrow mid-flight, causing the three men to tense up in fear. Big brother. He is like a Superman. The two subordinates, in shock, turned on their heels and fled, leaving their leader alone, bewildered in the wind. Tang Yun bent the iron arrow with one hand and approached the man, whose legs trembled in terror. You. No, big brother. I'm just trying to make a living. It doesn't have to come to this. No. As I stated, if I survive, you must escort me. Certainly. As long as you spare my life, I shall do whatever you ask. The two descended the stairs. The man mounted his motorcycle, with Tang Yun sitting behind him. A gun aimed at the man's head. Big brother, where are we headed? Just say the word. I have no destination. Only one condition. Take me to the nearest medium-sized building, and I shall let you go. Understood. Rest assured, my motorcycle is renowned for its speed. With the engine roaring to life, the man, desperate to save his life, scanned frantically for a medium-sized building, nearly acquiring a pair of fiery eyes in his search. The motorcycle wove effortlessly through the woods, speeding past one small cabin after another, but Tang Yun remained unsatisfied, directing him to continue searching. In just 5 minutes, a medium-sized supermarket appeared in the distance. Big brother, here is the building you requested. Indeed. Well done. Not at all. It's my duty to serve the people. The man parked the motorcycle at the supermarket entrance and cautiously assisted Tang Yun off the bike. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired, Big brother, may I leave now? Tang Yun nodded. Yes, I value fairness and justice. Of course. I shall take my leave, big brother. May your fortunes flourish and your wishes come true. The man prepared to mount his motorcycle, lifting one leg. Hold on. At the sound, the man tensed, hastily placing his leg back down. What is it, big brother? Hand over the compound bow and arrows. But big brother, I have followed your orders. I am currently robbing you. Do you understand? Please respect my profession, Tang Yun stated. Reluctantly, the man surrendered the compound bow, a silent weapon ideal for stealthy attacks, not easily attracting zombies. Tang Yun also acquired a dozen iron arrows, though insufficient. He had his methods. So, big brother, may I leave now? Yes, fairness is key. Indeed. So you stay right there while I test the compound bow. But big brother, you've already robbed me. What more do you want? Simply to have some fun with you. Stand still. With a menacing remark, Tang Yun intimidated the man, compelling him to stand rigidly and close his eyes. With a strength of 3, Tang Yun fully drew back the bowstring, and with a swift motion, released an arrow. The sound of impact echoed, followed by the man's cry of alarm. What are you shouting for? Upon opening his eyes, the man realized he was unscathed. Turning around, he was astonished to see an iron arrow embedded deep within the tree trunk behind him. He swallowed hard, exclaiming his gratitude. Thank you, brother, for sparing my life. He dashed to his motorcycle, lifted his leg, noting the dampness of his pants, and hastily rode away. Tang Yun had originally aimed for the man's head, but his aim had merely faltered slightly. Nonetheless, this experiment had provided Tang Yun with valuable experience. He then entered the supermarket, unleashing 2 full magazines that cleared the first floor, only to be met with the distant roar of a motorcycle approaching from behind. Chapter 28. Does brother lack women? Damn it, after slaying so many zombies, not a single treasure chest is dropped. With over 30 zombies, both from the first floor and those descending from the second, it is exceedingly frustrating that not one treasure chest appeared. Tang Yun was deeply disheartened. Fortunately, he discovered a white treasure chest equipment in the storage room beside the hallway. The sound of motorcycles drew nearer. It was only a matter of time before this conspicuous medium-sized supermarket attracted the attention of a gang of motorcycle thieves. Unperturbed, Tang Yun methodically stuffed all usable supplies from the first and second floors into his backpack, collecting 5 boxes of expired chips, 25 packs of cigarettes, 13 boxes of condoms, 15 pounds of mung beans, 23 pounds of red beans, and 100 pounds of flour. Additionally, the supermarket contained some upgrade materials, which he also gathered, amounting to roughly 400 of each. The entire first floor was left with only a few wooden shelves. 5 motorcycles came to a halt at the supermarket entrance. 4 men and 1 woman. The men chattered excitedly. Excellent. Not only have we found a medium-sized building, but it's also a supermarket. Haha. Tomorrow we will have food secured. They mused that even surplus daily necessities could be scavenged and sold for profit. A fairy-like girl with dyed blonde hair flipped her hair and then glanced at the first floor of the supermarket, exclaiming softly, "Look, that kid is a step ahead of us." Where? The group peered through the shattered glass window, spotting Tang Yun engaging in what appeared to be an exercise routine. This guy. Is he so thrilled just to find some supplies? The fairy girl remarked, who cares? Let him give up whatever he has. Moreover, I see his clothes are quite nice. Let us strip them off him. As they spoke, the 5 descended from their motorcycles. The 4 men brandished daggers, short blades, and iron swords, while the fairy girl wielded an electric baton. The 5 advanced into the supermarket, heading towards Tang Yun at the staircase. Oblivious to their approach, Tang Yun was turned away, seemingly preoccupied. Hey, little brother, is finding a few supplies really worth such excitement? What are you doing, exercising? The fairy girl said with a smug expression. Hey there, your clothes look good. Can you take them off for me? Another man chimed in. Hey, buddy, we're all hungry. Do us a favor and share some food. As Tang Yun turned around, the 5 momentarily froze. For he was not exercising, but rather reloading his weapon. Don't you have anything to eat? Tang Yun asked innocently. Yes. One man quickly recovered, responding. Yes, we were just joking. We do have food. Are you sure? Tang Yun inquired softly. We're joking. We really do have food. All right then. Tang Yun shrugged. Now hand over the goods. The 5 hesitated, glancing at the 2 MP5s in Tang Yun's hands. The fairy girl boldly declared, I was joking too. I don't want your clothes. Suddenly, a zombie charged down from the upper floor. Without a second glance, Tang Yun raised his hand and fired a shot, blasting its head apart. The 5 individuals swallowed hard, and one of them spoke up. All right, let us all present our offerings to honor this esteemed brother. Tang Yun was aware that this group would not reveal all their resources, so he articulated his demands. There's no need for that. I require merely 2,000 metal, 2,000 plastic, 2,000 glass, and 2,000 rubber. If you fall short, you may compensate with other supplies. Upon hearing this, the group became more enthusiastic. They pooled their resources together. And while it seemed sufficient, they were still short by 1,000 metal. Brother, we just calculated and found we are still lacking 1,000 metal. Whose is it missing? Tang Yun inquired with an indifferent expression. It's hers. The 4 men pointed towards the fairy girl. She immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, I'm so sorry, brother. I truly do not wish to be judged by appearances. I have often been bullied, and I only put on a brave face. Woe is me. The elder brother beside her consoled her. For heaven's sake, stop crying. Do not provoke the brother's displeasure. Well, in that case, it shall be forgotten, Tang Yun replied nonchalantly. Really? The fairy girl ceased her sobbing. The other 4 chimed in. We told you not to cry. Look, now that the brother is pleased, you've been spared. Each of you will provide me with 20 star stones. As soon as Tang Yun uttered these words, the smiles of the 4 men suddenly froze. Brother, we have already given what we should. Hurry up, I have matters to attend to. Once you make up the difference, you may leave. Upon hearing this, the 5 hastily produced a total of 100 star stones. Tang Yun's wallet now contained precisely 648. Can we leave now? Wait, brother, what now? We have truly given all we could. Please do not force us into a corner. Tang Yun retrieved a pump-action shotgun and wiped it down with a cloth, declaring, We are now entering the second phase. The 5 gazed at the shotgun, swallowing hard. Indeed, what could transpire if these 5 were driven to desperation? Brother, as long as it's reasonable, we will heed your words. Tang Yun cast a glance at the fairy girl, who trembled in fear, thinking, surely my 108th time won't end here. As long as he doesn't seize my supplies, I will comply with whatever he desires. I require one of you to remain behind. With this pronouncement, the group exchanged anxious glances. The fairy girl felt her earlier fears were unfounded. Yet anxiety gripped her once more. I am a man of fairness. Thus this will be a fair competition. Whoever offers the most resources may leave first. Upon hearing this, the 5 promptly produced their most prized possessions, bread, sausages, bottled water, and one individual even unveiled a coffee machine. Another, refusing to be outdone, revealed a meat grinder. The fairy girl, in contrast, produced a significantly lesser quantity of supplies, with a considerable portion already spoiled. Very well, the victor is clear. The 4 of you may depart. Tang Yun glanced at the fairy girl. You will stay. Thank you, brother, for sparing my life. The 4 hastily exited, leaving the fairy girl alone, bewildered in the wind. Brother, I truly have no resources left. Your Excellency, might you grant me mercy? The little fairy is on the verge of tears once more. Tang Yun nodded. Conceding. Really? The little fairy had managed to sway Tang Yun once, and unexpectedly, she had done so again. It appeared that her pitiful demeanor had awakened his protective instincts. Overjoyed, the little fairy thought to herself, it seems that being beautiful truly has its advantages. Moreover, she was the only one among the 5 who remained. Which was no mere coincidence. It indicated that this elder brother had deliberately chosen her, for he must have a fondness for her. She cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yun and playfully flicked her hair, teasingly asking, Brother, Do you find yourself in need of a woman? Chapter 29. The 4S car dealership. A motorcycle. A handgun was pressed firmly against her head, and I was in dire need of a motorcycle. Please, don't kill me. If you seek a motorcycle, I know where to find one. How do you know? We passed by a 4S dealership. They have every kind of vehicle inside, and the lights are still on. A 4S dealership? The lights are on? One must realize that in this apocalyptic environment, the water and electricity have long ceased to function. Tang Yun nodded. What do you mean by passed by? How can I trust you? Because the Red Scorpion gang has taken over the dealership. They're blocking the entrance, preventing anyone from entering, which is why we left. Tang Yun succinctly replied. Take me there. Will you let me go? That depends on your performance. The little fairy swallowed hard. All right, I will take you there right away. The little fairy led Tang Yun back into the woods, and Tang Yun deduced from the vehicle's position that their destination lay to the north. Hey kid. Two motorcycle thieves caught up with Tang Yun and the little fairy. Why are you sitting like a girl in the back? Tang Yun remained silent as the two thieves drew nearer. One man glanced at the little fairy, not bad looking. Is she your girlfriend? Tang Yun still did not respond. The little fairy was a bundle of conflicting emotions. She feared Tang Yun's wrath, worrying he might kill her in a fit of anger. Desperate and frightened, she shouted, Get lost. Oh, a feisty one. The other man interjected, Hey, you two, pull over. Sighing, Tang Yun responded. This sigh, however, prompted the two thieves to click their tongues in delight. Huh? Are you getting impatient? Pull over. Bang. Tang Yun shot the man, shattering his arm. Ah. The man instinctively clutched his arm and collided with a tree trunk. Tang Yun coldly remarked, I wouldn't even look at your bike. Otherwise, that shot would have shattered your skull. The other thief's eyes widened in fear, nearly crashing into a tree as he quickly veered away, vanishing from Tang Yun's sight. The little fairy was on the verge of tears, as Tang Yun's unpredictable temperament left her utterly bewildered. One moment he would let her go, and the next, he would fire a gun. She steeled herself and continued driving. Within 5 minutes, a 3-story 4S dealership came into view, covering an area of approximately 100 square meters. Its exterior adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows and grid designs, allowing customers to glimpse the new vehicles inside. Brother, we've arrived. This is the place. I swear I'm not lying. The little fairy's lips trembled, fearing Tang Yun might resort to a cruel betrayal. Tang Yun dismounted the vehicle. You may leave. His tone was light, yet it was enough to lift the weight from the little fairy's heart. Thank you, brother, she exclaimed, swiftly mounting her motorcycle and speeding away. Realizing Tang Yun did not pursue her, she halted her bike less than 10 meters from him. She fixed her gaze intently on Tang Yun's retreating figure, pondering how one might pursue a man such as he. Tang Yun circled the car shop and discovered that every spot by the expansive windows was occupied by a member of the Scarlet Scorpion gang, effectively blocking any chance of entry. However, the rear wall of the shop stood unguarded, for it lacked glass, and few would dare to scale the 3-story height of the roof. Hey, our esteemed leader just announced in the group that the standing guard reward has been increased by 20. Two members of the Scarlet Scorpion gang whispered to each other, their sleeves adorned with the gang's distinctive red ribbon. Alas, our leader remains rather stingy, scavenging alone inside while the rest of us stand out here. Don't be so negative. You should be thankful you're still alive. After all, following him means you won't starve, though you may not be well fed either. I'm feeling quite conflicted. Hey, stop talking. Someone's watching us. The two turned their attention to Tang Yun, who was observing them. What are you staring at? They exclaimed, only to regret their words as they leaned closer to murmur, Wait, could this guy be one of our Scarlet Scorpion brothers? Our earlier conversation. Wait, he doesn't have the red ribbon on his arm. Immediately, they adopted a more cautious yet cordial demeanor, inquiring, Brother, which gang do you belong to? Tang Yun replied politely, I'm merely passing through. Their expressions soured instantly. You bastard. Get lost. Don't you know this area is under the control of the Scarlet Scorpion gang? One of them shot a glance at his companion, a smirk playing on his lips. Still, despite the hunger, the thrill of doing as one pleases is quite exhilarating. Indeed, after their exchange, they turned back to Tang Yun, barking, Hurry up and leave. I swear I'll strip you of your clothes if you don't. My apologies. I'm leaving now, Tang Yun said, bowing repeatedly. He then walked away, circling the car shop until he reached the back wall. Noticing the area was deserted, he spotted a member of the Scarlet Scorpion gang relieving himself against a tree trunk, whistling nonchalantly. Who is there? The man exclaimed, hastily pulling up his trousers and glancing around, only to find the wall remained just a wall, devoid of any presence. Scaring myself for no reason, Tang Yun ascended to the rooftop of the car shop, where the expansive view instilled in him a fleeting desire to settle there. He surveyed the surroundings and was taken aback to discover a lighthouse-like structure not far off, situated to the west, deeper within the woods. He made a mental note of the building, intending to thoroughly explore the car shop first. The rooftop was rather untidy, littered with remnants from renovations, iron pipes, rubber hoses, and a small assortment of plastic bottles in various colors. Tang Yun collected it all, yielding 300 metal, 200 rubber, and 100 plastic. Tang Yun glanced at the upgrade progress. Metal, 2350 4500, rubber, 2220 1500, plastic, 2150 1500, glass, 1920 1500. The metal was still far from sufficient. But the encouraging news was that the relatively elusive materials had been gathered. The eastern section of the rooftop housed the staircase, which was obstructed by a pair of double iron doors. Fortunately, beside the staircase, there was a rather spacious kitchen. To the right of the kitchen lay a private vegetable garden. It contained approximately 3 pounds of greens, 5 pounds of scallions, and 5 pounds of bean sprouts. Tang Yun, ever resourceful, collected everything. Subsequently, he entered the kitchen and took all the usable pots and pans, while recycling those that were unnecessary, netting an additional 200 points of metal. On the table, he discovered a set of keys and used them to unlock the double iron doors of the staircase, descending directly to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he heard a commotion from the first floor. Damn it. This old-fashioned safe is truly a challenge. The antiquated safe featured only a single keyhole, devoid of any combination lock. Tang Yun glanced at the keyring in his hand, lost in contemplation. Chapter 30. The Motorcycle. The second vehicle. This incident reveals that although the elder brother arrived early, he spent nearly all his time attempting to pry open the safe. Tang Yun paid him no mind. He focused on his own search. On the second floor, aside from the manager's office, there was another area partitioned by translucent glass. Tang Yun rummaged through the office, discovering 6 bullets and 2 starstones in the drawers. He also found a white treasure chest, equipment, among the desks and chairs. Subsequently, he collected other materials, totaling 100 metal and 50 plastic. He then ventured into another compartment, and upon looking up, he was greeted by the sight of a spacious area filled with a dozen motorcycles. The prices of these motorcycles ranged from a few thousand to several hundred thousand. But regrettably, they were all battered, resembling wartime relics. Nevertheless, Tang Yun was undeterred. If he were to choose, he would certainly select the finest. His eyes immediately fell upon the all-terrain motorcycle showcased prominently on the display stand. All-terrain motorcycle quality, golden level, 0 description, equipped with reinforced shock-absorbing springs, pristine white paint, anti-slip, thick tires, effortlessly maneuvering through turns, providing a unique driving experience. Fuel consumption, 0. 7 kilometers maximum speed, 220 kilometers h power points, 100 durability, 0 80 materials required for upgrade, 800 metal, 400 rubber, 400 plastic. Tang Yun was capable of upgrading the motorcycle to the next level right away, but it was unnecessary. This vehicle was merely a means of transport for the time being. He recalled that his refrigerated vehicle possessed a quality skill, recycling, which could convert other vehicles into cards, effectively becoming his own transport. Eagerly, Tang Yun activated the vehicle skill. Vehicle durability insufficient, unable to recycle. Tang Yun paused momentarily. This was easily remedied. He promptly produced 2 wrenches, his entire stock. Each wrench could restore 10 points of durability to a vehicle. Without hesitation, Tang Yun utilized the wrenches, replenishing the motorcycle's durability by 20 points. He then waved his right hand, activating the recycle skill once more. This time, the failure message did not appear. The motorcycle indeed transformed into a golden card, which he grasped in his hand. As the novice protection period had not yet concluded, the 20 points of durability were sufficient for now. But he needed to devise a way to obtain more wrenches. Tang Yun recalled that he possessed 2 designated scrolls and 2 tool treasure chests. So he immediately used a designated scroll, ensuring that the white treasure chest tools would yield wrenches. Designated item wrench under review. Review successful. Enjoy your treasure chest. A critical hit. With a rumble, the white treasure chest trembled, yet its quality remained unchanged. As anticipated, Tang Yun triggered a double reward, acquiring 2 wrenches. He utilized all of them on the motorcycle, restoring half of its durability in one go. Finally, Tang Yun recycled the remaining motorcycles as upgrade materials, obtaining 2,000 metal, 800 plastic, and 1,000 rubber. The vehicle was now ready for an upgrade. Current level, 3 fuel consumption, 1. 6 power points km current power points, 35 160 maximum speed, 160 kilometers h durability, 160 space enhancement, 6 cubic meters materials required for next upgrade. Metal, 150 6000, rubber, 1722,000, plastic, 1500, 2000 glass, 420, 2000, star stone, 60, acquired 1 modification point. 1 free attribute, must return to the cockpit to utilize. It must be said that today has been exceptionally fruitful. Not only did I discover my desired motorcycle, but I also upgraded my vehicle by 1 level. How delightful. Suddenly, a man's furious roar erupted from downstairs. Damn it. This was swiftly followed by a resounding crash, bang. It was evident from the noise that this older brother was quite agitated, having violently slammed the safe onto the ground. After uttering another curse, he ascended the stairs. Just as he reached the 2nd floor, a pair of blindfolds were hastily placed over his eyes. He stiffened, his legs buckled, and he collapsed, rendered unconscious. Tang Yun decisively descended the stairs, knowing that the car exhibition area below had likely been ransacked by the older brother. He picked up the safe from the ground. Though it bore marks of impact, it appeared largely intact. Tang Yun produced a key and unlocked the safe, revealing a green treasure chest, equipment, at once. The underlings of the Red Scorpion stood rigidly at the entrance, their sharp gazes scanning the passers-by, unaware that their older brother lay incapacitated on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor was now vacant, and Tang Yun, feeling indignant, returned upstairs. He delivered a sharp slap to rouse the older brother, pinning him to the ground by the neck. Who are you? How did you get in? What has happened to my brothers? Rest assured, they are all alive. I require 3,000 metal, or I shall annihilate your Red Scorpion gang. Wait, I'll provide it. Just don't harm my brothers. Tang Yun let out a cold laugh. Teasing, you are quite the loyal one. Such fidelity, yet you raid without your brothers. The older brother begrudgingly handed over the 3,000 metal. Seeing his compliance, Tang Yun decided not to press further, recognizing that sparing his life might yield future opportunities for plunder. With the 3,000 metal in hand, Tang Yun made his departure. Before leaving, he ensured the older brother would have a peaceful slumber. He ascended to the rooftop, turned his back to the ground below, and leaped off. With a swift motion of his right hand, a grappling hook secured itself to the wall, allowing Tang Yun to land gracefully. As he turned around, he fortuitously spotted 2 members of the Red Scorpion relieving themselves against a tree. The moment they witnessed Tang Yun's maneuver, they were momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, Tang Yun raised his hand and fired 2 shots, each bullet piercing through their arms. No need to thank me. Consider it poetic justice, he remarked. With that, he summoned a rugged motorcycle from thin air, mounting it, and speeding deeper into the thicket. Behind him, the 2 men clutched their arms, their trousers still unfastened, grimacing in pain as they rolled on the ground, covered in filthy urine. The edifice, reminiscent of a lighthouse, towered above the trees, and Tang Yun observed it clearly from the rooftop, approximately 500 meters away. As he covered the distance of merely 200 meters, a large group of motorcycle thieves suddenly emerged behind him. It's him, that wretched lad. He caused me to lose an arm and left me reeking of urine. The roar of their engines suggested that there were at least 20 of these miscreants. Each of them bore a red cord tied around their arms, unmistakably marking them as members of the Red Scorpion gang. Humph. Do they think their numbers can intimidate me? Tang Yun scoffed and prepared to execute his plan. Chapter 31. The Tower of Chaos. The motorcycle gang behind Tang Yun was a mere 10 meters away. With a swift press of the throttle, his speed surged dramatically, his agility granting him an extraordinary 200 reaction capability. Furthermore, the powerful engine, combined with reinforced suspension springs and thickened tires, allowed Tang Yun to navigate the damp, branch-laden forest as if it were flat terrain. With such agility and the off-road motorcycle at his disposal, his speed reached an astonishing 60 to 70 miles per hour. By all accounts, he was nothing short of superhuman. The leader of the gang, unable to remain passive, accelerated fiercely, nearly colliding with a tree, helplessly watching as Tang Yun distanced himself. Quick, catch up to him. Brother, we can't possibly catch up. Then stay close. Don't let him escape. There will be an opportunity. Indeed, that opportunity soon presented itself as the trees began to thin, granting the motorcycle thieves a chance to overtake. They were now less than 20 meters from the towering structure. Accelerate! Accelerate! The leader seized the moment, exclaiming, "Look, the opportunity has arrived." Buzz! A swarm of motorcycle thieves quickly closed in. Tang Yun had initially intended to accelerate, as the thinning trees were advantageous for him. However, as he neared the tower, he sensed something amiss. The structure was not a lighthouse, but a 5-story tower. At its base stood a throng of people, nearly surrounding the entire edifice. Among the crowd, 2 factions were embroiled in a dispute, shoving one another with fervor. What is so great about your phantom party? We, the red and white party, number over 40. Only half of our members have arrived today, and our leader wields an Uzi submachine gun. Damn it, your leader isn't even here. What is there to boast about? First come, first served, do you understand? It became clear that the Red and White Party and the Phantom Party were at odds. While the onlookers wished to sneak into the tower, apprehensive of the potential violence, standing anxiously as they awaited the outcome of the altercation. Observing the commotion between the two factions, Tang Yun deliberately slowed his speed. Something's off, brother. That kid is slowing down. What's off about it? There's a crowd ahead. He is just scared to move forward. Chase him. I want him alive. I'll smash his head against a tree. Yes. Yet. In the next moment, Tang Yun shouted, I am the leader of the Scarlet Scorpion Party. This tower is under our control. Brothers, charge and annihilate them. Upon hearing this, the bickering members of the Phantom Party and the Red and White Party were instantly incensed. Damn it. Trying to play the opportunist, are we? Brothers. Engage the vehicles and crush them. The Phantom Party was equally defiant. Damn, it's the Scarlet Scorpions again. Is it not enough to bully us? Brothers, engage the vehicles, turn on the high beams, and send them flying. With two furious roars, accompanied by the deafening roar of engines. Nearly 50 motorcycles surged towards the Scarlet Scorpion Party, their high beams illuminating the path to confuse their adversaries. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. A young member of the Scarlet Scorpion Party hastily explained. Not only was there no effect, but it also accelerated the nearly 50 individuals. The two factions were less than 5 meters apart, leaving no time to maneuver. What should we do, brother? The elder brother scoffed, declaring that as long as they eliminated that young man, the injuries sustained by their brethren were inconsequential. Accelerate. Let us turn that lad into mere pulp. With a furious shout, he commanded, eliminate that young man. Tonight, everyone feasts extra. Thus, both factions charged directly towards Tang Yun. In a swift motion, Tang Yun leapt into the air, soaring towards the high tower. Almost simultaneously, his motorcycle vanished into thin air, having been retracted by Tang Yun. Just as he was about to plunge into the oncoming swarm of motorcycles, he waved his right hand, sending a grappling hook soaring into the eaves of the tower. An invisible force yanking him upwards. Bang! The sounds of metal clashing reverberated behind him, mingled with the screams of the crowd, the crashing against tree trunks, culminating in the lamentations of the masses. The good news, no fatalities. The bad news, a significant number experienced fractures. Beneath the tower, Tang Yun retracted the grappling hook and landed gracefully, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. He was nothing short of a superhero. Who was this extraordinary figure capable of so severely weakening two factions? Earlier, he had heard someone shout about the leader of the Red Scorpion gang. Could he truly be their leader? What? Just him? He so casually sends his brethren to their doom while he escapes unscathed? Now, that truly is the demeanor of a leader. What demeanor? He is clearly committing premeditated murder. Tang Yun disregarded the whispers, casting a glance at the tower, where a series of game prompts materialized. Tower of Chaos. A multitude of players, eager to enter the tower following the collapse of their factions, rushed in, while those slower could only wait in line at the base. The throngs were numerous, and Tang Yun found himself unwittingly queuing among them. Chaos Tower? The term chaos made Tang Yun furrow his brow, for it evoked a sense of boundless complexity. It could either indicate a plethora of diverse monsters or a labyrinth of intricate mechanisms, or perhaps a hybrid of both, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air as a horde of players erupted from the tower, several among them even missing limbs. The last player to exit hastily shut the door. And within, the sound of frantic knocking echoed ominously. What on earth transpired within? The players buzzed with speculation. Zombies? What? A mere handful of zombies instilled such terror in you. They were randomly generated zombies. I just killed one, and another appeared behind me. Yet I distinctly saw no zombies behind me. What? So terrifying. No wonder so many succumbed. It's impossible to react in time. Tang Yun, naturally, overheard their conversation. Meanwhile, the knocking continued, and the crowd of players below the tower was a sea of anxiety, some trembling with fear, while others were sweating profusely. Conversely, the players ranked in the top 30 were exhilarated. Let us go. Let us confront these scoundrels. Move, move, move. We are far more numerous than the previous batch. I refuse to believe we can't even surpass the first level. Tang Yun pondered. Since it is a 5-story building, the mechanisms must differ from those of ordinary structures. A faint smile graced his lips, as if he had deduced some of the underlying mechanisms. Within less than 20 seconds of entering, the 30 players erupted in screams as they rushed out the door, dragging the players behind them into the fray. The last player to emerge hastily shut the door behind them. At this moment, hardly anyone dared to re-enter the Tower of Chaos. The young man with yellow hair, who was currently in the lead, also began to waver. Just then, Tang Yun approached. Hey, you there, why are you cutting in line? Chapter 32. 30 individuals cannot handle it, yet you dare to take it on alone. Kid, step back. Do you not see that we are forming a line? The leader, A brash young man with yellow hair glared menacingly at Tang Yun. It was only then that Tang Yun realized this group of players was indeed queuing, and he had unknowingly become a part of this long line. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the crowd. "Young man, are you in such a hurry to meet your demise?" Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the players. Tang Yun smiled serenely, and what of it? The crowd fell silent for a moment, only to burst into laughter once more. "Who the hell is this joker? Pull him back. That kid must be scared senseless by the zombies." "Hey," a well-meaning player, his arm gnawed to shreds, cautioned, "Don't go in there. It's South no place for a human. Besides, you alone are no different from walking to your death. I can handle it alone." The yellow-haired youth was instantly amused by Tang Yun's bravado. "Just you alone? Very well. We shall wait. If you can last more than 20 seconds, we will overlook your line cutting." "Exactly. A man must face his challenges like a man. As long as you can endure for 20 seconds, we shall forgive you." Tang Yun chuckled and shrugged. "Then I shall graciously accept the challenge." "Haha. This kid. Haha. I can't take it anymore." The laughter swelled around him as Tang Yun opened the door to the Tower of Chaos to prevent other players from entering. He glanced at the door latch and secured it firmly. The players outside erupted into laughter again, some even clapping their hands. "Haha. Has this kid lost his mind? Is closing the door meant to keep us from witnessing his demise? Enough. Let us not say anything more." The countdown begins at 20 seconds. Then, all the players outside shouted in unison, 1, 2, 3. Tang Yun instinctively checked the time, 11:07. Suddenly, 2 zombies appeared before him, seemingly materializing out of thin air. Tang Yun refrained from attacking. Instead, he spun around sharply, discovering 2 more zombies had manifested behind him. Still, he held his fire, making a swift dash to the wall, positioning himself against it to prevent zombies from respawning behind him. The horde grew, with 2 more zombies emerging. 6 zombies charged toward Tang Yun. With a swift motion of his left hand, he summoned the wolf pack. Drawing his MP5, he pressed against the wall, firing precise shots. With every squeeze of the trigger, 2 more zombies materialized. So it was, 2 zombies refreshed every second, and they did so at random. Tang Yun signaled the wolf pack to adjust their positions. The lead wolf stood before him, tasked with flanking and charging, while the black female wolf held the left flank to distract the zombies, allowing Tang Yun to score headshots, and Hao Ge controlled the right flank, all centered around Tang Yun to maximize their output and achieve a perfect headshot. Old Hay bit into a zombie, while Black's sister clamped down on the creature's calf. In the next instant, Tang Yun dispatched the zombie with a single shot to the head. Hao Ge seized the zombie's arm, bringing it crashing to the ground. And just as the zombie tilted its neck in an attempt to rise, Tang Yun delivered another fatal shot. It was as if each bullet found its mark with precision. Upon exhausting his magazine, Tang Yun swiftly produced an MP5 and continued his methodical extermination of the undead. Outside the door, players ceased counting at 23. They exchanged glances, a sense of unease washing over them. Could that fellow be dead inside? It seemed implausible, given the utter silence. "Wait." The leader, a young man with yellow hair, interjected. "I heard gunshots. That guy has a firearm. What kind of gun?" Another questioned. "The shots were sporadic. It sounds like a pistol." "Ah. In this day and age, pistols are nearly ubiquitous. They're not hard to find. It's the ammunition that's scarce. Look, I have 2 pistols myself." "Well, pistols do require reloading. Let us give him a few more seconds. He surely can't hold out against the horde of zombies." "Wait. The gunfire has ceased. He can't have run out of bullets, can he?" Having finished another magazine, Tang Yun decisively drew his pistol and eliminated the last zombie with 2 precise shots. The undead ceased to spawn, and Tang Yun glanced at the clock, 11:08. Exactly 1 minute. My deductions were correct. The respawn had a time limit. As long as one could endure for a minute, they would clear the level. This also indicated that the random spawn mechanism was ineffective with numerous players. The more that entered, the greater the chaos, leading to potential friendly fire every second. If all players stood in a circle against the wall, they could form a united front, yet this random spawn mechanism was still unknown to anyone. Tang Yun had successfully cleared the first level, and a wooden ladder descended slowly. Current floor, flesh layer, next floor, biological layer. Having reloaded, Tang Yun eagerly ascended to the second floor. The random spawn mechanism remained unchanged, yet the foes had transformed from mere zombies to zombie dogs and wild boars. These creatures either possessed brute strength and biting power or exhibited remarkable speed and agility. Unfortunately for them, Tang Yun had discovered the optimal position for output. The wolves would serve as distractions while he executed precise kills. Gunfire soon erupted from the second floor. What the hell? There's gunfire on the second floor. That guy made it up. Damn it. I thought it would be difficult. I had no idea a mere pistol could clear the level. If I had known, I would have jumped the queue. Let us open the door. We can't allow him to reap all the rewards. Regrettably, the door had been barricaded, and despite the collective effort, they could not force it open. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yun had cleared the second level. Another staircase descended. Third floor, teratogenic layer. The players at the base of the tower paused, puzzled. Wait, the gunfire has stopped. That guy can't be dead, can he? Yet, in the next moment, gunfire erupted from the third floor. Damn it, this is too easy. A simple pistol can clear the level. Hurry, let us break down the door. I have a motorcycle. Let me charge in. The crowd began to disperse as a young man with blonde hair mounted his motorcycle. The mechanics of the third floor remained unchanged. It appeared that the chaos of this tower was confined to this singular aspect, with the only variation being the escalating difficulty of the monsters. At this moment, the creatures had transformed from mutated beings into grotesque hybrids. Each hybrid bore unique characteristics, resembling a fusion of human and animal traits. For instance, the one currently targeted by Tang Yun possessed the head of a wild boar, legs akin to those of the beast, a massive flesh tumor protruding from its back, and two contorted human faces jutting from its chest. With the increased difficulty of the monsters, Tang Yun shifted from precise shots to sweeping fire. Expending half a magazine of ammunition with each hybrid he felled, he swiftly retrieved a more powerful pump-action shotgun. Bang! One shot pierced through the hybrid's body. Bang! Before long, the magazine was depleted, leaving only 3 hybrids on the third floor. Tang Yun promptly loaded bullets from the external magazine into the chamber. Bang! One shot obliterated a hybrid. The wolf pack was tasked with restraining the remaining 2. As Tang Yun slid another bullet into the chamber, bang! Another shot. He loaded one final bullet. Bang! The last shot cleared the third level. The staircase to the next floor was lowered. Fourth floor, elemental layer. As Tang Yun reloaded his ammunition, a tremendous noise erupted from below. Chapter 33. The Military Supplies Compensation Box. The first floor echoed with the thunderous footsteps of players, all eager to seize a moment's advantage before Tang Yun completed the challenge. Swiftly reloading, Tang Yun finished just as the players began their ascent to the second floor. He promptly ascended to the fourth floor, where the next trial commenced. 2 burning zombies materialized before him, engulfed in flames, their bodies resembling molten humanoid lava. The temperature in the room surged dramatically as Tang Yun opened fire, bullets piercing the flaming zombies and causing a torrent of scalding ichor to erupt. The viscous fluid splattered onto the wooden floor, hissing violently. Tang Yun quickly recalled his wolf pack. The challenge rules remained unchanged. Monsters would refresh randomly within a minute. With a resounding bang, he shot one of the burning zombies in the head, hot brain matter gushing forth and nearly splattering across his face. Tang Yun pressed himself against the wall, retreating while firing. Close combat was no longer an option. In the blink of an eye, the rate at which the burning zombies respawned matched his rate of elimination. Resigned, Tang Yun shrugged, waving his right hand as a grappling hook shot upward just as the zombies lunged at him. With a swift motion, he soared upward. It is worth noting that the height between each floor exceeded 3 meters. Below, players scrambled rapidly, having already ascended to the third floor, jostling each other as they pushed towards the fourth. Meanwhile, nearly 10 burning zombies surged beneath Tang Yun, clawing frantically yet ineffectively at him. If air could tear, it would have been shredded to bits. Gripping the grappling hook with one hand, he drew his shotgun with the other and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the throng of burning zombies below. Boom, boom, boom. The searing ichor splattered everywhere. Yet Tang Yun remained unscathed above. The shotgun blast punctured the wooden floor, causing several burning zombies to plummet without warning. The players below erupted into chaos. What is that? Aren't there only zombies? My face. My face. The density of players on the third floor was immense, and the burning zombies quickly ignited a dozen players. The entire lower level was ablaze. Notably, a young man with yellow hair found himself mounted by a falling burning zombie, instantly transformed into a bloody spectacle. Unaware of the pandemonium below, Tang Yun continued his assault on the zombies, the holes in the floor widening further as 4 or 5 more burning zombies fell through. Hearing the screams from below, he initially thought he had misheard and chose to ignore the sounds. With mere seconds remaining, the last 6 burning zombies appeared, and Tang Yun simply watched, witnessing them tumble through the gaping holes in the floor. Time expired, and he successfully cleared the 4th level. Swinging down, the wooden ladder leading to the 5th floor descended. What was initially perceived as a new challenge turned out to be something entirely different. 5th level, reward stage. It became evident that the monster layer concluded at the 4th level, while the 5th level merely presented the rewards for conquering the previous stages. Tang Yun rubbed his hands together and ascended the ladder. Upon climbing, he noticed a fire raging below, but dismissed it as an illusion, choosing to ignore it. Cough, cough. Cough. As soon as Tang Yun reached the upper floor, he was unable to suppress a series of coughs. Toxic fumes had infiltrated his system. Had he not been wearing a mask, the symptoms would have manifested much sooner. He quickly donned a fresh mask, though it provided little alleviation to his coughing fit. It was imperative to collect the rewards and leave promptly. The 5th level contained merely 2 green treasure chests equipment. What? Is this all there is? Tang Yun felt a surge of frustration. This was the 5th level after all. If it weren't for the absence of windows, he wouldn't even bother to fight. However, upon turning his gaze, a dusty wooden box in the corner captured his attention. With a sense of curiosity, he pried it open with his machete, discovering 107 iron arrows, 216 bullets, and a rocket launcher. The rocket launcher was capable of firing high-powered rockets, consuming 30 bullets per shot. It dawned on him that the 2 green chests were merely baseline rewards. The true reward was this military supply cache. Tang Yun swallowed hard. Fine. I shall endeavor to remain more composed in the future and indulge in fewer complaints. He then stumbled upon a rope in the room and, driven by curiosity, tugged on it. An iron door swung open above him. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Yun erupted into a fit of coughing. This was dire. He needed to flee. With a mighty leap, he burst forth, only to find a throng of players gathered at the base of the tower, some covered in grime, others severely burned, writhing on the ground in agony. Notably, there was a young man with yellow hair, now devoid of his golden locks, his scalp blackened. He rolled on the ground, wailing, "It burns. My face. It's burning. Give me water. I need water." Fellow players, feeling sympathy for him, began removing their trousers as their urine met his scorched visage. It emitted a hissing sound and released wisps of steam. The moment Tang Yun emerged, a hand pointed toward the tower's pinnacle. "Look, it's that man." The crowd turned to gaze at the figure atop the tower, spellbound. Even those busy relieving themselves froze, their eyes fixed on Tang Yun. He appeared nothing short of a superhero. Tang Yun extended his right hand. A grappling hook embedded itself into a tree trunk, and he swung like Spider-Man, swiftly disappearing into the dense foliage. Upon landing, he quickly boarded his vehicle, which boasted a purification system designed to cleanse the toxins from his body. The motorcycle, lacking doors, operated at a slower purification rate, causing Tang Yun to experience dizziness. Fortunately, he had marked the location of a refrigerated truck, less than 5 kilometers away, and promptly accelerated through the forest. Unbeknownst to him, a trio of motorcycle thieves lurked in the shadows of the woods, closely tailing Tang Yun. They matched his speed, maintaining a distance of mere meters. If he sped up, they sped up. If he slowed down, they slowed down, keeping the gap locked at a constant distance. Tang Yun was blissfully unaware of their presence. His stomach began to churn, clearly indicating that the purification capabilities of the 2-wheeled vehicle were not as proficient as those of a 4-wheeled one. Remaining inside the vehicle was manageable. But for someone like Tang Yun, who only boarded after experiencing symptoms, all he could do was await the gradual alleviation of his discomfort. Before long, the queasiness subsided, and the dizziness eased somewhat. He navigated through the thicket and soon caught sight of his refrigerated truck in the distance. The 3 motorcycle thieves watched as Tang Yun emerged from the woods, saw him stow away his motorcycle, and enter the cab of the refrigerated truck, before they turned away and departed. Chapter 34. The Bounty? Tang Yun sat in the driver's seat for a while, experiencing a slight alleviation of his dizziness. However, as the effects of the kidney tonic began to wane, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. The remaining power of the vehicle could propel him for approximately 30 kilometers. Tang Yun activated the vehicle, pushing it to its limits, and, after 20 minutes, depleted the last vestige of power. His eyelids grew heavy, and he could no longer keep them open. He set an alarm for 4 hours and donned a miraculous eye mask, succumbing to slumber, thanks to the eye mask's enchantment. These 4 hours of rest equated to a full 8 hours of sleep. Upon awakening, he found it was around 4 in the afternoon, with over 30 hours remaining in his novice protection period. Rubbing his sore eyes, Tang Yun noted that after 4 hours of rejuvenation, the vehicle's power had replenished, allowing for a journey of 100 kilometers. Additionally, the vehicle upgrade granted him 1 modification point and 1 free attribute point. He accessed the modification interface, upgrading the vehicle's gearbox by 1 level and boosting his agility by 1 point. Gearbox. Each level increase reduces fuel consumption by 0.2 and enhances starting speed by 20. Tang Yun's current attributes stood as follows: Strength 3, Constitution 1, Agility 3. Aside from his frail constitution, he was in excellent condition. With the reduced fuel consumption, his vehicle could now travel over 110 kilometers. He still possessed several treasure chests and seized this opportunity to open them all. He found only 1 designated voucher remaining, and upon browsing the shop, discovered that no one was selling them. Tang Yun realized he could not monitor the messaging platform around the clock, so he devised a plan. Family channel. Tang Yun, if anyone sees a blind box treasure chest, please purchase it for me. I will pay a commission of 5 yuan. Old Wong. Now that you mention it, I'm not feeling sleepy at all. I could use the money, so I'll keep an eye out. Humorous brother. Hey, if anyone spots a blind box treasure chest, please let me know. I'll offer a commission of 2 yuan. Eggs cracked everywhere. You sly fellow, are you trying to profit as a middleman? Tang Yun closed the family channel, realizing that he could not utilize the designated voucher and hoped to exchange it for a better deal. He counted his treasure chests, 1 white chest, tools, 4 white chests, equipment, and 3 green chests, equipment. He proceeded to open them sequentially. The tools chest triggered a self-detonation, which Tang Yun promptly threw away. Among the 4 white chests, 2 also activated self-detonation. Tang Yun felt profoundly disheartened, but fortunately, the remaining 2 white chests yielded a double reward and a blue double reward. Upon opening them, he acquired 2 weapon flashlight cards and 2 muzzle extension cards. From the 2 green chests, 1 produced a blue item and the other a gold item. The blue chest yielded 1 silencer card, while the golden chest produced 2 drum cards. To his astonishment, he discovered that the game indeed contained the drum accessory he desired. Tang Yun utilized the weapon flashlight cards to equip 1 on his shotgun and another on one of his MP5s, while the 2 muzzle extension cards were directly affixed to both MP5s. Barrel extension. A reasonable extension of the barrel increases bullet power by 40 and recoil by 40. Some firearms may not be compatible. Silencer. Reduces firearm noise by 50. Especially effective when paired with a handgun. Some firearms may not be compatible. Tang Yun affixed the silencer directly onto his handgun and fired a shot. The noise significantly diminished, barely exceeding that of a compound bow. He then tested the MP5, a submachine gun known for its minimal recoil, and even after the 40 increase, Tang Yun was still able to maintain a one-handed grip, albeit with a slight decline in accuracy. Finally, he received today's prestigious golden reward, the drum magazine. Drum magazine enhances the ammunition capacity of firearms. Some firearms may not be compatible. Tang Yun replaced the magazines on both MP5s with the new drum magazines, which resembled cylindrical clips capable of holding greater quantities of ammunition. Upon calculation, the drum capacity amounted to precisely 100 rounds, meaning Tang Yun now possessed 2 machine guns. Oh, what bliss! Claims of disappointment in the forest were mere fabrications. He was far from disappointed. With his vehicle fully powered, he was ready to embark at any moment. However, Tang Yun was in no rush, as the chests offered by the forest were primarily equipment chests, and he aimed to collect as many treasures as possible from this woodland. He climbed into the vehicle, sliced off 60 pounds of pork for the wolf pack to feast upon, and poured them 12 bottles of water. Meanwhile, Tang Yun prepared a few fried eggs on the roof, grilled 3 pounds of steak, and boiled a pot of vegetable and radish soup. Unbeknownst to him, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, drawing the attention of 3 individuals hiding not far away in the forest, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Damn it! Who is this kid? I wish I could take him down right now. Calm down. We are here to take photos and monitor this kid. Damn it. He s caused trouble for 3 factions. It's no wonder he s wanted. Have you sent the photos to Phantom? Yes, I just sent them. Are you sure it's this kid? Absolutely. It's that off-road refrigerated truck, and that lean build. All right, let us leave quickly. I've heard he s armed. And if he spots us, we're finished. Let us go, before we die of hunger. Pathetic. I'll make sure Sister May rewards you with a barbecue bun. Tang Yun, blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, was solely focused on gathering essentials before the novice mission concluded. After finishing his meal, he promptly leapt from the vehicle, called back the wolf pack, and rode his motorcycle into the depths of the jungle. As night fell, the temperature dropped to around 10 degrees, ignoring smaller structures. Tang Yun headed straight for the medium to large buildings. Chaos erupted throughout the entire disappointment forest overnight. World Channel. Which shameless person took my chest on the 3rd floor? My chest on the 2nd floor is also gone. The entire crime scene left only a pried open cabinet. I'm on high alert. You are all thieves of treasure chests. I am the victim. Please don't play the thief while shouting to catch the thief. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, Tang Yun returned to the cockpit, carrying with him 8 white treasure chests filled with equipment. Among these chests, 3 failed to yield a critical hit, while the remaining 5 produced 3 instances of double rewards and 2 items upgraded to purple rarity. The 3 white chests bestowed upon him 2 pairs of non-slip athletic shoes, 2 canine leather jackets, and 2 pairs of durable men's underwear. The canine leather jackets particularly caught Tang Yun's attention. Canine leather jacket, waterproof, wear-resistant, and warm. It also offers some degree of protection against attacks. He promptly adorned both Black Sister and Brother How with these jackets. The two purple chests granted him one sun protection garment and one sunshade scarf. Sun protection garment shields against direct sunlight and helps lower body temperature. Sunshade scarf also protects against direct sunlight and reduces body temperature. Tang Yun immediately placed this ensemble into the summer pre-selection outfit. With the unboxing complete, he activated the vehicle and swiftly made his way to the intersection. Glancing at the road sign. Chapter 35, the end of the novice period. A new era. Straight ahead, progress in the game increases. Left turn. The road is blocked and impassable. Right turn. The road is blocked and impassable. The disappointment forest holds no further allure. Tang Yun is fully prepared and promptly activates his vehicle, proceeding straight ahead. There are still 21 hours remaining until the conclusion of the novice period, after which the game progress leaderboard will unlock. At that time, the number of top players and their game progress will be revealed. Having taken numerous detours, Tang Yun's game progress stands at a mere 0.5. He must forge ahead, striving to maintain pace with those players who continue straight on. Welcome to Tidewalker Town, a place abundantly rich in zombie resources, where every kilometer boasts medium to small-sized establishments such as cafes, clothing stores, and music halls, offering you a distinct combat experience. Tang Yun disembarks and begins to scavenge, amassing 500 metal, 800 plastic, 800 glass, and 600 rubber, having expended over 200 rounds of ammunition. He scavenges his way to the intersection, collecting 360 metal, 260 plastic, 550 rubber, and 550 glass, consuming over 300 rounds of ammunition in the process. The vehicle levels up twice. Current level, for fuel consumption, 180. 2 power points per kilometer. Current power points, 107, 180 maximum speed, 180 kilometers H durability, 180 space upgrade, 8 cubic meters materials required for the next upgrade, metal, 2, 0 10 000 rubber, 2, 875 000 plastic, 2, 565 000 glass, 775 000 starstone, 100. Tang Yun has obtained 2 modification points and 2 free attribute points. He upgrades the chassis and front armor of the vehicle, enhancing the chassis hardness by 30 and the front armor's hardness by 30. He then allocates both free attribute points to his physique. Now, Tang Yun has truly transformed into a versatile warrior. Continuing straight ahead, Tang Yun focuses solely on careful development during this time. The novice period swiftly comes to a close. Tang Yun's vehicle levels up once more. Current level, 5 fuel consumption, 200. 2 power points per kilometer. Current power points, 120 maximum speed, 200 kilometers H durability, 200 space upgrade, 10 cubic meters materials required for the next upgrade. Metal, 1012. 000 rubber, 286 000 plastic, 256 000 glass, 76 000 starstone, 120. The cabin space of Tang Yun's vehicle is doubled, allowing ample room for an additional bed behind him. As the clock strikes midnight, the novice protection period concludes. The novice protection period has concluded. Vehicle durability will now deplete normally. When durability reaches 0, the vehicle will be rendered inoperable until its durability is restored. The treasure chests will be transformed into random treasure chests, which can yield various random items, with some exceptions for special items. Vehicles have unlocked a new genre, and upon reaching the corresponding level and meeting the requisite conditions, players can unlock the respective genre. The global channel will display the number of players online, and the regional channel is now unlocked, with chat messages visible to players within a 50-kilometer radius. Medium to large buildings will guarantee treasure chest rewards, so it is advisable to explore promptly to avoid being outpaced by others. After 12 hours, all players will enter the scorching desert mode for 3 days. This mode will be accompanied by frequent sandstorms and sustained high temperatures. Players may activate the vehicle's air conditioning mode. The world level has increased, with monster levels set at 1, and the probability of green treasure chests appearing has risen by 1. The progress leaderboard is now accessible, with the top anonymous player's progress at 171, the second at 1.7, down to the 1000th player at 1.37. There are no rewards for rankings. Meanwhile, Tang Yun's game progress is merely 1.2, failing to even secure a rank. Yet, what difference does it make? There are no rewards at stake. Nonetheless, he is now aware of how swiftly the top players advance. At this moment, he finds himself at a crossroads, illuminated by the orange glow of the streetlight above. He reflects on his recent acquisitions. Supplies include 207 pounds of meat, 110 pounds of fruit, 102 pounds of vegetables, 98 pounds of noodles, 53 pounds of starch, 79 pounds of flour, and various daily necessities. Tools comprise 3 wrenches, 1 crowbar, and 1 kettle. He has 410 star stones, 1517 bullets, and 107 iron arrows remaining. Tang Yun expended all his wrenches, enhancing the durability of his off-road motorcycle to 70 points. Besides this, his most significant gain is a white treasure chest, blind box. Has the treasure chest been revamped? He wonders if the designated voucher counts as a special item. Regardless, he decides to gather the wool before pondering further. Tang Yun immediately utilizes the designated item voucher under review. Item approved. May your unboxing be delightful. With a snap, a green light bursts forth. A designated voucher, green, is received. This is akin to exchanging a white designated voucher for a green one, yet the double reward he desired does not materialize. He must temporarily hold onto this green designated voucher. A blinding light is reflected in the rearview mirror as a convoy of vehicles approaches with their high beams on. A woman's voice resonates. That refrigerated truck is the target. Now that the novice protection period has ended, this kid cannot escape. Sister May, what should we do? We cannot allow the red and white faction to seize the opportunity. This kid has already injured many of our brothers. I do wish to eliminate him. However, currently, the Phantom cannot contend with the red and white faction and needs individuals like him to join us. Sister May, you are the one who jointly issued the bounty with the red and white faction. If we truly manage to subdue this fellow, we must be wary of the red and white party seeking revenge. Are you out of your mind? We captured him alive. What do we have to fear from the red and white party? I've heard he single-handedly conquered the Tower of Chaos. What? Does that mean the Tower of Chaos is exceedingly simple? I can't be bothered with you. Magia, your duck has flown away. Virum. Tang Yun pressed the accelerator and dashed out of the intersection. What do you mean by duck? Wait. Quick, pursue him. Don't let this brat escape. Virum. A dozen motorcycles surged through the intersection. While driving, Tang Yun felt a huffing sound behind him. He turned to look. Hao-gu, stop staring at me while I drive. Yet Hao-gu excitedly wagged his tail, emitting a low growl. The next moment, Hao-gu leaped directly into the vehicle. Tang Yun thought he was impatient and wanted to play, but when he pressed the clutch, Hao-gu unexpectedly slapped him into 4th gear. Tang Yun was taken aback. Can you actually drive? Virum. A group of motorcycles quickly caught up with Tang Yun, and Maying shouted, train the troops for a day, deploy them when needed. All level 10 riders, mount up. With her command, a man clad in a black jacket slowly approached the vehicle and then, with a leap, climbed aboard. His motorcycle transformed into a card and returned to his pocket. It turns out that within the customization interface for two-wheelers, there exists a function called restoration, which allows a vehicle to be reclaimed like the recycle skill. However, it can only reclaim one's own vehicle, and unlocking this function requires 10 modification points. This exemplifies the advantages of team gameplay, where the leader can cultivate team members according to their professional roles. Those riders who have unlocked the restoration function are colloquially known within the faction as pickpockets. Chapter 36. Speed Surpassing Passion. A refrigerated truck roared down the highway, pursued by a cadre of daring motorcycle thieves. In the blink of an eye, 3 nimble pickpockets had ascended the truck's cargo area. These skilled operatives enjoyed a higher status within their team, receiving superior attire, including gloves, courtesy of their leader, May. Their vehicles boasted a level 10 rating, with each upgrade endowing the driver with an additional point of agility. The agility and strength of these thieves generally hovered around level 5, exemplifying the advantages of smaller vehicles, which allowed for rapid ascension and eased the transition for novice drivers. Quickly, move swiftly. If necessary, smash open the cargo area. No one leaves empty-handed. Understood, May? 2 of the thieves scrambled toward the front, while the third brandished a fire axe, swinging it fiercely against the truck's side. Bang! The thief paused momentarily, exclaiming, May, this cargo area is tougher than most. Damn it, you've got backup. Hit it harder. Right. The 2 thieves had nearly reached the cab when, unexpectedly, the door swung open. Illuminated by a barrage of high beams, a striking young man emerged from the driver's seat. Despite the frigid temperature of 1 degree, he was clad in warm attire, donned sunglasses, and clutched a cigarette, his tousled hair whipping in the gusty winds. What was his intention? May swiftly repositioned herself, commanding, tank team, move in. Corner him in the cab. We'll capture him once his energy is depleted. Yes. At her command, 3 members of the tank team revved their engines and surged forward. Their vehicles, each above level 7, had all modifications focused on armor, providing substantial protection against impacts while enabling them to engage in collisions with confidence. Their agility attributes were entirely invested in strength and endurance, making them formidable yet resilient. A sports car sped by. Another victim for the motorcycle thieves. The driver, terrified, nearly leapt from his window. Thank goodness mine is a sports car. Otherwise, I'd be stripped bare like that refrigerated truck. He glanced into his rearview mirror, activating the built-in retinal recording feature of his gaming system, documenting the robbery and the driver's desperate plight. Buzz. The tank team swiftly closed in. Tang Yun smirked, drawing a shotgun with one hand. Bang! The shotgun erupted in a blaze of sparks, scattering pellets that struck the oncoming motorcycle, causing two tank team members to collide and veer off toward the roadside in a shower of sparks. What the hell? Who is this kid? Bang! Another shot rang out, sending the last tank member careening off the road. Meanwhile, the bystanders, alerted by the gunfire, turned their attention to Tang Yun, who, after a mere glance at the unfolding chaos, matched the speed of the refrigerated truck, observing from a distance. Wow, this young man. I thought he was too frightened to stay in the vehicle. In the next instant, Tang Yun grasped the truck's roof with one hand, executing a swift maneuver to land atop the cab, simultaneously shutting the door with a flourish. He was nothing short of superhuman. As Tang Yun leapt onto the car's roof, two motorcycle thieves lunged towards him, wielding machetes and electric batons. With a swift flash of light, he deftly parried the blade with a flick of his right hand. The rush of wind roared in his ears, a reminder that one misstep could send him tumbling off the roof. Executing a spinning kick, he aimed for his opponents, but they nimbly dodged above him. However, one of them slipped, falling directly off the vehicle. The other thief swung his electric baton, a crackling silver arc of electricity illuminating the night. With a quick thrust aimed at Tang Yun's chest, he barely managed to evade the attack as Tang Yun countered with a slap, which his adversary narrowly avoided. Yet, in doing so, he lost his footing, and Tang Yun swept his leg, bringing him crashing to the ground. In the next instant, a bullet was chambered, and Tang Yun's pistol was aimed at the thief's head, exuding an air of superiority. The glare from his flashlight blinded the thief, who, in a moment of clarity, reconsidered the peril of risking his life for mere bread. With a swift roll, he tumbled off the roof and fell to the ground. Approaching the freight car, Tang Yun noticed another thief attempting to hack into it, having already torn a gaping hole. Upon seeing that all his companions had been subdued, this thief swung his fire axe at Tang Yun with desperation. The axe flew toward him like a boomerang, but with a flick of his right arm, Tang Yun sent it hurtling away. The onlookers were left in awe, questioning whether he was even human. They thought to capture this moment, lest they encounter him again. The Phantom, observing from a distance, sensed something amiss. Why did this refrigerated truck maintain its speed? Who was driving? Unbeknownst to them, in the cabin, a robust figure handled the steering wheel, while another expertly managed the brakes and accelerator, and a third adjusted the gears. Unwavering, the thief donned spiked knuckles, adopting a martial artist stance. Tang Yun approached him slowly. In a flash, the thief threw a punch, but Tang Yun sidestepped and seized his arm, delivering a precise strike that incapacitated him. The thief screamed in agony but, gritting his teeth, launched another punch. Before his fist could connect with Tang Yun's chest, he was sent sprawling backward. How is this possible? My agility is at least 5 points. This kid. I never anticipated his prowess in close combat. The Phantom glanced at the convoy, realizing half of their numbers had already fallen. Turning to Tang Yun, she noted the gun now pointed directly at her. The first straw was a warning. If she did not act quickly, he would indeed pull the trigger. Retreat. Retreat. Check for the wounded. With the commanding voice of the Phantom ringing out, the entire convoy abruptly slowed. As the lights of the motorcycle thieves faded into the distance, Tang Yun smirked, astonished that his prior experience with high-altitude work could translate into practical combat skills. While initially unsteady on the elevated platform, his increasing proficiency had rendered him a master of balance. Despite their agility surpassing his own, these thieves ultimately fell victim to his seasoned combat experience and superior equilibrium. Tang Yun approached the front of the vehicle, propelled himself with his legs, and effortlessly slid into the driver's seat through the window. Unbeknownst to him, a video along with several photographs had been uploaded to the global channel, causing an uproar among viewers. What audacity this young man has. 1 against 20. Wait a moment. Who is actually driving? Is he using a brick to press the accelerator? The commenter above makes a valid point. At that moment, a female player could no longer contain her curiosity. Oui, could you send that photo to me privately? If you desire it. It will cost you a bottle of water. Oui, no problem. What? A photo for a bottle of water? Sister, in this day and age, why are you still swooning? Oui. Is there a clearer version? I'll pay 2 bottles of water for it. Chapter 37. The battle for modules. The motorcycle thieves had been left far behind, and Old Black turned to cast a glance at Tang Yun in the passenger seat, playfully sticking out his tongue. Tang Yun smiled indulgently, affectionately stroking the dog's head. Moments ago, the thieves had used a fire axe to breach the vehicle's compartment. Tang Yun opened the vehicle panel to assess the damage. A three-dimensional representation of the refrigerated truck materialized on the virtual panel, revealing a red dot indicating the compromised area of the compartment. Tang Yun tapped the dot and observed the impact marks, merely a crack spanning several centimeters, resulting in a mere 10-point decrease in the vehicle's durability. Fortunately, he had upgraded the compartment's armor in advance. Otherwise, the durability would have suffered even more. While inspecting the vehicle, Tang Yun unexpectedly noticed a new tab next to the upgrade system genre. Genre? Indeed, it appeared he had unlocked a new genre of sorts. Curiously, he clicked on it. New genre, fortress style, unlock conditions, vehicle level, 510, engine level, 05, tire armor, 25, module count, 310. Starstones, 410 100, unlock reward, a brand new appearance growth pathway. This indicated that upon meeting these conditions, the new genre could be directly unlocked. Additionally, Tang Yun saw a prompt message. Notice, once the vehicle reaches level 10, further upgrades will not enhance vehicle attributes, but will instead grant an additional modification point, which can be used to upgrade genre notes. It seemed that nurturing the new genre had become a paramount objective. Glancing at the world channel, he noted the online player count had plummeted from the original million to merely a few 100,000, with the survivors predominantly being cunning veterans. Regional channel, Skater Kid. What exactly are modules? How do I install them? WDF. You're still alive. Skater Kid. I just saw a woman on a motorcycle kill a truck driver and steal someone else's truck. What are you trying to say? Skater Kid. Perhaps my vehicle is so rubbish that I managed to escape. So how do modules work? Don't you have module installation space? My car has 10 installation slots for modules. What about yours? Skater Kid. Huh? Why does it show I only have 5 slots? Haha. It's just a trash vehicle. Having any space at all is a blessing. Skater Kid. But modules require at least 1 slot to install. Well, figure it out yourself. Phantom. Brother, sell me your modules. We can negotiate a price. Skater Kid. What the hell? You're in the regional channel. You weren't the one killing and looting, were you? Phantom. So what if I was? My crew has suffered significant losses. It's only fair I develop a bit. Hurry and sell them to me, or your game will end. Baloo. Hey. Watch it. Don't steal my stuff. That module is coveted by our Falcon gang. Phantom, you're also on this road? Baloo, as the saying goes, when you're sick, I'll take your life. You currently lack the strength to contend with us. Humph. First come, first served. Do not presume we fear you. The skateboard kid suddenly fell silent, and shortly thereafter, his cries echoed through the family channel. I am being pursued. Brothers, which of you in my vicinity can lend me a hand? Old Wong. Alas, I just passed through Talum Town and cannot turn back. Wee, I am beside you. But my weapon has been taken. I am powerless. Humorous brother. Apologies. I am with Old Wong and cannot assist at the moment. Seeing that none of his family could be relied upon, the skateboard kid promptly recalled Tang Yun. Where is brother Tang? Can you come to rescue me? Tang Yun was not one to mince words. Sell me the module. Skateboard kid, huh? Is that useful? Brother Tang, please do not take advantage of my plight. Just tell them this when they find you. Tang Yun stated succinctly, and the skateboard kid listened intently. Is this truly helpful? Are you going to do it or not? Yes, but I must first see if it is of any use. Do as you wish. Just do not deceive me. Rest assured, brother, my life hangs in the balance. Oh no, the bike thieves are here. Then may you seek your own fortune. Buzz. Tang Yun's vehicle halted outside a large supermarket. I can manage on my own. You stay in the vehicle and keep an eye on it. If any robbers appear, strike decisively, understood? A low growl escaped from Black, who comprehended Tang Yun's intent. Tang Yun produced his firearm and decisively exited the vehicle, surveying the supermarket entrance. A bus and several motorcycles were parked out front, accompanied by a few tricycles and compact cars. Quite the target indeed. Meanwhile, inside a nearby convenience store, a boy clutching a skateboard crouched in fear, too terrified to venture outside. The skateboard had become a harbinger of doom. He resolved to conceal the skateboard first, lest it betray his identity. This boy was none other than the skateboard kid himself. Just as he prepared to act, the roar of motorcycle engines erupted from outside. Baga. There's a figure in the store. Search for the skateboard kid. The newcomers were none other than the Scavenging gang. Bang. The store's door was kicked open, and a beam of light illuminated the skateboard kid's face. Baga. Someone is hiding behind the shelves. They are holding a skateboard. Oh dear. What a fortuitous discovery. Moments later, a bald giant loomed before the skateboard kid, seizing him by the collar. Hey, our Scavenging gang has suffered grievously as well, upon awakening. All the valuables in our backpacks were gone. Given our mutual misfortune, hand over the module, and I, Baralu, may spare your life. The skateboard kid swallowed hard. It is not that I refuse to sell it to you, but the module has already been taken. What? Someone beat you to it. Who? Was it the Phantom Gang? The skateboard kid shook his head. Baru ground his teeth. Was it the Red Scorpion? The skateboard kid shook his head again. Is it the Red and White Party then? The skateboard kid continued to shake his head. Do you dare to play tricks on me? Speak. Who is it exactly? The skateboard kid trembled as he spoke. This person is known to you. He said, next time please let you sleep. Huh. Baru paused for a moment, glancing at his comrades around him. Brother Baru, it's that guy who knocked us all out. Damn it. It's him again. I never expected him to be on the same path as us. I swear I will skin him alive. With a wave of his hand, Baru commanded, let us go. Catch that kid. Strip him clean and hang him on the car for all to see. Good. Immediately, everyone boarded the vehicle and swiftly departed. The skateboard kid sighed in relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped a disaster, only to be met with the roaring sound of motorcycles outside. Chapter 38. How could it be him again? The skateboarder had just exhaled in relief when the sound jolted him back to anxiety. A woman's voice pierced the air. Search this convenience store and keep an eye out for that skateboarder. Understood, Sister May. From the back of a medium-sized truck. A strikingly voluptuous woman leaped down. It was none other than Maying. The vehicle she commandeered had just been seized from her adversaries, and her previous ride was bound securely in the truck bed. Sister May, there is someone inside, and he is holding a skateboard. Upon hearing this, Maying brandished a handgun she had recently procured and stormed into the store. This firearm had been acquired during a recent raid. Her team had previously collected some ammunition, but lacked the weaponry to utilize it. Now, with a pistol in hand, their power had surged overnight. Hey, are you the skateboarder? The skateboarder swallowed hard. Do you think I could convince you I'm not? Maying pressed the gun against his temple. Stop talking like a coward. Where is my module? I already sold it to someone else. What? You dared to sell it in front of me? Who has more clout than the Maying gang? He said you knew him. Knew him? Then tell me who he is. I don't know him, but he said, if you come looking for him, just tell you he wouldn't mind giving you another lesson. Another lesson. Maying mused, glancing down at her chest. Damn it, it's that brat again. Sister May? So it's really someone familiar? Maying shot a glance at her team member. It's that guy with the refrigerated truck. What do we do now? That kid has enough firepower in his warehouse to arm an army. Consider that module a lost cause. Let us move on. Scavenging is our top priority. When the time is right, I'm going to capture that brat. Sister May, you're not developing feelings for him, are you? What nonsense are you spouting? The brothers understood the principle of killing for loot, but her insistence on capturing him. What do you know? If I truly wanted him dead, he would wipe out our entire gang. You'll understand eventually. Understood, Sister May. After this exchange, the group promptly boarded their vehicles and sped off into the night. The skateboarder watched them leave, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. He quickly opened his contacts and messaged Tang Yun. Tang Yun, I truly admire you beyond words. Tang Yun, I'm busy, let us talk another day. Feeling Tang Yun's distant demeanor, the skateboarder experienced a pang of heartbreak. He had never anticipated Tang Yun's formidable strength. What he initially thought was a boast now seemed laughable. Not only had he taken down the entire Eagle gang, but he had also fiercely dealt with Maying. A real man. He realized that relying on such a vehicle would never secure victory, and merely surviving to the finish line was a stroke of luck. It appeared that someone like Tang Yun truly deserved to be cherished. The skateboarder opened the trading platform and directly gifted his module to Tang Yun. Subsequently, he dashed forward, tossing his skateboard aside and continuing to glide smoothly on it. At the supermarket entrance, Tang Yun loaded his weapon and fired several shots at the vehicle outside. Despite the gunfire, no sounds emerged from the entrance, allowing Tang Yun to proceed confidently into the supermarket. Unexpectedly, the gunshots attracted nearby zombies and ferocious dogs. Without hesitation, he drew his submachine gun and eradicated a dozen monsters, sending the last dog flying with a single shotgun blast. A white random treasure chest appeared. Tang Yun recalled the game prompt indicating that after the novice phase, in order to increase the game's difficulty, all treasure chests would be merged into a random chest. This random chest could yield any item, except for certain special ones. Tang Yun attempted to use a designated scroll, but to no avail. It seemed that the designated scroll had been categorized under special items. Thus, there was no need to retain it. He once again employed the designated scroll to target the item, wrench, and this time it worked. A critical hit. The white chest instantly transformed into a purple one. With a flash of purple light, Tang Yun not only elevated the chest's quality but also received double rewards. Acquired Purple Wrench 2, Purple Wrench, Vehicle Durability 80. The two purple wrenches combined provided a total of 160 durability, sufficient to enhance the longevity of Tang Yun's vehicle. Simultaneously, a module was added to his backpack. Tang Yun chuckled softly, appreciating this self-aware companion. Indeed, this module was the very one the skateboarder had given to him. Glass armor module, quality. White description, glass armor level 1. With this module, the hardness of the glass increased by an additional 50, having previously upgraded the glass. Tang Yun's current glass hardness was now double what it had been, capable of withstanding typical blunt force attacks. After completing these tasks, Tang Yun made his way towards the supermarket. On the third floor of the supermarket, a young girl clad in white pajamas was changing clothes in the fitting room. With the evening temperature nearing freezing, she shivered as she slipped into a pair of form-fitting jeans. After donning the jeans, she put on thermal underwear and a light jacket, garments she had just fought for on the second floor. Once she finished changing, a photo pinged into her friend messages. Photo, hey, little sister, here's the close-up shot you wanted. I had to ask a friend to get it, so make sure to thank me properly. Oui. All right. I'll give you 3 bottles of water. Okay. Indeed, the girl in the fitting room was none other than Hui herself. She quickly opened the photo to take a look, only to see a man opening a car door and firing at the rear of the vehicle with a pump-action shotgun. Found you. The one who stole my shotgun. The man wore a mask, obscuring his features, but Hui was determined to uncover the vehicle information of this individual. Although the photograph lacks clarity, the illumination from the street lamp reveals that it is, indeed, a medium-sized refrigerated truck, evident from the distinct design of its cargo compartment. Given the abundance of refrigerated vehicles, how does one precisely identify this particular man? The answer lies in the truck's tires. As Hui is aware, these off-road tires are exceedingly rare, and coupled with the keyword refrigerated truck, locating this individual becomes significantly more feasible. Hui then produces a crossbow, unexpectedly revealing that she possesses a weapon for self-defense, a testament to the resourcefulness that led to her current attire. Chapter 39. The supermarket outside the changing room. The chilling growls of zombies echoed, a reminder of the game's notification that every medium to large structure harbored treasure chests. Positioned on the third floor, she had yet to uncover any rewards. It was likely they resided above her. However, armed only with a crossbow, she felt ill-equipped to fend off the encroaching horde. Just then, a man's anguished scream resonated from below, drawing the attention of the zombies who began to surge downstairs. Emerging from the changing room, she illuminated her surroundings with a flashlight, revealing numerous zombies lingering beside the vacant shelves on the third floor. The light swiftly captivated their attention, prompting her to extinguish the flashlight and retreat back into the changing room. It was evident that she was trapped. Tang Yun entered the supermarket with a lightness in his step. The first floor had been thoroughly plundered, yet several players lay in wait. Their intentions clear, to eliminate any incoming players and loot their spoils. A man with a scarred face concealed himself behind a pile of debris, accompanied by a few cohorts. Brother Scar, I think we have company. Indeed. In just an hour, we've attracted our third prey. It's far more efficient to kill and loot than to wait idly. Brother Scar nodded in agreement, recalling how the previous 2 victims had provided ample supplies. Enough to sustain their group for a week. Be quiet. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Yes. As Tang Yun reached the entrance of the supermarket, he halted, shaking his head in resignation at the sight of a rope trap at his feet. Once triggered, it would hoist a person up, rendering them helpless. He concealed himself at the doorway, raising his flashlight to inspect the trigger mechanism, which was positioned above a cluttered pile of goods. With a smirk, he launched a rocket into the debris. Whoosh! The rocket plunged into the pile, followed by a deafening explosion. The anguished screams of men erupted as 5 or 6 figures were hurled into the air, suffering devastating injuries. Damn it! Brother Scar's head was bleeding profusely. The blast had claimed the lives of 3 of his comrades, leaving the remaining 3 severely injured. Brother Scar! Help! One of the underlings cried out in agony. But Brother Scar retreated to the second floor. Only then did Tang Yun step inside the supermarket, his flashlight sweeping the area to reveal several survivors barely clinging to life. He swiftly drew his pistol, dispatching them with precision. Bang! Various supplies and items scattered across the floor. Tang Yun collected everything, filling his backpack with over 100 liters of water, dozens of pounds of food, 2 wrenches, over 100 rounds of ammunition, several iron arrows, and an assortment of everyday necessities along with 60 star stones. He also acquired 520 metal, 100 plastic, 880 rubber, and 770 points of glass as upgrade materials. The supermarket was expansive, and Tang Yun scavenged every recoverable material on the first floor before ascending to the second. The clothing section had been ravaged, leaving nothing but tattered remnants strewn across the floor. Daogu rushed towards the stairway on the third floor, only to be met by several zombies descending from above. Drawing his large cleaver, he swiftly dispatched all the undead with remarkable efficiency, causing a white treasure chest to materialize. Momentarily stunned, Daoga bent down to collect it. But this action left him vulnerable to a bullet. Bang! Tang Yun's shot struck him squarely in the chest, and Daoga collapsed, his eyes rolling back. As no loot emerged, Tang Yun concluded that he was feigning death and approached, firing another shot into his thigh. "Ah!" Daoga cried out, "Spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you, nor should I have plotted against you." With a swift punch, Tang Yun shattered his skull, putting an end to him. Bang! More loot exploded forth, yet this time it was disappointingly scant. It turned out that when a player dies, not all their resources and equipment are dropped, fluctuating between 10 and 80. Unluckily for Tang Yun, Daoga only yielded 20 of his supplies, providing merely some upgrade materials. A commotion arose once again from upstairs, and Tang Yun cast a glance at the white treasure chest on the staircase, the very one that had been dropped by Daoga after slaying the zombies. He refrained from rushing to collect it, instead choosing to hide at the stairway's entrance. In the next moment, a bright light illuminated the corridor, revealing 3 figures. What is happening? Is there a gunfight? The trio surveyed the hallway. Haha, this kid is truly pathetic, unable to even handle a few zombies. Yet he dropped a treasure chest upon his demise. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. The 3 hurried down the stairs. First come, first served, brothers. That treasure chest is mine. Unexpectedly, bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the 3 collapsed, tumbling down the stairs and landing at Tang Yun's feet. They were not dead, as Tang Yun had not dealt a fatal blow. Clutching their arms and chests, one of them rolled on the ground, grimacing in pain. Their greed had exacted a heavy toll. Tang Yun, with an expressionless face, ignored them and casually picked up the treasure chest before heading upstairs. The 3rd floor was divided into a clothing section and a snack area. With his flashlight, Tang Yun illuminated the space, revealing empty shelves that held nothing but rotting scraps of meat and repugnant black blood. The garments that once hung on the racks had vanished. However, a few shelves were stocked with spoiled snacks, which Tang Yun collected without hesitation. Just then, the surrounding shelves toppled over, and upon turning, he found himself surrounded by dozens of zombies. In the changing room, Hui heard the disturbance and cautiously opened a crack in the door. Seeing the zombies had moved away, she gathered her courage and dashed out. The moment she emerged, she couldn't help but shudder. The next instant, a hail of bullets erupted. Damn it! Hui hunched over, dodging as she ran towards the stairway, wondering where this lunatic had come from. I can't meet my end here. Upon reaching the stairway, she gritted her teeth and leaped inside, only to be struck in the shoulder, letting out a scream. Tang Yun had just finished dealing with the zombies when he heard a piercing scream. He dashed towards the staircase at an astonishing speed, only to find nothing amiss. With a shrug, he turned back to collect the treasure chest. Unbeknownst to him, Hui was hiding at the staircase on the 2nd floor, clutching her shoulder and gasping for breath. Suddenly, she heard a groan and, turning on her flashlight, discovered 3 men staring at her. What do you want? She exclaimed. Big sister, what else can we do in such a dire situation? The 3 men lamented. Did that guy's bullet hit you too? One of the boys inquired. Although Hui had indeed stumbled into the line of fire herself, she nodded in affirmation. This could not be left unaddressed. This fellow had gone too far. Wait, didn't you 3 just steal my clothes? She questioned. Chapter 40. Damn it. Here they come again. The 3 men shook their heads in unison. Young lady, you've mistaken us. In this dim light, you mustn't wrong an innocent. Hui nodded. Very well, but can you still manage to stand? After consuming 2 painkillers, the effects quickly took hold. The trio rose to their feet, surveyed their injuries, and found the bullets extracted from the gunshot wounds, with the bleeding having ceased. How can you recover so swiftly? What is your physique? 6, one replied. I'm at 7, having maxed out my constitution for survival's sake. Hui nodded, taking a painkiller herself. All right. Let us form a team. In the next moment, a bright light pierced through the darkness. Don't move. The entire supermarket is now under the control of my Scavenging gang. The intruders were indeed the Scavenging gang, led by the formidable Barrow, accompanied by 20 of his subordinates. Hui, however, would not comply. She decisively dashed upstairs, followed closely by the 3 men. Barrow immediately led his men in pursuit. On the 3rd floor, Tang Yun had dealt with the zombies, wielding 2 submachine guns, each capable of firing 100 rounds, rendering the undead utterly harmless to him. He stowed 2 random white treasure chests into his backpack, quickly reloaded, and activated quantum transport, clearing out all recyclable materials from the 3rd floor, still far from enough for the vehicle upgrade. Ascending the darkened escalator, he reached the 4th floor, the living goods area. Just as he arrived, he heard the low growls of zombies and the sound of several heads striking the walls. Simultaneously, commotion erupted behind him. With a beam from his powerful flashlight, Tang Yun spotted several figures swiftly slipping into the changing room. Frowning, he prepared himself as a group burst from the corridor. Barrow. There are people on the escalator. Without hesitation, Tang Yun switched off his flashlight, firing a grappling hook into the ceiling, pulling himself upward. Go. Don't let them escape. Capture them and make them relinquish all supplies in their backpacks. Tang Yun fired a shot toward the 4th floor, prompting the horde of zombies to respond, surging downstairs. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, completely blocking the elevator. Tang Yun shook his head in dismay. Ah, the treasure chests. Such a pity to see them go. Ah, zombies. Barrow's men retreated in alarm. What are you afraid of? They're just a few zombies. Just as he uttered those words, the horde descended upon them. Ah, Barrow hastily led his brothers back to the stairway. Brothers, let us descend. We'll hold the zombies at the stairway and take them down one by one. Understood, Barrow. The corridors soon echoed with the sounds of battle. Barrow unsheathed a chainsaw, becoming an unstoppable force as he felled a dozen zombies in an instant. Tang Yun descended from the ceiling and made his way directly to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, the supplies were rather sparse, yet there was an abundance of recyclable materials. Tang Yun swiftly collected the miscellaneous goods from the shelves, advancing the upgrade progress of their vehicle to approximately 35. The 4th floor was now cleared. It was about time to return and assess the situation. The stairwell was awash with blood. After 10 minutes of fierce combat, Baru and his men had finally eliminated all the zombies. Aside from the mountains of zombie corpses, several white treasure chests lay scattered about. Out of breath, Baru exclaimed, "Damn it, I nearly exhausted myself." Old 2, gather the treasure chests and see what we have acquired. Old 2, equally fatigued, leaned against the wall as he went to collect the chests. Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot pierced the air, a bullet whizzing perilously close to Old 2's ear. Startled, he quickly retreated. Before Baru and the others could react, a barrage of bullets rained down around them. Panic ensued, and they instinctively covered their heads and scattered. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yun stuffed 4 white treasure chests into his backpack and retraced his steps, ascending the staircase to the 5th floor. It was only then that Baru and his group regained their senses. Baru, the treasure chests. The ones we fought so hard to obtain are gone. Damn it. Could it be that little girl? No, if it were truly her. Why would she flee upon seeing us? If she really had a gun, she wouldn't have been so frightened. Old 2 couldn't help but inquire, could it be someone else? Suddenly, Baru had a realization. I heard that Phantom ran into trouble because the person who robbed him possessed a formidable weapon. Could the thief of our treasure chest be the same individual who defeated Phantom's gang? But that doesn't make sense, Baru. If he truly had such equipment, we would have been dead long ago. Indeed, the bullets weren't overly dense. They seemed to be from a handgun. Baru clenched his teeth, thinking, if it's a handgun, then it's manageable. We have so many brothers, all with physical attributes above 5. Taking a few shots is completely inconsequential. Exactly. While that kid is reloading, let's tear him apart. Baru licked his lips, adding, as for that young girl, we'll kill her if we catch her. Yes. We had already taken advantage of the chaos to ascend to the 4th floor, and shortly after their departure, Baru led a group of brothers up to the same level. What greeted them was an empty expanse, devoid of any trace of their previous treasures. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted from the 5th floor. Almost immediately, a horde of zombies surged downwards. And the number of zombies was even greater than the last encounter. Baru's expression twisted in disgust. Damn it, here they come again. The group hastily retreated back into the 4th floor stairwell, continuing to engage the undead horde in the narrow confines. As they fought, Baru noticed that several more brothers had joined their ranks. He shone his flashlight around, only to find 3 unfamiliar men and a young girl had appeared among them. Initially intent on attacking, Baru reconsidered. Rather than eliminating them now, it would be more prudent to wait until the zombie threat was extinguished before taking action. Stealing a glance at Hui, he was astonished to observe that her movements and combat prowess were on par with any man. This scene appears to have swayed Baru's decision. On the 5th floor, Tang Yun encountered no threats. This level was dedicated to the sale of children's toys, an array of vibrant playthings predominantly crafted from rubber and plastic. Tang Yun collected everything, amassing a substantial quantity of plastic and rubber materials, along with some metal. Having completed the collection, it was time to return and investigate further. Tang Yun made his way back to the stairway. Baru and his companions had just concluded their skirmish, fortunate that their stamina exceeded 5 points. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to exhaustion. Bako for treasure chests. Enough talk, hurry and grab them. The second brother nimbly ascended the stairs, leaping over a pile of zombie corpses, only to have bullets whiz past his ears. Bang, bang, bang. Another volley of gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the surrounding metal. sending sparks flying as everyone instinctively shielded their heads and scattered. "Damn it, they're back," Baru shouted. "Don't be afraid. This time, the treasure chests are ours." I refuse to believe he has no time to reload. Chapter 41, The Golden Goggles. As Baru spoke, he prepared to charge forward. But as soon as he revealed himself, bang, a gunshot rang out, and the spreading bullets nearly riddled him with holes. Beside him, Huey's eyes lit up at the familiar sound. Was that a shotgun? Could it be him? The blast from the shotgun instilled a profound sense of dread in Baru and his companions, rendering them powerless as they watched the shadowy figure abscond with all their treasure chests. Tang Yun swiftly ascended to the 5th floor, where he discovered a green treasure chest at a cash register and promptly stowed it into his backpack without hesitation. In total, he secured 8 white treasure chests and 1 green. How delightful! Tang Yun shattered the glass, executed a grand leap, and with a deft maneuver, used his grappling hook to descend smoothly to the ground, quickly making his way to his driver's seat. The wolf pack coordinated seamlessly, and with a press on the accelerator, they sped away with Tang Yun in tow. Meanwhile, Baru remained in the supermarket, engaged in a battle of wits with the air. "What should we do, Bagu? Should we still go for it?" "Yes, we absolutely must. That little brat has us dancing to his tune. We cannot let this slide. But he has a gun." I refused to swallow this indignity. Huey suddenly interjected, "What else can we do? That guy wields a shotgun, and it's a pump-action one. We stand no chance against him." At Huey's words, the others realized that a girl had mysteriously joined their ranks. The second-in-command reacted swiftly, lunging at Huey and locking her neck in a chokehold. "Hey, what are you doing?" The 3 men accompanying Huey immediately pounced, separating the two. "Well, do you dare to kill me?" Huey brandished her crossbow at Baru, while the 3 men shielded her protectively. Baru paused, chuckling, "Huh? I didn't expect you to be so loyal." "Very well, I, Baru, shall spare your lives. However, you must answer me one question." "What question?" "That man, do you know him well?" Baru inquired, turning his gaze toward Huey. She nodded. "Before I answer, you must respond to my question." "Hey, no bargaining." The second and third in command interjected as they stepped forward, only for Huey to deliver a swift kick to the second's groin, causing him to collapse to the ground. Baru clapped his hands. "Good. Now that's the kind of ferocity worthy of joining us." "What?" The 4 exchanged bewildered glances. "You want us to join your ranks?" "Indeed. Don't you have a question for me?" Huey boldly asked. "Did you see a refrigerated off-road vehicle when you arrived?" Baru shook his head. "I have not seen one." At that moment, the kneeling second-in-command slowly raised his right hand. I saw it. The high beams shone on it. I thought it was a cargo truck. Then it must be the same one," Huey concluded, putting away her crossbow. "Now, it seems our enemy is one and the same." Baru and his companions were taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Huey let out a sigh, lamenting that the young scoundrel had stolen her shotgun. She yearned to reclaim it, and of course, eliminating him would be even more satisfying. Such was her simple desire. Upon hearing this, Baru's face broke into a smile, and he burst into laughter. "In that case, it seems that our Scavenging gang has welcomed 4 new members." At this proclamation, the surrounding underlings momentarily froze before approaching the 4 newcomers, extending handshakes in a gesture of goodwill. "You don't truly know someone until you've fought them." Baru continued, "To be honest, we've scavenged quite a few bullets, but we lack firearms. Once we secure that shotgun, our Scavenging gang will truly make its mark." With Baru's words, the brothers around him beamed with excitement, even beginning to daydream about a prosperous future. "I can join, but I wish to hold the position of vice captain," Huey stated with a clear, melodious tone. "Absolutely, that's a minor request. Moreover, having a female member on board will undoubtedly invigorate my brothers." Baru added, "Look at the Phantom Gang. They always emerge from their trials stronger." Understanding his implication, Huey retorted without hesitation, "I am not here to be a mere ornament. My vehicle generates a treasure chest every day. On the first day, I received a golden chest that yielded a pump-action shotgun. However, the probability of obtaining high-quality chests is exceedingly low." Upon hearing this, Baru's eyes sparkled. Huey's addition made him forget the humiliation of being mocked, filling him instead with the joy of discovering a treasure. "No problem," he declared on the spot, promoting Huey to vice captain, placing her on equal footing with himself. "By the way, you'll need iron arrows for your crossbow. My brothers have scavenged quite a few. I'll provide you some, as you are a crucial asset to the Scavenging gang." Huey cleared her throat, declaring, "Then I will announce our next objective, to locate that man driving the refrigerated truck and eliminate him." At this, the entire Scavenging gang erupted in a furious roar. "Understood." Meanwhile, Tang Yun in the passenger seat was unaware that within a single night, 2 gangs had experienced significant advancements. He was solely focused on opening treasure chests. Out of 8 white chests, 2 had detonated, while the remaining 6 were successfully opened. Aside from some food and water, Tang Yun had acquired 2 wrenches, a pillow, and a small bed. Only one green chest remained, and he shouted, "The luck of the Emperor is upon me." Boom. The green chest instantly transformed into gold. Basic operations. Don't mess it up. A pair of goggles emerged. Special goggles, quality, golden description, equipped with night vision and thermal imaging capabilities, providing protection for the eyes. By heavens! Tang Yun quickly donned them for a test, and as soon as he did, the night view outside brightened considerably. Players on the road now bore a golden red outline, and any living creature emitting even the slightest heat could be detected within buildings. Goodness! A physical cheat. Who needs a flashlight now? The pack of wolves nearby barked a few times in congratulation towards Tang Yun. He patted their heads and glanced back. There was still an area behind him ample enough to accommodate the small bed. Thus, Tang Yun set down a small, soft bed, placing a plush pillow upon it. He reclined onto the bed and began to browse the regional channel. Comrades, hurry. The zombie lord has respawned. Rewards to be shared. Huh, the zombie lord? A minor boss. Where? Across from the CAF. Quickly, don't let the gang seize it. Aren't you worried about being robbed? Why are you still broadcasting on the regional channel? I have no choice. The 3 of us simply cannot contend against it. One of my 2 brothers has already perished. Chapter 42. My emotions are quite complex. Brothers. Wait for me. I will fly over shortly. Upon receiving the message, Tang Yun executed a sit-up with fervor. Such a significant matter was actually announced in the channel. If it were me, I would have simply walked away rather than face it directly. Hey, old black, stop in front of the CAF. Woof. Had I forgotten to feed you all? Just a moment. Tang Yun opened a small window and glanced into the car. To his dismay, the supplies he had painstakingly gathered over the past 2 days had been devoured by 3 dogs. Devour. Go ahead and devour. There is plenty of supplies. Naturally. His dogs deserve to be spoiled. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a CAF. From a distance, Tang Yun noticed a dense cluster of figures outlined against the forest. Wow, so many people have come. He exited the car and counted his ammunition, discovering he had approximately 1,400 rounds left, more than sufficient. What treasures might this zombie overlord yield? Rubbing his hands together, he ventured into the thicket. Just as he departed, a bus pulled up behind his vehicle, followed by a large truck, which in turn was trailed by over 20 motorcycle bandits. This configuration unmistakably indicated the presence of the Tang Yun gang. Hui quickly spotted the refrigerated truck at the front of the convoy. Momentarily stunned, her drowsiness vanished, replaced by excitement that left her hands trembling. Baru. Hui hastily exited the car and rushed towards the convoy. What is going on? It's him. That refrigerated truck belongs to that little guy. Well, this is a stroke of luck. We truly owe our thanks to the zombie overlord for making him so easy to find. With that, Baru led a group of eager subordinates swiftly to the back of the refrigerated truck. Let us gear up. Baru rubbed his hands in excitement, envisioning a prosperous future for the Tang Yun gang after this score. Everyone brandished their weapons, including fire axes, sledgehammers, and electric batons. I'll count to 3. And then everyone charges at once to smash his windows. All right. The wolves in the driver's seat had already spotted the sneaky Baru and his crew through the rearview mirror. Old Black bared his fangs, ready for a showdown. Hey. A woman's voice called out from behind them. Baru and his companions turned to see a slender figure leaning against the front of the truck, expertly twirling a sleek black pistol in her hand. Everyone froze. Phantom. Baru stared fixedly at the gun in her hand, swallowing nervously. Hui drew her crossbow and aimed it at Phantom. What is the matter? Mayam? Phantom's expression darkened before she burst into laughter. You were quite polite. Little sister. Hui's fearless demeanor deeply influenced Baru, who thought, I cannot lose face in front of a young girl. Phantom, I don't recall us having any personal grievances, do we? Baru crossed his arms, and his underlings stepped forward. The shadow clapped her hands, and a group of motorcycle bandits emerged from behind her. The 2 factions were evenly matched in numbers, and under the shadow's diligent management, the overall level of the convoy hovered around level 8, with several members reaching level 10, their muscular physiques indicating their formidable prowess. What do you intend to do? Barilla said with a brusque tone. I must warn you, should you dare to act, our Kanji and gang will fight to the bitter end. The shadow chuckled lightly, causing Barilu to feel quite embarrassed. A pretty boy stepped forward. We are not here to do anything, but rather, what do you intend to do to someone else's vehicle? This pretty boy was none other than Xiao Mo, a cyclist whom the shadow had previously recruited. His audacity to voice this question indicated his significant growth within the shadow's faction, especially since his bicycle had reached level 12, on the verge of unlocking a new class. It's merely a personal grudge. Hui interjected. What? Do you wish to interfere? Baralu chimed in. Robbery should adhere to the order of precedence. The shadow stated plainly. You shall not lay a finger on this vehicle or its driver. On what grounds? Hui asked disdainfully. You were beaten so severely by this guy. Yet you protect him? Miss Shadow, could it be that you have a penchant for masochism? To everyone's surprise, the shadow did not react with anger but instead smiled broadly. Oh, little sister, you are quite astute for your age. I hope you are not engaged in illicit activities? You. Hui raised her hand, ready to shoot, but was promptly stopped by Baralu. The shadow, are you truly going to intervene? The smile on the shadow's face vanished. Indeed, I am determined to take action today. Are you insane? Baralu exclaimed, turning to stride into the woods. What kind of person are you? Observing Baralu's departure, his subordinates quickly followed suit. As they left, the shadow sighed in relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. Miss Shadow, are you all right? Do you have low blood sugar? What low blood sugar? I just remembered I forgot to load my gun, and it gave me a fright. It turned out there was something that even the shadow feared. Ah, she is ultimately still a woman. Who said that? Step forward. It wasn't me. I didn't say anything. Xiao Mo approached the refrigerated truck's window, peering inside before turning back to say, Miss Shadow, there is no one in the driver's seat. Of course, given the commotion earlier, if there were someone, they would have certainly come down. Xiao Mo scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this. Let us go meet this zombie overlord. All right, I will follow Miss Shadow to the death. I am Miss Shadow's loyal hound. I am the mud beneath Miss Shadow's feet. I am, for heaven's sake, Miss Shadow's insole. Are you all out of your minds? My emotions are quite complex at the moment. We understand. Deep within the woods, a throng of people swarmed around the entrance of a cave, chattering animatedly. They circled the cave repeatedly. What? A dozen people couldn't even clear the third level? How many levels are there beneath this cave? Surely, one cannot leave without even encountering the zombie lord. What do you know? These zombies are incessantly emerging, as if they can respawn. Moreover, there are numerous forks in the path. The two teams ahead fled without even sighting a zombie, having taken a wrong turn. Ensnared by countless traps. Goodness, to obtain a meager reward at the cost of one's life is simply not worth it. I'm out of here. Then go ahead and leave. I'm merely taking a moment to observe. Mind your own business. Hey, I shall take on the role of captain. I require 9 team members with vehicles of level 8 or above to join my squad. I'm at level 9. Captain, would a level 7 suffice? I am a tricycle, and upgrading is quite challenging. No way. If you do not value your life, we certainly wish to preserve ours. Exactly. Those below level 7 should kindly make their exit. Chapter 43. Suddenly captured? The 7th level player found himself at a loss for words, unable to secure an assist. Yet unwilling to depart, he could only bide his time for the next captain to ease the demands. Baru led a group of individuals into the throng. Make way. Damn it. Clear the path. Someone, irked by Baru, shoved him, retorting, Who do you think you are? Baru, momentarily stunned, soon found his comrades surging forward, leaving the assailant half dead. All eyes turned to Baru, and under the glare of various flashlights, they realized he was not alone, but rather the infamous Scavenging gang had arrived. Whispers began to circulate. Damn it, it's this wretched bunch. Do you know them? I tried to shake them off, but they caught up with me. Truly a swarm of clingy flies. They've robbed me several times. Well, you're quite fortunate to be alive. What do you know? It's about fattening the prey before the slaughter. Haha, hilarious. Fortunately, I'm wise enough to steer clear of gangs. Hey, what are you two laughing about? Baru pushed through the crowd. No one is paying $10, or you'll end up like that guy. ISNT that robbery? Exactly, what else could it be? We don't have any money. No sooner had they uttered their words than a flurry of fists rained down upon them. After the Scavenging gang-esque commotion, scarcely anyone dared to speak aloud, for those blows could indeed prove fatal. Tang Yun mingled within the crowd, hoping to glean more information regarding the caves. But the ruckus rendered the area silent. Nevertheless, he had gathered sufficient intel. The remaining path could be charged forward blindly. Previously, Tang Yun had learned that certain forks in the road were traps, and these traps had already been triggered, thus even if one chose the wrong path, danger was minimal. Moreover, it seemed there was a descending staircase at the end of the road, leading further down. Oh my, what an authoritative presence you have, Baru. A woman's voice rang out, causing everyone to turn. There stood the enchanting figure of Mei Ying. Upon hearing himself referred to as Bar Pig, Baru's irritation flared, and he nearly retorted, but upon seeing her, he swallowed his words. Mei Ying, are you ever done? What do you mean by that? I'm here to slay the zombie lord, not to meet you, this fat pig. You. Baru pointed at Mei Ying, frustration boiling over. Not only did you interfere with my affairs, but still, who interfered with your affairs? Mei Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you forgotten? Just behind that refrigerated truck. What truck? We had nothing to do with it. What nonsense are you spouting? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Indeed, it was behind that refrigerated truck. You've thwarted my good fortune. Mei Ying shrugged, unconcerned. This time, I'm not sabotaging your fortune. Do not seek personal revenge. My team is not to be trifled with. All right, you truly are something. Baruch, hands on his hips, turned to lead his companions into the cave. However, Tang Yun felt somewhat bewildered. A refrigerated truck? Wasn't he that my vehicle? Engaging in illicit activities behind my very own truck? What sort of misdeeds transpired? Did the two engage in an intimate act? Shaking his head, Tang Yun resolved to inquire with Black later. For now, the priority remained the zombie lord. Just as he prepared to enter the cave, Shadow and the others suddenly blocked the entrance. Shadow clapped his hands and flashed a radiant smile at the crowd, proclaiming in an elevated tone, "We are members of the Shadow Party, seeking to recruit another team member for the cave expedition, with no requirements regarding vehicle levels." What? Me. Beautiful sister. Choose me. Look at me. Tang Yun initially thought they were about to announce something significant, only to realize it was another recruitment effort. He scoffed and proceeded into the cave. As he passed by Shadow, she didn't even glance at him. Instead, she seized his arm and declared, "You." Tang Yun, incredulous, pointed to himself. "Me? Is it really me?" Shadow locked her gaze onto him. "Do you have any objections?" Before he could respond, she added, "Hold any objections you may have. I was merely passing by." "Oh, don't be so shy. It's evident you wish to join the team." Tang Yun had no desire to engage further and dashed into the cave, only to be embraced around the waist by Xiao Mo and others. Struggling momentarily, he abruptly ceased, pondering, did these folks truly not recognize me? Thus, he devised a plan to play along. Free labor is not to be dismissed. Seeing Tang Yun stop resisting, the onlookers displayed expressions of disdain. What a fade of superiority. Look at how thin this kid has become. I wager his physical constitution barely scores 5 points. Not to mention physical strength. He probably lacks that too. Regardless, if someone like him can be chosen, it's utterly unfair. I'll be the captain. Anyone with vehicle levels above 7, join my team. Me. Let me in too. Shadow led a squad of over 20 into the cave. With Tang Yun positioned amidst them, squeezed between a dozen in front and a dozen behind, flanked by men. "Hey, your gear looks really cool. That trench coat suits you well." Xiao Mo complimented Tang Yun. Yet, his mind was elsewhere as he glanced around, discovering that the ceiling was less than half a meter from his head, rendering any small movements impossible. Now, that brother's glasses are truly impressive. A man wearing a motorcycle helmet inquired, "What is your name, little brother?" Tang Yun. He nearly uttered his real name, but quickly amended. "Just call me Tang. Tang. The man scrutinized him with suspicion. "Are you gay?" In an effort to create a stark contrast with his true self. Tang Yun hesitantly nodded. "Yes. Are you down for it, bro?" The elder brother paused momentarily before extending his hand towards Tang Yun's neck, exclaiming, "Brother, you smell delightful." In an instant, Tang Yun sprang back over 3 meters, seizing the opportunity to dash to the front of the line. Meanwhile, the shadow behind him observed Tang Yun's retreating figure with a quiet smile. Before long, the group arrived at a fork in the path, where 5 tunnels emerged before them. Tang Yun was the first to speak. "The entrances are narrow, making passage cumbersome and ill-suited for confronting danger. I propose we split up." "That makes sense." Shadow applauded and inquired, "Tang, which tunnel do you choose?" Tang Yun astutely noticed that, apart from the 3rd tunnel, the entrances of the other tunnels bore traces of blood, indicating that all but the 3rd tunnel were likely traps. "I choose the 3rd tunnel." Shadow clapped his hands together, declaring, "Then we shall also choose the 3rd tunnel." Chapter 44. The communication ring outside the cave's entrance. An increasing number of individuals halted on the thoroughfare opposite a CAF. A player riding a tricycle disembarked and instantly caught sight of a refrigerated truck stationed ahead. He blinked in surprise, opened his friend channel, and located a photograph depicting an off-road refrigerated vehicle, identical to the one before him, with bold letters inscribed at the bottom, "Wanted." What splendid fortune! He never expected to stumble upon it. Turning his head, he noticed that others around him had also recognized the refrigerated truck. Through comparison, they ultimately confirmed it was indeed the vehicle for which a bounty was placed. The red and white faction had set a substantial reward, 100 star stones for destroying the truck, another 100 for capturing the driver alive, and yet another 100 for killing the driver or delivering the truck to them. The crowd, envious, began to approach the refrigerated vehicle. Inside the truck, a pack of wolves, alerted by the commotion, opened a small window and squeezed into the driver's cabin, spotting several players advancing toward them through the rearview mirror. As the players neared within 3 meters of the truck, the wolves suddenly activated the vehicle and executed a reverse charge. Bang! 5 or 6 individuals were sent sprawling. Seeing that there were indeed occupants in the truck, the remaining players buried their malicious intentions and passed by as mere bystanders. The players who had been knocked aside clutched their stomachs, initially enraged. But upon realizing the presence of someone inside the truck, having seen another photograph where the driver had defeated an entire faction with a shotgun, decided to rise, dust off their clothes, and circumvent the refrigerated truck, retreating into a small grove. Glancing back at the driver's cabin, they found it shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. "What do you think of our phantom faction?" Mirage suddenly inquired of Tang Yun. "Not bad," Tang Yun replied, attempting to deflect the question. "But what do you think of me?" Mirage pressed further. Tang Yun shot a sidelong glance at her. "Not bad." Mirage puffed her cheeks and fell silent. Recently, one of the red and white faction's underlings had encountered her while driving a truck, and both groups had raided a shop together. However, that underling, oblivious to the situation, sought to claim more for himself and even injured a member of Mirage's faction. Unable to tolerate such insolence, Mirage retaliated, leading to the man's demise. Now, she too found herself on the red and white faction's wanted list. Yet, before the underling's death, Mirage had managed to extract numerous clues. To her astonishment, the enigmatic red and white faction proved terrifyingly powerful, their leader possessing a police car that granted a weapon crate daily. The recruits of the red and white faction were all complementary to the police car's skills, receiving either 10 bullets daily or a military arsenal crate and similar rewards. "Do you wish to join us?" Mirage's sudden question left Tang Yun momentarily bewildered. What on earth does she intend? He pondered, feeling as if she had seen right through him. "Do you want to, or not?" Mirage pressed again. Tang Yun contemplated for a moment, preparing to respond, when a massive crowd suddenly appeared ahead. At the end of Tunnel 3 lies a vast chamber, presently crowded with people, their various flashlights casting beams of light in all directions. "Why are we not allowed to enter? We are searching for someone. If you dare to speak again, I will put a bullet in you." Among the throng, the faces of Baru and his companions flickered in and out of view. Before Baru stood 5 men adorned with white scarves, probing the faces of everyone with their flashlights, and behind them loomed a large elevator. "All right, you may proceed." Baru, initially incensed, found himself momentarily bewildered by this statement, for they truly were in search of someone. He led his team into the elevator. Soon after, the men approached Tang Yun. Mei Ying nudged Tang Yun at the waist and whispered, "Be cautious. They are members of the Red and White Party." Upon hearing this, Tang Yun scrutinized the 2 men once more, realizing that the white scarves around their necks were indeed the insignia of the Red and White Party. Additionally, he noticed that 2 of them wore red rings on their fingers, which he initially assumed to be mere ornaments. However, the next moment, a voice emanated from one of the red rings. "Team 5, what is your status? Have you found her?" One of the men responded into the ring, "We are searching. We have spotted a woman, but we are uncertain if it is her." Team 4 acknowledges, "Proceed with caution." Team 5 received. The 5 men drew closer to Tang Yun. Under normal circumstances, he would have swiftly taken them down, for he coveted the communication rings they possessed. Unbeknownst to Tang Yun, Mei Ying had retreated a few steps while Xiao Mo and the others advanced. "Hey, frontline brothers and sisters, we are searching for someone. Please cooperate with the inspection." No sooner had the 5 men spoken than Xiao Mo and the others surged forward, weapons in hand. The helmeted leader charged ahead, swiftly subduing 2 individuals with a sweep of his arms. Mei Ying decisively drew her pistol. The opposing side brandished firearms as well. A cacophony of gunfire and cries of anguish ensued. Xiao Mo eliminated 1 adversary but sustained a gunshot wound. The helmeted leader dispatched 2 foes but was also shot. Mei Ying fired several rounds, and with the assistance of her comrades, the 5 men were swiftly eradicated. With a resounding crash, a plethora of supplies spilled forth. Mei Ying's subordinate rushed over to assess the injuries of Xiao Mo and the helmeted leader, only to discover that both possessed robust constitutions, sustaining minimal damage despite their wounds. Mei Ying distributed the supplies, claiming 2 rings for herself. She turned to glance at Tang Yun, their eyes locking in a moment of understanding. Tang Yun cleared his throat, momentarily concealing his desire for the rings. Mei Ying extended her hand, offering the 2 rings. "Would you like them?" Tang Yun was taken aback. "For me?" Mei Ying nodded. Without hesitation, Tang Yun reached out, only for Mei Ying to retract her hand. "First, you must agree to one condition." "I knew it," he exclaimed, laughter escaping her lips. "You have yet to answer my question." "What question?" "Will you join us?" Mei Ying inquired, nodding. Tang Yun shook his head. "You are currently being hunted by the Red and White Party. It is too perilous. I cannot agree." "Very well, assist me in eliminating the Red and White factions." and these 2 rings shall be yours. I speak with conviction. What capacity do I possess to aid you in this endeavor?" Upon uttering these words, laughter erupted from all present. Brother Helmet approached, patting Tang Yun on the shoulder. "My friend, had you aimed a bit more accurately that day, my life would have been forfeit." Thus, the truth dawned upon Tang Yun. The reality was that this group had recognized him from the very beginning. However, it was we who had wronged you first. My sincerest apologies. Tang Yun shook his head in resignation. Were it not for his formidable strength, he might have already lost his life. What use was an apology now? This was a transaction at hand. The Phantom continued, "In addition to the 2 rings, we shall enhance the stakes. We will contribute 10 of our material income, and this shall be on a daily basis, continuing until the conclusion of this agreement." Chapter 45. The emergence of the zombie lord. Tang Yun spoke candidly. "What reason do I have to partake in this transaction?" Shadow shrugged. "As far as I know, the red and white faction acquires a weapon daily. If left unchecked, they could arm every member, making it exceedingly difficult for you to claim victory on your own." "Oh, so that is the case." Tang Yun was astonished to learn of the red and white faction's leader's capabilities. Had he been aware earlier, he would have taken the initiative without waiting for others to speak up. Now that he was not only privy to this information but also benefiting from various perks offered by Shadow, it was a surefire investment for him. "Very well. I shall handle matters concerning the red and white faction." Upon hearing Tang Yun's response, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, their faces lighting up with smiles. Shadow activated the trading platform. "Your name is Tang, is it? We shall first settle today's materials." "No need. You may simply toss them to me." All right then." Although this amounted to only 10% of the total materials, the Shadow faction consisted of over 20 members. From today alone, Tang Yun received 5,000 points worth of various materials. His vehicle leveled up directly, earning him a point for modifications and an additional point for free attributes, though these could only be utilized within the cockpit. As the elevator arrived, everyone stepped inside. The moment the doors closed, Tang Yun noticed significant gaps surrounding the elevator. It seemed perilously easy to plummet into the abyss below. "This must be a mine. How deep it is." The others, sensing the danger, huddled closer together, while Tang Yun took a step back. "I wonder," he mused, "if we truly encounter the zombie lord, even without engaging, one could still reap the rewards." Shadow glanced back at Tang Yun, only to find him vanished from the group. "Where's Tang? Huh, he was right next to me." Shadow instinctively took a step back, shining her flashlight into the abyss below. "This guy. You didn't push him off, did you?" No way. What a disaster. Just as we secured the favor of a powerful ally, he's gone. Does this mean our transaction is null and void? What should we do? Sister May?" Shadow stared into the encroaching darkness below, slowly shaking her head. "I don't know. In that case, we shall have to seek out other formidable individuals." Whoosh. Tang Yun plummeted rapidly, realizing through his glasses that he was about to fall. In the next moment, a grappling line secured itself firmly to the rock face, allowing Tang Yun to land safely. He had reached the deepest part of the cave. Unaware of how many layers he had descended, a pressing issue now confronted him. The elevator had ceased operation upon reaching the first floor, presenting him with a wall ahead. Without hesitation, he drew his rocket launcher and fired. Boom. The explosion shattered the stone wall. The opening allowed him to crawl through, whereupon he discovered another elevator. It turned out that the elevator did not descend vertically but appeared at the end of the corridor, implying that each layer must be traversed to access the next elevator. At this moment, the elevator displayed the number 4, indicating that Tang Yun was situated at the 4th level. Thus far, no one had reached such depths. The air was filled with the guttural growls of zombies. As he turned around, dozens of them surged forth from several nearby mines. Each of these zombies was robust and formidable, far from being ordinary creatures. Previous game notifications had already indicated that the zombies had leveled up. Moreover, these creatures were adorned with hard hats, rendering blunt force strikes ineffective. Tang Yun did not wish to engage them for too long, especially since so many zombies could deter any new players entering the 4th level. He decisively activated the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th level. The elevator doors slowly closed, and he swiftly shot down the leading zombies. With a thunderous rumble, the elevator descended, soon coming to a halt at the 5th level. You have arrived at the deepest layer of the Lord's mine, preparing to face the zombie lord. So, the 5th level was indeed the final one, which seemed rather uncomplicated at first. However, the difficulty exceeded Tang Yun's expectations. As soon as the elevator doors opened, several fiery zombies lunged toward him, the intense heat radiating as if it could melt the surrounding metal. With quick reflexes, Tang Yun shot a grappling hook upward, hoisting himself aloft. He then drew his shotgun and blasted a fiery zombie, a torrent of lava-like blood erupting forth, causing the temperature around him to spike dramatically. Tang Yun swiftly switched to his heat-resistant gear, donning a sun-shielding headscarf and protective clothing, which he had previously acquired to withstand the scorching conditions. To his surprise, wearing them provided considerable relief. The gunfire quickly attracted the nearby fiery zombies, precisely what Tang Yun desired. Bang, bang, bang. When the shotgun ran out of ammunition, he drew his handgun. After that, he switched to his submachine gun. The metal platform of the elevator was shattered, and the wires melted away under the zombies' searing blood. Over 30 zombies lay sprawled on the ground, and silence enveloped the area outside. Tang Yun leapt down and surveyed the surroundings. At his feet lay 2 random treasure chests, white, which he promptly stowed in his backpack before reloading his weapons. While reloading, he examined the 5th level's layout and discovered several mine shafts, their depths unknown. In the distance, he observed several tunnels. Some had collapsed, while others remained passable. Numerous zombies were outlined in the shafts. Ordinarily, zombies did not emit heat, but the flames on these burning zombies betrayed their positions. Once he finished reloading, Tang Yun crouched down and retrieved his compound bow, aiming at the zombies at the entrance of the mine. He let an arrow fly. Thud! The iron arrow pierced through a zombie's thigh, yet it rose again, oblivious to the whereabouts of its assailant. This is the advantage of the compound bow. Its quiet release allows for stealthy kills. In less than 5 minutes, the zombies at the mine entrance were vanquished. With that, Tang Yun was free to explore the mine shafts. There were 3 in total. 2 were approximately 5 meters deep, exposing large areas of coal and rock, while the third appeared to be unfathomably deep. Tang Yun decided to first explore the mine. He drew his pistol and entered the second mine, bravely overcoming various obstacles, only to discover it was a dead end, blocked by a massive collapse of rocks. His only reward was a white treasure chest. Turning back, he approached the first mine. As he stepped inside, he felt a tremor beneath his feet, which grew increasingly pronounced as he ventured deeper. Eventually, the mine transformed into a crossroads, and a colossal creature suddenly charged from the side, a giant leap into the intersection. A zombie lord. This abomination inherited the traits of the burning zombies. Engulfed in crimson flames, standing 2 meters tall, a meter wide, with arms outstretched to 3 meters. Its head appeared to be embedded in a mass of decayed flesh. Just one glance could lead to an explosion. The zombie lord has appeared. If it is not swiftly defeated, it will summon countless minions around the challenger. Chapter 46. The Devouring Belt. Double the joy. Bang. The zombie lord shattered the stone with a single punch and lunged towards Tang Yun, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. To his surprise, despite its corpulent form, it exhibited remarkable speed. Tang Yun realized he could not outrun this formidable foe. Thus, at the moment the zombie lord leaped towards him, he swiftly swung his right hand, sending a grappling hook shooting behind him. Bang! The zombie lord's fist came crashing down, yet Tang Yun had already been pulled back by the grappling hook. Drawing his shotgun with one hand, he fired 2 shots at the approaching target. Bang! Bang! The bullets penetrated its body, erupting in a spray of molten rock. The zombie lord momentarily faltered before charging forward again. Utilizing the grappling hook, Tang Yun soared out of the mine, and as his feet touched the ground, he spotted the oncoming zombie lord. He shrugged in resignation and promptly retrieved a rocket launcher. Just as the zombie lord burst from the cave, it looked up, abruptly screeching to a halt and turning back into the mine. "What are you running from? You are the zombie lord. Have some dignity, will you?" Tang Yun muttered. Yet his finger was eager on the trigger, longing for the kill reward. Whoosh! A rocket soared into the mine. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the ground shook, and searing flames erupted from the cave, causing it to collapse. Congratulations! You have slain the zombie lord in 10 seconds, earning a golden reward. You are truly remarkable. Finishing 10 minutes faster than the second place. It turned out that the swifter the kill, the better the reward. Fortunately, I did not linger too long, otherwise, I would have missed this golden reward. Congratulations! You have received the golden reward, Devouring Belt. Upon receiving the reward, Tang Yun examined it. Devouring Belt, quality, golden description. Gain experience by devouring resources and items. Each level up grants attribute rewards. Unlock new functions upon reaching levels 5 and 10. Current level, 0 upgrade experience, 0 next upgrade reward. Full body attributes 1, strength, agility, constitution. What a splendid item. This seemingly useless trinket is indeed valuable. Furthermore, since the Devouring Belt's attributes are bonus attributes, removing it will not diminish his stats. With a skeptical attitude, Tang Yun donned the belt and subsequently fed it a pack of bread, resulting in a mere 1 increase in experience. Such a little glutton. This game is filled with valuable items, yet the most universally coveted one is simply vehicles. Although Tang Yun contemplated this aspect, he remained uncertain if the belt could consume vehicles. Noises echoed from above, indicating that someone had reached the 4th underground level. Now that the zombie lord had been vanquished, Tang Yun decided to ascend and seize further advantages. He explored the mine and found nothing but ordinary zombies at the bottom. So he ascended directly to the 4th level. As Mei fired her weapon, she exclaimed, "What kind of zombie is this?" "Be careful, Sister Mei. This zombie's blood temperature is extremely high. Don't let it spray on your face." "Ah, it's terrifying. Should it spray on my face? How could I ever be a woman?" A man's voice resonated. "It's fine. Just cover your head and turn off the light." "What do you mean by that, Baru? I can't comprehend." "What? Are you not allowed to speak?" "I will speak regardless. This time it's a fair competition. Whoever's treasure chest it is, they shall claim it. No stealing allowed." "Oh, have you become so high and mighty?" Baru's team swiftly dispatched several burning zombies, uncovering a white treasure chest. Yet the zombies' blood scalded several of his teammates. The Phantom's team was equally relentless, uncovering 2 white treasure chests, and Phantom gleefully collected them. Baru prepared to seize a treasure chest, but to his dismay, it vanished in an instant, a shadow darting past overhead. "Damn it! Where's my treasure chest?" "What are you shouting about, you dead pig?" "The treasure chest. My treasure chest has disappeared." "Whom do you blame? We haven't touched it." Hui hastily shone her flashlight above, but found nothing. "Is this a bug?" Phantom stifled a laugh. "Look at your foolish expression. You think it's a bug when someone has stolen your chest." Hui seemed to have an epiphany and quickly retraced her steps in search of the elevator. Tang Yun had already reached the elevator, pressing the button for the 3rd floor. The doors began to close slowly. At that moment, he locked eyes with Hui outside. Watching Tang Yun depart, Hui thought she must have misseen him. But the only person with such skills could only be the driver of the refrigerated truck. Hui turned back and heard Baru still sulking, so she said, "Don't be upset. That guy took your treasure chest. How can I not be angry?" "Wait, who? Which fool dares to take my belongings?" Hui sighed, realizing he was also present. Fortunately, they hadn't clashed, or there would have been more than just a treasure chest at stake, perhaps even our equipment. So who exactly is it? "Oh, I see. It's him. Damn it. Why only steal from me?" Baru glared at Phantom, who was still battling monsters. "Hey, you filthy woman. Did you sell yourself to him? What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you mean by him?" Baru and his companions were momentarily stumped by her question. Indeed, they knew not what Tang Yun was called. Phantom added a jab. "Your bad mood has nothing to do with me, you dead pig." Baru ground his teeth, contemplating, "If it weren't for your Phantom faction, I would have dealt with you first." Tang Yun wandered around the 3rd floor, discovering numerous player corpses scattered across the ground, at least a dozen. The 2nd floor was similar. Yet the 1st floor had markedly fewer. Remarkably, in a zombie lord's cave, before they even encountered the zombie lord, dozens of players had already perished. Exiting the cave, a crowd awaited at the entrance for team formation. Upon seeing Tang Yun emerge, someone immediately recognized him. "Isn't that the guy who follows the Phantom faction? He is out so soon? It has even been half an hour." Startled, I hastily fled the scene. Tang Yun, disregarding them entirely, made his way directly towards the main road. Observing his rapid pace, one might speculate whether he sought a discreet spot to relieve himself. How amusing. One could almost say he was frightened to the point of losing control. Upon reaching the roadside, Tang Yun was greeted by a vast array of vehicles, cars, motorcycles, trucks, and lorries. He began to seize them one by one, naturally leaving those with living drivers untouched. However, what if the drivers had perished in the cave? Chapter 47. The journey without farewell soon. Tang Yun discovered a motorcycle ripe for the taking. With the capability of the refrigeration truck to transform such vehicles into cars that could be carried, it also implied that they could be listed on the marketplace for a handsome profit. However, Tang Yun found himself neither in need of money nor vehicles, as opportunities for earning were as plentiful as those for theft. Thus, with an exhilarated heart and trembling hands, he activated the devouring belt. In an instant, the belt unleashed a tempestuous pull, distorting and consuming the motorcycle into its confines. With a swift motion, the belt upgraded. Devouring belt, level 2 reward, 2 to all attributes upgrade experience, 11 next upgrade reward, 1 to all attributes casting a glance at his attributes. Tang Yun realized that his previous score of 3 had risen to 5 after the augmentation. Strength, agility, and constitution had all grown in harmony. He also noted a transformation within his physique. His muscles had become more robust, and his reaction speed had increased by 50, allowing him to strike with such force that his fists left shadows in their wake. Continuing his search for vehicles to claim, he found little success. It appeared that some players, harboring ulterior motives, had come not to battle the zombie overlord but to scavenge. Consequently, many potentially claimable vehicles had been seized by these individuals. Nevertheless, Tang Yun managed to find two overlooked treasures, a bicycle and a small electric scooter. Devour. After consuming these two vehicles, the belt upgraded once more, reaching level 3. However, the progress for the next upgrade was barely 5, indicating that as the level increased, the belt's appetite grew significantly. A mere morsel could barely contribute 0.1 to the upgrade progress. Tang Yun's overall attributes had now reached 6 points. Testing his newfound strength against a lamppost, which was comparable in thickness to a small tree. He shattered it with a single punch. Alas, it was not solid, and the conclusion remained pending further investigation. Returning to the driver's seat, the pack of wolves promptly activated the vehicle, and the remaining power was sufficient to cover the entire stretch ahead. As the canines took the wheel, Tang Yun began to tally the day's spoils. All 3 treasure chests yielded critical hits, though one unfortunate chest detonated, leaving him with 2 that produced double rewards. In addition to various supplies, he acquired 10 star stones. With a total of 360 star stones in hand, he deemed it ample until he encountered a merchant. Tang Yun opened the vehicle modification panel, and without hesitation, upgraded the engine by 1 level, enhancing the maximum speed by 10 and increasing the acceleration by 10. Although fuel consumption rose by 0.1, a negligible trade-off. He speculated that the engine needed to reach level 5 to unlock new subclasses, suggesting that these new forms would require a more powerful engine to operate effectively. With the remaining attribute points allocated to strength, he aspired to cultivate a balanced development, transforming into a versatile warrior. Having completed these tasks, Tang Yun glanced at the time, set an alarm for 7 a.m., and nestled into his small, soft bed, donning the magical eye mask before drifting off to sleep. Not long after Tang Yun departed, the Shadow and Baloo, along with others, emerged from the cave in a foul mood. Baloo spat in frustration. "Damn it! Which fool has slain my zombie lord?" Upon hearing this, the players gathered at the entrance were left utterly astonished. What? The lord has been taken down. What's the point of forming a team now? After waiting for so long, it felt like a complete waste of time. Wait, didn't someone just come out of the cave? Could it be him who did the deed? Impossible. Have you lost your mind? The last team that accomplished the kill had vehicles at level 9 or higher. How could he possibly do it alone? True enough. Forget it, let's disperse. This was all for nothing. Meanwhile, the usually silent Shadow overheard their conversation and furrowed her brow. Someone came out first. Could he still be alive? Beside her, the helmeted man sighed. Honestly, I quite liked him. To think his life ended just like that. Others wore expressions of sorrow. Sister May, have we suffered a loss? What loss? Shadow snapped, stepping out of the forest only to be taken aback. For the refrigerated truck was nowhere to be seen. Little Mo, noticing this, exclaimed, Sister May, that Tang Tang is still alive. He drove the truck away, look. Yet others chimed in. Just because someone drove off doesn't mean it was him. Players can seize vehicles after death. It's likely someone else took his truck. The group erupted into a cacophony of speculation. Some insisted Tang Yun was alive, while others claimed he had perished and his vehicle was pilfered. In the midst of the clamor, Shadow bit her lip and finally spoke. Assuming he is indeed alive, why would he leave? How would the trade continue? She was aware that Tang Tang was not his true name, and thus, she had no means to contact him. However, the verbal agreement stipulated that her faction had to provide him with 10 of their material gains daily, yet he had made no effort to reach out. The old saying goes, a fool does not seize a free opportunity, but he left without a word, which was quite peculiar. Thus, even Shadow began to suspect that Tang Yun had indeed met his end. Enough of this discussion, let us take it one step at a time. We shall seek out strong allies, and if all else fails, we will contend with the red and white faction. Yes, Sister May is formidable. Sister May is beautiful. Sister May has a splendid figure. Sister May is quite bold. Tang Yun awoke to find the vehicle still in motion. Realizing that the dogs did not wish to waste energy points, resting for an hour every now and then before resuming their drive. It was just past 7 in the morning, with less than 5 hours remaining before the desert heat mode commenced. He surmised that this new heat would be more oppressive than the usual daylight. He wondered if his heat-resistant suit would hold up against it. Waving his hand, he signaled for the dogs to enter the cabin and eat freely. Glancing at the upper right corner of the windshield, he noticed the game progress had surged to 1.5 overnight. This was entirely thanks to the dogs' efforts. It wouldn't be long before they surpassed the other players. However, achieving the top position seemed rather dull. He couldn't even find someone to compete with. Oh well, let's eat first. Tang Yun, while dining, sent a message to the skateboard kid. Do you have any intel on the red and white gang? The skateboard kid replied, hold on, Brother Tang, let me inquire. In less than 5 minutes, the skateboard kid sent several photographs and videos. They are robbing everywhere. There are numerous captured images and videos. Some kind-hearted individuals have shared them on the global channel to warn others to steer clear. I understand, Tang Yun said, glancing at the pictures. One image of a police car caught his attention. In the game, there might be more than one police vehicle, so distinguishing it from others would require careful scrutiny. The skateboard kid added, by the way, Brother Tang, are you afraid of them? Or perhaps, have you been robbed by them as well? Chapter 48. The suspension bridge and the cargo ship. If they were to rob me, would I still be asking you for photos? The skateboard kid, indeed. Brother Tang is my idol. He is not someone just anyone can rob. I merely wish to expedite my transaction. The skateboard kid, what kind of transaction? It is a deal with another faction. I can only divulge this much. The skateboard kid, all right. The skateboard kid, Brother Tang, do you have any water? May I purchase a few bottles at a low price? Tang Yun sighed and promptly sent over a case of water. Is this sufficient? The skateboard kid, oh. What a philanthropist. What a Saint Mary. This is more than enough. My backpack is nearly bursting. Thank you, Brother Tang. The skateboard kid, Brother Tang. We should meet offline sometime. I can help you with errands, and you just need to provide a meal. My game progress is at 1. 5. Where are you at? The skateboard kid, huh? I'm only at 1. 3. How did you advance so far overnight? The skateboard kid, don't worry, Brother Tang. I have plenty of motivation points left. I will catch up. Being with me is quite dangerous. However, if you truly manage to catch up, you will indeed be a real man. The skateboard kid, then it's a promise. I'm setting off right away. Tang Yun agreed with him. Knowing full well that he could not possibly catch up, they were at least 200 kilometers apart. Even riding a bicycle would leave one exhausted after an entire day. And that would scarcely suffice, let alone on a skateboard. He might just arrive as Tang Yun was leaving another 200 kilometers behind. As the conversation with the skateboard kid concluded, Tang Yun immediately scrutinized the photograph. Police vehicles are typically black and white, yet the one in the photo bore a ring of red stripes, and its tires appeared to be armored, glistening with what seemed like anti-slip chains. Having confirmed this information, Tang Yun felt confident. Even in an offline meeting, he would recognize it at a glance. He reopened the friend channel and sent several messages to the skateboard kid. The skateboard kid, gliding along the road, received the messages and scratched his head in confusion, but soon understood, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Is this how the big shots conceal their identities? Ah, I wish to be a big shot too." Despite his words, he dutifully set off to complete his task. World Channel, the skateboard kid, esteemed members of the red and white faction, my friend and I wish to join you. Is there an administrator or secretary present? We would prefer not to wait too long. No sooner had he spoken than the World Channel erupted with scornful remarks. LOL. What status does the red and white faction hold? And what status do you hold? A mere skateboarder, what qualifications do you have to join the foremost faction? What? The red and white faction is the top faction? Snake Gallbladder, what is it to you? Are you questioning me? Hey, watch your words. Don't be too cocky. Or you might stumble. Snake Gallbladder. Say that again if you dare. I'm a core member of the red and white faction. How can you prove that? Snake Gallbladder. Our leader is named Viper, and I am Snake Gallbladder. What more proof do you require? Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to take you down? Once these words were spoken, the channel fell silent, devoid of any disparaging remarks. Instead, the ire was directed at the skateboarder. Hey, that skateboard kid. It's a miracle you're still alive, and you think you can hitch a ride on someone else's success? Have you looked in the mirror lately? Snake, oh please. How could someone who is always scared out of their wits possibly take a stand? Ha. Snake, your words may be coarse, but they hold a kernel of truth. Could we be friends? In response, the skateboarder unleashed a bombshell. Skateboard kid, all my friends have attributes above 6. One of them even drives a police car. Why shouldn't I be able to join? Gasps rippled through the crowd. Are you out of your mind? In just a few days. Who among the gods has attributes above 6? You, a mere skateboarder, do you really think you can achieve that? Skateboard kid, my vehicle is level 15. I'm not talking about myself. If you don't believe me, I'll share a screenshot. The skateboarder swiftly sent a screenshot of his attributes to the group. What? Who is this powerhouse? Is he truly your friend? The player named Snake, typically composed, was now flustered. And even the leader of the red and white faction made an appearance. Snake, my apologies for my earlier outburst. Skateboard brother, please forgive me. Viper, my little brother was just joking. We're all friends here, don't take it to heart. Wait, the leader of the red and white faction showed up personally? Who on earth is befriending such a powerhouse? Skateboard kid. Humph, should I send a screenshot of the police car too? Viper, no need for that. I'll tell you the nearest registration point right away. Snake, why don't you come find me? My game progress is at 1. 7. Join me here. And I'll take you to the headquarters. Skateboard kid. Sure. I'll catch a ride with my friends. It might take a little while. Viper, no rush, no rush. Once you arrive, we're like brothers. Stay safe on the road, watch out for zombies, and with this unusual weather, keep an eye on the temperature and drink plenty of hot water. The skateboarder scoffed at the foolishness of it all. Brother Tang is indeed formidable. Masterfully playing psychological tactics. He was referring to the art of deception, first sharing his existing attributes to gain trust, then using straightforward language to mask the police car ruse. The information Tang Yun sought was effectively extracted by the skateboarder. He learned that the leader of the red and white faction was named Viper and that the nearest group to him was at 1-8 game progress. To catch up with them, he would have to navigate through 3 or 4 intersections, and with only 98 power points, he was far from sufficient. After eating, he glanced at the map prompt. Welcome to Roaring City, where the zombie spawn rate has increased, and the zombies are level 01. Every day, cargo ships filled with supplies pass over the city's suspension bridge. First come, first served. Increased zombie spawn rate. No wonder there were so many zombies on the road. What's this cargo ship about? Do I need to jump on board? Tang Yun let his dogs rest while he took the wheel for a stretch. Just a few kilometers ahead, a long suspension bridge came into view. A row of vehicles was parked on the suspension bridge, resembling a traffic jam. Tang Yun also found a parking space and stepped out of the car. Below the bridge, an endless river stretched out, with 2 cargo ships steadily approaching. The players on the bridge were filled with excitement. Look, 2 more cargo ships are coming. Damn it, I've been starving. Now I don't have to worry about food and drink. Chapter 49, The Recognition of Enemies. The cargo ship drew ever closer. Its deck lined with rows upon rows of containers that left the players yearning with anticipation. At the end of the suspension bridge lay a dock, and the players, realizing the imminent arrival, hurriedly boarded their vehicles, racing towards the pier. However, Tang Yun remained unperturbed. He returned to the driver's cabin, briefed his companions, and then leaned against the railing of the bridge, biding his time. Attention! The cargo ship is about to reach the dock. All players should prepare themselves. Containers may harbor supplies and materials, yet unknown dangers lurk within. The cargo ship glided slowly beneath the bridge, making its way towards the dock. At that moment, an SUV barreled across the bridge, colliding with 2 motorcycles. The 2 players, witnessing their vehicles being struck, were about to unleash a torrent of curses when they noticed a gang of motorcycle thieves tailing the SUV. The man at the wheel, sporting sunglasses and exuding an air of arrogance, was none other than a member of the Red Scorpion gang. Damn it, what terrible luck. Why did they have to show up now of all times? I'm so hungry I can barely move. With the end of the novice phase, competition had intensified. The supplies they had stockpiled were now depleted, leaving them with empty stomachs, a plight shared by many. The 2 players lifted their motorcycles, only to find that they had lost all durability, leaving them utterly demoralized. This was the cruel reality of the apocalyptic game. If one could not rise to the top, they were destined to languish as commoners, allowing others to savor the sensation of superiority. The convoy roared past Tang Yun, and as it vanished from sight, he too disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yun appeared atop the containers of the cargo ship. The vessel was even larger than it seemed, with no fewer than 100 boxes stacked upon it. Given the ship's pace, it would take another 10 minutes to reach the dock, and he intended to seize the initiative. The chains securing the containers could be easily shattered with a single shot. Swiftly, Tang Yun opened a green container, revealing an abundance of construction materials, predominantly metallic goods. Without hesitation, he activated his quantum transporter, successfully reclaiming 2,000 points of metal. Undeterred, he swiftly opened 3 more containers. He then approached a red container, and upon opening it, was astonished to discover it filled to the brim with plastic and rubber children's toys. Without a second thought, he initiated the reclamation process. In just 5 minutes, Tang Yun had opened over a dozen containers. He noted that the green containers were packed with metal items. The red ones brimmed with children's toys, and the blue containers contained glass semi-finished products. After opening several more, Tang Yun's vehicle leveled up. Meanwhile, the cargo ship was nearing the dock, where players congregated in throngs, akin to starved men yearning for their long-awaited lovers, eagerly anticipating their return. Yet Tang Yun continued his scavenging, discovering white containers overflowing with supplies such as chocolate, cream, sausages, and bottled water, with many more of that color still remaining. He collected everything, filling his 10 cubic meter backpack to the brim. What to do if it wouldn't fit? He fed it all into his devouring belt. Tang Yun frantically opened containers, reclaiming materials while devouring anything that wasn't. Tang Yun refrained from touching the yellow containers, having discovered danger within their confines. Had he not swiftly closed the container door moments ago, a fierce battle might have ensued. The cargo ship finally docked, and a throng of impatient players lunged forward like ravenous hounds. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and this pack of crazed players was abruptly halted by another group. No one move. This cargo ship belongs to us, the Red Scorpions. But there's a ship full of supplies. A handful of players, their eyes gleaming with greed, disregarded the warning and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The players blinded by avarice were swiftly gunned down. The hundreds of players at the dock fell silent, no longer daring to shout. I have stated it clearly. This cargo ship is under our control, declared the leader of the Red Scorpions, an indifferent expression on his face as he puffed on a cigarette. Upon hearing this, some players chose to leave, while others lingered at the dock, hoping to scavenge the leftovers. After all, with such a massive cargo ship, even a dozen members of the Red Scorpions might not consume everything, leaving some supplies behind. During the ensuing chaos at the dock, Tang Yun seized the opportunity to loot extensively. Out of more than 100 containers, only 20 remained, and among these, 21 were yellow containers. Tang Yun's vehicle upgraded once more, and his belt level increased. Damn it, my vehicle has leveled up twice, leaving me with only 40-star stones. What to do with the 2 remaining white containers? They contained valuable supplies. Tang Yun promptly accessed the trading platform and listed the items in his backpack at the minimum price of 1-star stone each, a bottle of water, a piece of bread, a pack of chocolate biscuits, all for a mere $1. Quickly, other players snatched them up. With backpack space cleared, Tang Yun continued to scavenge, filling his backpack until it was full, selling the items, and then resuming the search. Eventually, the last 2 supply boxes were thoroughly looted. After the final bottle of water was purchased from the trading platform, Tang Yun found himself with over 3,000 coins. Truly, he had made his fortune discreetly, concealing his achievements and accolades. Meanwhile, the Red Scorpions, having boarded the cargo ship, were taken aback by the sight before them. Nearly all the cargo containers had been opened, and their contents had vanished. Although the remaining yellow containers had not been breached, all their locks had been shattered. The leader's gaze fell upon the sneaky Tang Yun. Hey, when did you get on board? How dare you steal from the Red Scorpions? A nearby lackey pointed out, Boss, that's the one. He almost took your arm off earlier. I thought his voice sounded familiar. Damn it, take him down. The leader cursed, raising his pistol and firing at Tang Yun. Bang. The bullet narrowly missed Tang Yun's head, striking the metal container behind him. How can you be so certain that I stole these items? I don't need to be certain. 1 bullet to blow your brains out will suffice, and all the stolen goods will be revealed. Tang Yun shrugged, conceding. All right. I confess, the items are indeed stolen. I shall return them to you. That is more like it. We, the Red Scorpion gang, are not. Bang. In an instant, Tang Yun shot through the wrist of the leader, who, caught off guard, cried out in agony, clutching his mangled hand as his firearm clattered to the ground. Ah, my hand, my hand. With a light chuckle, Tang Yun cautioned. Do try not to raise your voice too much. Otherwise, you might disturb my farewell gift. Farewell gift? What farewell gift? Tang Yun shot a grappling hook towards the dock, uttering, Best of luck to you, leader. In the next moment, a horde of zombies burst forth, shattering the box doors. The Red Scorpion gang was caught completely off guard, yet Tang Yun calmly departed, landing gracefully on the dock. Not far away, the sound of 2 ship horns echoed as a refrigerated truck awaited at the dock. On the cargo ship, the Red Scorpion gang was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the zombies, and remarkably, the leader managed to escape. Chapter 50. Being pursued? Don't be ridiculous. To everyone's astonishment, this resilient elder brother not only managed to escape from the horde of corpses, but also fought his way back, retreating all the way to the suspension bridge, with only 5 or 6 of his comrades sustaining injuries from the zombie virus. Brother, our men have been infected by the zombies. Where's the medic? Inquire if there is any antidote remaining. The antidote can effectively neutralize the zombie virus and can be obtained through scavenging and opening crates. The elder brother hastily applied bandages to staunch the bleeding from his wounds. His gunshot wound on the wrist was particularly severe, with shattered bones. Fortunately, thanks to the game's physiological mechanics, recovery was possible. However, the healing process was excruciatingly slow. Despite his physical attributes being above 5 points, it would still take him a week to return to his former condition. Damn it, my arm has fully healed. And now I've been shot again. A soldier may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. Brother, shall we pursue them? Of course, we cannot catch up. But brother, that fellow is escaping in a refrigerated truck. Could he possibly be the one on the wanted list? What? A refrigerated truck? It must be him. Who else possesses such audacity to steal our supplies? Brother, such a person must not be spared. For every day he lives, it decreases our own chances of survival. Needless to say, contact the Serpent S Venom from the Red and White faction immediately. Inform him that the scoundrel is on our route. Understood. The elder brother opened the vehicle door with one hand, entered the driver's seat, and accelerated across the suspension bridge. He checked his friend list, and Serpent S. Venom replied, "You are behind us, correct?" "Yes. The game progress is at approximately 1.5. All right. I'll send someone to wait for that fellow to take the bait." Coincidentally, 2 new members are joining us, a twofold benefit. Then do we have any rewards? Rewards? Humph. We'll talk about that once we capture him. Let me inform you, a big shot is about to join our red and white faction. Don't even think about any rewards. It would be lenient enough if we don't eradicate your red scorpion. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Can we coexist peacefully? If you share the same path as us, whether to clash or not is not up to you to decide. Understood? Understood. Understood. We will keep our game progress in check, and will certainly not catch up to you. What do you mean catch up to us? Can you really catch up? Apologies. In any case, leave that fellow to us. Once we capture him, I will arrange for some intelligence fees for you. Understood. The elder brother closed the chat channel, gritting his teeth. Damn it, this is intolerable. Brother, shall we pursue? Chase after them. Avenge our grievances. Indeed. Buzz. Dozens of motorcycles surged ahead of the SUV, quickly catching up to Tang Yun. Tang Yun glanced back. His vehicle was at level 8, with a maximum speed of 270 kilometers per hour. Nevertheless, speed remained the inherent advantage of motorcycles, especially high-level ones, which could reach speeds of at least 300 kilometers per hour. The car thief was still 200 meters away from Tang Yun, and he was in no rush. As the vehicle ascended 2 levels, it was only natural to exhaust the modification points and free attributes. Utilizing the 2 modification points, the tire armor was upgraded by 1 level, while the remaining free attributes were allocated to agility and constitution. With the tire armor now at level 2, and an additional tire armor module added, it reached level 3, enhancing the tire's hardness by a staggering 150. Tang Yun's backpack was overflowing. He stuffed all the supplies into the vehicle's compartment, completely filling it. This abundance of resources undoubtedly made countless players envious. The World Channel's activity was dwindling. Notification. Player Li Zong has logged off. Reason. Murdered notification. Player Adu has logged off. Reason. Died of hunger. Meow meow sauce. Another one is starved to death. I am quite hungry too. I beg for a benefactor to take care of me. Meow meow sauce. Is it really you? Welfare J? I never imagined you would be in the game too. Watering King. Meow meow sauce. Come to me. I offer a bottle of water and a loaf of bread for each meal. No way, dude. Are you serious? Do you have enough to eat yourself? Watering King. I drive a watering truck. Every day, it automatically generates a truckload of water. How could I possibly go hungry? Notification. Player Watering King has logged off. Reason. Assassinated. What the hell? Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. Tang Yun let out a cold laugh, relishing this display of self-destructive strength. Now, who possessed the watering truck? The motorcycle thieves were now less than 60 meters behind him, a perfect distance. Tang Yun instructed his companions, stop the vehicle. He then opened the door and nimbly leapt onto the roof. Upon spotting the figure atop the compartment, the motorcycle thieves concluded that it was indeed that young man. They accelerated in pursuit. Virum. A dozen motorcycles surged forward, but in the next instant, countless bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. 3 men were instantly slain, tumbling off their motorcycles. What kind of gun is this? How many bullets fell from that volley? We need to retreat. In the blink of an eye, another 5 or 6 met their demise, and the remaining motorcycle thieves turned sharply to flee. However, Tang Yun brandished a submachine gun. With the enhancement of the extended barrel module, the bullet's power surged by 40. Tat tat tat. Bang, bang. Bullets pierced through the chests of the motorcycle thieves, and the last 5 fell, their motorcycles tilting as they succumbed to the pool of blood. Tang Yun jumped down from the compartment, methodically collecting the supplies and equipment dropped by the fallen. Passing players were eager to partake in the spoils. 2 tricycle riders quickly halted, intent on seizing Tang Yun's hard-earned bounty. Bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out, and the greedy men fell, paying the ultimate price for their avarice. Tang Yun swiftly completed the looting. Aside from some supplies, bullets, iron arrows, and 2 wrenches, he would not overlook the motorcycles now without drivers. Activating the absorption. Whoosh. The motorcycles twisted and transformed, all becoming part of the devouring belt's feast, including the 2 tricycle riders' vehicles. Nearly 20 vehicles led the devouring belt to ascend to level 5. It is daunting to contemplate the resources required to ascend to level 6. The devouring belt has unlocked a new function. Level 5 unlocked function. Activate the conversion feature, which allows the transformation of 3 materials and items into a single superior one. Upgrade reward. All attributes 1 experience. 7. The upgrade not only bestows an additional point to all attributes, but also unveils a new function, conversion. In succinct terms, 3 for 1, transforming 3 items into one of your choosing. Furthermore, with the supplementary all-attribute boost from the Devouring Belt, Tang Yun now boasts a formidable score of 9 in strength, agility, and constitution. With a thundering punch, he struck the ground, causing the thick asphalt to erupt, leaving a crater in its wake. He attempted to leap side to side, creating afterimages in his wake. Of course, the 9 points in constitution grant him a regenerative capacity that surpasses that of ordinary individuals by 9-fold. Thus, a wound that would require 9 days to heal could be mended by Tang Yun in a single day. Chapter 51. Has a faction been eradicated? The big brother felt increasingly uneasy as he pressed forward. What is going on? Where's my convoy? Why is no one responding? He cast a glance at the World Channel. Notification. Player Xiao Yu has logged off. Reason. Killed. Notification. Player Lao Mao has logged off. Reason. Killed. Notification. Player Li Bao Bao has logged off. Reason. Killed. The news of deaths flooded the screen. Damn it. Aren't these all my subordinates? The big brother roared. The World Channel was in an uproar. What the hell? Is this even a lawful society? Dude, you nearly made me laugh my teeth out. Stop laughing. Be careful, or you won't know how you die next. This is intolerable. Ever since the player count and death notifications appeared on the World Channel, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Don't say anything, brother. I can't even breathe. So many people have been killed. It must be a gang conflict. Stop joking. If it were a gang conflict, it would be stated in the reasons. It's clearly another player's doing, and it's the same player. What? Are you saying all these people were killed by one player? Even the members of the red and white faction were unable to sit still. She danced. Does anyone know what happened? The next moment, damn. Thankfully I didn't reach out. Those who do are bound to be caught. Just now, 2 old geezers couldn't resist getting out of the car to rob. And they ended up getting killed. What are you rambling about? I just barely escaped death. What is wrong with venting a little? So what exactly is going on? Don't even mention it. There's a madman standing on the carriage, mowing down a gang of motorcycle thieves with a submachine gun. Not a single one was left alive. She danced. No way, is it our boss? Viper? No, it's a guy driving a refrigerated truck, not a police car. Those people were obliterated, not a bone left. What? Brother, stop spinning tales. Are you talking about a voracious beast? It's a human. He devoured their vehicles. A human consuming vehicles? Wake up, man. The big brother glanced back at his convoy, relieved to see he still had a dozen men remaining. Although he was oblivious to the events ahead, he believed that leading them would pose no issue. He examined his injuries. The bleeding had ceased, and he swallowed another painkiller, eyeing his pistol magazine. Damn it. The bullets are all spent. How the hell am I supposed to reload in this condition? Suddenly, he looked up sharply. A refrigerated truck was parked directly in front of him, a young boy seated atop the cargo, wearing a mask, a protective headscarf, and a sun protective outfit, meticulously cleaning his handgun. In the next instant, the boy raised his gun towards him. The big brother screamed, bang. The sound of a gunshot echoed. A bullet pierced the windshield, and with a sickening thud, it struck the big brother squarely in the head. Boss. The underlings behind him were still oblivious to the situation when they witnessed the man in the carriage rise to his feet, brandishing 2 submachine guns. In the next instant, the air was filled with the deafening sound of gunfire. Dozens of henchmen were forced to flee, some even leaping off their motorcycles to hide behind the rear of an SUV. Tang Yun whistled, and 3 black dogs leapt from the driver's seat, pouncing on the concealed figure and swiftly tearing out their throat. The remaining 3 motorcycle thieves, unable to evade the chaos, retreated, knowing that as long as they fell back a distance of no more than 10 kilometers, the game would not be over. Tang Yun shook his head in resignation. 3 motorcycles wasted. Then, a rocket was launched. Boom. With a resounding explosion, both the machine and its occupants were obliterated. In less than half an hour, the Red Scorpion gang was annihilated by a single individual. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yun began to loot, devouring the vehicles in a seamless process. However, the players on the World Channel were left in astonishment. Notification. Player Big Brother has gone offline. Reason. Killed. Notification. Player JJ has gone offline. Reason. Killed. What the hell? Big Brother has been killed. I remember he was the leader of the Red Scorpion gang. What? Are you saying that the Red Scorpion gang has been wiped out? Impossible. That's just your speculation. I never said that. This isn't even a gang conflict. How could they just disappear? Could it be that some crafty player set a trap bomb and killed them all? Trap bomb? Don't be ridiculous. While its damage is high, I've only managed to activate it once and never again. Snake, boss. The Red Scorpion gang has been obliterated. You must come and see. Viper, calm down. It's likely a personal vendetta and has nothing to do with us. Besides, It's quite remarkable that such a low-tier gang could even gather members. Their extinction is quite normal. This is not normal. Snake, what do you know, low-tier player? How could our boss alone dismantle an entire gang? Why not try forming a gang yourself? No way. Tang Yun had finished looting and acquired a handgun, several hundred rounds of ammunition, and two 2x scope modules suitable for his submachine guns. In addition, he gathered various supplies, essentials, star stones, wrenches, and upgrade materials. Remarkably, he even found 2 white modules. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Subsequently, he devoured all the vehicles, over a dozen motorcycles, and an SUV, resulting in the upgrade of his devouring belt to level 6. The next upgrade would undoubtedly prove to be exceedingly difficult. However, after collecting a substantial amount of upgrade materials, Tang Yun's vehicle level also ascended to level 9. He retained 1 modification point, allocating it to strength. For the first time, his strength surpassed 10, reaching 11. Returning to the driver's seat, he glanced at the 2 modules he had acquired. MP4 module unlocks the in-vehicle MP4 system. Seat module. The driver's seat has become significantly more comfortable. When the power points are reset to 0, an additional 10 power points are restored per hour. There are now 6 modules available, and 4 more are required to achieve a new class. The dog continues to drive, just a few steps into the journey. A wisp of yellow sand suddenly appears outside the window. Tang Yun quickly glances at the time, realizing that only 1 hour remains before the desert heat mode sets in. Regional channel. How can it be so hot? The air conditioning must be turned on. I am so thirsty. Who will sell me a bottle of water for $1? Oui, I can sell it to you. I just commandeered a water truck. And there is plenty of water. Chapter 52. The skateboard kid and the ride-sharing car. You actually stole someone's water truck? Oui. No, I was just joking. Little sister, such jokes can be deadly, you know? Oui, I understand, big brother. After saying this, Oui utilized the steel cables she had scavenged to secure the water truck to the back of Baru's vehicle. Baru inquired, in this scenario, it wouldn't consume additional power points, would it? The game didn't specify, which implied it wasn't the case. Doesn't that make it akin to cheating? Haha. Our Scavenging gang is really improving. After saying this, Baru patted Hui on the shoulder. You're doing an excellent job as vice captain, decisive and ruthless. One might think you're just an adorable girl. Hui scoffed, swatting Baru's hand away. If you want the gang to grow stronger, you can't be too complacent. That guy is still ahead. We must catch up. Right. That woman, Shadow, is also in front, moving faster than us, as if she's pursuing someone. After saying this, Baru opened his friend interface and sent a message to Shadow. Hey, bitch, want some water? Get lost, you fat pig. Hey, it's not easy being a woman either. Trust me, our 2 gangs could make a perfect match. Dream on. I won't die of thirst. Just take care of your water truck. How did you know I got my hands on a water truck? Shadow ignored him. Baru clapped his hands. Everyone, prepare to set off. Thirsty team members, come get some water now. There will be plenty later. Great. Hui is truly my goddess. She is my goddess. A skateboard boy brushed past them, unnoticed by the Scavenging gang, who were busy filling their containers. The boy glanced at the gang and the water spraying from the truck, soaking the ground. He licked his dry lips and scoffed. What's so impressive about that? What the boss provides is the best. With that, he pulled out half a bottle of water and drank it all in one go. Suddenly, the temperature spiked, and the air was filled with not only toxic substances, but also a few whiffs of yellow sand. Damn it, the desert heat mode is about to begin. What should we do? After walking for an unknown length of time, a striking figure caught his attention. The Shadow gang. Shadow's figure was well known along the road. Their convoy was parked at the roadside, engaged in discussion. Shadow, the temperature has risen again. Do you have any way to cool off? What can be done? Shadow remarked, pinching her slim waist and pouting. The only solution is for those of you without doors to drive faster. If there's wind, it won't be too hot. Good idea. But this yellow sand is truly bothersome. It clings to my mask, making it hard to breathe. Maybe we should just put on plastic bags. Your imagination is quite something. A boy swiftly rode past on his skateboard. Wait, aren't you the skateboard kid? Shadow inquired, upon hearing someone recognize him. The skateboard kid increased his speed on the board. Without uttering a word, the Shadow swiftly summoned her team and gave chase. She rolled down the window, casting a malevolent glance at the skateboarder outside. Hey, the skateboarder jolted, startled. What do you want? I only have a skateboard. I possess nothing else. My backpack has a mere 2 cubic meters of space. Killing me would be a waste of bullets. What are you thinking? The Shadow clicked her tongue. You're rather quick. I have a question for you. The skateboarder shivered again. I don't know anything. TSK. A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the ground beside the skateboarder's leg, causing him to stumble precariously. Ask away, I'm listening. That's more like it. Do you know the man who stole your module? Do I know him? Do you really think I might? He stole my things. How could I possibly be on good terms with him? That makes sense, the shadow mused, nodding thoughtfully. All good now. The skateboarder stole a glance at her, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected beauty. All good. With a swift press on the accelerator, the shadow left the skateboarder behind. He sighed with relief. Surely, this woman bore no grudge against Brother Tang. Yet, as he watched her receding figure, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him. In the next moment, the shadow lightly tapped the brakes and returned. Do you have anything else to say? After a brief contemplation, she inquired. Are you aware that the desert heat mode is about to commence? Yes, I know. If I die, I die. What can I do about it? Would you like a ride? I'm just a worthless life. You needn't pity me. The skateboarder thought to himself, a ride? How many resources would that cost me? Besides, I'm on my way to find Brother Tang, and this woman likely has ties to him. She must not discover his whereabouts. Then why are you running so fast? Aren't you supposed to find a place to stay? The shadow pressed on. I'm looking for a place to escape the heat, of course. Oh, the shadow nodded. Aren't you looking for your friend? The skateboarder nearly choked on his own saliva, realizing, how does she know I'm searching for Brother Tang? Oh right, I mentioned it in the World Channel. Yes, I'm looking for my friend to see if he can help me. I can take you there. For free, the shadow said decisively. The skateboarder felt certain that this shadow had some connection with Brother Tang. Allowing her to escort him would surely betray Brother Tang. No, I can manage. Oh, very well. The shadow's words initially relieved him, but her next statement placed him in a quandary. If you refuse my offer, then we shall follow you instead. No, miss, what is the point of this? No, young man, you reject a free ride. Why the hesitation? I. Could it be that the person you wish to meet is someone I cannot see? The skateboarder gasped, taken aback by this woman. Beauty alone suffices. Yet she is also remarkably intelligent. Alas, what shall we do? Your silence suggests that you are concealing something from us. Upon uttering these words, the phantom gestured, and a band of motorcycle thieves surrounded the young skateboarder. He swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, so be it. If I must board, then I shall. Should I encounter Brother Tang, I will inform them that the person I seek lies ahead. As for what follows, I shall take it one step at a time. Thus, the young skateboarder, clutching his skateboard, settled into the passenger seat beside the phantom. Tang Yun gazed out at the fleeting grains of yellow sand, blinking in contemplation. Isn't my belt supposed to unlock some kind of transformation system? Perhaps I can procure a gas mask or something of the sort. That would prove far more effective than a mere mask. Chapter 53. The Campus Bell Roué. Tang Yun activated the conversion interface, where 3 slots were designated for items, displayed as question mark. He first placed 3 bottles of water, and suddenly, the conversion icon illuminated. The result indicated that consuming 3 bottles of water could yield a variety of items, though only one could be selected for exchange. For instance, 5 bullets, 3-star stones, or 2 masks, among others. He then exchanged the 3 bottles of water for 3 masks, and the potential exchangeable items became even more rare. This implied that by utilizing more valuable items, one could obtain even more valuable rewards. After some contemplation, Tang Yun decisively placed 3 wrenches into the slots. Wrenches were indeed rare items, as many vehicles had become stranded due to the lack of wrenches for repairs, turning them into scrap. As soon as the 3 wrenches were inserted, the quality of exchangeable items elevated significantly. After a thorough search, he finally discovered something worthwhile. Gas mask, quality, green description, effectively shields against airborne toxins and prevents dust particles from contaminating the respiratory tract. Without a second thought, Tang Yun proceeded with the exchange. This gas mask was an effective tool against the scorching desert heat. Wearing it was far more convenient than a mask. And the transparent shield was remarkably pristine, minimally obstructing vision. Just then, the vehicle abruptly stalled due to a lack of power points. As the vehicle came to a halt, a beautiful woman hurriedly approached Tang Yun's window. He noticed the suspicious demeanor of this woman and summoned his dogs back into the ring. Knock, knock, knock. The woman tapped on Tang Yun's window, asking if she could speak for a moment. Tang Yun refrained from lowering the window and inquired through the glass. What do you want? The woman swallowed hard and replied, I am extremely thirsty, and my vehicle's durability has run out. I feel as though I am on the verge of death. Please, I beg you to help me. How can I assist you? Tang Yun retorted, could you perhaps give me a bottle of water? Or a wrench would suffice. He scoffed coldly, thinking to himself, water is one thing, but a wrench is a rare commodity. This woman truly has the audacity to ask for so much. I can offer something in exchange. The woman insisted. What do you have? He probed. Let me see. I possess some upgrade materials. Would you be interested? Yes, he replied, but I do not have a wrench. Each type of material is worth 300 points. And a bottle of water. How much can you trade for that? I can only exchange for one bottle. The woman wiped the corner of her eye, and Tang Yun noticed her gesture, glancing at her with a frown. She appeared older, but it was merely the dust on her face that concealed her true age of just over 20. She was quite attractive. Gritting her teeth, the woman opened the trading panel and said, I will exchange for one bottle of water. My name is Campus Bell Rue, and I agree to the transaction. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as he instinctively inquired, Campus Bell? Rue took note of his response. She cast a fleeting glance at Tang Yun, feeling an air of awkwardness enveloping the moment. She recognized that her current state was nothing akin to that of the Campus Bell, and under ordinary circumstances, she would have turned and walked away long ago. However, for the sake of a mere bottle of water, she had no choice but to endure. There's no need, Tang Yun suddenly interjected. You can leave the materials on the ground. I will procure the water for you. All right, fine. Rue tossed the materials onto the ground and glanced at Tang Yun before departing with a sense of reluctance. Tang Yun opened the door to collect the materials and promptly closed it, the entire exchange taking barely a second. Upon hearing the door click shut, Rue hastily opened her backpack and, to her delight, discovered a bottle of water nestled inside. For someone who had gone 2 days and nights without a sip, this was nothing short of a life-giving elixir. She twisted off the cap, tilted her head back, and drank deeply. After finishing the bottle, she cast her gaze at the abandoned vehicle by the roadside, lost in thought once more. A glance backward revealed Tang Yun seated in the driver's seat, sipping soda and listening to music while munching on a handful of potato chips. Rue swallowed hard, lamenting her plight. Not only did she lack a decent vehicle, but she was also perpetually bullied by men. These factions deserve to perish. They not only wrecked my car, but also humiliated me. Yet, witnessing Tang Yun indulge in such abundance stirred her appetite and envy. Summoning her courage, she intended to approach Tang Yun, but before she could take 2 steps, a throng of people surged from behind her, knocking her to the ground as they rushed toward Tang Yun. Big brother, sir, please, have mercy. Share some food with us. They clamored, pressing against Tang Yun's car door, banging on the window with an intensity that resembled a horde of zombies. Tang Yun sighed, shaking his head in resignation. His probation period had only just concluded, and yet these individuals were already out of control. With an indifferent expression, Tang Yun stated, if you desire food, it must be exchanged for something of value. However, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears, as the beggars outside continued their raucous pleas. Squinting, Tang Yun sighed once more before abruptly flinging the car door open, sending the crowd tumbling backward, expecting them to disperse. He was taken aback when they quickly regrouped around him. Brother, you have food and drink. Just share a little. It won't kill you. Tang Yun's response was resolute. I have already stated, fair trade. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 burly men lunged at him. With a single punch, Tang Yun pierced one man's chest. A gunshot rang out, and the other man fell to the ground, his skull shattered. Tang Yun aimed his weapon at the remaining individuals, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd was decimated, and those who survived scattered in panic. Rue, witnessing this chaos from a distance, noticed the throng retreating, yet she took a step forward. Suddenly, a fallen man seized Tang Yun's leg. In a flash, Tang Yun drew his knife with the swiftness of the wind, severing the man's arm before stepping on his chest. He then raised his pistol, delivering a fatal shot to the man's head. Those surrounding him finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It was clear that Tang Yun was not one to be trifled with, and any notion of victory through sheer numbers was utterly futile. Amidst the throng, a young maiden approached Tang Yun with measured steps. She was none other than Rue. Suddenly, Tang Yun raised his firearm, aiming it at Rue. What do you desire? He inquired. Rue licked her parched lips and, without hesitation, replied, I wish to join your team. Tang Yun scoffed. I have no need for a team, and I certainly do not accommodate idlers. Upon hearing this, Rue knelt down, pleading, please, allow me to join you. I implore you. With a dismissive chuckle, Tang Yun remarked, you all seem to beg for favors daily. I have grown weary of it, and can no longer endure. Chapter 54, The Scorching Desert Mode. Upon hearing Tang Yun's response, Rue no longer lingered, and with a determined bite of her lip, she turned to leave. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, enveloping the surroundings in a haze of yellow sand. Scorching Desert Mode activated. Maximum temperature increased by 10 degrees. All players are advised to take precautions against the heat. The Scorching Desert Mode will last for 3 days, during which the desert sanctuary will emerge, harboring a plethora of weapons, supplies, tools, and modules. The location of the sanctuary has been synchronized with all players. New monsters have spawned. Defeating them will yield desert coins. Wandering merchants will refresh in 3 days, allowing players to exchange desert coins for exclusive items. After absorbing the information, Tang Yun glanced at the upper right corner of the windshield. He was still several dozen kilometers from the desert sanctuary. Damn it, modules have finally appeared. These are exceedingly rare. Acquiring them would usher in a new era for vehicles. After a brief respite, his vehicle gained over 100 power points. He ignited the engine and, with a firm press on the accelerator, plunged into the swirling yellow sand. Visibility outside dwindled to less than 3 meters, with countless grains of sand battering the windshield, quickly accumulating a layer of dust. Tang Yun had no choice but to activate the wipers to manage the situation. Other players on the road sought refuge in nearby buildings. An elderly man, while running, shouted in panic, only to have a mouthful of sand thrown in his face. Drenched in sweat under the oppressive heat, he hastily sought shelter within a dilapidated structure. This felt like the end of the world. Messages in the World channel flooded in more rapidly than ever before. With over 100 new updates per second, overwhelming players. The wind is too strong. Is this what the apocalypse feels like? I envy you all with car doors. Don't be jealous, brother. This sand shattered my glass. What? Are you sure it's sand? Of course. Have you ever seen sand the size of a fingernail? I have. I can't take it anymore. Whether the air conditioner is on or off, it's unbearable. It feels like a sauna in here. The air conditioner filter must be clogged. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Luckily, I was prepared. My air conditioner still works. Damn it. There are over a dozen people crammed into this small room. What the hell? It's chaos. People are killing each other everywhere. I can't talk anymore. Someone is trying to kill me. The World channel was inundated with new messages, and notifications of players logging off were pouring in. Some players piloting subpar vehicles had completely lost their composure, resorting to violence and seizing others' rides. An hour passed, and the storm subsided somewhat, leaving the world draped in a golden hue, with even the main roads blanketed in thick sand. In just an hour, the number of players online plummeted by tens of thousands. Although the sandstorm had passed, the scorching sun continued to bake the earth. A medium-sized truck sped down the road. Mei opened the family channel and inquired, "Is everyone all right?" Xiao Mo replied, "We're fine. We found a building with a basement. It's too hot outside. And 2 brothers have suffered from heat stroke. Do we have enough water?" Xiao Mo, "For now, we have enough to drink. There's no need for you to worry. Meijia, while I'm away, please take care of one another. Once the heat wave subsides, you may come to find me. Should supplies run low, do not hesitate to inform me. Rest assured, Meijia, we will catch up with you." "Very well. I shall head to the desert temple. That rascal is surely there. Exercise caution, and should any issues arise, inform me promptly. If you encounter any unsavory characters, just seize their vehicle." Understood. Mei closed the chat channel, focusing intently on driving. Beside her, the youth clutched his skateboard, casting a glance her way, hesitating to speak. "If you have a question, please feel free to ask." Mei Ying's voice was soft and gentle. Cough. Are you really planning to support over 20 people like this? What choice do I have? The person I seek will certainly not remain stationary, waiting for me. May I inquire as to who it is you are searching for? Mei Ying sighed. Just a rather charming man. The skateboard youth seemed to realize who it was. After all, wasn't he at Brother Tang, the most captivating man in the survival game? "What do you need him for?" he asked. "Nothing much. I just believe that my survival depends on being with him." Same here. The skateboard youth quickly covered his mouth. "What did you say?" He hastily shook his head. I also feel that I can only survive alongside my friend, which is why I'm looking for him." "Haha, that big shot doesn't he easily take on apprentices. He is different from others, he promised me." "Really? Alright, I want to argue with you further." Suddenly, a horn blared from behind. Mei Ying turned around, her expression souring instantly. Yet, the horn continued to blare incessantly. "Who is it?" The skateboard youth glanced back as well. Mei Ying remained silent, observing as a large truck veered towards them. "Oh my, isn't that the infamous Mei Ying?" A burly man with a face full of excess flesh grinned foolishly at her. "What are you staring at, you fat pig? Even in the apocalypse, you haven't lost any weight. Haha, this just proves that my life is better than anyone else's." The man pointed behind him. "You see that? My water truck. Want a drink? It's on me." Mei Ying curled her lip, pressing the accelerator to leave Barilu behind, but he swiftly caught up. "Don't rush off. What about your team?" Mei Ying chose not to respond. "Oh my, I never thought the sentimental Mei Ying would abandon her teammates. Is there anything genuine left in this world? Are you done yet? And you dare criticize me? What about your convoy?" Barilu laughed heartily. "Look behind you. Mei Ying turned her head, only to find a bus tailing them. Buses were already a rarity, but this one was laden with motorcycles and packed with people. Ha ha ha. Baralu couldn't contain his laughter upon seeing Mei Ying's astonished expression. We'll take our leave first, when you arrive at the desert temple. Don't blame me for leaving you nothing. With that, Baralu pressed the accelerator and sped away. Unexpectedly, the Phantom accelerated, leaving them all in its wake. What is happening? Am I unable to keep up with her? Hui Hui shook her head in resignation, exclaiming that with such a heavy vehicle, it was indeed a wonder if one could catch up with her. No sooner had she spoken than shouts from the other team members echoed behind them, complaining about the sweltering heat and expressing a desire for a refreshing shower. Open the window to let in some breeze. No. My face is burning. Hui Hui yelled. Stop it. No one is allowed to open the windows. We finally managed to lower the temperature, and if you open the window now, it will take another hour to cool down. Sister Hui Hui, I have a brilliant idea. Let's tape the car windows with black tape so that the sunlight cannot penetrate. A splendid suggestion. Let us proceed with that. All right. Tang Yun arrived at an intersection, only to find that both left and right turns were blocked, leaving no choice but to continue straight. This was not the first time. No fork in the road had appeared. The energy reserves were depleted once again. With a decisive gesture, Tang Yun used the star stone to inject another 200. Just then, the sandy ground at the intersection began to stir ominously. Chapter 55. The team system? Where did it come from? Tang Yun had initially anticipated encountering a desert worm, but to his astonishment, several humanoid creatures emerged from the sand. Mummies. Not only at the intersection, but numerous mummies also appeared around him. Some even infiltrated the buildings, causing the players inside to scream in terror. Tang Yun fired 2 shots at a mummy, and it collapsed. However, its corpse began to decay rapidly, and it astonishingly rose again, transformed into a zombie. Incredible, there's a second stage. These so-called mummies are merely zombies wrapped in bandages. After defeating a mummy, a gold coin burst forth. Is this the desert currency? Without further ado, Tang Yun swiftly dispatched the remaining mummies, amassing several desert coins. In pursuit of his new faction's objective, he restarted his vehicle and sped past the intersection. His tires were substantial enough that even on the sandy terrain, his speed remained relatively unaffected, and the likelihood of skidding was significantly reduced. However, the vehicle was laden with supplies, its weight fully taxed. To navigate effectively on such sandy ground, he needed to upgrade the engine's power. Just after crossing the intersection, a woman suddenly appeared behind the vehicle, calling out to him. Wait. Tang Yun glanced in the rearview mirror and realized it was the campus belle, Rue. She rushed breathlessly to his window. What do you need? Rue extended her palm, revealing 2 modules resting quietly within. Modules, trade. She gasped for air. Upon seeing the modules he had long desired, Tang Yun wasted no time. All right, what do you want? The campus belle had clearly formulated her request. You. What is it? Noticing her hesitation, he could not help but inquire, do you want a starstone? A wrench? Or food and water? I want 3 ordinary wrenches. And what do you wish to exchange for the other module? Just give me the wrenches first. I want to see the module. Fine. Here is one. Tang Yun opened the window and reached out to receive a module, discovering it was a green module. Spiked module description. Equipping this module on a vehicle will cause spikes to protrude from the front, enhancing collision damage, with module durability being consumed first upon impact. Durability. 50. The module shatters when durability reaches 0. Good, very nice. Tang Yun remarked before handing her 3 ordinary wrenches. Upon realizing Tang Yun was genuinely engaging in a trade rather than attempting to deceive her, a smile broke across Rue's face as she received the wrenches. Wait for me, she exclaimed, joyfully returning. Naturally, Tang Yun would wait, for she still possessed another module he must acquire. Tang Yun promptly equipped the spiked module. Instantly, a spiked iron plate manifested at the front of his vehicle, enveloping it securely. Excellent, a highly practical module. Reflecting on the MP4 module and the seat module he had collected, they seemed utterly worthless in comparison. Before long, Rue arrived before Tang Yun on her off-road motorcycle, beads of sweat cascading down her face due to the sweltering heat. Have you made up your mind? What do you wish to trade? A smile graced Rue's lips as she replied, let me on the vehicle first. What? Such audacity. Tang Yun started the engine, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Rue extended her hand, revealing a glimmer of purple light in her palm. No way. A purple module. Tang Yun turned off the engine once more. Observing Tang Yun's actions, Rue promptly tossed her motorcycle onto Tang Yun's vehicle. What is she planning? Wait, how does she possess such strength? Tang Yun pondered. Acquiring such a module would indeed require a degree of prowess. What do you truly want? Rue ignored Tang Yun's question and retrieved a lengthy iron chain from her backpack, securely fastening her off-road motorcycle to the vehicle. After completing this, she returned to Tang Yun's door and insisted, "Let me in." Tang Yun rolled down the window. "Even if I kill you, I can still obtain the module." Rue shrugged, "Not necessarily." Indeed, if she were killed, only 20 of the items would drop, making it uncertain whether the module would be among them. "Why should I trust you? What is your name? Why should I tell you?" Rue replied with a playful tone, "Oh, handsome. I wouldn't want you to miss such a splendid opportunity. What are you rambling about? Is your name Tang Yun? Huh, how do you know it's me? That's not for you to ask. Well then, I will send you the team invitation, and you will understand." Tang Yun soon received a team invitation. Captain School Beauty Rue invites you to join her squad. Squad description: team members will disable damage among teammates. And the greater the number of members, the better the reward effects. Squad reward: an additional star stone and coin upon acquiring them. Now do you believe me? Rue inquired with a sly grin. "Where did you obtain such a team system? Let me on the vehicle first." Tang Yun accepted the team request and opened the car door. Rue decisively climbed in and shut the door behind her. "Now answer my question." Rue hesitated. "Don't you want the module anymore? Then give it to me. I can give it to you, but you must promise not to throw me off the vehicle." "That is not possible. How can you be like this? I'm no threat to you now. You are the team captain and can expel me at any time." "Is that so? I have already promoted you to captain." Tang Yun glanced at the team information, realizing she truly was the captain. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you? If you kill me, the squad rewards will disappear. Consider this. Killing a mummy grants 1 desert coin, but with me around, you'll receive an extra. Aren't you tempted?" Indeed. Tang Yun was intrigued to discover what limited items the wandering merchant had for sale. If she desired something but lacked the funds to purchase it, that would be quite awkward. Moreover, desert coins differed from star stones that could not be traded among players, meaning there was no opportunity for robbery or drops. Tang Yun helplessly shook his head, igniting the engine to resume his journey. Rue produced a bottle of spray, misting it across her entire body and face. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped her, rendering her completely spotless. What sorcery is this? This astonishing maneuver utterly challenged Tang Yun's perceptions. He could not recall such an item existing in the game. "A purification spray. Surely you must be aware of it," Rue remarked, as she generously sprayed some on Tang Yun as well. Instantly, he felt as though he had taken a refreshing shower, and even his clothes seemed to have been cleansed. He turned to glance at Rue, surprised to find her more enchanting than Phantom, with her large eyes and prominent nose. However, her figure was not as alluring as Phantom's. It was rather well-proportioned, lacking the overt sensuality of Phantom. So, where did this come from? Which one? The spray or the team system? I must inquire. Chapter 56. This woman is desperate to survive. Rue chuckled lightly, stating that the team system was merely a skill for her vehicle. Then why not utilize such a skill to establish a faction? She was asked. Of course, I have thought about it, but I have had the misfortune of encountering only those who are driven by base desires. I too am a villain, came the reply. So, I suppose I have fallen into your clutches, haven't I? If men are unsuitable, why not gather women and form a society of sorts? She suggested. Don't even mention it. Those little fairies are either pretentious saints or timid cowards. It simply won't work. In the end, everyone logged off except for me. Very well. Now that I have allowed you into the vehicle, hand over the module. I can give it to you, but getting in means you'll have to provide meals. You must take care of my sustenance. Tang Yun shook his head with a wry smile, wondering that providing food was not difficult. Yet he feared this woman might demand more. He opened a small window, revealing provisions within the vehicle. Take whatever you wish to eat. My goodness, Rue exclaimed upon seeing the contents. Did you bring a supermarket with you? Nevertheless, she only took a bottle of water and a bag of bread before handing the module to Tang Yun. Upon receiving the module, Tang Yun examined it. Engine module, purple engine level 4. Excellent. With this, the engine level would reach level 5, although fuel consumption increased by 0.4. The vehicle's maximum speed now exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. With the enhancement of this module, Tang Yun pressed the accelerator, and the tires screeched violently against the sand as he sped off. Wow, what incredible power, he marveled. The next step was to upgrade the tire armor to level 5, and then acquire 2 more modules to unlock a new class. Hey, you'll have to get off the vehicle in 3 days, he reminded her. Rue nearly choked on her bread at this remark. No, our agreement was for me to reside with you. Wait a moment. Was there such an agreement? I only recall you asking me to open the car door and then handing me the module. Fine, 3 days from now it is. I appreciate your hospitality for allowing me to escape the heat here. You're welcome. As Rue ate, she browsed the world channel. Wait a minute. Is this desert temple merely a small mound of dirt? Is this some kind of joke? You lured me all this way for this. If that's the case, I won't be going. Be careful. They might be deceiving you. No images, no truth. I have a video. Why would I deceive you? The video showed a group of people foolishly standing around, staring at a grave. Goodness. Thanks to the brother who scouted. We're not going. Farewell. Rue chuckled at their naivety, thinking how they couldn't even recognize the spire of the temple. Tang Yun, overhearing her, also believed that the grave-like mound was indeed the temple's spire, merely requiring certain conditions for the temple to emerge from the earth. Do you know how to make the temple rise? Rue paused at his question. Rise? What for? Can't we just go down? Are you suggesting there is an entrance nearby? Though it was not explicitly stated to be an entrance, there must surely be a way down. Tang Yun shook his head noncommittally, asserting that unless a desert worm emerged, there could be no entrance whatsoever. As he spoke, the world chat erupted. What the hell? Run. Have you ever seen such a massive worm? After posting the video, the individual who shared it promptly logged off. Thank goodness I didn't go, otherwise I would have lost my life. Grateful for the brave soul who captured this footage. May he rest in peace. This is utterly terrifying. Could there be more than one desert temple? Are these little mounds and large worms merely illusions? That makes sense. I'm heading down another path. Rue glanced at Tang Yun and blinked. You were absolutely right. Huh? Are there really worms? Yes. The boss confirmed it. Wait. How did you know my name is Tang Yun? Oh, the team system can search for nearby players. Since you're the closest to me, of course, I know your name. Rue shot another glance at Tang Yun, seemingly sensing his thoughts regarding the system, and then smirked, feigning nonchalance. Don't get your hopes up. Only I possess such capabilities. As the team leader, you only have the authority to kick players out. I am the one in control here. So, you could kick me out anytime? Tang Yun said, extending the barrel of his gun toward her. No, I don't want your gun. I just want another bottle of water. Fine. Get it yourself. Realizing she had let something slip, she attempted to salvage the situation. What I meant was, if you let me tag along, I promise you'll have much more fun. Once the scorching heat mode ends, you can leave. Alright, just don't miss me too much. Suddenly, Tang Yun had a thought and fired a shot toward Rue. Although the bullet vanished upon hitting her, Rue was still startled. I told you, teammate damage is turned off. I just wanted to verify if it was truly deactivated. What will it take for you to trust me? Hand over the team system to me. Can you manage that? Very well. Rue removed the ring from her finger and handed it to Tang Yun. Tang Yun was taken aback. Didn't you say this system is your vehicle skill? My vehicle was picked up at a 4S shop. It doesn't possess any skills. My previous vehicle was long since scrapped. Tang Yun realized his own motorcycle was acquired in the same manner, thus lacking any skills. Only vehicles owned by players had such abilities. Upon receiving the ring, Tang Yun confirmed it was indeed a team ring. What do you wish to trade? Nothing much. I'm interested in you and your vehicle. I simply want to accompany you. All right. I aim to win the championship, so don't try to sabotage me. Hey, Tang Yun. We are on the same team, and you are the captain. Whoever reaches the finish line first, the rewards are yours. So, thus, I willingly offer myself as your assistant. Is that not acceptable? Fine. Let us proceed as you suggest. Rue finally received a response that satisfied her, and she quickly began to massage Tang Yun's shoulders and legs. Captain, could you spare me a weapon? You look incredibly dashing when wielding a gun. I desire one too. Just the bullets will suffice, for I possess a firearm. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. You actually have a gun? Just a single bullet, I presume. Saving it for my demise, are you? Come on. Do you have a persecution complex? Not everyone is a villain. If you seek bullets, you must demonstrate some sincerity. All right. Rue declared, proceeding to remove her clothing. Tang Yun shook his head. Is this not enough sincerity? This is all superficial. Fine. I shall provide you with all the upgrade materials for the vehicle, in exchange for bullets. Agreed. Rue handed over all the materials to Tang Yun, and astonishingly, his vehicle leveled up once more. Where did you acquire such a plethora of upgrade materials? I've been saving them, as I lacked the funds to upgrade, and thus hoarded them. Very well. Tang Yun could sense the desperation within this woman, who was on the brink of despair to survive. He glanced at the vehicle information. Chapter 57. The Desert Temple current level. 10 fuel consumption. 30. 3 power points km current power points. 160 300 maximum speed. 30. 050 km h durability. 290 300 space increase. 20 cubic meters resources required for next upgrade. Metal. 530 20. 000 rubber. 860 15. 000 plastic. 850 15. 000 glass. 140 15. 000 star stones. 200 undoubtedly. the next upgrade demands a colossal amount of resources. Suddenly, Tang Yun pondered that the upgrade points and free attributes granted upon leveling should indeed be interchangeable. This implies the possibility of nurturing a high-level character using a low-level one. Essentially, it means prioritizing the upgrade materials for enhancing his off-road motorcycle and subsequently utilizing the acquired modification points to explore new specialization nodes. This strategy appears feasible. Rue flexed her muscles, proudly declaring, "My strength is at 10 points. I can help you come in first. By the way, have you allocated all your attributes to strength?" "Not at all. I received a necklace." "Let me see." Rue obediently handed the necklace to Tang Yun, who glanced at it. Brute Force Necklace, Quality, Special Attribute, 5 Description. This special item persists even after the game concludes. What does this description mean? Tang Yun remarked, returning the necklace to Rue. She had anticipated being claimed by Tang Yun, not expecting such camaraderie from him. The description implies that certain special items can transcend into the real world. Is that truly possible? Indeed. By the way, where did you acquire all these peculiar items? I snatched them from a previous player, though I lacked the capability to eliminate him, allowing his escape. Have you encountered foreigners? Yes, but they are not on our current path. What do you mean by that? Every route possesses a unique identification number. The so-called million players are merely the online count on our main road. When I first entered the game, I was matched to a different route. Then I made a turn, entered a branch, and continued onward until I found my way to this path. Tang Yun nodded, indicating that this meant there were a total of 1 million players from the Dragon Kingdom on this main road, while several other routes also harbored a million players. Yes. It seems that as the player count diminishes, we will eventually match with foreign players. After all, with so many branches, encounters are inevitable. And what are the game progress? The game progress is normal, ranked according to the fastest runners, which means the current leader might not necessarily be from the Dragon Kingdom. Exactly. I've heard whispers of the Yamaguchi faction being formidable, yet after matching onto this route, I no longer see them in the world chat. I see. It appears we must wait for the player count to dwindle before we can encounter them. Before you match the road, did you pay attention to the number of online players? Yes, there were approximately 700,000 online. I took a turn and entered this path. Tang Yun glanced at the current online count, which was around 850,000. Rue added, "Those foreigners are a bunch of lunatics." As soon as the game started, the number of online players plummeted. Tang Yun shook his head helplessly. Who knows if they would ever match with them? Who the boss is remains uncertain. So where are my bullets? Here, take 100 to start with. All right, just a little at a time. Tang Yun had only a little over 1,100 bullets left, so he was reluctant to give her too many. Rue pulled out her pistol and began to reload. Attention, you are about to arrive at the desert temple. Please prepare yourself. The journey was filled with swirling yellow sand, with the buildings on either side of the road cloaked in a thick golden layer. Some shop doors buried beneath the sand. The vehicle came to a halt. Tang Yun looked out the window. A desert, indeed a desert. With towering cacti resembling green giants standing amidst the sands. The distant horizon was obscured by mounds of sand. Let's get out, Tang Yun announced as he opened the car door, and as soon as he stepped out, a wave of heat engulfed him. As if he had been thrown into a steaming pot, he quickly donned his heat-resistant gear, a gas mask, some protective clothing, and a headscarf. Once clad in the suit, he felt significantly cooler, his body temperature stabilized at around 26 degrees, truly a thermostat boy. He hadn't expected the heat-resistant gear to be so effective. Rue, however, refused to exit the vehicle. It's too hot. I'd rather stay in the car and guard the place for you. Tang Yun removed his sun-protective clothing and tossed it to Rue. No way. Who knows what you're scheming? Fine. Is this sun-protective clothing effective? Upon shedding the garment, Tang Yun felt a bit warmer, but it was bearable and offered some protection. With the sun-protective clothing, Rue stepped out of the vehicle, sharing Tang Yun's sensation. Yet she paused for several seconds. Wow, this feels so refreshing. All right, let's move. The two descended into the desert. Dozens of mummies suddenly awoke, as if sensing prey nearby. Emerging from the sand. Without hesitation, Tang Yun drew his pistol, taking down one mummy after another until they resembled zombies. Then swiftly switched to his submachine gun for decisive elimination. These zombies were classified as level 2, and ordinary knife wounds posed no threat to them. After dispatching the mummies, Tang Yun collected 30 desert coins, totaling 45 with the previous ones. The squad rewards allowed an additional coin, essentially ensuring 2 desert coins dropped each time. In the desert, the bodies of other players were nearly buried beneath the sand, their dropped supplies scavenged, and there were 1 or 2 player corpses just a few steps away, causing Rue to feel uneasy. Nevertheless, she still trusted the truth she held in her hands. After walking a few hundred meters, Tang Yun took a few sips of icy soda, and a sand dune appeared before them. This is the desert temple. Rue continued. I watched the World Channel, and this cursed place is home to desert worms. Since the desert worms have appeared, it signifies that there must be an entrance nearby. The winds are so fierce that the entrance must be buried, and there is quicksand everywhere. We should lure the desert worms out. We could lose our lives. However, Tang Yun disregarded the peril, firing several shots into the ground. After the gunfire ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Could the sound of gunfire not attract them? Just as Rue spoke, the ground began to tremble violently, and suddenly, a sandstorm erupted not far away, drawing ever closer to the two. Chapter 58. The stone coffin. The two of them dashed forward across the grainy sand, the endless desert stretching before them beneath the scorching sun. Behind them came a shout. Hey, you two, don't be foolish. The desert sanctuary doesn't even exist. They turned to see several vehicles parked on the road, with players laughing derisively at them. I ask you, can you endure this heat? With that, they drove away, leaving the two oblivious to the shifting sands, which seemed to harbor an imminent danger lurking beneath. Look ahead. There are people. Rue pointed toward a group gathered around a sand mound, seemingly at a loss. Charge forward, Tang Yun declared resolutely. They sprinted toward the crowd. Around the sand mound stood a dozen players, their skin glistening under the relentless sun. Suddenly, they turned to Tang Yun and Rue, their faces filled with astonishment. Upon noticing the undulating sand behind Tang Yun, they panicked and fled, exclaiming, "It's a desert worm." With a deafening crash, a massive creature burst forth from the sand. Indeed, a worm of colossal proportions. Its rough skin, cylindrical body, and rows of spiky teeth bore a striking resemblance to the sandworms depicted in films. Run! The crowd scattered in all directions. Tang Yun, which way? Rue shouted. Do you see that sand mound? That's the tip of the sanctuary's tower. We must head there. Are you sure? Absolutely. With a worm of that size, it's best not to linger. I trust you. The two rushed toward the sand mound, while behind them, the desert worm plunged back into the sand, the shifting ground closing in on them. Seizing the moment, Tang Yun lunged forward. They hurled themselves at the mound. The desert worm charged after them. A thunderous crash resonated beneath their feet as the sand mound was violently disturbed, a torrent of sand cascading downward like a whirlpool. The two were swept along by the sand, and Rue grasped Tang Yun's arm, exclaiming, "We're going to fall into a sand pit." Just as I hoped. It turned out that Tang Yun had cleverly utilized the desert worm to breach the apex of the desert sanctuary, causing the sand atop this massive structure to cascade down and form a swirling pit. In an instant, they were engulfed by the sand pit. And due to the size of the opening, several players nearby were also drawn into its depths. Tang Yun plummeted rapidly without any intervention. He would undoubtedly meet a fatal end. Suddenly, a grappling hook lashed onto a nearby rock wall, allowing Tang Yun to stabilize his landing with Rue in his arms. As they touched down, three players who had also fallen landed heavily, causing a shower of supplies to spill forth. My goodness, that must have been dozens of meters. That could have been fatal. Rue rushed over to loot their bags. Tang Yun surveyed their surroundings. Towering stone pillars supported a vast chamber, illuminated by the sudden glow of golden torches that flickered to life around them. Above, a circular dome arches gracefully, while not far away, a stone door stands firmly shut, appearing as impenetrable as a fortress. Surrounding the stone door are numerous stone sarcophagi, some ajar and others sealed tight. Clearly, no one has yet ventured inside this place. Tang Yun glanced at the World Channel. So, what does this mean? Those two fellows were devoured by the desert worms? Absolutely. I warned them not to approach, but they disregarded my words. Now it's clear, the desert temple is merely a facade, designed to lead greedy players to their doom. Indeed. Those two met a just fate, though it's a pity about the beautiful lady. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from above as a desert worm writhed its hefty body and burrowed into the sand, vanishing from sight. Soon, voices from other players emerged. Boss, let us retreat. I've heard tales of desert worms here. So what if they exist? Fortune favors the bold. Whether our team can rise among the strong hinges on this moment. Look, there's a cave. Wasn't this supposed to be a mound of dirt? They were indeed deceiving us. Hurry, find a way down. Just as Tang Yun and Rue were about to approach the stone door, the open sarcophagi suddenly released mummies. Though their movements were stiff, they swiftly closed in on the two. Tang Yun swiftly drew his weapon and stood back to back with Rue, ready to face the mummies. Meanwhile, a sound of ropes sliding echoed above as the speaking team of players descended via the ropes. Upon seeing the two besieged by mummies, the leader's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "First, let's deal with them. Then we'll open the stone door." All right. The team members quickly slid down the ropes. brandishing blunt instruments and knives as they charged at Tang Yun and Rue. Two of the members readied their composite crossbows, loading iron arrows and aiming for Tang Yun's head. In a flash, gunfire erupted, and two of the attackers fell, their heads pierced by bullets. "You handle the humans. I'll take care of the monsters," Tang Yun instructed. All right. I want to compete with you for desert coins. You deal with the mummies." "Not a chance. They're too terrifying." Rue dashed from the swarm of creatures, firing bullets at the approaching crowd. After several gunshots, the rushing dozen were pushed back. With two immediately killed and three severely injured, Tang Yun discovered a shortcut. By decapitating the mummies with his machete, he could prevent them from entering their second phase. Thus, severing their necks would lead to their immediate demise. Swiftly, Tang Yun executed his movements with grace, wielding the machete as shadows flickered behind him. One by one, the mummies fell, deftly evading attacks, and with another series of strikes, all the mummies were vanquished. This battle earned him 55 desert coins, bringing his total to 100 coins. In addition to a random treasure chest, green. "Wait, stop shooting." A man stepped forward, his bare torso clad only in a pair of undergarments. His skin as dark as coal, as if he had emerged from the depths of Africa. "Do not strike again. We apologize," the leader declared, raising his hands above his head in a gesture of surrender. Unbeknownst to him, however, his two companions were covertly preparing to strike down Tang Yun from behind. Tang Yun feigned ignorance and spoke. "Very well. Remain still, and I shall spare your lives." Agreed. They replied, yet Tang Yun maintained his unwavering gaze upon them. Not turning his head as he instructed Rue, "Open the stone door and see if there are any hidden mechanisms." Chapter 59. What are you doing? Do not gaze at me with such a lewd expression. The stone door fit tightly against the wall, without any mechanism. It was nearly impossible for ordinary force to open it. Rue glanced around and noticed several gemstones embedded in the stone door, each a different hue. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the gems formed a chain of 7-pointed stars. But why was one missing? Looking down, she found the gemstone half buried in the sand beneath her feet. She picked it up and decisively pressed it into the corresponding groove. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door quivered. But then the sand beneath them suddenly began to churn violently, and countless tiny black dots emerged from the ground. Simultaneously, the stone door slowly creaked open. "Do not linger. Hurry inside," Tang Yun exclaimed, pulling Rue through the opening, leaving the flustered thief behind. "Boss, what are those things? We should make our escape." As he spoke, the black dots grew larger, quickly revealing themselves to be a multitude of desert black scorpions. Scorpions. All of them. It was too late to retreat. They had to charge in. "Boss, the door is about to close." A group of subordinates rushed towards the entrance, but just 3 steps away. They heard a thunderous slam. The door had shut. Once inside, a chill swept through the air. Strangely, the interior was remarkably bright, revealing an ancient street before them. The buildings lining the street, fruit stalls, taverns, and clothing shops appeared to be constructed from mounds of yellow earth, all bathed in a golden hue. Yet, what was even more bizarre was that this ancient town was populated, specifically by a group of goatmen, who possessed humanoid features and spoke in an incomprehensible tongue. "Should we greet them?" Rue suggested, turning to find Tang Yun hiding behind a pile of refuse, beckoning her over. She hurriedly joined him behind the trash heap. "What's wrong? Are they monsters?" Tang Yun gestured toward the refuse. "What do you think?" Rue peered at the garbage and was immediately overwhelmed, covering her mouth in disgust. Among the refuse were not only black excrement, but also rotting flesh and silvery gray human bones. "My goodness, these goatmen are not harmless. Why do I sense a double meaning in your words?" At that moment, 2 goatmen approached, dragging a burlap sack to dispose of their garbage. The sack, oozing a black liquid, caught their attention. Upon noticing Tang Yun and Rue, they opened their mouths wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and let out a piercing shriek. Meh. Rue couldn't help but chuckle. It truly sounded like a goat's bleat. Bang! Bang! Tang Yun fired 2 shots, obliterating their heads, black blood gushing forth. He then slapped Rue on the back of her head. "Focus." Ouch. With a deafening shout, the entire ancient town erupted like a boiling cauldron. A horde of goat-headed men surged forth, brandishing filthy cleavers as they charged. Tang Yun and his companion, no longer willing to wait passively, sprang forth from the refuse, drawing their pistols and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang! 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 At the sound of gunfire, rows of goat-headed men collapsed to the ground. This is untenable. There are simply too many. Rue, her ammunition depleted, took a step back, frantically reloading. At that moment, Tang Yun produced a rocket launcher. Whoosh! A rocket, trailing a long plume of flame, soared into the throng of goat-headed men. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Dozens of them were sent flying, severed limbs flailing in the air. Goodness, you possess such a device? Rue exclaimed in astonishment, planting a quick kiss on Tang Yun's cheek. Let me have a turn. You selfish miser. Whoosh. Another rocket was launched, followed by an earth-shattering boom. Over half of the goat-headed men were annihilated, and the remaining few fled in terror. Haha, look at how you frightened them. All right, let us scavenge, they might return. Very well. The two split up to loot. Tang Yun kicked open a wooden door to a house, only to discover two goat-headed men lurking within, armed with spears and cleavers, poised to strike. Swish. A flash of silver glinted as one of the blades lunged towards Tang Yun's neck. In a heartbeat, Tang Yun leaned back, evading the attack while drawing two pistols. Bang. 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 The two goat-headed men staggered back, collapsing lifelessly onto the table in the living room. Tang Yun surveyed the room. The furnishings were predominantly wooden, with the living room and kitchen interconnected, resembling two earthen dwellings without any barriers. The kitchen was horrendously filthy, with a makeshift stove propped up by mud bricks, and a large pot simmering with unidentifiable meats and bones. Suddenly, a strange noise startled him. Tang Yun turned sharply to find a grotesque creature, a dog-bodied entity with a hideously contorted human face, emerging from the shadows, its features twisted in an expression of hatred. Drawing his shotgun, he fired, obliterating that horrifying visage. At that moment, Rue dashed out from an adjacent earthen dwelling, firing her weapon. What on earth is happening? Behind her, a monstrous being with a human body and a chicken head charged forth. Rue shot out its thigh. The chicken-headed creature emitted a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. She fired again, the bullet piercing its eye and shattering its skull. Not bad, quite accurate. Tang Yun offered a perfunctory compliment. I just guessed. No, this place is utterly horrifying. Let us loot quickly and retreat. The game hence indicated an abundance of weapons and modules. Trust me, they want to provide these treasures until the very end. I understand that perfectly, for instance. Treasure chests in buildings are always placed at the highest points. That may not be the case. There exists a hidden basement on the first floor. Huh, surely. The mighty god of war and the proprietor of the supermarket cannot be unaware of this? Alas. Tang Yun swiftly delivered a playful slap to her backside, admonishing her to cease her sarcastic remarks. However, Rue's gaze towards Tang Yun gradually transformed from complexity into a budding affection. What is it? Do not look at me with such lascivious eyes. I seem to have discovered several boxes of restraining spirits in your compartment. So what? What follows? With her face flushed with shyness, Rue lowered her head, prompting Tang Yun, upon witnessing her mischievous demeanor, to feel an urge to grasp her neck. Meh. A piercing scream echoed as a horde of goat-headed figures returned, now armed with a formidable weapon, a composite bow. Chapter 60, The Ram-Headed Man and the Church Whoosh. Countless arrows rained down upon Tang Yun as if they were free. Hey, Mr. War God, who shoots faster, you or them? Tang Yun swiftly seized Rue and they dashed into a mud hut to take cover. What did you say? I said, who shoots faster than them? Did I ask you to say anything? Is it possible that I simply wish to ignore you? Whoosh. Iron arrows pierced through the window, soaring over their heads. Rue gasped for breath, the fragrant air igniting the masculine hormones within Tang Yun. What are you doing? Blowing out candles? Haha, you are such a busybody. Even monitoring someone else's breathing. If you act like this during exercise, I might perish. What did you say? I said, never mind, what do we do now? The ram-headed man was furiously shooting from a nearby building, especially those in the tower, where arrows sparked with each draw of the bow. Suddenly, a rocket propelled into the tower. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the 4-meter-high tower was cleaved in two, obliterating both it and the ram-headed men inside. The remaining companions shrieked in panic. Bah! Following that, dozens of goat soldiers leapt out of the building, charging forward with fixed bayonets. Rue covered her ears. They killed our village chief. Let's see if they still dare to bleat. With that, she fired several shots out the window, dropping 2 ram-headed men. Excellent. It's Xianjiang and Fiangyang. I've taken care of them. I'm truly remarkable. Tang Yun sighed in resignation as another rocket soared past. Boom. This time, as the herd was less dense, his shot only claimed a dozen lives, while the remaining few surged towards his window. Bang, bang, bang. Rue dispatched the closest ones with her gun. Tang Yun swiftly drew 2 MP5s, and under Rue's astonished gaze, he set them on the window and began to spray bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rows upon rows of ram-headed men fell, with the final one taken down by Tang Yun in a single shot. Hundreds of desert coins erupted from the fallen ram-headed men, alongside 3 white treasure chests. Tang Yun did not rush to collect them. Instead, he reloaded his weapon. This battle had cost him 200 rounds, leaving him with fewer than 1,000 bullets. Finally, he gathered the desert coins, finding an astonishing total of 328. I say, these hundreds of desert coins should also include my share. Rue leaned in to say. Tang Yun pushed her away. Quickly, go loot. Then I shall rob you. All right. I'll scour thoroughly, and later you can rob me. Do not go easy on me. Your audacity grows thicker by the day, doesn't it? What else can I do? If I weren't so bold, would I have crossed paths with you, the war god of Tang, the supermarket owner? Tang Yun waved his hand, disregarding her, and directly proceeded to loot the room. The earthen houses are largely similar. The residences are somewhat smaller, while those of the fruit vendors are more spacious. However, the fruits here are entirely unfamiliar to Tang Yun, resembling lychees but actually being strings of human eyes, and even the snacks appear like bread but are, in fact, ears stuck together. They are inedible. This cursed place offers little more than desert currency. Yet, perseverance often yields rewards. Behind the counter of a clothing store, he discovered a green treasure chest. With the one he had previously acquired, he now possessed 2 green treasure chests and 3 white ones. Since he had them, he might as well open them. Upon opening the 3 white chests, he was pleasantly surprised to find 2 doubles, yielding 2 bottles of water and 2 sausages, while the remaining chest upgraded to a purple quality. Oh, splendid! When he opened the purple chest, a modification voucher came into view. This purple modification voucher, once utilized, would grant an additional 4 modification points. Alongside the 2 points he had saved from previous upgrades, he now had a total of 6 modification points. As for the remaining 2 green chests, after a series of critical hits, one dramatically expanded, on the verge of explosion. In a moment of quick thinking, Tang Yun hurled the chest away. Boom! The chest obliterated a nearby fruit stall, causing Rue to emerge from behind it, exclaiming, "Who threw that firecracker?" Tang Yun shrugged nonchalantly and continued to open chests. To his astonishment, he again received double rewards, directly acquiring 50 rounds of ammunition. Incredible! Whatever was lacking seemed to materialize. Though it was a tad scarce, even mosquito meat counts. After a period of scavenging, Tang Yun managed to find only a little over 100 starstones, which felt nearly fruitless. At the moment he reunited with Rue, she exclaimed, "Robbery." Rue paused momentarily before beginning to undress. "What do you mean by that? This is all I have left to wear. Did you find nothing?" she asked. "I gathered a dozen starstones. Do you want them?" "Forget it. I have no shortage of those." "Ah? Starstones. These are starstones. So what? My goodness, let me think. A war god, a supermarket owner, a wealthy tycoon. You've gathered quite the collection." Rue circled around Tang Yun. "I worked tirelessly, almost getting trampled by a few locals, while you seem to be enjoying a leisurely life." "Locals? You've encountered quite a few fools. Take it slow, you will eventually meet them too. When that time comes, I'll teach you how to deal with them. If one bullet doesn't work, then use 2. Is this something that needs instruction? Fine. By the way, I just spotted a church." I hesitated to enter as I heard noises coming from inside. "Should we check it out?" "Yes, we must go. Lead the way." The 2 walked side by side through the ancient town, resembling tourists on an excursion. Unbeknownst to them, the stone door was once again pushed open by a group of individuals. "Brother, this bunch of scorpions is truly troublesome. Even with several kicks, they 1t fall." The leader, a man with a dark complexion, panted heavily. "Surviving this calamity surely brings fortune. In such a vast ancient town, I refuse to believe those 2 can consume it all. Search thoroughly. Encounter those 2 and eliminate them immediately." "Brother, I see that young lady possesses a certain charm. Perhaps we should. You are always preoccupied with such thoughts. Are you not afraid of losing your life one day? Yet, it would be worth it. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us act." "Understood." Rue led Tang Yun into a church, constructed of solid wood, its walls adorned with a coat of black paint, symbolizing solemnity and reverence. The corners bore signs of peeling paint, indicating the church's age. Above the grand entrance hung a sign displaying a gaunt human visage. As they stepped inside and listened closely, low growls resonated through the church, intermingled with the rhythmic clanging of metal. Peering through the crack of the door, Tang Yun observed that the pews had been pushed aside, revealing a spacious room where a gathering of goat-headed figures encircled a mystical array. Chapter 61. A grand gift for you. Please do not scold me anymore. These patterns resemble some enigmatic ritual. Tang Yun let out a cold laugh, as it was about time for that group of motorcycle thieves to arrive. "Ah?" Rue was taken aback. "Did you deliberately spare their lives? I thought you were acting out of kindness." "Heh." Tang Yun chuckled lightly. "Do I appear to be a benevolent person?" "TSK, not at all. I know what you intend to do now." "All right." Tang Yun crossed his arms, displaying a rather interested expression. "Then you say it, and I shall execute it." Rue glanced downward, then covered her mouth as she ran away. Tang Yun shook his head helplessly, then kicked the wooden door of the church, only to have his foot stuck as the door did not budge. Ha 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 ha. Faced with Rui's mockery, Tang Yun quickly retracted his foot and forcefully pushed the door open. Inside, the goat-headed men had all risen, wielding bloodied cleavers, and approached Tang Yun while muttering incantations, reminiscent of some sinister cult. Rui pulled Tang Yun aside. Look, someone is coming. The newcomers were indeed the very band of motorcycle thieves from before. Fine, let us observe the spectacle. With a great leap, Tang Yun ascended to the roof of the church. Rui gazed up in astonishment. What should I do? TSK. Oh. Tang Yun jumped back down, scooping Rui into his arms, then leapt up again, both of them lying flat on the roof, quietly awaiting the arrival of the motorcycle thieves. Before long, they overheard the thieves' conversation. Boss, we haven't found anything on the way here. Same here, I only found $1. $1? Rui blinked. Did you miss something? Oh. It doesn't matter. Stop your nagging. Humph. Given that you are a war god, a supermarket owner, a wealthy man, and quite handsome, I shall forgive you. But speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Rui fell silent, glancing at Tang Yun's raised rear, pouting slightly. Tang Yun, engrossed in the performance, suddenly shivered and shot Rui a fierce glare. Rui chuckled lightly. Sorry, I accidentally touched it. As they conversed, one of the motorcycle thieves suddenly pointed at the church and shouted, Boss, there's a group of people ahead. What the hell are you shouting for? Hurry and hide. It's too late. They've already spotted us. Then let us swiftly eliminate them. As he spoke, the goat-headed man charged forward with his knife, and the motorcycle thieves prepared themselves, 3 of them drawing crossbows while others brandished knives and blunt instruments, rushing in as well. In an instant, the 2 factions clashed amid a cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yun leaped down from the roof and slipped into the church. Rui, while watching the spectacle, began recording, soon sharing the captured video on the global channel. Well, where is this, miss? Campus Bell Rui. It's the desert temple. We've dealt with the desert worms. Hurry over. What? My goodness. I can't believe there are still benevolent souls in this day and age. Truly beautiful inside and out. Beware of being deceived by her. The campus flower, Rui, remarked, Well, there are too many resources here for me to carry. If you choose not to come, I shall bury all these weapons and modules in the yellow sand. No. I'm on my way. Wait a moment. You cannot be the person I encountered previously, can you? I warned you that the sanctuary is a mere illusion. Rui replied, feeling slapped in the face. Are we? You can't go back now. I must go. Wait for me. As Rui closed the world channel, a smile crept upon her face at the thought of what was to transpire. She murmured to herself, Tang War God, here is a grand gift for you. Please do not be so fierce with me again. Unbeknownst to Tang Yun, Rui was concocting some mischief. Upon entering the church, he discovered a circular symbol on the ground, evidently used for sacrificial purposes. Indeed, turning around, he saw that the battle outside the church had come to an end. The goat-headed men had been decimated, leaving only 3 members of the motorcycle gang, an elder black man and 2 archers. They stood, momentarily dazed, gazing at the carcasses of the goat-headed men. What on earth are these creatures? I have no idea. The entire way was lined with such bodies. Hey, Tang Yun called out. The 3 looked up, only to see a stoic man approaching slowly, drawing a pistol. Wait, brother, we were merely passing through. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the 3 collapsed. The motorcycle gang was thoroughly eradicated, their resources scattered across the ground, which Tang Yun promptly gathered, including over 200 rounds of ammunition. Presumably, they had no firearms, thus the ammunition remained unused. Ultimately, he also collected over 20 desert coins. As he loaded the bullets, he shouted, Come down and help. Rui hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. I can't come down. Don't play games with me. If it weren't for the urgency earlier, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Hearing this, Rui stuck her tongue out at Tang Yun and then jumped down from the rooftop. Aside from agility being her only stat at one point, her strength and constitution were only slightly inferior to Tang Yun's. Thus, descending from such a height was trivial for her. But I truly did not deceive you, Rui explained. This rooftop is too high for me to leap onto. A shorter one would suffice. Tang Yun did not respond but merely reiterated, Come down and help. Help with what? You will understand once you see. As he spoke, he grasped the necks of the motorcycle gang members, pulling their bodies into the church and discarding them at the center of the formation. Rui followed suit, dragging one in each hand. Suddenly, a rumbling noise echoed from above. Tang Yun looked up warily, noticing a few grains of yellow sand cascading down, settling on his goggles. He shook his head, wondering what was happening above. Is it the desert worm again? The rumbling grew louder, and a sense of alarm surged within him. Could the structure be collapsing? Rue shook her head repeatedly. No, it's just the desert worm. Tang Yun squinted at her before resuming his work. As the corpses were placed upon the mystical array, the edges of the formation began to illuminate. With each additional body, the array was soon entirely aglow. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, and a colossal creature with a sheep's head emerged from the formation. Rue hastily drew her pistol, only to discover that the beast was semi-transparent. In the next moment, the sheep-headed creature surveyed Tang Yun and Rue, and with a sweeping gesture of its large hand, 10 green treasure chests materialized before them. After the chests appeared, the creature stomped its foot, the array shimmered with a crimson glow, and the sheep-headed entity vanished along with the corpses, leaving in their stead a stone staircase leading to the next level. Chapter 62, A Set of JK. How marvelous! Rue exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Yun paid little heed to her exuberance. Now that the treasure chest was in his possession, there was no reason not to open it. Observing his eagerness, Rue approached to assist, only to be firmly grasped by Tang Yun's hand. You cannot. I must be the one to unveil the chest. Rue paused momentarily, pouting as she stepped aside in a huff. What does that mean? It's not as if I am stealing from you. Why don't you trust me? Leaning against the earthen wall, she sulked while casting cold glances at Tang Yun. It was only when he released gold that she sensed something amiss. By the time she reacted, she found herself squatting right in front of him. A fragrant breeze wafted towards her as Tang Yun, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, "What brings you so close? Isn't it obvious? Where did you learn such chest-opening skills? No wonder you wouldn't let me try. I am not entirely sure. Perhaps it is an innate talent. No wonder you have so many side jobs." "What side jobs?" "We're God, supermarket owner, and—" Stop, enough. Tang Yun opened yet another treasure chest, which expanded dramatically, prompting him to hurl it far outside with a grunt. An explosion echoed in the air. Can they self-destruct too? It seems opening chests indeed requires skill. Ultimately, of the 10 chests, 3 self-destructed. 1 yielded gold, 5 granted double rewards, and 1 produced a blue item. The blue item revealed a blue wrench. Blue wrench restores 50 points of vehicle durability. The 5 double rewards provided not only resources but also 2 green quality sun protection outfits. Astonishingly, the remaining golden chest unveiled a complete set of a scorching outfit. JK outfit, quality, gold description, Western-style shirt, white, pleated mini skirt, black, lace panties, lace-trimmed white socks, and small black shoes. Although quite revealing, it offers ample sun protection. Rest assured, one will not tan. Set effect, indestructible, maintains a constant temperature of 25 degrees. Women's clothing. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Rue, who bit her lip and shyly stole a glance at him. Without any women around, Tang Yun would undoubtedly sell this female attire to someone else, especially to that flirtatious shadow. If she were to wear it, the contrast would be striking. Never mind. Tang Yun handed the outfit to Rue. Go ahead and put it on. Consider it your reward for your earlier efforts. Wow, you're quite the generous boss. Rue exclaimed, dashing off with the outfit. I'm going to change. Are you going to change right here in front of me? ISNT it to avoid monsters sneaking up on me? Then I'll turn around, hurry and change. All right, within 3 minutes. Rue emerged donning the JK outfit. All set. Tang Yun turned to look, shaking his head in resignation. Hurry up, don't delay the game as progress, he said as he turned his back once more. Rue pouted and began to change in earnest. Tang Yun sighed softly, murmuring, You are quite well endowed. Aha. Right? I'm a potential asset. Is there anyone who boasts about themselves like that? I merely wish to bring you joy. Then I thank you, having successfully exchanged it. Tang Yun turned to glance at Rue, whose cheeks were flushed as she shyly fidgeted with her fingers. Her figure was slightly more voluptuous than that of a specter. Yet she was by no means overweight. She could certainly carry off this outfit. At that moment, Rue's long hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her bosom was proud. Her waist was slender, and her legs were long and straight. Any man who beheld her would undoubtedly think that holding her would be both comfortable and delightful. Very well. I am glad you like it. Come, let us descend and explore, Tang Yun declared as he donned a green quality sun protective jacket, instantly feeling refreshed. He tucked the remaining jacket into his backpack. Upon entering the corridor, a cool breeze greeted them as the staircase spiraled downward until a glimmer of light appeared before them. What lay ahead was an oasis. To their astonishment, a vast expanse of desert unfolded, featuring an ancient city, and not far from it, a sprawling jungle. The verdant foliage was unmistakably vibrant, as Tang Yun had already glimpsed a shimmering lake through the gaps in the trees. An ancient city. Rue gasped. And coconut trees. How is there so much here? Is that truly so strange? Not particularly. Come, let us investigate. But how do we ascend? Are you in such a hurry? We could always retrace our steps. That is true. As they ventured a few paces, two camel-headed beings emerged from the gates of the ancient city, making their way slowly across the desert towards the oasis. To their surprise, a dozen mummies accompanied them, each holding various jars and vials, their purpose unknown. Tang Yun drew his submachine gun, utilizing the 4x scope to eliminate the mummies one by one. Upon witnessing this, the remaining two camel-headed beings brandished bows and arrows and advanced towards him. Without hesitation, Tang Yun dispatched them as well. Upon approaching, they confirmed that these were indeed camel-headed beings, with human bodies and camel heads, now standing with gaping mouths and rolling eyes, moving with a curious tranquility. Tang Yun collected the desert coins and inspected the jars beside the mummies, discovering they were merely ordinary clay pots, likely intended for holding water. I never expected these creatures would need to drink water, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Is that truly so strange? Rue echoed his words. Tang Yun pouted and playfully slapped the back of her head. Rubbing her sore spot, Rue followed Tang Yun into the ancient city. To their surprise, the city walls were guarded, with sentinels wielding bows and spears. Upon sighting Tang Yun, they unleashed arrows and even hurled spears. Their aim was exceptionally precise, likely causing many to fall in such an encounter. However, Tang Yun effortlessly caught a spear mid-flight, snapping it with one hand before drawing his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, all the guards atop the wall plummeted to the ground. The next moment, a cacophony of alarm bells resonated throughout the city. Ding, ding, ding. Chaos erupted within the ancient city, and soon, a horde of camel-headed beings clad in leather armor, armed with knives and pitchforks, charged forth, accompanied by dozens of mummies adorned with fearsome masks. These mummies, diminutive in stature yet remarkably swift, clearly represent a formidable adversary. Tang, the god of war. Quickly, utilize that. The rocket launcher, is it? Why not give it a try? Certainly. Rue seized the rocket launcher, and with a swift motion, 3 rockets were launched with a whoosh. The advancing leather-armored soldiers were utterly annihilated, leaving only a handful of nimble, masked mummies. What a thrill! I wish to fire another shot, Rue exclaimed, only to discover that her ammunition was depleted. What? I have exhausted all my bullets with just 3 shots? All right, hand it over. The rocket launcher can no longer hit them. Tang Yun stowed the rocket launcher into his backpack and then retrieved a shotgun, firing wildly as he advanced. Chapter 63, Surrendering Arms, Yet It Is Futile. Bang, bang. A shot sent a masked mummy flying, and with a few more shots, the magazine was emptied. A dozen masked mummies, wielding their swords, rolled and leaped towards Tang Yun, aiming to strike at his head. With a swift motion, Tang Yun loaded 2 spare magazines into his shotgun. Bang, bang. 2 more shots sent the mummies reeling, their chests pierced by the expanding pellets. Now, Tang Yun's shotgun was completely out of ammunition. Seeing that he was unarmed, the remaining 10 masked mummies seized the opportunity, rolling and leaping once more, their swords descending upon him. Calmly, Tang Yun drew an MP5 and unleashed a barrage at the airborne mummies. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and one managed to slip through. In a flash, Rue raised her hand and fired, piercing its chest. Tang Yun nonchalantly gave her a thumbs up before collecting the scattered desert coins, over 300 in total. With the coins he had previously gathered, his backpack now held 780 desert coins, which, without the team bonus, would equate to the defeat of 780 monsters. Fortunately, with the team bonus, the desert coins dropped in double. Lord Tang, I'm out of bullets. Please, grant me some more, considering I saved your life. Rue pleaded, tugging at Tang Yun's sleeve. He chuckled, realizing she still had some utility. Very well, I shall grant you another 100. With a flourish, he handed her 100 rounds. He still had around 800 bullets remaining. A multitude of camel creatures and mummies lay slain at the ancient city gate. Yet, to Tang Yun's dismay, not a single treasure chest emerged. The residents of the ancient city, having been subdued, resorted to employing their charms against him. A row of alluring camel women began to shed their garments, dancing seductively at the city gate, leaving Tang Yun exclaiming in disbelief. Rue, laughing heartily behind him, nearly doubled over. In frustration, he drew his handgun and swiftly took down several of the camel beauties. The remaining ones, seemingly driven mad, clutched their heads and rushed into the city, after which the city gate began to close slowly. Then, a tall mummy, adorned with a mask of agony and wielding a staff, stood atop the city wall, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Yun and Rue. He communicated something to the archers beside him, and soon, a series of crossbows were wheeled out, their arrows thicker and longer than before. Even Rue gasped in astonishment. Oh my, this could be catastrophic. But that was not all. The arrowheads were wrapped in strips of black cloth, and the archers ignited the cloth with torches, imbuing the arrows with flames. Goodness! The wrath of ice and fire! Tang Yun exclaimed. Where did you acquire such knowledge? he inquired. Believe it or not, I often visit the foot massage parlor with my girlfriends, where we hire handsome men to pamper us and share such insights. Rue replied with a playful grin. You certainly know how to indulge. I am still a novel creation. Do you believe it? The current success rate of surgeries is remarkably high. I must admit. Your words do not sit well with me. As the two conversed, the archers atop the city wall had already taken their positions. However, Tang Yun grasped Rue's hand and boldly approached the city gate, effortlessly crashing through the wall. Behind the wall, a group of leather-armored guards was sent tumbling in disarray. This time, Tang Yun refrained from using firearms. Instead, he drew two machetes and swiftly dispatched the guards, leaving them in a state of despair. Just as the last guard attempted to flee, Rue deftly threw a flying knife, striking him in the back of the head and killing him instantly. Rather than feeling angered by this act of claiming a kill, Tang Yun expressed astonishment. Have you trained with those flying knives? Oh, it's merely throwing darts. I am the national champion. No, darts are darts, and flying knives are flying knives. Oh, they are the same. Isn't your wife still your spouse? Isn't your girlfriend just your casual partner? That does seem to hold some logic. Not far from the city gate stood a wooden ladder leading up to the wall. With a swift motion, Tang Yun ascended the ladder with the grace of a divine being, landing before the city lord. Indeed, the figure wielding a staff was none other than the ruler of the city. Seeing this, the lord immediately knelt, offering his staff with both hands to Tang Yun. What does this mean? Are you surrendering? Tang Yun accepted the staff, and the townspeople knelt in unison, remaining motionless. Holding the staff, he leaped down from the city wall, only to find the residents still on their knees, their heads bowed. He shrugged and proceeded to plunder the wealth of the citizens. Unlike the ancient town, this time he collected an abundance of fruits and vegetables, though he did not spot a single starstone. However, Tang Yun had no shortage of starstones. Before long, Rue hurried over, exclaiming, Master Tang, I have spotted a temple. There must be treasures within. This temple was, of course, the stronghold of the city lord. Resembling a Gothic structure from a distance with its spire-like roof and angular designs. Upon entering the temple, they discovered a lavish interior, adorned predominantly with gold and silver artifacts. Tang Yun immediately began to reclaim these treasures, amassing over 2,000 units of metal. In the basement of the temple, he stumbled upon a room akin to a warehouse. Filled to the brim with fruits, vegetables, and legumes, without a moment's hesitation, he collected everything into his backpack. How is your backpack so large? Rue inquired curiously. Some questions are better left unasked, Tang Yun replied dismissively. Soon after, they ascended to the second floor, which resembled a storeroom, akin to an armory. The few guards clad in cloth armor instantly knelt the moment they laid eyes on Tang Yun. The two easily entered the armory, only to find an assortment of bows, knives, and some rusted, dull weapons. Tang Yun selected a few usable items, recycling the rest for their metal content. Just as he was about to exit, a cloth-armored guard mysteriously presented a box. Upon opening it, Tang Yun discovered 3 green modules resting quietly inside. He smiled faintly, swiftly collecting his gains. It appeared that within the entire desert temple, only these 3 modules remained, yet they sufficed. Upon exiting the temple, Tang Yun was astonished to find the townsfolk still kneeling in place. Soon after, the city lord approached, waving his right hand, and a celestial ladder descended from above. This seemed to be the shortcut to leave the temple. The two ascended the ladder, and suddenly, the stone ceiling above unfurled, allowing a beam of sunlight to penetrate. They continued their ascent until they returned to the initial desert. As Tang Yun's feet touched the ground, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The desert was strewn with not only corpses but also an array of items that had burst forth from the fallen. At that moment, Rue unexpectedly exclaimed, surprised. Are we? Chapter 64. What? A vehicle-mounted beam cannon. And 2 of them. Aside from basic supplies, a plethora of vehicle upgrade materials has been unearthed. What on earth is going on with these individuals? Did they not look down upon this desert sanctuary? Why have they all flocked here? Rue, with a little hand raised, jumped a few times, exclaiming, Me, it was my doing. Huh, I did not expect you to possess such cunning. Upon hearing this, Rue did not take offense, but simply explained to Tang Yun, I merely wish to present you with a gift. Indeed, quite commendable. Tang Yun gazed at the scattered supplies, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he affectionately ruffled Rue's little head. Well done. Continue to exert yourself. I have stated that I do not support idleness. Rue promptly saluted. Understood. After finishing his scavenging, Tang Yun ultimately amassed over 10,000 metals. More than 5,000 plastics, over 8,000 glass pieces, and more than 5,000 rubbers. These materials would undoubtedly elevate his off-road motorcycle to level 4. Rumbling. The sand once again trembled, undoubtedly heralding the approach of a ruthless desert worm. Shortly thereafter, a cascade of golden waves surged towards Tang Yun and Rue. Tang Yun waved his hand backward, signaling Rue to retreat for the time being. Obediently, Rue stepped back, creating distance between them. In the next instant, a crimson-black worm sprang forth from the golden waves, its head alone towering over 5 meters. Its astonishing body width reached an incredible 4 meters. This was the desert worm. Upon emerging, it opened its gaping maw, revealing row upon row of razor-sharp teeth. One might anticipate that Tang Yun would lose composure, but instead, he executed a backflip, drawing forth a rocket launcher, and fired a rocket directly into the worm's cavernous mouth. With a deafening thud, the ground trembled once more. The worm's abdomen was explosively ruptured by the rocket, and seizing the moment, Tang Yun launched another rocket, thoroughly obliterating the worm's innards. However, to truly vanquish the desert worm, he needed to locate its heart. The 2 rockets had left the desert worm swaying precariously, its corpulent form collapsing as if entering a sage mode. Nonetheless, it continued to writhe, attempting to burrow into the sand. Tang Yun, seizing this opportunity, leaped high into the air, soaring over 10 meters. From his vantage point above, he could see a massive heart nestled deep within the worm's shredded abdomen. Whoosh! Another rocket soared into the worm's belly. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a torrent of flesh and dark blood erupted forth like a geyser. The desert worm had met its demise, reduced to a puddle of muck. In the following moment, a purple treasure chest burst forth. Ah! Expending 100 rounds of ammunition for a purple treasure chest. Not too shabby. Tang Yun pondered, should he take a gamble with the purple chest? If successful, it would guarantee double the reward. If it self-destructed, the loss would seem negligible. Rue dashed over, delivering a playful punch to Tang Yun's shoulder. You are truly remarkable. No wonder you are Tang the Great. You dispatched such a formidable desert worm with such ease. Tang Yun remained silent and proceeded to open the box. Bang! The violet treasure chest trembled violently, followed by a flash of red light that nearly blinded Tang Yun. Goodness! Rue exclaimed, shielding her eyes in astonishment. A crimson treasure chest. You're incredible! 666. Immediately, a red module sprang forth from the treasure chest. Tang Yun picked it up and examined it. Vehicle-mounted cannon module. Quality. Crimson description. This module allows the vehicle to generate a beam emitter on its roof, capable of firing beam projectiles. This module has stringent requirements and is only suitable for vehicles with 3 wheels or more. Functions. 2 modes are available for switching: blasting mode and piercing mode. Blasting provides the utmost destructive power, while piercing offers the highest penetration capability. Cooldown. Each shot consumes 1 canister of energy, automatically storing 1 canister daily, with a maximum capacity of 3 canisters. Eagerly, Rue inquired, Master, what did you get? Let me see. Tang Yun stared blankly at the vehicle-mounted cannon module in his hand, silently retrieving another from the treasure chest. What? There's another one. Rue gasped, nearly dropping her jaw. My goodness, Tang Darren. How did you manage to open a crimson treasure chest and obtain double rewards? Tang Yun shrugged nonchalantly. Just basic operations. All right. Rue casually glanced at the main road, then frantically pointed, pounding her fist against Tang Yun's chest. Tang Darren, someone is tampering with your vehicle. Tang Yun squinted, unable to see clearly. He then pulled out a 4-fold magnifier for a better look, and indeed, there was a group of reckless individuals using sledgehammers and fire axes to vandalize his vehicle. Tang Yun cursed in frustration. Damn it. I forgot to unleash my pet dog. Huh? Pet dog. Wait. Tang Darren, are you here to survive in the apocalypse? There was no time to waste. Let us show them what we're made of. With a wave of his right hand, a golden card was tossed out, which instantly transformed into an off-road motorcycle. Rue was utterly taken aback, her admiration and astonishment leaving her momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, she finally managed to utter, Big brother, you're amazing. Tang Yun mounted the motorcycle and sped back with Rue. The players who were vandalizing his vehicle were paralyzed with fear upon seeing Tang Yun riding towards them. Oh no, this guy must be the owner. Run. I've heard he wiped out the entire Red Scorpion gang. The 5 robbers dashed towards their vehicles in panic. However, Tang Yun would not grant them such an opportunity. He pulled out an MP5 and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, swiftly taking down all 5 players. The lethality of this submachine gun was not to be underestimated. Among the 5, 2 were shot dead, while the remaining 3 struggled to rise. Just as they were about to reach their vehicle's door handles, Tang Yun executed a drift and parked behind them. Bang! He shot one in the head and then approached the other 2. Big brother. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the 2 individuals hastily pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, Elder brother. We were mistaken. We ought not to have provoked you. We had no desire to incite your wrath. It was merely a matter of someone offering a price to kill me. Is that so? Tang Yun interjected, and with that, he swiftly ended the man's life with a single gunshot. The last remaining player clung desperately to the doorknob, attempting to crawl into the driver's seat, only to be met with a flying dagger that pierced the back of his skull. Ruiri approached, spat disdainfully upon the corpses of the 5 men, and remarked, "What a disgrace. It seems you've kicked the iron plate now. You deserve this fate." Ruiri then collected the items dropped by the players for Tang Yun. "You may keep the food and drink. As for the weapons, you should retain those as well. After all, your throwing knives are remarkably accurate. You have bestowed upon me a considerable number of blades from the temple previously, and my backpack is overflowing. If it cannot fit, then stow it in my car." "Ah, you are rather generous. Very well, I shall heed your advice." Chapter 65, The New School of Thought, Fortress Style. Unlocking. Are you hungry? Rui's simple query reminded Tang Yun, who nodded eagerly in response. A smile of happiness spread across Rui's face as she said, "I noticed you have utensils and a boiler in your compartment. I'll prepare a meal for you." "Sure," Tang Yun replied without hesitation. "Make a bit more." "All right. I'll overfeed you. What would you like to eat?" "Just something casual. Fry a few eggs, make a pot of mixed vegetable stew, and grill several pounds of beef and lamb. Oh, and add 50 pounds of pork." 50. Rui became increasingly puzzled as she extended 5 fingers towards Tang Yun. Pouting, 5 Tang Yun nodded affirmatively, insisting that at least 50 pounds of meat was necessary. "As for the rest, you can manage it yourself." Rui furrowed her brows, confused, and proceeded to cook. She prepared the ingredients, set the cooking utensils on the ground, and then ignited the fire. Meanwhile, Tang Yun inspected the damage to the vehicle. A hole had been carved into the compartment, and some snacks were missing. Fortunately, after vanquishing those bandits, the snacks had been restored. Upon checking the vehicle's attributes, he discovered the current durability was 247 out of 300. Using a blue wrench, he enhanced the durability by 50 points. Now at 297 out of 300, the repairs were nearly complete, and the marks of damage had vanished, leaving the vehicle looking as pristine as a newly manufactured refrigerated truck. This refrigerated truck was now considerably larger than before, having reached level 10, which increased its capacity by 20 cubic meters. Not only had the compartment expanded, but the driver's cabin had also grown larger. Previously, it could barely accommodate a small bed. Now, it resembled a compact dormitory, spacious enough for a large, comfortable bed. Moreover, there were still several abandoned vehicles on the road. Failing to consume them would be a significant loss. Tang Yun promptly activated his devouring belt, consuming all the various vehicles in sight, which included a dozen motorcycles, 5 or 6 vans, and 2 small trucks. Upon completing this consumption, his devouring belt leveled up once again, granting him an additional point to his overall attributes. His current attributes were Strength 12, Constitution 11, Agility 11. Additionally, he had 10 modification points and 5 free points yet to be utilized. Diving into the driver's cabin, he accessed the vehicle panel, distributing the free points evenly, ultimately raising his Strength, Agility, and Constitution to 13. Notably, with a Constitution of 13, even typical gunshot wounds would likely not prove fatal to Tang Yun. The requirements for unlocking the new school of thought were as follows: vehicle level 10-10, engine level 5-5, tire armor level 3-5, module count 8-10, star stones 3,240-100. It was evident that he needed to elevate the tire armor by 2 more levels. Currently, the tire armor level stood at 21 with an additional module, requiring 3 modification points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 and 4 points to elevate it to level 4. Tang Yun's modification points totaled 64, with 60 points derived from upgrades to the refrigerated truck and 4 points from enhancements to the off-road motorcycle. Indeed, the modification points proved to be universally applicable, allowing him to nurture his smaller vehicle into a larger one. He immediately expended 7 modification points to elevate the tire armor to level 4. And with the addition of the tire armor module, it reached level 5. Next came the modules. He had acquired 3 green modules and 2 red modules, which would undoubtedly suffice. He first installed the 2 vehicle-mounted cannons into his vehicle, and suddenly, 2 beam cannons materialized atop the vehicle, positioned at the front and rear. They could rotate 360 degrees, though firing and aiming required manual operation. As soon as the beam cannons were established, they began to draw energy, and by tomorrow, they would accumulate enough for a canister of energy. No, 2 canisters. The remaining 3 green modules were glass armor, level 2, cabin armor, level 2, chassis armor, level 2. These modules fortified Tang Yun's vehicle, enhancing its durability. Congratulations! You have met all the conditions to unlock a new class, Fortress class. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. New class, Fortress class unlocked. With a resounding rumble, Tang Yun felt as though his vehicle had grown slightly taller. Was it merely an illusion? He disembarked to investigate. A Ferrari had parked beside Rue, where a handsome man sat, casting a glance at Rue who was cooking, before whistling playfully. Hey, little sister, would you like to join my racing team? Subsequently, several sports cars trailed behind the Ferrari. Rue curled her lip, remaining silent, but decisively shook her head. The moment the man spotted the refrigerated truck behind Rue, his jaw dropped in astonishment. What the? Not only the Ferrari owner, but his entire crew was captivated, exiting their vehicles despite the heat, making their way toward Rue. Startled, she took a step back and hurriedly drew her pistol. What do you want? If you take another step forward, I will shoot. The leading handsome man wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning despite the sun's glare, eagerly inquiring, is this your vehicle? Rue shook her head, replying, it's mine. Yours. How could you possibly own such a vehicle? With your fairy-like aesthetics, would you have such a truck? Why not? This is my boyfriend's truck. So it's mine too. The group exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately shaking their heads in disbelief. Wow, how does such a man end up with such a beautiful girlfriend? I'm not envious at all. What is going on? Rue asked, puzzled. Isn't it just a refrigerated truck? What truck? A refrigerated truck? Don't joke around. Are you sure it's a refrigerated truck? Can you even tell it's a refrigerated truck? Rue was momentarily flabbergasted by their remarks. Turning to look, she gasped in shock, nearly dropping her pistol to the ground. To my astonishment, the culinary endeavors I engaged in have resulted in a remarkable transformation of this refrigerated truck. The previous tires have vanished, replaced instead by two robust iron tracks, towering at a height of 1.5 meters. These tracks extend half a meter beyond both the cargo compartment and the cab. Above the tracks, the entire cargo area and driver's cabin appear seamlessly interconnected, resembling a mobile home. Moreover, the metal sheathing of the cargo section seems to have grown notably thicker, indicating that ordinary blunt instruments and axes would no longer inflict significant damage. Furthermore, the roof boasts two imposing artillery pieces with barrels wide enough to accommodate a human head. The resemblance to a refrigerated truck has been entirely obscured. It is unmistakably a mobile fortress. In the next moment, the cab door swung open, and Tang Yun leapt out onto the tracks, drawing the gaze of everyone present towards this remarkable figure. Chapter 66. This is truly a dimensional blow. What do you intend to do? Tang Yun, with arms crossed, inquired in a tone that was both gentle and tinged with indifference. Upon hearing his words, several members of the convoy immediately clasped their hands together and bowed repeatedly, apologizing. My apologies, big brother. We did not mean to encroach so closely. We merely wished to observe. We shall take our leave now. Yes, we shall. Before they could finish their remarks, they were hastily ushered away by Rue. Enough of this. Everyone leave at once. No photography allowed. Subsequently, the group, devoid of enthusiasm, climbed into their respective cabins, casting envious glances at Tang Yun, who stood upon the tracks. Their feelings of resentment, jealousy, and admiration coalesced into a resigned sigh, and they eventually drove away. Tang Yun took a moment to reassess his vehicle. The cabin had become somewhat wider, although it appeared connected to the driver's area from the outside. There was now a sliding door that facilitated easier entry and exit. Moreover, with the increased width, the supplies could be reorganized to create a small corridor, making procurement of materials even more convenient. After a prolonged inspection, under Rue's expectant gaze, Tang Yun simply remarked, it's acceptable. Not just acceptable, big brother. This is quite remarkable. You are a candidate for the championship, and indeed the foremost contender. Indeed, this vehicle represented a significant dimensional advantage over those of other players. Attempting to damage the cabin of such a vehicle would require considerable effort just to climb onto the tracks, even if one managed to do so effortlessly. Attempting to breach the steel surface would likely be a laborious task that could exhaust one completely. However, Tang Yun's nature was to remain vigilant even in times of security. He understood that once other players initiated new strategies, they would soon catch up. By the way, Rue, what is your new strategy? While grilling meat, Rue replied, the flying vehicle strategy. Don't you have a motorcycle? You should be aware of it. A new strategy prompt only appears at level 5. Have you forgotten? Oh, right. Tang Yun pondered for a moment, surmising that the flying vehicle strategy likely pertained to enhancing vehicle speed. Returning to the driver's cabin, he accessed the vehicle panel. Upon unlocking the new strategy, the strategy nodes were also made available. There were 3 nodes in total: hidden space, durability, and mobility. Tang Yun examined each one in detail. Hidden space, as the name suggests, would add concealed storage to the vehicle, allowing supplies to be placed within and retrieved through thought, thus conserving space. Upon reaching level 10, a pet space would be unlocked. Durability would simply enhance the vehicle's durability limit, allowing an upgrade in material upon reaching level 10. Mobility would improve the vehicle's agility, such as turning speed and acceleration, with further enhancements to the vehicle's appearance available at level 10. Faced with the decision of which to upgrade, first left Tang Yun somewhat perplexed, as he desired each option. Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace his indecision. An overall enhancement would suffice. He currently had 3 modification points available, so he upgraded each node by 1 level. Hidden Space, Level 1. The vehicle gains a hidden space of 2 by 2. Durability, Level 1. The vehicle's durability limit is increased by 20. Mobility, Level 1. Vehicle agility increased by 10, acceleration enhanced by 10. Having completed this, Tang Yun snapped his fingers, and some supplies within the cabin vanished, while the hidden space became filled with provisions. With another thought, a bottle of cola materialized in his hand. Indeed, this concealed space proved to be rather useful. Master Tang, your meal is ready. Would you like me to feed you personally? Rueo called out from below the vehicle. Tang Yun opened the door and stepped out, only to see a pickup truck slowly approaching. Instantly, he drew his submachine gun and aimed it at the driver's seat. Inside, a middle-aged man was aiming a handgun at Tang Yun. Upon realizing he had been spotted, the man hurriedly rolled up the window and sped away. This place isn't safe. Let us eat in the cab. The two retreated to the spacious driver's cabin, which could easily accommodate a lavish soft bed. Tang Yun summoned his 3 dogs, who immediately recognized mealtime and dashed towards the 50 pounds of roasted meat on the ground. Meanwhile, Rue'er covered her mouth in shock, her large eyes fixated on the Wolf King, hesitant to speak. Fear not, they are all allies. Brother, can you not distinguish between a wolf and a dog? This is a black wolf. I witnessed it take down a player and drag him into the woods. Tang Yun shrugged. So what? They are dangerous, regardless of their danger. Obedience to commands makes them good dogs. Rueo gave him a thumbs up. You are truly impressive. I never expected you could tame such creatures. 666. As Tang Yun savored his meat and soup, he scrolled through the world channel. Dear folks, could we get some bread and water for just $1? Don't even think about it. That guy who sold supplies for $1 is probably dead. Please, don't speak so recklessly. Perhaps he simply had an abundance of supplies and was being charitable. How can you be so naive? You all know how scarce resources are in this game. Those who can sell supplies are either deranged or have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Why haven't you spoken in the world channel? Rue'er suddenly inquired of Tang Yun. You still have a name change card in used, right? If you feel your real name is too conspicuous, you could always change it. I know you as Tang Yun, anyway. I was just about to do so. I've already made the change. Huh? That was quick. What name did you choose? Tang Yun. Unsure of what name to adopt, settled on something understated, then sent a message in the world channel, nameless, seeking modification vouchers, starting at 10 star stones. Oh. Rue'er nodded knowingly. You are called Nameless. This proclamation immediately stirred discontent among other players. Wait, brother, do you think this is some sort of pasture? You expect 10 star stones for a modification voucher? By the way, what exactly is a modification voucher? You've never seen a modification voucher? It's an item that grants modification points upon use. What? You think 10 star stones would get you such a valuable item? This guy's brain must have been caught in the door. Skateboard kid. No, do you all not know how to read? People say the starting price is 10 yuan. Not that they charge 10. What business is it of yours? Old Wang. Hey there, brother doing business upstairs. I possess a white modification voucher. What do you think is a fair price? Skateboard kid. Hey old man. Have you lost your mind from hunger? Are you that desperate for money? Old Wang. I'm so hungry I could eat anything. Why should I care about the details? Unnamed. All right, let us not discuss money today. You give me the modification voucher, and I'll provide you with a box of milk and some bread. Old Wang. Huh. Goodness. Brother. You care for me more than my own uncle. Is this truly the deal? Unnamed. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you on the trading platform. Old Wang. All right. Wait. A box of milk and bread. Surely, there can't be more than one in a box. Haha. Chapter 67. Racing forward, astonished bystanders. Tang Yun waited for a while on the trading platform until the old man Wang finally placed a modification voucher into his temporary backpack. Tang Yun reciprocated by placing his supplies into Wang's temporary backpack. Wang confirmed the transaction, and after verifying everything was in order, Tang Yun also confirmed the trade. Thus, the transaction was successfully completed. Tang Yun acquired a modification voucher, which he promptly utilized to gain 1 modification point. Shortly thereafter, the world channel erupted with Wang's jubilant recounting of the transaction. Wang, you won't believe it. A case of milk with 24 bottles, a box of over 30 loaves of bread, plus an extra piece of chocolate. The boss is incredibly generous. What? No way. This nameless one must be insane. Just one modification point, and he can exchange for all that? Wait a minute. Wasn't there a guy selling supplies for just $1? Is that him? The supplies must have burst the warehouse. Snake gallbladder. Haha, this is hilarious. Perhaps this nameless one is just a desperate fool. Why say such things about him? Snake gallbladder. Think about it. With the new vehicle meta, isn't it necessary to have modification points to meet the unlocking conditions? Now that you mention it, this old chap must be going mad trying to unlock the new meta. Haha, even crazier than me. Rue, observing the banter in the World Channel, glanced up to find herself locking eyes with Tang Yun, and they both burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, Tang Yun stood as if a deity, surveying the myriad of lives below. The individual known as Snake Gallbladder was part of the red and white faction, seemingly the lowest-ranking administrator. Hearing Rue's words sparked Tang Yun's interest. You know this person? Not exactly. He claims to be the captain of the last team. Last team? You mean the very end? Yes. The red and white faction has 10 teams, each with over 10 members. It is a vast organization, but in terms of management, they cannot compare to the Yamaguchi group. As Rue savored her steak, she suddenly turned to Tang Yun. You're inquiring about this information. Could it be that I have an offline transaction to complete? All right, I won't pry further. It seems Snake Gallbladder is just ahead. We need to walk a bit further. I understand. Let us set off now. By the way, while we players have been scavenging, I haven't seen you participating. I participated when it was necessary. With my current capabilities, scavenging through minor buildings is just a waste of time. True. Lord Tang only engages in significant matters, like the desert sanctuary. Suddenly, a new message appeared in the friend channel. Skater Kid, Brother Tang, the Snake Gallbladder crew is stuck at 1-8. They've reached a desert sanctuary. But the door won't open. Brother Tang, this is your chance to find them. All right, I got it. Skater Kid. Oh, Brother Tang has changed his name? Did you experience a heartbreak? Manual jest. You rascal, you're still breathing? Skateboard Kid, thank you for your concern. I'm doing quite well now. But there's something I hesitate to express. No need for pleasantries. Skateboard Kid, then I shall say it. I am aboard the Phantom vehicle. Ah, you've joined the Phantom? Skateboard Kid. No, it was against my will. That cunning Phantom seems to have caught wind of something related to the last module, deducing clues. And thus, they forced me into the vehicle. Well, staying with her might not be too bad. Skateboard Kid. Sob. Although the driver's seat is quite appealing. I feel a bit lost. I need to reunite with my sister. Your sister? From what I know, the chances of encountering acquaintances are slim. And finding family is even more precarious. Skateboard Kid. Hints. I must survive. What about you, Tang? With your prowess, surely you can uncover leads about your family? If they've changed their names, it complicates matters further. It appears my parents did not partake in such games. I once attempted to search for their names. Skateboard Kid. Are you an only child, Tang? Indeed. It seems each family has someone chosen, thrust into the cursed realm. However, I must advise you, do not show mercy. Otherwise, it will be your demise. Skateboard Kid. I comprehend the rationale, which is why I seek my sister. Even in death, we shall face it together. Come find me first. Skateboard Kid. But, the Phantom. Has her convoy arrived? Skateboard Kid. Yes, they caught up after the sandstorm subsided. This poses a challenge. Skateboard Kid. Indeed, a formidable one. Why not seize a vehicle with doors? Skateboard Kid. I wish to, but once I acquire such a vehicle, they would rob me. Thus, until I locate my sister, I must act discreetly. Very well, but I have a deal with the Phantom. I must seek the red and white party. Skateboard Kid. I see. As long as you two are not adversaries, rest assured, we will catch up. How does the Phantom treat you? Skateboard Kid. She is quite attentive. Do your utmost to keep pace with me. Skateboard Kid. All right. The Phantom has noticed me chatting for too long. I must cut this short. Tang Yun snapped his fingers. And 3 dogs immediately leaped into the driver's seat, expertly starting the vehicle, and with a swift press of the accelerator, they surged forward. Goodness. Are you a Pokemon trainer? How can one be so formidable? In response to Rue's astonishment, Tang Yun spoke candidly. It is merely their intelligence. I have not undergone any extraordinary training. Tang Yun climbed atop the vehicle to inspect its operation. The treads adhered tightly to the sandy terrain, producing sounds of chains grinding against one another, with no signs of slipping. The cannon atop the vehicle could also be adjusted freely. After his inspection, Tang Yun returned to the driver's seat and instructed the dogs, maximize horsepower. Full speed ahead. Those who obstruct us shall be trampled. Woof. Birum. The engine erupted with a roar, and the vehicle swiftly accelerated to over 300 kilometers per hour. Remember, this is the desert. Ordinary vehicles struggle to attain such speeds. Merely avoiding skidding is a feat in itself. An elderly gentleman sat atop a small electric scooter, desperately twisting the throttle, yet the scooter remained stubbornly stationary, spinning its wheels in place. With a determined thrust of his legs, he attempted to propel himself forward in the sandy terrain. As he twisted the throttle once more, the scooter careened sideways, crashing through a window and barreling into a nearby clothing store. Meanwhile, a convoy led by a Ferrari found itself immobilized. As a group of individuals frantically dug around the tires with shovels, the harsh sun beating down upon them. Two of the men, utterly exhausted, had to be dragged into the driver's seat by their companions. Just then, a gust of sand swept through, engulfing the group in a swirling haze. Curse be this wretched weather. On the road, such scenes were commonplace. Stranded vehicles lined up like a serpent. Suddenly, a colossal metal beast roared past this queue. Almost everyone turned their heads to pay homage to this magnificent machine. By all that is holy, what caliber of vehicle is this? I give up. I might as well resign myself to despair. The comparison is maddening. What is the point of this endeavor? In the distance, two ethereal maidens found their three-wheeled carriage ensnared in the sand. They caught sight of the formidable steel beast. My heavens, sister, look over there. Wow, whose chariot is that? If we were to be taken under his wing, we would surely soar to great heights. Chapter 68, The Enchantress? I recall possessing a staff. Without a thought for their own safety, the two charged forward, intent on halting the iron beast that thundered towards them. However, they found themselves retreating in haste, for further advancement would spell their doom beneath its crushing weight. The vehicle's treads stirred up a tempest of sand, nearly engulfing the two fairies. Shaking their heads, they hurled curses at the retreating behemoth. Are you blind? Can't you see us? The driver is utterly inhuman. Inside the cabin, Tang Yun shrugged. I only saw someone obstructing the path, and besides, he cast a sidelong glance at his companion, the dog. Indeed, the driver was far from human. With a furious speed, their progress in the game surged to 1-8. The leaderboard revealed that the swiftest progress by others barely reached 2. If Tang Yun wished, he could easily surpass many formidable players by nightfall. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Tang Yun signaled his companions to halt, and the vehicle came to a stop before a restaurant. A dozen mummies staggered out from within, and among them were several alluring figures, the enchanting queens, adorned with dark brown skin. With a flick of their right hands, 5 mummies erupted from the ground, suggesting that the queen's abilities were akin to those of summoning mages. Given the sluggishness of these mummies, Tang Yun deemed it unnecessary to resort to firearms. He alighted from the vehicle, leaping down from the treads, slowly advancing towards the mummies. He snapped his fingers, and a gleaming silver greatsword sprang forth from his backpack, weighing no less than 100 pounds. With a bold leap, he plunged into the throng of monsters, swinging the sword with ease as if it were a mere wooden blade, effortlessly dispatching 5 or 6 mummies with each stroke. His fervor mounted as he faced their attacks. With a swift turn, he twirled the heavy sword above his head, deftly evading while executing a sweeping strike that cleaved 5 mummies in half. In under 5 seconds, only 2 enchanting queens remained on the battlefield. Just as Tang Yun prepared to finish them off, a voice called out from behind him. Lord Tang, do refrain from letting your bloodlust take over. You are now the lord of the sanctuary. Is it necessary for you to dirty your hands? Taken aback, Tang Yun initially assumed it was a jest, but suddenly a thought struck him. With a flick of his right hand, a staff materialized, as the 2 queens readied to summon more mummies. They immediately fell to one knee upon seeing the staff, signaling their complete submission to his command. How did you know the staff would be effective against them? Huh? Is it effective? I merely guessed, haha. Yet Tang Yun found himself in a quandary. These queens were not mere zombies. If they resembled humans, would he then be responsible for their sustenance? Why not take a closer look at the staff? Rue suggested once more. It was then that Tang Yun examined the staff in his hand. Lord Staff, quality, special description, commands desert creatures to obey, can also tame certain elite monsters. Special effect, this item can be utilized in the real world. As it turns out, Tang Yun, seemingly understanding yet perplexed, waved his wand towards the 2 mesmerizing queens, who transformed into shimmering light and entered the wand. With another flick of his mind, he summoned them once more. However, unlike before when they bore traces of sand, upon reappearing, they appeared as if freshly unveiled. Their bronze skin glistened, long black hair cascading over bare shoulders, alluring black eyeshadow accentuated their features, complemented by high-bridged noses and seductive crimson lips. Adorned with golden crowns and clad in opulent silk low-cut robes, their voluptuous forms harmoniously echoed the grandeur of the pharaoh's pyramids. The robes slit to mid-thigh, revealing their elegantly long legs. Intriguing, Tang Yun summoned them back again. At his side, Rue, with a sly smile, quipped, Well, you are quite the passionate young man. Surely, you don't harbor any inappropriate desires for them? Truth be told, she remarked, They are far more captivating than you. Nonsense. I can still speak and call out. I am far more interesting than they are. Besides, I can offer you something more. All right, you are quite something. Let us take another route. We will need a different vehicle. I understand your intention. You want to capture them all, right? Indeed. Tang Yun summoned a rugged motorcycle. You need not dismount. Just get on. Rui obediently climbed onto the motorcycle, and before departing, Tang Yun instructed the dogs, stick to the plan. Woof. Remarkably, the dog seemed to comprehend human speech. With a twist of the throttle, Tang Yun nearly flung Rui off, prompting her to clutch his slender waist tightly. As he drove, Tang Yun felt a warmth on his shoulder. Why are you leaning on me while I'm driving? I have a question for you. Between them and me, who is more genuine? Rui leaned forward, hoping to elicit the answer she desired. You should first compare yourself to the phantom, he jested. Oh, but your backside is rather ample. Scoot back a bit. It's quite cramped. Rui pouted, but shifted back slightly. Before long, the motorcycle came to an abrupt halt. Tang Yun spotted a police car parked nearby and deduced that it wasn't from the Viper but possibly from the Snake's Den. No wonder the red and white party was gaining momentum. There were not just one but multiple police cars. Hey, over there. Sneaking around. What are you staring at? Two burly men were keeping watch by the police car and approached Tang Yun upon noticing him. Get out of the vehicle. Don't forget the plan I shared with you earlier. On their way, Tang Yun had briefed Rui on her role. No problem. When this is over. How about rewarding me by making me a woman? Why are you so provocative? Be serious now. Fine. The two disembarked, and Tang Yun spoke first. We have come to join the red and white party. Upon hearing this, the two men erupted in laughter. Haha. Did I hear you correctly? We, the red and white party, indeed had a recruitment announcement on the global channel before. However, our party has matured. It is no longer a matter of simply entering at will, as you might wish. Are you affiliated with the red and white party? Tang Yun inquired deliberately. Nonsense. Did you not notice our white scarves? Rui chuckled softly, leaning closer to Tang Yun's ear, teasing, in such sweltering heat, aren't you afraid of feeling stifled? Hey, you foolish woman, what are you laughing about? As their words fell, they were captivated by Rui's beauty, unable to suppress a murmur, truly enchanting. Far more lovely than our sister-in-law. My goodness, and dressed so provocatively, unlike us. No, absolutely not. Let us not forget the tenets of our red and white party. Oh, right. So what are the conditions for joining your ranks? Tang Yun asked as she continued to walk forward. Chapter 69. Isn't it time for the sister-in-law to retire? Conditions. Yes, indeed. One of the men stepped forward, stating that as long as your vehicle level is above level 10, you may join us. Please note, it must be above level 10, excluding level 10. Rui couldn't help but chuckle. Lord Tang, all your attributes are above 10. These fellows truly lack experience. Hey, that lady, that miss. Could you refrain from laughing so much? What is the level of your vehicle? Level 11. I didn't expect a girl to elevate her vehicle to level 11. My apologies for the earlier comments. Would you like to join us? Rui nodded, of course. Then, let's first check your strength value. The two men chuckled and hurriedly moved closer. As long as your strength value is sufficient, you can join us. What about constitution and agility? Oh, with the two of us here, we can certainly help you through the back door. We will all be family from now on, and I am still single. All right then. How do we test? We are all set. Here. One man threw a heavy stone weighing several dozen pounds to the ground and shattered it with a punch, declaring that was the standard. All right. Rui, whose strength was already impressive, effortlessly split the stone in two with a single punch. Wow. Truly a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. You may join us. Wait a moment. What about my driver? Driver? The two men turned to Tang Yun. What is the level of your vehicle? They inquired. Tang Yun scratched his head. Level 9. Mine is a cargo truck. Tang Yun explained. The vehicle we despise the most is a cargo truck. You do not qualify, you may leave. Very well. Tang Yun replied as he prepared to depart. Oh, hold on a moment. Rui pulled Tang Yun back and asked the two men, if I join you, I might not see him again. Could you allow him to stay and witness the initiation ceremony? Initiation ceremony? What initiation ceremony? Newcomers have initiation ceremonies, right? Don't we in the red and white party have one? Of course we do. Just wait. I haven't reported to our captain yet. If he knows a stunning beauty is joining, he will certainly welcome you. Oh, then do hurry. All right. The two then dashed towards a police car. The window rolled down, and they spoke briefly with the person inside. Shortly after, a middle-aged man quickly exited the vehicle. Upon glancing at Rui, he approached with an exuberant expression, while a woman behind him grasped his arm, attempting to convey something, only to be impatiently brushed aside. Hey, little sister, Welcome to our red and white party. I am Captain Shi-Dan of the 10th Squad. Rue took the initiative to shake his hand, and Captain Shi-Dan, taken aback, extended his hand in return. From now on, you are a member of our 10th Squad. I appoint you as the deputy captain. Wonderful. Rue rejoiced inwardly. Now she had a reason. Captain Shi-Dan. Yes. Speak. As I am the vice captain, I shall summon my brothers for an introduction. Indeed, Rue turned to Tang Yun and remarked, Did you see? I have already stated that I am superior to you. Let this initiation ceremony into the party serve as our farewell. Upon hearing this, a wave of delight washed over the faces of everyone present. With Tang Yun, the proverbial light bulb, out of the picture, they felt liberated to act upon their desires towards Rue, and with firearms in hand, the prospect of coercing her into submission became all the more tantalizing. Shi-Dan waved his hand, signaling two subordinates to hasten towards a certain location. Tang Yun observed their destination, which appeared to be an ancient edifice. The desert sanctuary? Upon hearing these words escape Tang Yun's lips, Shi-Dan could not suppress a mocking laugh. Oh, you are aware of the desert sanctuary, are you? Ha. A group of underlings erupted in laughter. So, are our people inside the sanctuary? Rue seized the opportunity to inquire. Yes and no, Shi-Dan replied candidly. To be precise, they are at the entrance, seeking a way inside. However, the stone door is firmly locked, and it cannot be breached easily. Thus, it became evident that Shi-Dan was comfortably ensconced in his vehicle, enjoying the air conditioning and the company of women, while delegating the task of breaching the stone door to his subordinates. Quite intriguing. Before long, a horde rushed in, exclaiming, What the hell? Is there a stunning beauty joining us? Let us hurry and take a look. Perhaps we can indulge in some leftovers. It's about time for the sister-in-law to retire. Our good days are here. With the arrival of this group, the entire 10th Squad of the Red and White Gang, nearly 20 in number, was finally assembled. Is everyone here? Rue inquired. Indeed. All present. Viper confidently affirmed. Suddenly, Tang Yun produced two submachine guns and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, while Rue also drew her pistol for precise strikes. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Row upon row of individuals fell, receiving no chance to retaliate whatsoever. Shi-Dan lay on the ground, his body riddled with bullets, desperately lifting his head. Through his hazy vision, he saw a composed young man approaching. Bang. The sound of a gunshot resonated, and the entire 10th Squad of the Red and White Gang was annihilated. The player's offline status was simultaneously broadcasted across the global channel. Notification: Player Spring has gone offline. Reason: Gang conflict. Notification: Player Yige has gone offline. Reason: Gang conflict. What the hell? How could so many die? Gang conflict? Which two factions are engaged in battle? Notification: Player Shi-Dan has gone offline. Reason: Gang conflict. What? Shi-Dan. Isn't he the captain of the 10th Squad of the Red and White Gang? He is dead. Which gang is so audacious as to kill members of the Red and White Gang? While driving, the Phantom suddenly heard from the passenger seat. What? Shi-Dan has been killed. What? The Phantom turned to glance at the skater boy. Killed? Yes. I counted the offline numbers. There are nearly 20. This indicates. The two spoke in unison that Team 10 has been annihilated. The skateboarder suddenly recalled someone and promptly sent a message to Tang Yun. Brother Tang, did you do this? Tang Yun remained silent, merely sending him a photograph. The skateboarder opened the image, revealing a middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood with his mouth agape, alongside a line of red text. The serpent's gall has been eradicated. I didn't expect Brother Tang to progress so swiftly. What did you say? Nothing. This serpent's gall is already dead, and someone even took a photograph. He showed the image to Phantom and exclaimed, No way. Could it be the little sugar did this? Who? Chapter 70. Who? Annihilated a team. Meng smiled faintly, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. Perhaps it was not he. The demise of these individuals stemmed from gang conflicts. The person I am acquainted with is a lone wolf, unlikely to affiliate with any gang. Is it conceivable? The skateboard kid interjected that he inadvertently established his own faction, unbeknownst to him. Rue licked clean all the materials and items that had erupted onto the ground. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Tang Yun approaching the police car. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a gunshot rang out, shattering the car's glass, followed by the grim sight of a woman's lifeless body being dragged from the vehicle. The woman, disheveled, had witnessed the preceding events. She was about to relay the information, but was silenced by Tang Yun before she could do so. The world channel erupted with Viper's furious cries. Who did this? Which gang dares to challenge us? I am the leader of the foremost faction in Longwa. Balu, it wasn't he us, brother. Our game progress is still under 1.7. Balu, driven by a will to survive, even sent a snapshot of their current game progress. Viper, damn it. A bounty. I hereby issue a bounty. Anyone with leads on the murderer will be rewarded. In the face of Viper's wrath, the other players dared not breathe a word. Only a few insignificant gang leaders hastened to assert their innocence, distancing themselves from the perpetrator. Rue, witnessing Tang Yun's act, anxiously inquired, "Did you kill her? What about the clues from Team 9? Tang Yun shrugged, pondering the possibility. "You asked, didn't you? The game progresses at 1:8. Either we are on this path or the next. Very well. After all, the white scarf is their gang's insignia, making it relatively easy to locate. Are there any vehicles here that you fancy? Perhaps you could take this police car. It provides daily rewards of weapon chests. Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Nevertheless, it's fine." As Rue spoke, she produced a can of spray paint, transforming the police car into an all-black vehicle. "This will do. By the way, I have something good for you. Give me a wrench, and I'll repair the car window. What do you think?" "All right." Rue promptly handed over more than 500 rounds of ammunition and a handgun. "You can keep the handgun. I already have 2. "Fine. I'll retain 50 rounds. You have no objections, right?" "Agreed. Here's the wrench." "Wow. A purple wrench. Excellent. Use it sparingly. I only have 1 wrench left." "Oh, but there is still the sanctuary. Wrenches are plentiful." Tang Yun remained silent, activating his belt to consume, devouring all visible vehicles. With nearly 20 members from the Red and White Party's 10th team, his experience bar surged by half after the consumption. A tracked RV approached, and Tang Yun retracted his motorcycle, entering the driver's cabin. After binding with the police vehicle, Rue followed Tang Yun into the driver's cabin. The journey to the desert temple traversed genuine desert terrain, where typical vehicles could scarcely advance. The dogs drove steadily until they reached the desert temple. Rue, seated on a small, soft bed, stealthily retrieved supplies from the compartment while engaging in conversation on the channel. Tang Yun noticed that a box of water, a box of biscuits, 50 pounds of pork, and 30 pounds of vegetables were missing. When Rue bent over to grab a large bag of snacks, Tang Yun could no longer restrain himself and playfully slapped her rear, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "What are you up to?" Rue turned back with a smile, handing Tang Yun 15 ordinary wrenches. It turned out she was trading on the World Channel. Tang Yun temporarily let her off the hook. The vehicle soon halted at the entrance of the desert temple. The members of the Red and White Party's 10th team were absent, and the players who had been prevented from approaching the temple rushed back. At that moment, dozens of players congregated at the entrance, some even wielding umbrellas yet still drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a steel beast screeched to a halt, kicking up sand that coated the players' faces. Tang Yun recognized the dog's intentions but merely smiled, saying nothing. The beleaguered players, upon seeing such a vehicle, understood that its owner was not to be trifled with. Despite their humiliation, they quickly parted to make way for Tang Yun. The next moment, the car door swung open, and Tang Yun made a grand entrance, leaping from the vehicle and striding towards the temple before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Rue followed suit, first jumping onto the tracks and then back down, closely trailing Tang Yun. The desert temple had not been buried beneath the sands, rather, it appeared to have emerged from the very ground itself, its thick, ochre stone walls deeply embedded in the sand, with a large portion of the concealed entrance now exposed. This stone door bore numerous signs of human damage. Blunt force, bullets, and explosives had all proven futile. The heavy stone door had merely shed a layer of skin. Tang Yun glanced back at his artillery, which was temporarily devoid of energy for firing. Wait, an epiphany struck him, and he nudged Rue, urging her to prepare the cannon. "Huh? Can we fire it now? The energy tank isn't full." "Trust me, we can. Activate the penetration mode and then fire. There are 2 cannons, both sharing a single energy tank. The combined energy of the 2 half-tanks equates to a full tank, doesn't it?" Rue initially thought Tang Yun was merely being stubborn. She climbed atop the vehicle, aimed the cannon at the stone door, and activated the penetration mode. All players turned their attention to Rue and the cannon atop the vehicle. "Wow, a beauty with a cannon. Is this the hallmark of a master player? I wonder if I can scavenge some leftovers with them." But what were they thinking? That stone door was so thick that even explosives couldn't breach it. What difference would a cannon make compared to traditional projectiles? Soon after, the cannon greedily drew energy from the tank, which coalesced at an astonishing speed within the barrel. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed as a brilliant beam shot forth from the cannon. Boom! A resounding blast from the energy cannon struck the stone door, yet, astonishingly, no explosion echoed in response. The spectators were left deflated. What is this? This cannon is merely a fade, utterly ineffective. It must be the shell. It must be faulty. Could it be a dud? Rue climbed down from the vehicle and rushed over to Tang Yun, exclaiming, "I told you, the energy is insufficient." Tang Yun playfully pinched her cheek, commending her. Well done, you managed it on your first attempt. Subsequently, amidst the skeptical and disdainful gazes of the crowd, Tang Yun took Rui's hand and led her into the sanctuary. Wait, what? The door has been blown open. This is impossible. How could there be no sound at all? Chapter 71, The City of Machines. As the crowd advanced, they discovered that the thick stone wall, over a meter in thickness, had not merely been shattered but had been penetrated. Upon entering, they were left in awe. The trajectory of the cannon fire had completely perforated everything. Stone pillars, stone walls. Even the enormous steel robot at the heart of the temple had been shot through the chest before it could even be activated. But that was not all. The beam cannon had traversed all the way to the opposite side, piercing through the entire desert temple from the entrance. What astonishing destructive power! Upon witnessing the scene, Rui felt compelled to apologize to Tang Yun. I'm sorry, I should have believed you. Tang Yun, however, was bemused. But you followed instructions to the letter. Your mind may be rebellious, yet your body is quite obedient. Hee, I think so too. By the way, was the energy canister not full? Are you foolish? I have 2 cannons sharing 1 energy canister. 2 half canisters amount to 1 full canister of energy. Ah, you truly are a genius. No wonder you are Lord Tang. Another wave of emotional exuberance surged, and Tang Yun chose to ignore her. My heavens, what kind of machine is this? A player behind them approached a machine that had been pierced by the beam cannon, marveling at its size. It resembles a colossal beast. I believe this kind of machine could easily take on the desert worms. Regrettably, this ancient mechanism was meant to be activated to engage in defensive combat after the stone wall was breached, but now it lay in ruins, a heap of scrap metal. Tang Yun approached, waved his hand, and recycled the ancient machine as scrap, instantly acquiring 20,000 points of metal. Suddenly, someone sent a private message to Tang Yun, offering modification vouchers. Naturally, Tang Yun accepted, exchanging some materials for a white modification voucher. Now, with 2 modification points at his disposal, he could upgrade to a new branch node, though he was in no rush. Once the ancient machine was reclaimed, a tremendous noise resonated beneath everyone's feet, and the metallic base that had housed the machinery slowly opened. Before them lay a metal conduit, its destination unknown. Jumping down might mean never returning. Some players hesitated, voicing their reluctance, yet their bodies remained rooted at the precipice. Tang Yun glanced at Rui, who grasped his hand, and together they leaped into the abyss. The deep conduit seemed to come alive, twisting endlessly, reminiscent of a digestive tract. Suddenly, gears appeared around the tunnel, slicing into it and converging towards the center. Tang Yun could have utilized a rocket to blast it open, but what would the consequences be? Would the tunnel completely collapse, sending them plummeting? Or would the gears remain partially intact, slicing through them? Without delay, Tang Yun spread his limbs, and Rui collided against his back, letting out a scream. Why have we stopped? She glanced ahead to see the gears slowly closing, before they began to open again. Now was the moment. Tang Yun released his limbs, and they dashed through the gears at breakneck speed. However, the players behind them faced a far more challenging predicament. Upon the discovery of the gear, the first player reacted swiftly, spreading his limbs and immediately applying the brakes. As he gasped for breath, believing he had narrowly escaped death, 2 more players plummeted from above with a dull thud. The trio collided with the gear, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished screams. As the gear effortlessly severed flesh and bone, within mere seconds, silence enveloped them. Tang Yun encountered the gear once more. He hastily braked, biding his time until the opportune moment to slip past again. After several attempts, a glimmer of light appeared before the 2, intensifying until, with a whoosh, they were propelled from the pipe, revealing a mechanical city before their eyes. Fortunately, the pipe's exit was merely 10 meters above the ground, and Tang Yun descended like a war deity, his feet striking the sandy earth and sending clouds of dust swirling. Behind him, Rui remained unscathed, albeit with several bloodstains marring her back. We finally arrived, she exclaimed, hearing the multitude of anguished cries. Those fellows must be dead. Taking a breath, Rui glanced at her attire before retrieving a purification spray, applying it to herself and Tang Yun. The bloodstains on their bodies vanished as if erased. Before them lay an abandoned steel city, a mechanical metropolis where, despite the absence of human presence, the sounds of machinery echoed ominously. Above, vessels continuously transported refuse to a landfill, which was rapidly rising to form a towering mountain of waste. You have entered the desert temple ruins. Here, you may discover abundant materials and rare modules, as well as weaponry. However, please exercise caution while exploring. Map penalty. Drop rate reduced to 0. Desert coins drop quantity 1. Does that mean no treasure chest will drop? Tang Yun pondered. In such circumstances, scavenging usually yielded extraordinary items, his rocket launcher, for instance. Possessed no quality description yet wielded remarkable power. Understood. Where shall we commence? Rue inquired. The landfill. I can take the opportunity to max out my belt. He replied. I don't quite understand, but I shall follow your lead. The two traversed the desert, soon arriving at the landfill, which spanned an area comparable to a small neighborhood, with heaps of refuse towering well above the 7-meter metal fence. Upon closer inspection, the refuse comprised not only discarded metals, gears, rubber tubes, and unknown leather, but also perplexing synthetic skins and exposed mechanical arms, even robots devoid of limbs and heads. Yet, judging by their bulging chests, they were still mechanical maidens, and many of these could be found amidst the refuse. Tang Yun activated the devouring function of his belt, unleashing a storm of consumption. With a whoosh, the belt, imbued with the effects of a black hole, swallowed the surrounding debris whole. The experience bar of the belt surged upward, reaching level 8 in mere seconds. The refuse before Tang Yun appeared as though it had been excavated by a colossal digger. But he was not done. He leaped into the heap and activated the storm of consumption once more. Suddenly, Rue shouted, "Watch out above." Suddenly, the mountain of refuse, having lost the support of the waste at its base, collapsed. Tang Yun maintained a calm demeanor as he leaned back, his belt positioned perfectly to feast upon the descending debris, consuming it voraciously. The pose he struck stirred an array of thoughts in Rue's mind, and by the time she regained her senses, the garbage mound had already been reduced by half, as if cleaved by a colossal axe. In that moment, Tang Yun's belt ascended to level 9, with the refuse still plentiful, prompting further consumption. As the debris dwindled, Tang Yun's belt underwent yet another transformation, reaching its maximum level. Devouring belt, level 10, function 1, transformation function 2, star upgrade, 3 in 1. Merging 3 identical items into a 1-star item, upgrade reward, enhancements to all attributes, overall effect, total attribute enhancement of 10. Chapter 72, the Mechanical Maiden? Quite realistic. Tang Yun exhaled heavily, cursing under his breath. He had not anticipated that the belt would consume so much. He had intended to reserve some materials for upgrading his vehicle, but now it had devoured them all. Just as he voiced his frustration, he spotted a blue module beneath his feet. To his astonishment, he thought, who would have guessed that collecting junk could yield unexpected rewards? Rue comforted him, remarking that this is what they call effort rewarded. Tang Yun picked it up and examined it. Barrel extension, quality, blue description, bullet power increased by 60, recoil reduced by 40, incompatible with certain firearms. Not bad. I can attach this to my pistol. As soon as Tang Yun affixed the module to his pistol, heavy footsteps echoed from beyond the metal fence. Suddenly, a humanoid machine leaped onto the wall, extending its right hand towards Tang Yun and Rue. He observed as it rapidly drained energy from within itself, preparing to unleash an attack. Without hesitation, Tang Yun scooped up Rue and leapt over the fence. A loud explosion erupted behind them, and the metal fence was blown apart, creating a jagged opening. Good heavens, what tremendous power! It was akin to a rocket launcher. Rue concurred, acknowledging that it possessed considerable penetrating power. Notably, the metal fence was 10 centimeters thick. Spread out. Focus fire on that thing. Understood, Rue exclaimed, drawing her pistol and dashing away. In the next moment, the humanoid machine descended directly in front of Tang Yun. He could now see it clearly. The machine boasted a silver-gray metallic head, with red eyes resembling energy orbs. Its entire body was also silver-gray, with limbs and torso exhibiting signs of mechanical assembly and precise welding. Furthermore, as it landed, a pair of alluring curves on its chest pulsated momentarily, and its figure rivaled that of a beautiful femme fatale, with a slender waist and shapely hips, exuding an enchanting grace. Though it was a mechanical entity, calling it a mechanical maiden would not be an exaggeration. Tang Yun couldn't help but marvel, exclaiming, "It's simply a work of art. Be careful, Tang Yun," Rue warned. Tang Yun was lost in thought, mesmerized by the lifelike design of the mechanical maiden. Suddenly, he heard Rue's shout and instinctively looked up, only to find the mechanical maiden lunging at him with a swift strike. Fortunately, Tang Yun reacted quickly, sweeping aside her outstretched arm. The mechanical maiden staggered back a step, her eyes narrowing in disbelief at the strength displayed by a mere human. Tang Yun drew his pistol, now equipped with the newly installed green module. He fired while retreating. The bullet struck the mechanical maiden's head but merely ricocheted off, leaving only a shallow indentation. Damn it! Tang Yun promptly leaped onto the railing, formulating a strategy to utilize the railing for lateral jumps, attempting to maneuver around the mechanical maiden while devising a way to deal with her. As he ascended the fence, a brilliant idea struck him. Right. I can upgrade my items now, can I? Let us give it a try. Alas, I still need one more pistol for the 3-in-1 upgrade. Tang Yun cast a fleeting glance at Rue and declared, "Hand me the pistol." "Never mind, I shall retrieve it myself." The mechanical maiden leapt onto the railing, seemingly prioritizing the elimination of Tang Yun based on calculated proximity. However, as soon as the mechanical maiden vaulted forward, Tang Yun delivered a powerful punch to her chest, sending her sprawling. Remarkably, the mechanical maiden possessed thrusters concealed at her back. With a couple of bursts of fire, she swiftly returned. Tang Yun chose not to engage further, executing a grand leap to the ground and charging towards Rue. "Pistol, hand it over." Upon receiving the firearm Rue offered, Tang Yun immediately initiated a star upgrade, transforming it into a 3-in-1 weapon. 1-star pistol description, power increased by 100. By heavens, how straightforward and brutal. With the upgrade complete, the mechanical maiden descended from the sky. Tang Yun hastily aimed and fired. Bang, bang, bang. As the mechanical maiden landed, Tang Yun's hand followed suit, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck her thigh, chest, and abdomen, culminating in a shot to her head. The mechanical maiden erupted in dark smoke, collapsing to the ground, and as she attempted to rise, Tang Yun seized the opportunity, brandishing a heavy sword and cleaving through her skull. With a resounding pop, sparks erupted, and the mechanical maiden trembled violently before falling still within moments. The 1-star pistol proved indeed formidable. I remarked, "Why not affix the module to the submachine gun?" "Because there are only 2 submachine guns, and they cannot be upgraded." As Tang Yun reloaded, he scrutinized the mechanical maiden. Rue could no longer hold back and took it upon herself to clarify Tang Yun's confusion. "Is it realistic?" "Indeed it is. I truly wonder what the creators of such devices intended to achieve. You men simply do not understand. As a woman, how could I possibly grasp the intricacies of your male proclivities?" "Precisely. Why not design an intelligent machine that comprehends men?" Does she possess consciousness?" "Her knowledge of slaughter alone indicates a certain level of intelligence." "Fine, I shall not argue with you. Am I now inferior to a mere robot? You are human. Why compare yourself to machinery? Indeed, machines might rebel, and yet, you women often betray as well. Enough. I cannot contend with you." Having finished reloading, Tang Yun cast a final glance at the mechanical maiden, clicking his tongue in disapproval before shaking his head. "Enough gazing, let us depart." Beyond the junkyard lay a dilapidated apartment complex constructed from scrap metal, encircling a large factory that continued to operate, belching black smoke and intermittently emitting sounds of metal clashing. The two soon arrived at a desolate street, void of any human presence, where overflowing trash bins cluttered the area and yellow dust swept through the empty alleys, creating an aura of desolation. A few humanoid robots, draped in tattered cloaks, rummaged through the refuse, their arms injured, surrounded by discarded limbs that were all rendered useless. Upon hearing footsteps, one turned to look, its white eyes suddenly igniting to red, brandishing a discarded arm as it charged forward. Tang Yun raised his hand and fired a shot, the bullet piercing directly through its head. As the gunfire echoed, it collapsed to the ground, billowing black smoke and electric sparks from its cranium, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. The sound of Tang Yun's gun seemed to have startled the mechanical inhabitants nearby. An alarm was suddenly triggered, its shrill wail piercing the air. In response, Tang Yun swiftly grasped Rue's hand and guided her into a nearby corridor for refuge. Chapter 73. The tower, a cacophony erupted within the residential building, the clattering of metal cans, the whirring of machinery, and the incessant sound of footsteps filled the air. Shortly thereafter, a dozen humanoid machines descended the staircase, while Tang Yun and Rue concealed themselves in a corner of the hallway. Soon, all the humanoid machines from the building had gathered on the street, coalescing into a throng. A humanoid machine clad in a white lab coat pushed through the crowd, gesturing towards the distant wasteland. Subsequently, as if commanded, all the humanoid machines hurried back upstairs. As Tang Yun remained perplexed, a few minutes later, the sound of human conversation suddenly permeated the surroundings. "Heavens, we've finally found a structure. This is splendid. With the big guy absent, we can ransack to our heart's content." So much for the mechanical city. There isn't a soul in sight. If that's the case, we must be the last remaining humans, right? Ha! Who would have thought even the big guy could find himself in such a predicament? They were likely referring to the gears and mechanisms within the pipes. Indeed, the stench of blood was overwhelming, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. "If only there were a female corpse," one remarked. "You have a rather macabre taste," came the retort, laughter echoing among them. As they conversed, a sudden commotion arose in the residential building. "What is happening? Is the building collapsing?" Tang Yun peered outside and spotted 3 players. The leader was a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, with the other 2 appearing to be of similar age to Tang Yun. At that moment, The three remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. A thunderous sound erupted as strange noises resonated from several residential buildings, heavy footsteps reverberating like an earthquake. Within 10 seconds, the street was encircled by humanoid machines. What the hell? Robots? Big brother, there are so many, we must flee. The trio turned around, only to find over 30 humanoid machines blocking their path. In under a minute, the once open street was entirely filled with these machines, estimating at least 200 in number. At that moment, the humanoid machine in the white lab coat appeared, its limbs intact but splattered with white paint. It glanced at the three and waved its hand, prompting all the humanoid machines to surge forward. What are you doing? We are humans. The robots are revolting. They are rebelling. The scattered individuals hastily drew their weapons. Some wielded spiked clubs, others electric batons, while the leader brandished a large machete. In the blink of an eye, the three found themselves entangled with the swarm of humanoid machines. While the ordinary machines lacked balance and were easily toppled by the trio, their overwhelming numbers soon subdued them. The three were swiftly restrained, their limbs ensnared by mechanical arms, rendering them immobile as if encased within a sphere. Following this, the figure in the white coat gestured again, and the humanoid machines began to push the three iron spheres in a specific direction. Rue and Tang Yun whispered to each other, "They are not here to kill. It seems they intend to capture us alive. At times, capturing them alive is far more brutal than ending their lives. Shall we venture to see? I wonder where they have been taken." A beam of crimson light swept in, and the eyes of the figure in the white coat suddenly ignited, resembling two beams of infrared light directed at Tang Yun and Rue. Immediately, it shouted, "Cam." Dozens of humanoid machines halted and charged towards the corridor. Tang Yun extracted a rocket launcher and fired a projectile. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the rocket detonated as if it were a firecracker exploding ants, scattering countless severed limbs and metal fragments into the air, while desert coins rained down like confetti. The figure in the white coat was also blasted away, its pristine attire now tarnished, with one arm rendered useless, flickering with electric sparks. Reacting swiftly, it swiftly tore off the damaged arm, running while retrieving a severed limb. The cut end adorned with numerous threads and conduits that illuminated upon contact with the shoulder of the figure, after which the limb was reattached. "Quick, let's see where it went." Tang Yun and Rue pursued, discovering that the figure in white was following a group of humanoid machines towards the towering structure adjacent to the mechanical factory, seemingly heading towards the central tower. Rue glanced at Tang Yun. "Shall we chase?" Tang Yun shook his head. "Now that we know where they have gone, let us first scavenge, as the residential building poses no danger anymore." "All right, let us split up." "Huh? Can't we stay together? That would be inefficient." "Very well. Stay safe. You need to watch out more." With that, the two parted ways. Rue ascended the nearest residential building, while Tang Yun collected all the desert coins below and proceeded to the opposite floor. The residential building had 5 levels, each housing a dozen or so rooms, representing several inhabitants. Upon reaching the second floor, Tang Yun found that every door was ajar. He easily entered. The scene before him left him somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that the living habits of the humanoid machines would differ from humans, yet upon closer inspection, traces of human existence were evident everywhere. Tang Yun deduced that the backdrop of this world was one where humanity had vanished overnight, leaving only these humanoid steward machines to carry on alone. Over time, they had gradually come to understand humanity and developed some awareness of freedom and social interaction. Tang Yun discovered a yellowed book on a tattered leather sofa, devoid of dust. Yet the pages bore the marks of being perused countless times. This book served as corroboration for his earlier hypothesis. He entered a bedroom where an old color television was playing a videotape featuring a middle-aged man delivering an impassioned speech in a suit, resembling a president. Tang Yun scavenged further, acquiring a considerable amount of metal, plastic, and rubber, while glass items were exceedingly rare. He found only an antiquated Christmas ornament in a drawer on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the situation was largely the same, and Tang Yun stumbled upon a book that, upon flipping through its pages, illuminated his mind with its content. The advancements in genetic technology have once again reached a remarkable breakthrough, particularly with the mechanical beings deemed most suitable for artificial conception. Intriguing, indeed. Tang Yun continued his exploration and stumbled upon a thick diary in a drawer that had lost its buttons. The cover of the diary appeared aged, yet its contents were remarkably fresh. As Tang Yun casually flipped through the pages, he was struck by the notion that the world depicted within and the narratives surrounding these humanoid machines could indeed be worthy of a published novel. What captivated him most were the events chronicled from 5 years prior, wherein the diary recounted a physician emerging from the conception tower to unveil the Oasis project to them. Did Oasis signify freedom? It became clear that these humanoid machines adhered closely to the directives of the lab-coated individuals, primarily due to the allure of the so-called Oasis project. Moreover, the latter sections of the diary meticulously documented every detail regarding the conception tower, indicating that its author was a pivotal member of the Oasis project. After perusing the entries, Tang Yun nodded in understanding. It all made sense now. Chapter 74. The Elderly Care Facility for Humanoids. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the neighboring room, followed by the sound of a clattering to the floor above Tang Yun's head. In the next moment, something appeared to have fallen onto the windowsill, producing a crisp sound. It was an electronic cat. This feline was entirely composed of metal, with visible signs of assembly. Shortly thereafter, a ragged humanoid machine, leaning on a cane, slowly approached the cat, lifting it into its arms. Upon turning around, the machine spotted Tang Yun, its eyes turning a fierce shade of crimson, and it carelessly tossed the cat aside. Armed with its metallic cane, it charged towards Tang Yun with the intent to strike. Bang! A shotgun blast sent the machine flying, its damaged body soaring over the iron railing and crashing heavily onto the street below. The gunfire incited immediate chaos in the adjacent room. Without hesitation, Tang Yun stepped out into the corridor, where he encountered a staggering humanoid machine. Without a moment's thought, he seized it and, with a swift motion, twisted its head off. Peeking into the room, he noticed it was markedly different from the others. While the other rooms were standard one-bedroom apartments, this one was more than 3 times larger. The interior was cluttered with an assortment of peculiar metal toys, and several rusted machines were bending a metal pipe, using their built-in welding torches to fashion arms for a spherical iron ball. Observing closely, he realized there were more than just a couple of these machines. As shadows flitted about the inner room, accompanied by sounds reminiscent of a broadcast, these rusted machines paled in comparison to the humanoid machines. Their models appeared outdated, lacking the agile human-like legs, with some merely rolling about in metal boxes or crawling on their arms. This space resembled a retirement home for them. Indeed, the scraps they were toying with were remnants taken from the bodies of their deceased companions. In the next moment, an electronic bird suddenly swooped down, colliding with Tang Yun's head, its sharp beak nearly blinding him. He swatted at it, but the agile bird executed a deft maneuver mid-air, evading his strike before vanishing from sight. The machines within the room then noticed Tang Yun, exclaiming, "Kemo," and began to shuffle towards him at a sluggish pace. Even the machines from deeper within the room emerged upon hearing the commotion. The components or toys in their possession it transformed into makeshift weapons. Without a moment's pause, Tang Yun drew his shotgun and fired, sending 2 dilapidated machines crashing to the ground. A brawny machine grasped its fallen companion's body and, with a spin, hurled it toward Tang Yun. He drew his heavy sword, executing a diagonal slash that severed the incoming body in 2, and with a great leap, he charged into the room, wielding his sword. At that moment, the heavy sword in his grasp resembled a cutting machine. Any foe unfortunate enough to be caught by its blade would face either severe injury or be cleaved in half. That heap of metallic toys shared a fate akin to that of these machines. Tang Yun fought his way into the inner chamber, even shattering a television that was broadcasting an entertainment program. In scarcely a minute, the nursing home was reduced to a mere pile of scrap metal. Tang Yun promptly collected all the metal before proceeding to rummage through the next room. Suddenly, a bird's call echoed through the air, and Tang Yun smirked wickedly. Chapter 75. The New Forces. After thoroughly ransacking a building, Tang Yun discovered dozens of exquisite bottles of red wine nestled within the wine cabinet. Additionally, he captured an electronic bird perched on the balcony of one of the residences. Stealthily advancing behind the electronic bird, he pounced swiftly. I had suggested a drop rate of 0. Clearly, the spoils were of exceptional quality. Electronic bird, suitable for reconnaissance, requires metal for feeding. The higher the intimacy, the more obedient it becomes. I have an abundance of metal, so that is not a concern. Consequently, Tang Yun fed all the metal from his backpack to the electronic bird, yet its intimacy only increased by a mere 30. Such an insatiable appetite. However, with the rise in intimacy, the electronic bird ceased its flapping in Tang Yun's hands, and the bond between the two was forged. As Tang Yun descended the stairs, he coincidentally encountered Rue, who had just come down as well. Did you find anything? With her hands behind her back, Rue offered a mysterious smile. Tang Yun gazed at her expectantly, and suddenly, Rue extended her hand, revealing a mechanical arm that she waved in front of him. Haha, just this metal and some expired snacks. And then, I also found quite a few colorful books, she said, raising an eyebrow at Tang Yun. I found some of those too. What do you intend to do with such items? They occupy space. You wouldn't understand. They convey the love-hate relationships among humanoid machines. Although the narrative resembles a kindergarten theme, the mating plot is rather intriguing. I'm too lazy to engage with you. It appears that these humanoid machines are gradually evolving human-like thought processes, or at least beginning to comprehend human behavior. Give me the metal, all of it. Fine. I am currently in a precarious position. Even if you decide to turn against me one day, I can only submit. Why do you have so much to say? Rue waved her hand, bestowing upon Tang Yun over 10,000 units of metal. Such a quantity? Rue lamented. This wretched place has been stripped down to nothing but metal. Tang Yun promptly fed all the acquired metal to the electronic bird, elevating its intimacy to approximately 50. Goodness, such an appetite. What is this? A little bird? Indeed, once trained, it will follow commands. Wait, it has a coil on its leg. Tang Yun also noticed the coil. However, it was not merely a coil but a ring. He attempted to remove it, but the electronic bird resisted, flapping vigorously. It seemed he would have to wait until intimacy reached 100 to address that matter. After several hours, the two thoroughly combed through all the residential buildings. Although they acquired a considerable amount of metal, Tang Yun encountered no other rare items akin to the electronic bird. Nevertheless, after feeding all the metal they had scavenged to the electronic bird, its intimacy reached an impressive 99, though it was tantalizingly close. Tang Yun could not fathom how much metal would be required to bridge that final gap. For the higher the intimacy, the greater the appetite. That last one was insatiable. All right, it is time to head to the Tower of Conception. What tower? How do you know its name? Tang Yun would certainly not disclose to her that he had taken the diary of the humanoid machine. For Rue would undoubtedly regard the diary as mere fiction and cease her work. Are you concealing something from me? Rue inquired suspiciously. Why do you make it sound as if I am being unfaithful? Haha. Very well, let us proceed to the tower. At last, we shall unveil its true nature. Just as he spoke, voices suddenly emerged from behind them. Haha. Damn, are you all right? Badru. As you can see, the situation is rather dire. Remarkably, you have survived such a colossal cutting gear unscathed. Enough of that, Charles. It seems we have stumbled upon quite a significant place. Hey, everyone. Line up and proceed with caution. This eerie locale is rather unusual. Rue tugged at Tang Yun, hiding behind a dumpster. Why is it always a dumpster? Oh dear. Let us first assess the situation. They observed a small group of individuals, fewer than 10, some of whom bore injuries. Judging by their physiques and hair colors, they appeared to be foreigners. So quickly, we have identified them as foreigners? Tang Yun opened the world channel to discover that the current number of survivors exceeded 700,000, a figure that was still increasing, indicating that more and more foreigners were matching onto this path. It had previously been stated that a single main road led to the end. With a total of 1 million players, yet there was not merely one road, and every intersection allowed for turns. This established the game's matching mechanism. From their conversation, Tang Yun deduced that the leader was named Charles, a captain, with Badru as the deputy. Their team had just navigated the death pipe, leaving fewer than 10 members remaining. What concerned him now was their developmental status. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the dumpster was perforated, the bullet whizzing between Tang Yun and Rue. What happened, Charles? Perhaps it is a lack of sleep causing hallucinations, but I assure you, I have never missed a shot. It seemed Mr. Revolver had granted him considerable courage. The generator is quite effective as well, so regardless of what occurs, as captain, I pledge to lead the charge. Hey, Yuna, how are you feeling? A slender blonde girl shook her head in response. The food is nearly gone. I am becoming like a sewer rat. Fear not, I shall procure some cat food for you. I truly appreciate that. Haha. Tang Yun noticed they were drawing closer, making it impossible for him to sneak away unnoticed. After all, the items within the Tower of Conception were certainly first come, first served. There was no alternative but to confront them. Tang Yun's handgun was standard issue, firing 9mm bullets. Since the bullets were universal, their potency depended entirely on the weapon itself. Revolvers, loaded with magnum rounds, possessed formidable lethality, far surpassing that of ordinary handguns, which could only rely on magazine capacity for advantage. Fortunately, Tang Yun now possesses a 1-star pistol, whose power is certainly not inferior to that of the revolver. The pressing question is, how many pistols do they possess? Never mind. Tang Yun drew a rocket launcher, ready to fire, but its size quickly caught Charles' attention. Get out of the way. Quickly move aside. Immediately, Charles' team swiftly darted into a nearby building. Tang Yun pushed Rue, let's go. To the tower. Rue dashed out first, with Tang Yun closely following, glancing back while continuously firing towards their hiding spot. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, Tang Yun beheld the Tower of Conception before them. Forget everything else. Let us hurry inside. All right, but they will be in pursuit. I will handle the scavenging. You keep watch. When the opportunity arises, eliminate them. Understood. Chapter 76. The Teratoma, the Tower of Conception, stands as a monolith of obsidian metal. Its pinnacle crowned with a metallic spire reminiscent of a lightning rod, surrounded by massive, dark conduits. The first level serves as the data analysis chamber, cluttered with decrepit computers and wailing servers that nearly overwhelmed the entire space. As Tang Yun stepped into the first floor, a dozen humanoid machines sensed the intrusion, abandoning their desks with crimson eyes. Some brandished crowbars while others wielded keyboards, rushing towards him in a menacing flurry. These humanoid machines appeared rather mundane, their metallic composition inferior to that of the mechanical maidens. To conserve ammunition, Tang Yun drew forth a rocket launcher and fired. Boom. 3 desks were obliterated. Computers and servers shattered in an instant, and nearly 6 humanoid machines were sent flying. Yet, Tang Yun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for these foes were too sparsely clustered. Rockets excelled against denser targets. He then retrieved a submachine gun and unleashed a hail of bullets, decisively dispatching the remaining machines. Just as the immediate danger subsided, an unusual sound caught Tang Yun's attention beneath his feet. Lowering his gaze, he observed a horde of indescribable creatures crawling at his ankles. These monstrosities resembled grotesque tumors with a metallic mushroom sprouting from them. Teratomas. Having encountered such abominations in the previous Tower of Chaos, the label felt fitting. These fleshy tumors bored delicate tendrils, moving silently, yet sluggishly. Ammunition was scarce, and the rockets were limited as well. A solution was needed. Tang Yun recalled the conversion function of his belt, inserting some supplies until he soon discovered a Molotov cocktail in the exchange section. Igniting the cloth with a lighter, he hurled it to the ground. Boom. A fiery explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky. Rue turned her head, realizing Tang Yun was still engaged in battle. When she looked back, a group of figures was swiftly approaching, hunched over as they raced forward. Rue drew her pistol, unleashing a volley of shots as they entered range. Bang, bang, bang. Charles, leading the group, swiftly gestured for them to disperse. Rue understood the need to conserve ammunition, aware that Charles sought to exploit her dwindling bullets to mount a collective assault. Lowering her firearm, she carefully retrieved several throwing knives. Meanwhile, Tang Yun had incinerated all the teratomas and collected over 100 desert coins. Rue, the first floor is secure. Let's ascend. All right. The two climbed the staircase to the second floor. Upon entering, they nearly collided with a towering black wall, which turned out to be a 3-meter-high server. The entire second floor was filled with these servers, indicating it was a designated server room. No sooner had Tang Yun spoken than a cephalopodic creature descended from above. Its tentacles, over a meter long, snaring Rue's ankle. She instinctively leaned back, teetering on the brink of falling, but Tang Yun caught her just in time. Quick to react, Rue steadied herself and flung 3 throwing knives in swift succession. Thud! 3 flying daggers embedded themselves into the head of the octopus, and in swift succession, Tang Yun drew his pistol and shot it away. What an abundance of monstrosities! Where did they come from? Rue pointed upwards, indicating that they must have originated from the floor above. Charles, leading the team, had already secured the first floor. He gestured towards the upper levels and waved his hand. Budrell, drawing his own pistol, led 2 team members to the staircase. Shortly after, Budrell signaled Charles with a wave, indicating that it was safe. Watch your step, Charles. These damned remnants make noise. Understood. Charles drew his revolver and cautiously ascended the stairs. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar ability had enveloped his body in a layer of translucent white glass. Be careful, Charles, Budrell whispered, his robust arm still bleeding, while Yuna approached to replace his bandage. Fear not. This generator is of golden quality. Its effects are remarkable. No sooner had he spoken than a Molotov cocktail was hurled down from above. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted, prompting Budrell to lead his squad in a hasty retreat. Charles, I'm unharmed. The generator hasn't even cracked. Look, my red hair remains intact. Charles leaped from the inferno, vaulting onto the second floor, where he unleashed a barrage of shots from his revolver, only to find that the bullets merely shattered a few server boxes, with no enemies in sight. Lord Tang, beware of the head octopus behind you. Never mind, let this head octopus hold them back. With that, Tang Yun seized Rue and ascended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was lined with metallic cabinets used for storing research materials, serving as an archive. Upon arriving, Tang Yun was captivated by a cultivation tank against the wall. Inside, there lay a skin as delicate as gossamer, and more strikingly, it bore facial features. In the next moment, the skin awakened, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light, and astonishingly, the metal cabinets began to levitate. "Get out of the way," Tang Yun shouted as the cabinets hurtled towards them. Boom. They managed to evade just in time. Otherwise, being struck by such heavy objects would undoubtedly be excruciating. Tang Yun decisively drew his pistol and shattered the cultivation tank, causing the transparent liquid within to gush forth. In the instant the bullet shattered the glass, it also pierced through the gossamer skin inside. "What in the world is this?" Rue exclaimed as she shot at the cultivation tank. "Is this truly so bizarre? It seems rather ordinary to me." There were over a dozen cultivation tanks. And learning from their previous encounter, Tang Yun and Rue swiftly eliminated the skin before it could awaken. They hurriedly climbed to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, various sized cultivation dishes were present, seemingly for the study of certain cells or even viruses. As they arrived, several large, fleshy orbs sprang forth, covered in sharp spines. A single prick would surely impale a body. Concurrently, over 20 humanoid machines were diligently conducting experiments, and upon sensing their intrusion, they launched an immediate assault. Tang Yun, brandishing a submachine gun, unleashed a relentless barrage, while Rue deftly drew her throwing knives, eliminating the remaining foes with pinpoint accuracy. It is worth noting that her targets were in constant motion. As Tang Yun expended 2 full magazines, a profound silence enveloped the 4th floor, culminating in the final spiked creature being pierced through by Rue's blade. The two swiftly ascended to the 5th level. Meanwhile, Charles and his companions were still engaged in a battle of wits against the air on the 3rd floor. The 5th level revealed a cultivation chamber, where numerous battered mechanical maidens lay, their bodies punctured with an array of conduits. Some were even reduced to mere torsos, devoid of limbs and heads. What could this possibly signify? Chapter 77, The Oasis Project? These mechanical maidens appeared to be remnants, and Tang Yun unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. This wound, so reminiscent. Rue followed Tang Yun's gaze, recognizing that it was indeed the very one he had previously dispatched. Indeed, the mechanical maiden before Tang Yun was still connected to conduits, with the wounds on her head and body serving as testament to her prior demise at his hands. It was astonishing that she had been retrieved so swiftly after her elimination. One could only wonder what the man in the white coat intended to do with her. A voice resonated from below. "Hey, up there. You are a worthy adversary, might we meet?" The voice unmistakably belonged to Charles. Although he spoke thus, Tang Yun's keen senses detected the sound of reloading. The Molotov cocktail should have struck him. Perhaps he possesses a sturdier constitution than one might assume. It is unlikely. He must have utilized some device to mitigate the damage. Your assertion holds merit. Suddenly, a derelict mechanical maiden quivered violently, raising her arm, which transformed into a compact beam cannon, aimed at Tang Yun and Rue, beginning to charge. The two hastily dodged. Whoosh! A red beam cannonball shot between them, crashing into the corridor with a resounding boom. Charles's curses echoed through the hallway. Damn it! How could they possess such formidable weaponry? Simultaneously, all the mechanical maidens surrounding Tang Yun awakened, turning their attention towards him and raising their arms. Fall back. Do not engage, Tang Yun urged, pulling Rue as they ascended to the topmost level, the 6th floor. The 6th floor appeared to be an operating room, spacious and bustling with humanoid machines. Under the guidance of the man in the white coat, conducting surgeries on several mechanical maidens. As Tang Yun approached the entrance, he caught sight of the man in the white coat repairing a piece of artificial skin. In the next moment, their eyes met, and the man swiftly produced a remote control, pressing a button that caused the operating room's door to slam shut at an alarming speed. Tang Yun sought to leap inside, but the man hurled a black box outwards. Boom! The heavy metal door sealed entirely, and as the black box was thrown, Tang Yun instinctively believed it to be a bomb. Without waiting for it to hit the ground, he leaped and caught it. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a black compass, and at the very moment he grasped it, it became his. Laser Sentry Cannon, Level 1 Rank, 0 Quality, Crimson Description, automatically activates when placed on the ground, capable of setting target information. Once activated, it autonomously seeks out enemies, firing laser projectiles, and can be remotely retrieved. Rate of fire, 2 rounds per second. Energy consumption, 1 point per shot. Energy recovery, 0. 1 per second. Energy reserve, 100 metal upgrades are available to enhance energy reserves, energy recovery speed, rate of fire, etc. Once it reaches level 10, it can be further upgraded. Durability, 50/50, can be repaired with a wrench, metal required for the next upgrade. 1000. Originally a growth-type weapon. It is of red quality. Tang Yun hurled it towards the staircase, and as the compass struck the ground, it instantly transformed in shape, morphing into a sentry cannon in less than a second. It boasted 4 metallic legs supporting a half-meter-long laser rifle, capable of 360-degree automatic target acquisition. The weapon was connected to a palm-sized energy chamber, providing the necessary energy for the laser rifle's discharge. It resembled a turret. Tang Yun approached, configured the attack targets, setting them to monsters, enemies, and others. Once the settings were complete, the sentry cannon activated, its infrared target acquisition system coming online. It spun around to survey its surroundings. And upon spotting Tang Yun and Rue, it refrained from firing, instead continuing its search for targets. Understanding the sentry cannon's capabilities, Tang Yun wasted no time on the lab coat figure. He fired a rocket, blasting open the metal door of the operating room. The area of destruction measuring less than a meter in diameter. Behind the door, dozens of humanoid machines rushed forward to protect the lab coat figure, sacrificing themselves in the process, their chest plates flickering ominously with red light. They were about to self-destruct. Zing, zing, zing. A barrage of laser blasts shot past Tang Yun, striking the oncoming humanoid machines. Fortunately, the machines behind the door were obstructed by the metal door, forcing them to crawl out through the gaping hole, causing a bottleneck. Tang Yun and Rue drew their pistols, firing bullets in rapid succession. During this fray, the laser rounds proved capable of penetrating the humanoid machines' heads, exhibiting superior penetration compared to Tang Yun's one-star pistol. Numerous humanoid machines collapsed behind the door, their chests flashing violently with red light, and upon their fall, their bodies detonated. However, the explosions were not particularly powerful and failed to breach the metal door. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the lab coat figure fled into an elevator. Without hesitation, Tang Yun launched a rocket into the elevator. Boom! With a thunderous roar, debris erupted from the elevator, reducing the lab coat figure to mere fragments. After a minute and a half, the battle concluded, the sentry cannon expending all its energy. With a wave of his right hand, it transformed back into the shape of a black compass. In the next moment, 6 legs extended from the base of the compass, resembling a spider as it scuttled towards Tang Yun, eventually being stored in his backpack. The operating room lay in ruins. Yet Tang Yun still managed to uncover the answers he sought. On the various operating tables, numerous mechanical maidens lay in repose, some missing heads and limbs, left with only half their bodies, yet still arranged within the confines of the operating room. However, this operating room is not for the repair of the mechanical maidens. The mechanical arms assisting in the surgery are still in operation, their abdomens laid open, revealing the artificial wombs and fallopian tubes within, accompanied by a viscous white biological fluid. In another ward, a teratoma burst forth from the body of a mechanical maiden, swiftly dispatched by Rue with a well-aimed dagger. What a disarray! Tang Yun merely replied with a hint of detachment, the Oasis Project. What does that imply? These humanoid machines have begun to yearn for the freedom spoken of by humanity. They were, without exception, the underprivileged denizens of this city, laboring tirelessly to serve humankind. After humanity's departure, they pondered the possibility of creating life themselves, delegating the burdens of labor and service to this new existence, thereby attaining their own liberation. Oh, Rue grasped the gist. Thus, they are researching biology to unlock the secrets of genetic codes. Tang Yun gestured towards another ward, indicating that the 3 individuals were situated there. Rue turned to see that the previous trio of players lay upon the beds, their bodies dissected in a manner akin to the mechanical maidens. Tang Yun sighed. Freedom, akin to an oasis, is fervently sought only when one is parched. Yet, once satiated and nourished, new aspirations arise. Chapter 78. The mechanical factory. Charles and his companions were besieged by the mechanical maidens from the 5th floor, rendering any advance impossible. With no other option, they were compelled to retrace their steps and venture into the mechanical factory in search of fortune. Tang Yun and Rue, after inspecting the operating room, managed to scavenge only some scrap materials, predominantly metal, followed by plastic. How are we to descend? You've blown up the elevator, Rue remarked, casting a glance at the elevator shaft, shuddering involuntarily. Tang Yun surveyed the shattered glass window, which was large enough to escape through. He decided to embrace Rue with one arm and leap through the window. Thanks to the grapple, they landed smoothly, coincidentally encountering Charles. Both parties swiftly drew their weapons, tension mounting palpably. Charles, attempting to conjure a protective shield for himself, was frustrated to discover that his device was still on cooldown. Damn! Tang Yun discerned that the leader, Charles, had a mane of fiery red hair, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, topped with a cowboy hat. Beside him stood Bethru, a muscular bald African-American, his skin a deep shade of ebony. Apart from the two, the small team consisted of 5 others, one of whom was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with skin as smooth as cream, Yuna, the team's medic. It's you. You nearly set me ablaze, Charles shouted, brandishing 2 revolvers at Tang Yun. With Ru likewise aimed twin pistols at Rue, while the remaining 5 brandished spiked clubs and fire axes, effectively surrounding the duo. I advise you not to make any sudden moves. We require only a few supplies. As you can see, I have a lady here. And food is precisely what she needs at this moment, with Ru declared, stepping forward. Do not act rashly. I've studied the literature of the Dragon Kingdom. 1 fist cannot contend with 4 hands. Is that so? Tang Yun replied with a slight smile. As a black compass leaped from his backpack, the moment it struck the ground, it rapidly transformed into a laser cannon. Unlike humans, the cannon was devoid of reason. It unleashed a barrage of fire upon the adversaries. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 of the assailants were struck in the arms by the laser projectiles. All the attackers retreated into the tower, as the sentry cannon, unable to find a target, ceased fire. Tang Yun swiftly retracted the cannon, mounted his motorcycle, and, with Rue, revved the throttle, racing into the heart of the mechanical factory. To their astonishment, the factory was immense. Production workshops, material recovery areas, furnace rooms, assembly lines, programming rooms. They explored each section, discovering rows of metallic hanging frames in the production workshop, each adorned with half a body, the very models of the mechanical maidens. The frames loomed above them, traversing tracks into the assembly workshop. Tang Yun wished to salvage these bodies, but they hung too high, just beyond reach. They pressed onward into the assembly workshop, where robotic arms diligently engaged in the assembly and modification of the bodies. Nearby, fresh synthetic skin and mechanical skeletons were being delivered on conveyor belts. However, the prospect of reclaiming these metals was fraught with peril. The swiftly moving robotic arms posed an imminent danger, and a moment's distraction could send one flying. Proceeding to the smelting room and the waste recycling workshop, Rue proposed. We can recover materials there. All right. Tang Yun swiftly rode his motorcycle through the assembly workshop. As they approached the recycling workshop, both of them couldn't help but furrow their brows, for these so-called mechanical maidens could never have been produced from the outset. It was unclear which program had malfunctioned. After the assembly workshop completed its task, these semi-finished mechanical maidens were dismantled in the recycling workshop. Brand new bodies were tossed into the recycling pit, crushed into blocks of scrap metal by a descending hydraulic press, and then thrown into the recycling furnace. After being refined, the new materials were sent back to the production workshop, and this cycle continued endlessly. Tang Yun approached the recycling furnace and waited for a moment, until a bundle of scrap metal was transported over. He promptly activated quantum teleportation to reclaim the waste material, acquiring over 20,000 units of metal and rubber in one breath. Lord Tang, there's a programming room ahead. I will take a look. All right. Be careful, he replied. After saying this, Rue entered an office-like room. The waste material transferred to the smelting room was reclaimed by Tang Yun, who intercepted it midway, spending half an hour on this endeavor. Soon after, the entire factory ceased operation, the reason being a lack of raw materials. Tang Yun rationally allocated the hundreds of thousands of metals he had acquired, using 100,000 to elevate the intimacy level of the electronic bird to a perfect 100. He removed the ring from the bird's claw and, upon examining it, discovered it to be an information synchronization ring, capable of connecting to the bird's eyes. Through the virtual panel that the ring projected, he could see what the electronic bird observed. The remaining 200,000 units of metal were used to upgrade the laser sentry cannon. Initially, he expended 55,000 metals to elevate the cannon's level to level 10. Level 10 rank, 0 firing rate. For round second energy consumption, 1 point round energy recovery, 0. 5 second energy reserve, 300 durability, 190 reparable with a wrench, metal required for advancement, 100 metal required for upgrade, 20 upon advancement. Laser projectiles are transformed into laser incineration projectiles, adding a burning effect. After advancement, the cannon's level can be further enhanced. Advancement is possible beyond level 20. The upgraded turret, now at level 10, had doubled its firing rate, boasted a larger ammunition reserve, and increased its durability limit. Tang Yun then expended another 100,000 metals for the advancement. With some metals remaining, he decided to hold on to them for the time being. He released the electronic bird, enabling him to view surrounding information simply by utilizing the synchronization ring in his possession. At that moment, Rue dashed out of the office, waving her hand at Tang Yun. Come quickly. I want to introduce you to someone. Tang Yun frowned. Someone? Good or bad? How could Rue trust others so easily? To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he jogged over. Here, Rue handed him a purple module. I found this in the weapon room. Then, Tang Yun was given several thousand pieces of metal, which he found in the armory. He glanced at the module. Laser weapon module description. Equip this module to certain weapons or special items to enable the firing of a laser cannon. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yun decided to test it on the electronic bird, and to his surprise, it could indeed be equipped. Now, the electronic bird not only possessed reconnaissance capabilities through its eyes, but also had offensive abilities. However, the power of this laser module was comparable to that of a level 1 sentry cannon, sufficient for dealing with ordinary monsters. Suddenly, Rue, looking anxious, exclaimed, "By the way, there's a little girl trapped in a glass room. The glass is very hard, and I have tried to open it, but it won't budge." Chapter 79. The mechanical girl Tang Yun followed Rue into the office. Rue opened a door, and upon entering, they discovered a remarkably bright room, flanked on either side by rows of glass enclosures. As they continued forward, Tang Yun observed that the glass rooms were devoid of any inhabitants, save for a few pieces of furniture, children's toys, and yoga balls. Furrowing his brow, Tang Yun remarked, "This place appears to be a behavioral observation room." Rue nodded in agreement, expressing her own suspicions. "I find it peculiar as well, which is why I brought you here. Logically, there should not be any humans present." Suddenly, Rue halted, and Tang Yun followed suit. In one of the glass rooms on the right, life stirred as a little girl clad in a white lab coat crouched in the living area, playing with a pile of building blocks. Noticing their presence, the girl turned her head towards Tang Yun, and in the next moment, a charming smile graced her lips. How strange. Tang Yun averted his gaze from the girl, noticing several shallow indentations on the glass, clearly indicating that Rue had fired at it. It was evident that this glass was no ordinary material. If it were to shatter, what if that girl transformed into a giant dinosaur and devoured you? Rue, upon hearing Tang Yun's words, paused for a moment before playfully leaning against his chest and saying, "Then you wouldn't get to see me anymore, boo-hoo. Then why would you do such a thing? I was wrong. I won't do it again." A mechanical voice echoed, "Beep, beep, beep. Factory damage detected. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Damn it, could it be Charles and the others? That's a possibility." Immediately, the glass enclosure illuminated with red lights, and a noxious gas wafted through the air, nearly choking Tang Yun. The factory was about to explode. The little girl suddenly dashed over, gently pressing her hands against the glass, her wide eyes fixated on Tang Yun. Tang Yun instinctively took a step back. What are we going to do about this child? Are we just going to leave her behind? Her eyes are not normal. Tang Yun turned to Rue, reiterating, "Her eyes are not normal." Rue could indeed see it. The girl's eyes were round and bulging, along with her nose, mouth, and ears, resembling a character stepped straight out of a 3D animated film. She looked nothing like an ordinary human, especially those large, round blue eyes, which were utterly unhuman. "Let us go." The two fled from the glass enclosure and dashed out of the office. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yun revved up his motorcycle and sped out of the mechanical factory with Rue. However, mere meters from their escape, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. The factory's metal walls were blown apart, and flames shot skyward like a colossal, devouring serpent. Naturally, the glass room had been obliterated from within, shattered to pieces. Rue glanced back, the flames consuming everything in their path, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Master Tang! Master Tang!" Rue frantically tapped Tang Yun on the shoulder. "What is it?" "The girl." "What girl?" "That girl." "She is climbing out." Tang Yun executed a graceful drift, sending a plume of dust into the air. Suddenly, a young girl emerged from the flames, but after taking only a few steps, she collapsed to the ground, enveloped in black smoke. "Do you want to take a closer look?" Tang Yun inquired. Rue nodded and hurried back to the girl. Fearing for her safety, Tang Yun followed closely behind. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the girl's clothing had been entirely consumed by the fire, and her waist-length black hair appeared to be merely a series of curls. Rue quickly discerned that this was certainly not human hair. Yet, the girl before them resembled an ordinary person in every respect, including her physiological features. At that moment, the girl stirred slightly, rolling over to reveal a mechanical right arm concealed beneath her body. Rue sprang to her feet and took several steps back. "A mechanical maiden." "She is a mechanical maiden." Tang Yun shrugged. "You're just now realizing this? You knew all along?" "Indeed. Her mold is precisely that of the female protagonist from a certain 3D game, embodying her likeness and physique. The skin she possesses is synthetic, capable of rapid healing over time." Tang Yun elaborated. "The glass chamber serves as a training facility for humanoid machines and white-coated personnel, while the office's mainframe and brain interface are utilized for data uploads, specifications, and coding. Moreover, she is the finest specimen thus far, having undergone over 2,000 experiments. Aside from being somewhat clumsy, she is indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Can she bear children? Rue posed a profound question. Tang Yun shook his head in resignation. Would you desire a creature like that? That puts my mind at ease. What are you at ease about? There is no future for the two of you. TSK. I can't stand you. Let's get her some clothes, even though she doesn't feel the cold. If that is the case, why deceive me? We could take her in. Tang Yun sighed. I simply find her too inept. With that, he helped the mechanical maiden to her feet. How on earth are you both heavy and soft? Tang Yun noticed that her damaged skin had completely healed. Can I call you Lulu? Upon hearing this, Lulu gazed at him with admiration and began to gesture in sign language. Rue explained to Tang Yun. She agreed, saying, All right, you understand sign language? It's my area of expertise. Very well. What is your specialization, Lord Tang? Industrial robotics. Ah, no wonder you possess such knowledge of mechanical engineering. Rue playfully nudged Tang Yun with her shoulder. So, does that mean you're willing to take her in? Tang Yun sighed. Although I cannot prevent you from entering the office alone as you did earlier, at least with Lulu around, your safety will be assured. That is indeed true. Tang Yun gently patted Lulu's head. Her originally straight black hair had transformed into natural waves. You must protect Rue, understand? This is Rue. He pointed at her. Lulu nodded and proceeded to perform several more gestures, ultimately directing her slender finger towards Tang Yun. What does that mean? She remarked, I understand. I will ensure the safety of Rue, and of course, you as well. Suddenly, Rue had a thought. She retrieved a book and handed it to Lulu, inquiring. Can you comprehend this? Lulu flipped through a page, and in an instant, her eyes emitted a brilliant blue light as they swiftly scanned the contents of the book. The pages turning rapidly. Before long, she had perused over 100 pages. Rue then offered her several more books. What did you show her? Close combat techniques, strangulation courses, a contemporary war novel, and the art of intimacy. Well, one must admit she is quite intelligent. All right, I concede that I underestimated her. However, does this art of intimacy align with my understanding of it? What do you mean? You might corrupt her with your teachings. I fear that one day, in my absence, you may stray. Chapter 80. The trade community under Lulu's guidance. Tang Yun and Rue discovered a staircase leading to the upper levels. And the trio ascended together, emerging from the desert temple. This battle proved to be immensely rewarding for Tang Yun. However, the least valuable prize was undoubtedly the 1,000 desert coins he had acquired. Now, he found himself in possession of over 2,000 desert coins. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the encroaching darkness of nightfall. Time had certainly flown by. At the entrance of the desert temple, he spotted several off-road vehicles, presumably belonging to Charles and his companions. Approaching them with intentions of plunder, he was met with a notification indicating that looting was not permitted. A sign that Charles and his group were still alive. Those rascals. Tang Yun thought, and then noticed the trunk of one vehicle. With a swift punch, he shattered the glass and rummaged through the trunk, uncovering a few supplies. Feeling unsatisfied as he prepared to leave, he brandished his pistol and shot out the tires of their vehicles. Though the tires had been reinforced, his one-star handgun was no trivial matter. Returning to the driver's seat, Rue immediately began searching the interior of the vehicle. What are you looking for? Tang Yun inquired. Oh, found it, Rue exclaimed, pulling out several magazines from beneath a small, soft bed and handing them to Lulu. This is a culinary guide. This one is 300 tricks to avoid scams, and here's a romantic novel to enhance your femininity. Tang Yun chuckled in exasperation. Where did you acquire so many books? Rue giggled. Just tell me if they're useful now. Useful indeed, Lulu replied, quickly skimming through the materials before joining Rue in preparing a meal, while their canine companions lingered nearby, ever ready to snatch a bite. Meanwhile, Tang Yun busied himself by upgrading the off-road motorcycle to level 10, having saved some metal for this very purpose. Now, he had exhausted all his materials. The motorcycle showcased a new specialization, but Tang Yun merely glanced at its developmental direction, prioritizing the enhancement of his fortress vehicle. With 5 modification points acquired, along with an additional 2 from previous endeavors, he now possessed a total of 7 modification points. Tang Yun elevated all the nodes of the new specialization by 1 level. Reaching level 2 required 2 points, so after upgrading everything to level 2, he was left with just 1 modification point remaining. Hidden space, level 2. The vehicle gains a 4x4 hidden space. Durability, level 2. The vehicle's durability cap increases by 40. Maneuverability, level 2. The vehicle's turning speed increases by 20, and its acceleration enhances by 20. To advance from level 2 to level 3 would require 3 points, prompting Tang Yun to seek another vehicle to loot. Any vehicle would suffice, provided it was of the lowest possible level. While consuming vehicles, he had been observant. But the levels of the vehicles available were generally too high, making the resource expenditure for upgrades unnecessarily burdensome. Yet, in these times, finding a low-level vehicle proved to be a daunting task. Tang Yun decided to explore the world channel in search of clues, and to his surprise, he indeed found some. Feng Bin, shop number 3, seeking upgrade materials, using starstones or engaging in resource exchanges. Wow, brother, do you really have that much material? Shop number 46, seeking modules, starstones, material, and resource transactions. Laughing, who would sell you modules? Do you think my vehicle is a skateboard? What on earth are you all talking about? Don't you check the world channel? Once your game progress reaches 2.0, you will encounter a trade community where players can set up stalls. Huh? Who dares to set up a stall? What if someone robs them? Laughing. You'll understand once you enter the community. Stop keeping us in suspense, brother. To the one above, let me enlighten you. If a fight occurs in the trade community, the minimum fine is 100 starstones. Huh? Is that true? Of course, it's true. If someone is harmed, the system automatically deducts the money from you. I see, no wonder. And it's a guaranteed deduction of 100. Earning money these days is not easy. If someone commits murder and robbery, wouldn't they be deducted thousands? Moreover, offline stalls allow for face-to-face transactions. Any items that cannot be listed on the trading platform can be exchanged directly offline. Then I must hasten my game progress. Brother Feng Bin, save some materials for me. I'll be there shortly. After reading this information, Tang Yun suddenly had an idea. Since that was the case, vehicles could also be sold, right? Moreover, the vehicles he desired were of lower levels, which would mean they could be sold at a more affordable price. With a glint in his eye, Tang Yun devised a plan. Now that the devouring belt was at maximum level, he could naturally collect those vehicles and sell them for profit. Before long, Rue and Lulu had prepared a sumptuous meal. The spread was abundant, featuring vegetable salad, bacon and eggs, pan-fried beef, green pepper lamb skewers, and even lamb soup, accompanied by a bottle of fine red wine. The dogs, on the other hand, had a simpler meal, as they preferred meat. Lulu, of course, had no need or desire for food. All this deliciousness was meant for Tang Yun and Rue. Tang Yun took a bite of the lamb skewer, which was incredibly fresh, tender, and fragrant, dripping with juices. Upon inquiry, he learned that Lulu had prepared this meal, with Rue only assisting. To his astonishment, the dishes were far superior to those made by himself and Rue, revealing Lulu to be a top-notch chef. It seemed that taking Lulu in was indeed a wise decision. Rue nodded in agreement with Tang Yun. Upon hearing this, Lulu gestured in sign language, and Rue translated. She expressed her gratitude for being taken in. You're welcome, Tang Yun replied, gently ruffling her hair. Having studied so much, I feel you are remarkably strong now. Lulu smiled shyly at this, then stood up to keep watch, as the dogs were also eating, and it wouldn't do to leave them unguarded. However, her smile caught Tang Yun off guard, for it revealed a hint of bashfulness from Lulu. Tang Yun squinted at Rue, pondering to himself, this woman, though undeniably feminine, possesses an extraordinary talent for training other women. Rue, having seen through his thoughts, offered an embarrassed smile. With such a thick skin, you still know what it means to feel shy? She teased. Everything I do is for you. For the sake of this family. Tang Yun felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Suddenly, Rue lifted her wine glass and exclaimed, cheers. Clink. Beneath the warm glow of the street lamp, their glasses collided. After a few sips of the fine wine, a rosy blush adorned Rue's delicate cheeks as she gazed at Tang Yun with a dreamy smile. Lord Tang, how have I been performing lately? The purple module I promised you is yours now. You must understand the significance of this. Chapter 81. So we are engaging in roleplay. Are we? How would you like to proceed? Tang Yun took a sip of red wine, his eyes unabashedly fixed on Rue. Rue, slightly tipsy, exhaled heavily. After finishing one bottle of red wine, Tang Yun opened 2 more. Rue cast a glance at Tang Yun, her alluring eyes shimmering, having evidently made up her mind. She spoke. I am the teacher, and you are my disobedient student. Tang Yun chuckled lightly, retrieved a bottle of red wine, and handed the other to Rue. You wish to conquer me, do you? Finish it, and I shall grant your desire. Without hesitation, Rue uncorked the bottle and took several large gulps. Noticing her determination, Tang Yun, fearing she might overindulge, snatched half a bottle back. What? Give it back to me. Rue's brows furrowed, her irritation surfacing. Are you toying with me? Tang Yun remained silent, downing the remaining wine before lifting Rue into his arms and entering the driver's seat. Rue felt her body grow weak, her limbs yielding to his touch, trembling as if she possessed sensitive skin. As the rain began to fall from the sky, an absurdity emerged amid the unexpected. The desert was momentarily quenched, yet a parched expanse could not be revitalized by a single rainfall. Lulu sat on the tracks, observing the passing vehicles, her body swaying with the rhythm of the movements within the cars. After that night, her understanding of the world deepened. The following morning heralded another scorching day in the desert. Tang Yun was roused by the persistent beeping of his alarm. Rue, reluctant to rise, clung to him. Unwilling to let go, Lulu entered the driver's cabin, casting a glance at the two nestled on the soft bed before taking her place at the helm. The dogs, instinctively aware, disembarked the vehicle, panting as they dashed towards Rue's police car. Now a teammate, Rue could also command Tang Yun's pets as her own. Lulu expertly started the vehicle, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the fortified vehicle surged forward at 20 miles per hour, soon reaching 300. The dogs trailed closely behind, following the tracks left in the sand. Tang Yun reclined comfortably, embracing Rue. The smooth sensation of her skin elicited a soft sigh from her. Tang Yun couldn't help but chuckle at himself, pondering if this had ultimately devolved into a mere sightseeing jaunt. Lulu, once we locate the trading community, feel free to park anywhere, disregarding designated spots. Lulu nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, the game progression reached 2, and after navigating through an intersection, they arrived at the trading community. The first encounter with the community was somewhat of a revelation for Tang Yun. The once expansive road transformed into a vast desert. This was the trading community, spacious enough to accommodate several large supermarkets. Moreover, the area was remarkably clean in the sense that it had not been tainted by toxic gases, allowing players to freely set up stalls and linger as long as they pleased. The once desolate desert was now bustling with vehicles. Parking spaces were fiercely contested, and while tempers flared, the fear of penalties kept them from resorting to violence, leading instead to heated verbal exchanges. In the face of these penalties, Tang Yun felt emboldened with Lulu by his side. Lulu, glancing around, struggled to find a parking spot. Tang Yun understood that the closer they got to the community center, the more convenient shopping would be. Rue suddenly sat up, dressing hurriedly as she inquired if it was time to work. Tang Yun also sat up, quickly changing his attire. After checking the traffic conditions, he noticed a passageway resembling a vehicle corridor right in the heart of the community, but the vehicles ahead were gridlocked, rendering passage impossible. What a congestion! Rue exclaimed, aghast. Even if we're not shopping, crossing this trade street will be quite a challenge. It's nothing to worry about. Tang Yun replied with a grin that revealed a villainous charm. He climbed onto the roof of the vehicle to survey the situation and noticed a group of people several hundred meters ahead engaged in a spirited exchange, undoubtedly contributing to the traffic jam. He stowed the dogs into his ring and led Lulu out of the car. Before departing, he advised Rue, stay in the vehicle. These players are likely too timid to act. As long as you keep the doors locked, you should be safe. Understood. Reach out if you need me, she responded. Tang Yun nodded and hopped down from the vehicle. Removing his mask, he lit a cigarette and, upon looking up, realized that the surrounding players were staring at him, whispering amongst themselves. What is this vehicle? A mobile fortress? One exclaimed. Did he acquire it from a loot box? How could that be? I've never seen such a vehicle. Loot boxes typically yield standard ones. Could it be he has unlocked a new genre? Perhaps. Another speculated. Truly. Some people are just infuriatingly lucky. Come on. Anyone can see he has the type to stir up trouble. He must know the rules of the trade community. Someone laughed. Indeed, these unspoken rules aren't something the game system informs you about. I only learned them after arriving. I wish him a swift descent into poverty. As Tang Yun continued walking, passing various vehicles, he noticed windows rolling down, with players in the driver's seats leaning out to gaze not at him, but at Lulu behind him. My goodness, is there truly such a maiden in this world? They marveled. She looks like she stepped out of an anime. Lulu, styled by Rue, appeared quite lovely, adorned with a large white bow atop her head, clad in a white dress that reached her calves, embellished with lace trim, and sporting white sneakers. Though seemingly simple, the outfit on Lulu was utterly captivating. As Tang Yun walked past a small truck, a middle-aged driver stared greedily at Lulu, stroking his bald head. Unable to contain himself, he opened the door and stepped out before Tang Yun and Lulu could distance themselves. Damn it, this woman is something else. I've been pinned up for days. Today, I'm going for it. Even if it costs me 1,000 star stones to take that kid down. I'm determined to have my way with her. By the way, if a player's inventory lacks sufficient star stones for the system's deductions, the system will purge the player's inventory entirely, and may even confiscate the player's vehicle, leaving them with nothing, an existence worse than death. Furthermore, in this place, when a player is slain, they do not drop any resources or items. Tang Yun paid little mind to such matters as he navigated past one vehicle after another. Swiftly arriving at the scene of the traffic jam, a group of men and women were engaged in a heated exchange. A woman clad in red spoke up. "I've told you, hand over a wrench, and we'll call it even." Behind her, several young girls stepped forward, brandishing tools, suggesting that this was a coalition of women. The men opposite them were similarly accompanied by a band of lackeys, led by a middle-aged man who bluntly retorted, "What are you thinking? You were the one who scraped against me first. Why should I give you a wrench?" After surveying the woman once more, he smirked slightly and, in a gentler tone, proposed, "How about this? You and your crew spend the night with us, and we'll settle this matter once and for all." The onlookers erupted in laughter at his words, while the man's lackeys appeared invigorated, eager to confront this band of women. Chapter 82. The 8th Squad is annihilated again. A bystander shouted, "Hey, my friend, could you perhaps live-stream this event so that we may all partake in the spectacle?" Haha. Ultimately, a woman is still a woman. What difference does it make if there are factions? In this cursed place, who would dare to act? Upon hearing this, the woman was filled with fury, exclaiming, "Do not overstep your bounds." Tang Yun gathered a general understanding of the situation. The woman in red was preparing to pull over when she was struck by a vehicle from behind. By all accounts, the car bore full responsibility. Yet, what of it? The offending man scoffed, "Do you know who I am?" After this proclamation, several of his companions chimed in. "We are the 8th Squad of the Red and White Party. The one you are speaking to is our captain, Snaketail." It turned out the man at fault was none other than the notorious captain of the 8th Squad, Snaketail, with a striking golden gradient hairstyle that obscured his ears. He donned a white tank top and green floral shorts, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, significantly shorter than Tang Yun. The crowd inhaled sharply. Snaketail was infamous for his cruelty and his penchant for vengeance. I've seen the videos, dismemberment, guillotines. The variety is endless, treating other players as mere fodder. "We must leave. We cannot afford to be embroiled in this." Someone exclaimed. "If those two factions clash and Snaketail were to harm me, I would certainly meet a gruesome fate." Upon learning that he was indeed Snaketail of the Red and White Party, the woman in red lost her temper. Realizing that provoking Snaketail would seal her doom, as she would not escape this shopping street alive, she gestured for her team to retreat, climbing into the driver's seat and preparing to pull over. However, Snaketail approached, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. He tapped on the woman's car window, shouting, "This is not over. Get out. Roll down the window." At that moment, fear crossed the woman's face, but if pushed to her limits, she would indeed resort to violence. "Do you not understand human speech?" I said. "Open the door." A dozen of Snaketail's lackeys surrounded her, and just then, the woman unexpectedly rolled down the window. "Now we're talking. It's either a wrench or a night with my brothers. Choose." Yet, the woman paid him no mind, her bright eyes fixating on Snaketail's ears, or more precisely, the area behind him. Snaketail sensed something amiss and turned around, only to witness a burly youth lifting his car. The crowd scattered in a frenzy. As the next moment, his vehicle was hurled to the roadside, nearly crushing a street vendor. "Damn it!" Snaketail slammed his palm on the woman's car roof, swiftly rallying his men as he stormed forward. At that instant, a girl in white descended from the sky, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! A fierce shockwave swept across the battlefield, dust swirling as 5 or 6 members of the 8th Squad were sent flying, blind from the sand. Snaketail suddenly heard the sickening sounds of bones breaking, accompanied by the anguished cries of his comrades. They were truly fighting now. What the hell? It had escalated into a full-blown brawl. The sounds of battle swiftly drew the attention of nearby stall vendors, who rushed over to witness the spectacle. For fighting within the trading community was a rarity, more astonishing than witnessing the mating of elephants. Who was battling whom? I do not recognize them. It appears a young girl has engaged in combat with a member of the Red and White faction. A girl fighting the Red and White? Indeed. And she is taking on the notorious Snaketail from the 8th Squad. What on earth is happening today? What a show we have. A little girl, so lacking in upbringing, fearless and audacious, daring to confront Snaketail. This surely spells disaster for her. As the dust of the battlefield gradually settled, a strikingly beautiful girl was seen gripping Snaketail by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Surrounding her, several of Snaketail's subordinates lay groaning upon the ground, utterly defeated. Snaketail, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, was a man known for his cruel demeanor, having caused the demise of many. Yet today, he found himself bested by a mere child. "What do you want? I do not know you. We have no grievances." Lulu turned to Tang Yun, gesturing with a series of hand signs. Meanwhile, Tang Yun was prying open Snaketail's trunk, scavenging for supplies. Casting a glance at Snaketail, he impatiently remarked, "Finish him off quickly." With a single punch, Lulu pierced through Snaketail's chest, extracting his heart. His lifeless body convulsed a few times before succumbing to stillness. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. How brutal. This little girl not only engaged in violence but also committed murder. Surely, this would cost her tens of thousands of starstones. Who possesses such wealth? I suspect she is resolved to go down in flames. Does this imply the young girl has no vehicle left? Her backpack must be emptied as well. By the way, who was that man who took the opportunity to rob? Does he know this girl? Lulu, not quite a possession of Tang Yun nor a mere pet, was entirely lawful in committing murder within the trading community. To be precise, she was merely a product of the game, wholly unaffected by its rules. Tang Yun had effectively triumphed over magic with magic. At this moment, Snaketail's remaining team members were still writhing on the ground, howling in agony. Lulu glanced at Tang Yun and pointed to the fallen. He continued his scavenging. Not lifting his head as he commanded, kill them all. Receiving the directive, Lulu approached one of the fallen team members and crushed his skull beneath her foot. The crowd inhaled sharply once more. My word, I have witnessed skull crushing before, but never have I seen heads treated like balloons. That requires at least 10 points of strength. Does it not? And have you not noticed? This girl obeys the commands of that man. Which man? The one who lifted and hurled Snaketail's vehicle. Good heavens. What is this, a celestial battle? I do not recall encountering such individuals in the World Channel. With Snaketail included, a total of 15 individuals were slain. And once again, the World Channel was inundated with messages of player deaths. Notice, player Jin 2 has gone offline. Reason, killed. Notice, player Hui E has gone offline. Reason, killed. What? Another one. Is it another gang conflict? No, it's the work of a single individual. Notice, player Shiwei has gone offline. Reason, killed. What? Shiwei has perished. Chapter 83, the first transaction. The Viper raged on the World Channel, hurling insults until he was inundated with a multitude of private messages. Each of these messages contained photographs of Tang Yun and Lulu. Naturally, the players who sent private messages to the Viper were rewarded with a bounty of starstones. A portion of players, fearing repercussions, dared not take photographs, for it was evident to any reasonable person that Tang Yun and Lulu were formidable opponents. Tang Yun meticulously collected the 15 vehicles, transforming them into cards and stowing them in his backpack. Among these vehicles were 7 cars and a small truck, while the remainder consisted of motorcycles, all of which boasted a level around 10, with the motorcycles reaching an impressive level 12. Clearly, these vehicles were not the low-level types Tang Yun sought. His intention in carting them was to find several buyers and sell them all. Such buyers arrived promptly. A bald man approached Tang Yun with furtive intent, and Tang Yun feigned ignorance. Just as the man drew near, he produced a handgun from his pocket. Indeed, this bald man was the very truck driver who had been shadowing Tang Yun, intent on eliminating him and seizing Lulu. He was unaware of the recent developments, only knowing that a throng of onlookers had gathered, which had taken him considerable effort to penetrate. As the man prepared to pull the trigger, a tiny fist pierced through his chest, and in a swift motion, the heart was wrenched from his body. The bald man collapsed, his firearm clattering to the ground. The reason Tang Yun had refrained from acting earlier was that such individuals often believed themselves to be capable, emboldened by their perceived prowess. Furthermore, in this locale, killing did not yield material rewards unless in circumstances such as these, where they voluntarily extracted their own items. Tang Yun expressionlessly retrieved the handgun from the ground and tucked it into his backpack. Upon turning around, he noticed several young women standing behind him, watching intently. Is there something you need? Tang Yun inquired. The lead woman in red swiftly waved her hands. Oh, it's nothing. We just wanted to express our gratitude. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun furrowed his brow, replying, it was merely a transaction. I did what I was supposed to do. The young women exchanged glances in surprise, then gleefully high-fived each other, exclaiming, wonderful. We thought the big brother wouldn't sell to us. Their words left Tang Yun perplexed. The woman in red extended her hand. Hello, I'm Hong Yun, and these are my sisters. I am a few years older than them, so they call me Sister Hong. One of the girls, with fair skin and a cherubic face, teased, Sister Hong, what do you mean by a few years? You are well into your 30s. Be quiet. Tang Yun, growing somewhat impatient, interjected, so, what do you seek from me? Hong Yun scratched her head. We wish to trade. Could you sell us a few of those vehicles? As she spoke, one of the girls raised her hand, declaring, I want the small truck. Now it dawned on Tang Yun the nature of their request. However, these vehicles belonged to the red and white gang and were likely marked. Aren't you afraid? He inquired. In response, Hong Yun produced a can of dye, waving it in front of Tang Yun. Tang Yun let out a wry smile as he recalled that foolish girl, Rue, and thought to himself how girls often seem to pick up rubbish. However, the truth was that he, too, had several cans of that dye in his vehicle. All right, how much are you offering? He inquired. Upon hearing this question from Tang Yun, Hong Yun understood that the transaction was about to commence. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, in fact, all our belongings combined amount to less than 500. Tang Yun immediately shook his head, deeming it far too little. Although he was not well versed in market prices, the idea of acquiring a four-wheeled vehicle for under 500 seemed absurdly cheap to him. What else? You can trade with me using other items. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun hesitated but suddenly had a thought. After a brief discussion, they produced 10 ordinary wrenches, 5 bottles of purifying agent, and a box of compressed biscuits. Rue also had some purifying agent, but it was nearly depleted. This purifying agent could cleanse both the body and clothing, as well as eliminate toxins and harmful gases from within. Thus, its market value was certainly not insignificant. Very well. 4 400-star stones, 10 wrenches, 5 bottles of purifying agent, and a box of compressed biscuits. I will provide you with a small cargo truck, which is parked not far behind. You may take it at your convenience. Tang Yun continued. I shall also throw in a motorcycle for you. That's fantastic. Thank you. Esteemed sir. Tang Yun handed a card to Hong Yun. Her eyes widened in surprise, and the girls behind her each planted a kiss on his cheek before heading off to retrieve the cargo truck. Tang Yun helplessly pulled out a wet wipe to clean his face. The surrounding merchants and onlookers gazed at Tang Yun, envious and filled with jealousy at his popularity among the women. Humph, you young man, you have no idea of the calamity that awaits you. The 9th Squad was also present in the trading area, armed and dangerous. Moreover, I have heard that the Viper has issued a kill order, regardless of the cost. Let us see how he manages to escape this predicament. Hong Yun repeatedly examined the card in her hands, and with a puzzled expression, she asked Tang Yun, Isn't this the card given at the beginning of the game? You haven't used it? So, you have no vehicle? Tang Yun was reluctant to explain. The transaction had concluded, and as he turned to leave, Hong Yun caught his arm. Is there something you need? Hong Yun licked her lips, taken aback by the appeal of this man in his 30s. Thank you. Tang Yun shook his head. No need. He added, by the way, we will exchange some supplies and then leave. When do you plan to set off? Tang Yun shook his head again. Not certain yet. I still need to procure some items. What items could someone like you possibly lack? I am in search of lower-tier vehicles. Are you familiar with them? Lower-tier vehicles. Let me think. I did see someone selling bicycles when I arrived. I am unsure of their level. Hong Yun looked at Tang Yun, exclaiming, I will take you there. Without waiting for his response, she grasped his hand and led him through the vehicles on the road to the vendor. The man selling bicycles, adorned with a bushy beard and clad in dark attire, stood at his stall, diligently wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel due to the heat absorbed by his black clothing. This figure seemed so familiar. Tang Yun pondered. This is the place. Hong Yun patted the man on the shoulder. Hey, don't doze off. We have a customer. The man, nearly exhausted from the heat, immediately sprang to attention upon hearing the arrival of a customer. Hello. Here, we practice fair dealings, and our prices are reasonable. What can I assist you with? The esteemed customer inquired about your bicycle, and may I ask, what is its level? It's level 2. I managed to snag a motorcycle not long after starting. Haha, I must admit, I am quite fortunate. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun narrowed her eyes. Chapter 84, The Convergence of World Lines. No one escapes. Tang Yun, arms crossed, inquired with a smirk, Pray tell, my good sir, where did you manage to procure that motorcycle? Upon hearing someone inquire about his illustrious exploits, the proprietor began to regale the tale with unabashed enthusiasm, finally divulging the crux of the matter. You won't believe it. I happened upon a general store and heard gunshots within. A woman had been slain. I noticed a motorcycle parked outside, and with a spirit of audacity, I seized the opportunity and snatched it away. To my astonishment, Lady Lux smiled upon me. He continued, that very motorcycle belonged to the deceased woman. While the perpetrator was momentarily distracted, I simply placed the bicycle forward and revved the throttle to escape. Haha. The man's excitement grew as he recounted the tale. And guess what? The fool stood at the entrance, staring at me for several seconds. Realizing he couldn't catch up, he returned to the store to scavenge for supplies. Haha. It was absolutely hilarious. Enough. Hong Yun interjected. We are here to make a purchase, not to indulge in your ramblings. Name your price. Just as the man was about to respond, Tang Yun interjected with a sudden query. Do you recall the name of that general store? Oh. Upon hearing someone still interested in his story, the man promptly replied, Indeed. How could I forget? The store was called Every Shop. I had intended to loot it myself when I stumbled into that chaos. Haha. It is thanks to this motorcycle that I am alive today. With a sigh, Tang Yun beckoned with a finger, summoning Lulu to step forward. Rubbing the corner of his eye, Tang Yun, with a serene expression, commanded, "Eliminate him." The man was momentarily taken aback, assuming Tang Yun was jesting, until Lulu's fist pierced through his chest. At that moment, he realized that this man had no reason to spare his life. Hong Yun stood in shock, unable to fathom that Tang Yun was indeed such a ruthless criminal. A light, almost casual statement from Tang Yun drifted into their ears. "Is it possible that the man in every shop is, in fact, me?" With a swift motion, Lulu extracted the man's heart. Hong Yun, covering her mouth, took several moments to regain her composure before spitting on the corpse. "Serves him right." Tang Yun gestured towards the motorcycle. "Consider it a parting gift, a token of gratitude." "Really, I have no use for it, nor do I lack for transportation," the man replied. Hong Yun glanced at Tang Yun. "May I add you as a friend?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yun replied, "Certainly." However, before Hong Yun could express her excitement, Tang Yun added, "But I have a condition." "What condition?" Hong Yun's excitement surged at the prospect. "The condition is this: whenever you encounter the red and white factions, inform me of their whereabouts. Additionally, if you acquire lower-tier vehicles, reserve them for me. I shall purchase them at a premium." "What kind of condition is that?" Hong Yun laughed heartily, playfully slapping Tang Yun on the shoulder. "Your terms delight me beyond measure." Two individuals added each other as friends. Hong Yun's sisters approached her, engaging in lively conversation, while Tang Yun discreetly stepped away. Now that he had acquired a secondary bicycle, he needed to continue his search for lower-tier vehicles. Tang Yun sent a message in the regional channel, unnamed, "Who has lower-tier vehicles? Unlimited purchases." Upon this declaration, all the merchants waiting for customers eagerly began to comment. "Brother, don't think about vehicles. Food is the real deal. Come to me for top-notch sandwiches. Yamamoto, come here. I have 2 level 0 skateboards and 2 level 1 bicycles. Come on, don't steal my business." "Hey, you're really bold. Do you know who Yamamoto is?" "Who? Sounds like a little guy." "Shut up. You can't say that openly, brother. He is a member of the Yamaguchi-gumi." "Oh, is he strong? Are you serious? Don't you know these little guys prefer to operate quietly and achieve great things? They indeed have ambitions, more so than anyone else. I've heard their leader went 3 days and nights without sleep, starting from scratch." "Damn." Tang Yun disregarded the chatter as long as they did not target him. He was eager to facilitate a trade. Thus, he privately messaged Yamamoto. "Hey, short and poor. Where are you?" "What do you mean?" "I'm the buyer of vehicles. Where the hell are you?" "What does the hell mean?" "But I'm here. Sending you my location now." Ding. Yamamoto sent his location information to Tang Yun. Tang Yun clicked on the location and then selected Track, revealing Yamamoto's coordinates. At that moment, a yellow dot appeared on the horizon, with the distance displayed down to the decimal point. 563.7 meters. Just then, Ruerie drove up in a fortress vehicle, rolling down her window to wave at Tang Yun. It turned out that after the roads cleared, all newly arrived vehicles entered the trade community. However, finding a parking spot had proven elusive. Tang Yun decided to head toward Yamamoto in hopes of good fortune. He leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, while Lulu followed suit, launching herself upward. Ruerie started the vehicle, slowly moving forward, followed closely by a black police car. The surrounding merchants gazed in awe at this massive contraption. What kind of vehicle is this? Surely, a new genre must have been unlocked. What new genre? Don't you know? Every vehicle can unlock a new genre, but only if the unlocking conditions are met. I'm just 10 modification points away from unlocking it. Doesn't that mean the vehicle has to be upgraded to level 20? What can I do? But how did they manage to level up? Such a large vehicle must have a considerable base, truly a gaming devotee. Hey, isn't that the guy who killed before? Is that his girlfriend beside him? I heard he can knock several people away with one punch. So fierce. Such a contrast. Indeed, the driver is an exquisite beauty. I cannot fathom what fortunate deeds this young man might have performed in a past life to be blessed with both a luxurious vehicle and such captivating company. Wait a moment. Are they heading north? Indeed, they are. This is splendid news, for that region belongs to the Yamaguchi-gumi. Surely, this young man does not think he can simply park there, does he? Haha, how naive, still so youthful. Tang Yun leaned down, extending his hand into the driver's cabin, gently tapping Ruerie on the shoulder. Would you like something special? Yes. Ruerie replied decisively, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Tang Yun presented her with 3 bottles of purifying agent. Wow. The rarity of this item rivals that of a green wrench. To give such a gift so freely, I must reciprocate. Subsequently, Ruerie handed Tang Yun a blue weapon treasure chest. The police car provided this today. Shall we open it and see what lies within? Chapter 85. A lesson for the Yamaguchi-gumi. Tang Yun grasped the azure weapon treasure chest, pressed a button, and the chest began to swell violently, seemingly on the brink of explosion. He hurled it skyward. Boom. The nearby merchants were startled, wondering what in the world it was. Fireworks? Rue sighed upon hearing the noise, apologizing. I only offered you a firework. She added, if you're displeased, perhaps you should vent your frustrations tonight. I shall talk you to death. Spare me. The two exchanged banter as they arrived at an open area. Tang Yun glanced at the location details provided by Yamamoto, only to find the information vanished upon reaching the space. Clearly, it was Yamamoto's little trick to compel Tang Yun to seek him out personally. This open area did not prohibit setting up stalls. However, the surrounding players were acutely aware that this was Yamaguchi-gumi territory. Anyone attempting to set up shop or park would be swiftly expelled. In this vast expanse, only a dozen vehicles belonging to the Yamaguchi-gumi were parked, and their members, without exception, donned suits, seemingly unfazed by the heat. Rue suddenly spoke, imparting some information to Tang Yun. Wearing a suit is a fundamental requirement for joining the Yamaguchi-gumi. Are you implying that there are individuals from the Dragon Kingdom among them? Indeed. These suits are similar to the attire you and I wear. They are temperature-regulating garments, albeit less refreshing in appearance. Tang Yun chuckled wryly. On the streets, who is more refreshing than you? Ah, well, that is because you care for me. And what else do you know? They possess a death squad, allowing them to kill with ease here, which deters other merchants from setting up stalls. I see. Find a spot to park. But fine. Tang Yun and Lulu exited the vehicle, while Rue casually parked in a corner. This scene drew peculiar glances from the surrounding merchants. Don't you value your life? They have guns. If you dare to kill, they will too. As Tang Yun approached the Yamaguchi-gumi's convoy, he shouted, Who the hell is Yamamoto? Upon hearing this, the surrounding merchants gasped, astonished at his audacity. Is he not afraid of death? No matter how strong one is, it only takes a few bullets. Tang Yun took a few steps forward and noticed the Yamaguchi-gumi members leaning against their cars, smoking, gazing at him as if he were a fool. At that moment, Rue caught sight of a group approaching Tang Yun in the rearview mirror. Master Tang, she called out, pointing behind him. As Tang Yun turned, he saw a dozen individuals sprinting towards him. 3 of them drew handguns, and without hesitation, pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Yun smirked, waving his arm. Clang, clang, clang. His grappling lock gauntlet deflected the bullets. Faced with such swift opponents, the assailants appeared visibly flustered. The leading man waved his hand, signaling the group to disperse. Some individuals concealed themselves behind the vehicles of nearby vendors, while others shouted profanities at Tang Yun as they fired their weapons. You filthy dog. For slaying Snaketail, you shall pay dearly. It was evident that this group belonged to the 9th Squad of the Red and White Party, led by a captain named Shipai, who sported a center parting. Tang Yun waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the incoming bullets. In a swift motion, Lulu launched herself forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. And with a sharp sound, she pierced through Shipai's body. His form erupted in a mist of crimson, reduced to mere fragments. Subsequently, Lulu activated her pursuit mode, locking onto her targets. Her body twisted and turned with the agility of a swift serpent, maneuvering around vehicles and cover, and in the blink of an eye, 10 more fell to her lethal strikes. With only 5 adversaries remaining, Lao He, along with Hao Gu and Hei Mei, leaped from the driver's seat, vaulting over a vehicle. In midair, he turned and sank his teeth into an enemy concealed behind the vehicle. With a crack, the neck was severed. In an instant, 3 more succumbed to their fates. The final 2 met their end at Lulu's hands, bursting into a spray of blood. The battle concluded in an ephemeral moment. The dogs, clutching 3 handguns, raced towards Tang Yun, who crouched to accept their offerings and subsequently rewarded them with several bags of treats. It seemed that while pets committed murder, their owners faced no repercussions. Tang Yun acquired 4 handguns in total and synthesized a 1-star pistol, noting that to upgrade to a 2-star pistol, he required 3 1-star pistols. He was still short by 2. After vanquishing the 9th Squad, Viper surprisingly remained silent in the World Channel, leaving his plan shrouded in mystery. The Yamaguchi group, momentarily stunned, still puffing on their cigarettes, watched as Tang Yun dispatched 15 foes. They dared not delay, extinguishing their cigarettes and approaching Tang Yun with utmost respect to shake his hand. A gentleman, approximately 7 meters tall, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Hello, are you the vehicle buyer? I will take you to Yamamoto. Tang Yun smiled and gestured for him to come closer. The man scratched his head, bowed to Tang Yun, and hurried outside to converse with his companions near a vehicle. A gentleman of refined appearance alighted from a car, adjusting his suit and tightening his tie as he approached Tang Yun. Hello, I am Yamamoto, he stated with a smile. Extending his hand, Tang Yun returned the smile, but did not reciprocate the gesture, directly stating, Show me the goods. Certainly, Yamamoto replied, leading Tang Yun into his territory. which was adorned with tints and furnishings. He seated Tang Yun on a sofa and summoned someone to bring him a cup of tea. Lulu stood vigilantly behind Tang Yun, surveying the surroundings while 3 dogs sat beside him, fixated on every individual approaching Tang Yun. Meanwhile, Rue, relieved to see Tang Yun unharmed, smiled and entered the driver's cabin, overseeing the fortress vehicle and her police car. "Here is the vehicle you requested." Yamamoto snapped his fingers, and several young men pushed the vehicle forward. Tang Yun was not in a hurry to inquire about the price. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other side, where he witnessed a young boy who had come to trade, being struck across the face due to insufficient star stones. The assailant was none other than a member of the Yamaguchi Gumi who had just invited Tang Yun over. Sipping his tea, Tang Yun calmly remarked, "Eliminate him." In an instant, Lulu activated the beam cannon, piercing the assailant through with a single shot. 3 other young men immediately drew their firearms, aiming them at Tang Yun. But before they could fire, the fangs of the dog had already penetrated their throats and windpipes. In the blink of an eye, the 4 young men were devoid of breath. Yamamoto turned his head in shock, his tone shifting to one of seriousness and trepidation. "Sir, we engage in legitimate business." "Very well," Tang Yun replied. "I shall take all your merchandise today, and at a 10% discount." Chapter 86, External Members? Forget it. Annihilate them all. Yamamoto furrowed his brow. In the next moment, 3 dogs returned, each carrying a pistol. Tang Yun raised a pistol to 1 star before combining it to create a 2-star pistol, enhancing its power by an astonishing 200. He cast a glance at the police bus behind Yamamoto, which had been reinforced with 2 centimeters of steel plating. Without hesitation, Tang Yun fired a shot. The bullet penetrated the steel, shattering the glass within. Everyone was momentarily stunned. A smile instantly appeared on Yamamoto's face as he bent slightly towards Tang Yun, saying, "All right. Let's do it at a discount." The surrounding players, who had expected to witness a spectacle, were instead met with the sight of Tang Yun lounging on a sofa, legs crossed, smoking a cigarette, negotiating with a group of subservient Yamaguchi Gumi members. It was truly astonishing. How could this young man be so formidable? Indeed, after the annihilation of the 9th squad, even the notoriously hot-tempered Viper had lost his temper. What was Viper compared to that group of Yamaguchi Gumi? They were completely subdued by this young man. Enough. That young man may appear to be flaunting his capabilities, but I suspect it is merely because his vehicle has long been lost. One player speculated. "Are you suggesting he cannot survive outside this community?" Another queried. Indeed. Although Yamamoto belongs to the Yamaguchi Gumi, his subordinates are merely outsiders, including a few from Longwa. What? To survive, they have joined the Japanese lifestyle? Who cares? Let us focus on our own affairs. Does this mean what we have observed is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the Yamaguchi Gumi's true strength? Tang Yun finalized the deal with Yamamoto. 1 level 0 skateboard, 1 level 1 bicycle, 3 white designated vouchers, 100 gene of meat, 50 gene of vegetables, 50 gene of legumes, 50 gene of flour, 50 gene of snacks, 1 Uzi submachine gun, along with 500 rounds of ammunition and 1 green module. This haul included supplies, weapons, ammunition, and modules, nearly all of which were non-commercial items, totaling 500 star stones. He had to sell, even if he didn't want to. Yamamoto agreed, but upon reflection, he hesitated and conferred with 2 of his subordinates. After a brief discussion, they nodded and approached Tang Yun. "Hey, buddy, could you perhaps refrain from purchasing so much at once? We're concerned your vehicle might not accommodate it all." They chuckled. Tang Yun's response was, "It seems there's a certain familiarity in your words." Upon hearing this, the 2 young men immediately rubbed their hands together, their faces beaming with flattery. "Indeed, we're all part of the same family, Longwa people. Brother, buying so many supplies at once, we, as your compatriots, just wanted to give you a heads up, fearing that you might attract unwanted attention." What they meant was that with such a large purchase, the local merchants were surely watching. And with all those supplies loaded into his vehicle, it would be easy prey for robbers, especially since those players lurking in the trading community were essentially merchants. And once on the road, they became bandits. Tang Yun remained silent, instead snapping his fingers. The 2, interpreting this as agreement, assumed he was pleased. "Brother, would this arrangement work for you?" "We." Bang. Pfft. Lulu switched her arms to the beam cannon, and with 2 shots, the 2 men met their fate. The bullets pierced through them, and with a resounding explosion, one struck Yamamoto's police bus, leaving 2 gaping holes the size of basins. Yamamoto, instantly losing his composure, waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to retrieve items from the bus for Tang Yun. However, Tang Yun keenly sensed that Yamamoto had whispered something to another subordinate without making eye contact, and he noticed the man's lips moving in a half-open, writhing manner. "This is the module you requested." One subordinate brought forth a black leather case, which, to the uninformed, might have seemed filled with cash. Upon opening the case, A green module, glowing with a radiant light, lay quietly within, resembling a precious emerald. Lulu handed the module to Tang Yun, who glanced at it. Purification module, effect, vehicle purification level 2. Description: the higher the purification level, the faster the purification rate. It was evidently a useless module, yet Tang Yun accepted it nonetheless. Subsequently, other subordinates gradually brought over supplies, which Tang Yun received one by one. At last, the grand finale approached. The previous man brought over another black case. As he made his way towards Tang Yun, the latter noticed that the man had stealthily placed his left hand behind the case. Tang Yun sighed, and without hesitation, Lulu fired. A sharp sound punctuating the air as she exploded the man's head. Seeing his plan unravel, Yamamoto dashed forward, desperate to avoid leaving behind evidence for Tang Yun. However, the old black man reached the corpse first, seizing the Uzi submachine gun from the dead man's grasp. Indeed, the case was empty. The weapon was in the man's hands, and he intended to use the case as a cover to eliminate Tang Yun and his companions. The Uzi submachine gun, known for its compact design and substantial firepower, could be wielded one-handed by a strong individual, though it had considerable recoil and bullet spread, making it difficult to hit distant targets. At such close range, however, the Uzi proved effective, with a rapid firing rate capable of turning a person into a sieve within seconds. Realizing his plan was thoroughly exposed, Yamamoto abandoned his subordinates and bolted into the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator in an attempt to flee with his police bus. Lulu decisively extended her arms, overlapping her hands to unleash a more powerful burning beam shot. Whoosh! Bang! There was no thunderous explosion, as the beam shot cleanly penetrated the bus from front to back, obliterating Yamamoto's body. Tang Yun patted Lulu's head, commending her for a job well done. He pondered what reward to offer her, but realizing she neither required food nor spiritual sustenance, he dismissed the thought. Upon witnessing Yamamoto's tragic fate, his subordinates, torn between fear and the desire to flee, could only kneel before Tang Yun, burying their faces in their knees, a most sincere apology ritual. Tang Yun, weary of their performative contrition, waved his hand, and 3 black wolves pounced, swiftly eliminating them all. The once flourishing transaction has now descended into chaos. Tang Yun shrugged, resigning himself to the situation. He decided to thoroughly plunder all of Yamamoto's resources and subsequently sell off their vehicles. The news of Yamamoto's demise echoed across the global channel. Notification: phone has logged off. Reason for disconnection: killed. Notification: MO has logged off. Reason for disconnection: killed. Notification: Yamamoto has logged off. Reason for disconnection: killed. What? Yamamoto is gone. This modus operandi seems eerily familiar. Could it be that the previous incidents involving the Red Scorpion Gang and the Crimson and White faction were perpetrated by this individual? Chapter 87, Being Targeted? Then eliminate them all. Tang Yun affixed the acquired module onto his off-road motorcycle, thereby elevating its purification level by 2 tiers, facilitating the eradication of toxic gas. Just as he completed his tasks, he sensed numerous eyes fixated upon him, their gazes betraying an insatiable greed. Subsequently, the surrounding vendors hastily dismantled their stalls, revving their vehicles and charging towards Tang Yun. A few members of a motorcycle gang even brandished firearms and began firing at him. Clearly, these individuals were afflicted by a dangerous case of envy, one that had reached a critical stage. Are there consequences for murder? What a jest! Even if it meant losing everything, as long as they could eliminate Tang Yun, his vehicle would naturally become theirs, along with all the resources contained within it. Although some among them fired shots, their marksmanship was woefully inadequate. Even when a few bullets grazed Tang Yun, he deftly evaded them. It is worth noting that his agility had been augmented by 17 points, rendering him 17 times swifter than the average person, granting him an almost invincible agility. Lulu, unwilling to remain idle, transformed her arms into dual beam cannons, effortlessly piercing through any target she locked onto. The dogs were equally unyielding, launching themselves in a great leap, toppling 3 motorcycle thieves from their vehicles and subsequently mauling them to death. In such a brutal battleground, even the most avaricious souls began to waver. However, Lulu and the pack of wolves would not relent. Upon witnessing any attempt to flee, they pursued relentlessly, ensuring that these miscreants were completely eradicated. The battle raged for 5 minutes, leaving dozens of corpses sprawled across the expansive sandy terrain, while damaged vehicles lay abandoned, belching plumes of black smoke. Tang Yun remained unhurried in clearing the scene. The remnants of the battlefield seemed to form a barrier, dissuading others from approaching him and his companions. His current stature was comparable to that of the Yamaguchi-gumi, albeit the latter lacked the formidable presence that Tang Yun exuded. Rue waved at Tang Yun, calling, "Time to eat." During their meal, a group arrived in off-road vehicles, encroaching upon Tang Yun's territory. He bore no intention of monopolizing the area. As long as they engaged in legitimate business, their presence was permissible. Consequently, the vehicles halted at the spot previously occupied by Yamamoto, and Charles and his companions disembarked. The moment Tang Yun laid eyes on Charles, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Rue, observing his expression, pinched his cheek, questioning, "What s with that look? Do you wish to kill him?" Naturally, she was referring to Charles and his entourage. Tang Yun shook his head, declaring, "No, I seek the items he possesses. If I kill him now, I will lose those items. Didn't he mention that your belt has a transformation function? Why not give it a try?" Tang Yun smirked. "I examined this transformation feature, and guess what I discovered? What? Placing an item in the fourth transformation slot reveals its recipe. For instance, Tang Yun activated the transformation panel, placing the Uzi in the fourth slot, and to his astonishment, a row of blue wrenches suddenly appeared in the first 3 transformation slots. In essence, the Uzi submachine gun can be transformed into 3 blue-quality wrenches. Naturally, one could also utilize 3 blue wrenches to acquire the Uzi. This is the recipe. Therefore, rather than seeking Charles's items, it would be more accurate to express a desire to examine the recipe for that item. Indeed, his item can generate a protective shield around one's body, thereby rendering us largely impervious to unexpectedly flying bullets. Speaking of bullets, is it not possible for you to convert them? This would mean we would never be at a loss for ammunition, would it not? Indeed, however, we are not particularly short on bullets at the moment. After all, Lulu's presence has alleviated much of Tang Yun's burden. Moreover, bullets can be exchanged for resources. And since we are not lacking in resources, we are consequently not lacking in bullets. It is only recently that I have begun to utilize this conversion feature. Having spoken, Tang Yun handed an Uzi submachine gun to Rue, saying, "Take this. With it, I feel much more at ease regarding your safety." He then provided her with 500 rounds of ammunition, which he had obtained by converting numerous crates of resources. "Oh my, Lord Tang has begun to show concern for others." Tang Yun chuckled wryly and shook his head, remarking, "After all, I would find it rather unsettling if someone as indispensable as you were to suddenly vanish." How annoying. Charles gazed intently at Tang Yun's fortress vehicle, becoming so absorbed that he lost track of time until Budru nudged him back to reality. "Charles, could the individuals we encountered previously be them?" "I certainly believe so. Do you see that vehicle? It is identical to the one we observed at the entrance of the desert temple. There is no doubt that it is that scoundrel. What are your plans?" "We cannot act here. However, I could." "Indeed, possessing defensive items means that even if we were to engage, they would not be able to harm you in the slightest. When do you intend to make your move?" "This evening," Charles replied, subsequently informing Budru, "Before we strike, I will transfer all my resources and items to you. I shall only retain the defensive items. If that is the case, once we engage, you will no longer have your defensive items. If they are gone, they are gone. Trading one item for such a large vehicle is worth it, especially since it appears to be laden with numerous resources." "Very well. Do you discern what I am contemplating?" Tang Yun observed Rue with a playful smile. Sipping some liquor and savoring a skewer of beef. Startled by his words, Rue suddenly leaped to her feet, exclaiming, "Are you playing the role of a teacher?" Tang Yun clicked his tongue and shot her an exasperated glance. He stuffed 2 pieces of braised pork into his mouth, finished half a cup of liquor, then exited the vehicle, striding towards Charles. Lulu followed closely behind, and the dogs, sensing impending action, accompanied Tang Yun while gnawing on fatty meat. "Hey, Charles." As he was setting up a stall, Charles and his companions swiftly turned around and busily packed away their stall. "It's you? Do you recognize me?" Tang Yun shrugged. "I've heard a bit about you." Budru signaled to his companions to remain vigilant, indicating that they should avoid confrontation if possible. It seemed they were also aware of the trade community's rules. "What brings you to seek me?" Charles crossed his arms, harboring a modicum of trepidation towards him. Yet, being in a trading community, he feigned a demeanor of utter relaxation. "You aren't here to kill me, are you?" Charles scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Yun. Secure in the knowledge that he possessed certain extraordinary items that rendered him nearly invulnerable to ordinary threats. Tang Yun hastily waved his hands. "You misunderstand me. I have come to offer my sincerest apologies. I was in the wrong regarding our previous encounter." Observing Tang Yun's overt display of humility, Yuna softly interjected, "Charles, do you see the devastation around us? It could very well be his doing. Do not be deceived." Chapter 88. I sincerely apologize. First, lay a trap. Tang Yun, with keen ears, caught wind of the conversation. With a grand gesture, he laid out a plethora of supplies upon the ground. Bread, bottled water, milk, and vegetables. Stacked box after box. Surely, These offerings sufficed as restitution. Upon witnessing this generous display, the eyes of all present sparkled with surprise, exchanging glances, astonished by Tang Yun's extravagance. Yuna bit her lip, having forgotten the taste of milk and uncertain if it was sweetened. But Ru, with longing eyes, reluctantly diverted his gaze from the bounty, whispering to Charles, "Did you see the black wolf behind him?" "Indeed. When we sabotaged the fortress vehicle, those black wolves nearly cost you your life. This fortress vehicle must belong to him. His strength is evident, yet he chooses to extend an olive branch. Something is amiss." Charles shrugged, responding softly, "What is so mysterious? He merely discovered my generator, thus hesitating to oppose us. After all, he cannot kill me. But once we exit the trade community, that might change. I've stated I possess a generator. Once we leave this trade street, we must strike first. The moment they activate their vehicle, we shall pursue." "Agreed." Charles dispatched individuals to retrieve the supplies. Then addressed Tang Yun, "You damaged our tires and caused us to lose several wrenches. These provisions might still fall short." "Very well." Tang Yun waved his right hand, producing 5 additional ordinary wrenches. "Is my sincerity sufficient?" Charles nodded eagerly, "Absolutely. Who would have thought to encounter such a gracious person in this forsaken place? I am glad to have you as a friend." Tang Yun smiled, and the two clasped hands. Upon returning to the driver's seat, Rue remained puzzled. Tang Yun elucidated, "This is merely a delay tactic. Otherwise, they would surely strike tonight." Wouldn't he that incur punishment from the system?" Tang Yun, exasperated, ruffled Rue's hair. "If someone comes to vandalize our vehicle tonight, will you stand idly by? Could it be that Lulu cannot handle him?" Charles possessed a defensive item, the name of which eluded them, rendering Lulu ineffective against him. "Oh," Rue nodded knowingly, "I see. It's a matter of not wanting to part with the child to catch the wolf." Nearby, the old black dog barked, mistaking the conversation for a call. Rue, send a message on the World Channel. I wish to sell vehicles and simultaneously acquire some materials." "Understood." Rue sent several messages on the World Channel. Tang Yun added, "We can also exchange lower-tier vehicles for higher-tier ones, or trade materials." "Not a problem." Once the messages were dispatched, both the world and regional channels erupted in response. Tang Yun handed the vehicle cards to Lulu, assigning her the task of managing transactions. "Lulu, have them place the acquired goods on the ground, should any danger arise. Act decisively." Lulu nodded heavily, and then, with a fierce demeanor, she alighted from the vehicle to attend to her clients. Before long, a throng of individuals arrived, an eclectic mix, each harboring their own ulterior motives, though a fair number genuinely sought to engage in trade. 2 men, riding on a small electric scooter, approached, wiping the sweat from their brows, instantly captivated by Lulu's appearance, unable to divert their gaze. A woman in the queue behind them scolded, "Hurry up. Stop dawdling." Tang Yun occupied the driver's seat, partially lowering the window. He retrieved an MP5 and raised it, scanning the bustling crowd below. The 2 men discarded some metal and glass, exchanging them for basic supplies such as bottled water and bread. However, scarcely had they set up their stall for 5 minutes when a gunfight erupted. Someone attempted to steal supplies from the ground while Lulu was momentarily distracted, only to be met with a bullet that pierced his skull. The crowd paused in shock, then spat upon the man's lifeless body, grumbling about the disruption to their trade. At that moment, the sound of an engine roared nearby. A red car rolled down the passenger side window, and a man brandished an Uzi, unleashing a spray of bullets toward Tang Yun's cabin. The bullets clanged against the glass, some striking it directly, creating a web of cracks. One bullet shattered through the cracks, but Tang Yun swiftly deflected it with a hooklock wrist guard. His glass armor boasted a level 4 hardness, significantly exceeding that of ordinary glass. Yet it still fell short of bulletproof standards. Lulu reacted swiftly, firing a beam round that directly penetrated the driver's compartment of the red car. Seizing the opportunity, the would-be robbers began to target Lulu. Amidst the crowd, a group of individuals infiltrated, spreading out. Tang Yun keenly sensed their presence, despite their dispersion. They were still communicating through body language and eye contact, deliberately inching toward Lulu. An assassination squad, were they? Tang Yun utilized a standard wrench to repair the car window and stealthily opened the passenger door, subsequently climbing atop the vehicle to conceal himself behind the turret. Crouching down, he affixed a silencer module to his MP5, enhancing the submachine gun not only with silence but also with a white-quality muzzle extension module, sufficient for delivering impactful damage. Having completed these preparations, Tang Yun peered through a 4x scope to locate the assassination squad and decisively squeezed the trigger. A muffled pop echoed as the leader's skull exploded, causing the crowd behind him to recoil, while those in the front remained oblivious to the death behind them, continuing to await their turn for trade. Soon, Tang Yun identified several other suspicious individuals. Without hesitation, He fired 3 precise shots, and 3 more fell to the ground. The last suspect had already approached Lulu, slowly drawing a sharp dagger from his backpack, intent on plunging it into her heart. Though Lulu was far from the fragile being he presumed, Tang Yun would not stand idly by and allow her to be victimized. He fired once more. With yet another gunshot, the man abruptly lifted his head, a crimson stream cascading from him as he collapsed to the ground. The players behind him recoiled in confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. But upon seeing the lifeless body still clutching a knife, realization dawned upon them. Alas, another soul consumed by greed. Not far away, Charles observed the bustling trade of Tang Yun with a growing unease, prompting him to turn to Bithru and inquire whether they were, perhaps, receiving too meager a share. Chapter 89. Can we get a discount from the brothers? Batter looked back at his companions and replied, why don't we also consider purchasing some? That lad might just grant us a discount out of respect for you. Charles nodded in agreement, finding merit in the suggestion. Yuna chuckled softly, adding, we mustn't push him too far. With a dismissive glance at the fortress vehicle, she continued, what of it? Charles asserted confidently, as long as I speak. I can handle him. Are you not afraid of his retaliation? Batter inquired. Charles greedily eyed Tang Yun's fortress vehicle, remarking, I have observed it. Those 2 cannons on the roof appear quite formidable, and they can swivel. Surely they can strike from a considerable distance. What do you mean by that? Charles smiled, stating, the most perilous places are often the safest. Did you notice those 2 cannons? If we closely follow his vehicle, those cannons become mere decorations. Indeed, while the cannons could rotate, they could not target nearby threats as they fell within their blind spots. Thus, our plan remains unchanged. Once he departs from the trade community, we shall swiftly pursue him. Upon hearing this, Bader and the others felt reassured. You truly are remarkable, Charles. Tang Yun's shop was bustling, thriving on the exchange of abundant materials and star stones for freely provided vehicles. Players seeking to trade were invited to exchange their materials. Within 2 hours, Tang Yun had amassed a fortune of 150,000 metal, 100,000 rubber, 150,000 plastic, and 100,000 glass, along with over 20,000 star stones. All vehicle cards had been sold out, and half of a cart full of materials had been cleared, leaving Rue exhausted from transporting the goods. Though Tang Yun's backpack was emptied, he bore no sorrow, for once outside the trade community, materials would be plentiful once more. Lulu, close the shop. Upon hearing this, Lulu decisively waved her arm, prompting the players to leave in understanding. Those who had successfully traded wore expressions of joy, for their food supplies for the coming days were secured, while others, who had not traded, gazed longingly at Tang Yun's cart before reluctantly departing. As the players dispersed, Charles and the others sauntered over. Lulu immediately approached them, closely observing their every move. Yuna scoffed. This girl is rather cautious. Charles remarked, indeed. This sister is the star of the entire trade community. Have you seen the dire state around us? That is all her handiwork. Batter smiled warmly at Lulu, asking, hello. Do you find yourself without a vehicle? Do you have any materials? How much did that lad pay to hire you? We could offer double. Lulu remained silent, seemingly oblivious to their words, continuing to scrutinize them. As Batter took a step forward, she retreated a step back. Hey, Charles. Tang Yun leaped down from the top of the vehicle, landing with a thud before Charles, stirring up a cloud of dust. Charles and the others coughed for a while, unable to speak, ultimately donning masks, yet their eyes felt heavy and difficult to open. Why the silence? Are you afraid I might neglect you? Tang Yun extended his hand, and after a prolonged search, Charles squinted and finally grasped it, only for Tang Yun to retract his hand. Your actions wound me, Tang Yun remarked, turning the tables. After a considerable wait for the smoke to clear, Charles looked up to find Tang Yun had already departed. Wait, he called out. What is it? We wish to trade some supplies and equipment. Tang Yun shrugged, fully aware that Charles would come. He spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, as you can see. I have already closed up shop. What? So soon? You've only been selling for 2 hours. Why didn't you arrive earlier? We noticed. There were too many players, and didn't want to disturb you, so we waited for quite a while. Then there is nothing to be done. I have sold all that I intended. The remaining items must be kept for myself. Otherwise, how shall I sustain myself? Tang Yun's reasoning was nearly flawless. For whatever Charles sought to purchase, Tang Yun would simply declare, sold out. With a smile, Charles approached Tang Yun, adopting a playful tone. Oh, come on. We're good friends. Just share a few boxes of supplies with me. Suddenly, he drew a revolver and fired. Bang. His speed was astonishing. And he was less than a meter from Tang Yun, aiming directly at his heart. The gunshot echoed, and Ruer, who was counting supplies, hurriedly dashed out from the vehicle. Tang Yun. Yet, she saw Tang Yun raising Charles' wrist, from which the revolver had just discharged. Rue breathed a sigh of relief, fearing a sudden attack, and quickly retreated into the vehicle. Yuna was momentarily stunned. At the moment of the gunfire, she too had heard shots behind her. Turning around, she discovered a team member lying motionless on the ground, their head shattered like a rotten melon. Glancing at Lulu, she turned back to Charles and rushed over. It's all a misunderstanding. Do not be alarmed. It's all a misunderstanding. Bader also attempted to soothe Tang Yun, for if Charles were indeed invulnerable, then Bader and Yuna certainly were not. For the sake of their own safety, they had to find ways to placate Tang Yun's emotions. Charles chuckled awkwardly. I'm sorry, the gun misfired. He attempted to retract his arm, but it felt as though it were lodged between stones, refusing to budge. How unexpectedly terrifying this fellow's strength is, he thought. The gun misfired, did it? Tang Yun seized the opportunity. Well then, allow me to help you take it for repairs. Without seeking Charles' consent, he took the revolver from his hand. Since the shop is closed, we shall not make any purchases. Yuna pulled Charles back. It was in that moment that Charles turned to discover a team member's corpse, and he understood everything, even if he possessed an immortal body. The man before him would still find a way to restrain him, for all of his team members were nothing but hostages. Before departing, Charles cast a glance at Tang Yun's vehicle, where Rue sat in the driver's seat, waving at him. Ah, that explains it. No wonder his girlfriend rarely makes an appearance, Charles mused. After their departure, Tang Yun returned to the driver's seat and retrieved a green module. This module was obtained in exchange for a motorcycle, as it was a green-grade glass armor module. With this module, the hardness of the fortress vehicle's glass was enhanced by an astonishing 100, significantly narrowing the gap with bulletproof glass. Chapter 90. Soaring High. He meticulously counted his acquired low-level vehicles, 1 scooter, 2 bicycles, 1 shopping cart, and 1 motorcycle. Each of these vehicles was of a level no higher than 2, with the shopping cart having been scavenged from a player who had met their demise. Furthermore, Tang Yun had exchanged 5 vehicles for 10 blue wrenches and 3 purple wrenches. Despite the relative scarcity of such items, Tang Yun's generous offer had proven irresistible. He now possessed a considerable amount of upgrade materials, which he consumed entirely to elevate these low-level vehicles to level 10, thereby gaining a total of 44 points in free attributes and 44 points in modification points. He was ready to take flight. Subsequently, Tang Yun decided to sell the motorcycle, which required a substantial amount of materials for upgrades, while keeping the bicycles and shopping cart for further enhancement, as they demanded fewer resources and offered greater modification points. He distributed the 44 points in free attributes evenly, resulting in a final tally of Strength 31, Constitution 32, Agility 30. This was nothing short of superhuman. Notably, his Constitution had reached an impressive 32 points, indicating that his physical capabilities, self-healing abilities, bodily fitness, and skin defense surpassed that of an ordinary individual by 32 times. Tang Yun touched his skin, feeling as if it were made of warm iron. He drew a revolver and shot himself in the arm. Bang! At the sound of the gunfire, Tang Yun grimaced as the bullet struck his skin, resulting in only a minor abrasion and a correspondingly slight sensation of pain. Was he invincible? It was worth noting that magnum bullets had considerable lethality. Unless faced with a Barrett sniper rifle, other firearms posed little threat to Tang Yun. With 44 modification points remaining, Tang Yun opened the modification panel, New Class Nodes, Hidden Space, Level 2. The vehicle gains a 4x4 hidden space. Unlocking pet space requires reaching level 10. Durability, level 2. Vehicle durability cap is 40. Upon reaching level 10, the vehicle's material can be upgraded. Agility, level 2. Vehicle turning speed increased by 20. Acceleration speed increased by 20, and further upgrades to the vehicle's exterior are available upon reaching level 10. All nodes were at level 2, requiring 3 points to ascend to level 3, and so forth. Given that he possessed 44 modification points, he calculated that upgrading one to maximum level would require 52 points, which he lacked. Reluctant to upgrade evenly, he found himself grappling with a fear of choice. How about enhancing durability? Rue suggested after observing for a while. Isn't it possible to upgrade the vehicle's material? I believe improving durability would be beneficial. Tang Yun nodded. With higher durability, the vehicle would be less prone to damage. Previously shatterable glass would likely withstand considerable force now. Indeed, vehicle condition is assessed based on durability ratio. Glass with 9100 damage would break, but 490-500 damage would still classify the vehicle as nearly new at 99. Tang Yun allocated all points to durability, elevating durability to level 9. The durability cap of this fortified vehicle had now reached 480. Could anyone hope to shatter his vehicle's glass with a mere punch? Impossible. Desiring to shatter his car's glass with a single shot might be plausible, albeit requiring a magazine emptied first. Tang Yun caressed the vehicle's glass, which now bore an uncanny resemblance to bulletproof glass. Moreover, upon reaching level 10, he would upgrade the entire material of the vehicle once more, leading to a qualitative leap. To dismantle his fortress vehicle would necessitate nothing less than a nuclear strike. Rue brushed her fingers against Tang Yun's neck and squeezed his muscles, momentarily taken aback. Have you improved again? She mused, her expression a blend of helplessness and complexity. What's wrong? He inquired. You spent over 3 hours yesterday. I could hardly get out of bed. I can't fulfill your needs. She swiftly changed the topic, pulling Lulu over. But I have assistance, she exclaimed, grinning. Indeed. That is a splendid aid, Tang Yun conceded, shaking his head in resignation. As dusk approached, it was time to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. Rue and Lulu instinctively set about gathering ingredients. Tang Yun, feeling rather idle, took out his revolver and fired another shot at the car glass, pleased with the outcome. The glass had only developed a small, dense crack. This result was indistinguishable from bulletproof glass, possibly even more resilient. And the vehicle's durability had only diminished by 5 points, too trivial for Tang Yun to bother repairing. Peering through the glass, he noticed a glimmer not far off. Charles and his companions were also preparing a fire. At this moment, Tang Yun felt no trepidation towards him. The earlier pretense of an apology had merely served to buy time, allowing Tang Yun to conduct his business unperturbed. Now that the dealings were concluded, he had achieved a significant advancement and no longer needed to concern himself with Charles. However, the supplies dispatched would need to be returned, of course, along with the defensive tools. After the meal, Tang Yun observed with surprise as Charles's convoy departed at an astonishing speed towards the intersection. Yet, not all vehicles had left. One remained, and soon the door swung open, revealing a shadow racing towards Tang Yun. Charles. Upon seeing his figure and stride, Tang Yun recognized him immediately. Why is his convoy moving so swiftly? Rue queried. Naturally, he sent the hostages ahead, thus emboldening him to come and create trouble, Tang Yun explained. I heard that Charles possesses defensive tools, rendering us incapable of harming him. Should we depart as well? Tang Yun nodded, impressed by her astuteness. That is precisely my plan. With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove away, while Lulu took the wheel of the police car, a choice that reassured him. The reason for not converting the police vehicle into a cart initially was that once transformed, the vehicle's skills would become ineffective. After all, if a vehicle was not in use, its abilities would not activate. As Charles barreled towards them, he was swiftly engulfed by a cloud of dust. He never anticipated that Tang Yun would turn the tables, releasing the hostages early so he could pursue them, thereby leveraging them against him. The fortress vehicle raced through the intersection at breakneck speed. Welcome to Nightmare Town, a place frequently besieged by mysterious creatures, resulting in severe damage to its structures. At level 1, a new monster has emerged. Badru heard the game prompt and snorted disdainfully. An unidentified creature? It concerns us not. He continued to run, intending to rendezvous with Charles at the next intersection. Lacking any power points, he planned to exchange starstones instead, positioned at the rear of the convoy. Badru glanced into the rearview mirror and was instantly struck by a wave of terror. He hastily urged his companions to accelerate. The mirror reflected an exceedingly blinding light that clearly did not belong to Charles's vehicle. Badru had already deduced whose car it was, the fortress vehicle of Tang Yun. Chapter 91. What threats do you pose? 5 off-road vehicles lined up in formation, humming with anticipation. Badru pressed the accelerator, racing to the front of the convoy. The leader, Yuna, glanced into the rearview mirror, noticing Tang Yun's high beams drawing ever closer. She pressed the gas pedal firmly, only to realize it was already fully engaged. Suddenly, a deafening crash ensued. What was happening? Yuna turned her head, only to see an off-road vehicle plummeting from above. The vehicle crashed directly onto Badru, crushing it and ending his life instantly. Yuna, unable to evade in time, collided with the wreckage. The violent impact nearly claimed her life as well. Shouts echoed from behind. Badru, one comrade exclaimed, as Kyle's vehicle was sent flying. Unbeknownst to them, Badru had already perished. The Kyle they referred to was at the rear of the convoy, and before he could react, a charging armored vehicle struck him with tremendous force. The result was catastrophic. The initial accident triggered a domino effect, causing the entire convoy to crash into one another. Yuna clutched her head, blood trickling down her forehead. How could this be possible? Our speed was already 100 miles per hour. Just how fast was that vehicle? In the next moment, another thunderous noise erupted as yet another off-road vehicle was launched into the air, soaring over Yuna's head. The last of her subordinates hastily swerved the steering wheel, yet still fell victim to the armored vehicle's relentless pursuit. The armored vehicle roared, causing the ground to tremble beneath it, almost in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, the spikes on the front of the armored vehicle pierced through the rear of an off-road vehicle, lifting it entirely off the ground. Tang Yun exited his vehicle, approached the window of the off-road vehicle, and raised his pistol, ending a life with a single shot. Charles's convoy, save for Yuna, was entirely obliterated. Amidst billowing black smoke from her vehicle, Yuna struggled to push the door open and crawl out, only to be seized by Tang Yun, who grasped her hair and locked her neck. "Don't move." The cold muzzle of the gun pressed against her head. Charles, in his off-road vehicle, hastily pursued, only to witness the wreckage of his convoy and Yuna held at gunpoint. Rage surged within him. Damn it. But upon seeing the anguish etched across Yuna's face, Charles suppressed his fury, gradually bringing his vehicle to a halt and striving to regain his composure. Then, he stepped out of the vehicle. "I can give you anything you desire," Charles shouted at Tang Yun. "But please, do not harm Yuna." "Agreed," Tang Yun replied sharply. "Hand over your most prized defensive item, and I shall release her." Tang Yun noticed several motorcycles traversing the intersection toward them. These players cared little for the chaos. They only sought to seize the opportunity. "All right," Charles responded decisively. "Then place all your items on the ground and step back." Hearing Tang Yun's command, Charles complied, discarding everything from his backpack. A gunshot rang out, and Charles fell to the ground. "No!" Yuna emitted a cry of despair. However, the gun did not belong to Tang Yun Kai, though he wished it were so. He had yet to act. As Charles fell to the ground, 3 motorcycle thieves emerged behind him. They were the very ones who had fired the shot. Tang Yun was unwilling to allow them to seize his possessions, and thus he decisively opened fire. A skirmish ensued between the two factions, and in mere seconds, the 3 assailants lay defeated at Tang Yun's feet. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yuna had been struck by 3 bullets, her body swayed and collapsed onto the ground, devoid of breath. Despite their brief encounter, fate dictated that as adversaries, one must inevitably fall. After looting, Tang Yun finally acquired the coveted defensive device. Generator, level 2 quality, golden description. Upon activation, it generates a protective shield that absorbs all damage, consuming 1 point of energy with each hit. Energy reserve, 50-50, regenerates 0.2 energy per second. Upgrading enhances energy recovery speed, upgrade cost, resources, items, materials, etc. Current experience, 500-1200. Tang Yun returned to the driver's seat. Beside him, Rue inquired, "Did you get it?" Tang Yun nodded. "Is Yuna dead?" "Yes. She encountered the motorcycle thieves, and both she and Charles are no more." This had effectively eliminated a source of concern. As long as the generator remained in Charles's possession for an extra day, he would be invincible for that duration. Indeed, Tang Yun activated the transformation function of the devouring belt and examined the recipe for the generator. Fortunately, it required only 2 purple wrenches and a 1-star handgun. During the previous looting, he had obtained 2 handguns, and with the one he possessed earlier, he could synthesize a 1-star handgun. Thus, a new level 1 generator was successfully created. Tang Yun handed the level 2 generator to Rue. "Here you go. Now you can rest easy." "Oh, thank you, Lord Tang." Rue raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the plan now? Should we start with a kiss, or—" "Let us start with a kiss," he replied. "Haha, you said it. I never use toothpicks when eating snails." "What do you mean? You'll find out soon enough." Rue parked the vehicle to the side and pulled Tang Yun away. Lulu continued to keep watch, having eliminated 5 players attempting to cause trouble through the night. The next day, under the sweltering desert sun on the 3rd day, a police vehicle produced a weapon treasure chest. Tang Yun struck it with a critical hit, but instead of gold, it yielded a crimson item. Soon after, an MP5 sprang forth from the chest. Goodness, the odds are indeed quite slim. Tang Yun immediately combined 3 MP5s to forge a 1-star MP5. 1-star MP5, description, power 100, magazine capacity 30. Now, with the drum module enhancing his capacity, he could unleash 150 rounds in one burst. Given that he possessed 2 drum modules, he affixed the other onto his handgun. Much to his surprise, it worked. The handgun's magazine capacity surged from 20 rounds to 60 rounds. "Today marks the final day of the sweltering desert mode, doesn't it?" Tang Yun remarked. "Tomorrow, the wandering merchants will refresh." He turned to glance at Rue, who lay languidly on the soft bed, utterly devoid of energy. In the next moment, Rue stirred slightly and suddenly exclaimed, "How about I focus on enhancing my constitution from now on?" "Haraha." Tang Yun chuckled heartily, rising to freshen up. While attending to his morning routine, he noticed numerous players emerging from the trading community, much like himself. Once they had completed their transactions, they showed no desire to linger for the sake of game progress. A fleeting glance at the leaderboard revealed that he was precisely ranked 1000th. However, in the next instant, As a motorcycle sped by, his ranking was abruptly erased from the list. Chapter 92. The level of dedication, unfathomable. Yesterday, after vanquishing Charles's team, the spoils were meager. Tang Yun now found himself with but half a truckload of supplies. While sufficient for the moment, it would only sustain his crew for a week, considering their substantial appetites. The recently acquired generator required various components for upgrades, and his laser sentry cannon also demanded materials for enhancement. Moreover, his new specialization, durability, was still one level shy of reaching level 10, and he needed to upgrade his vehicles as well. It was evident that the forthcoming gameplay would be quite intensive. Yet this level of intensity posed no significant challenge for Tang Yun. Casting a glance at the road's warning, he recognized the presence of unknown creatures ahead, with their levels having escalated by 1. This implied they would encounter stronger mummies and other beasts. Lulu presented the breakfast she had prepared in advance to Tang Yun, then proceeded to serve roue, much like a devoted caretaker. The breakfast consisted of warm milk, beef sandwiches, vegetable salad, meat-filled buns, creamy coffee, and refreshing red tea, quite a delightful spread. Tang Yun was pleasantly surprised by Lulu's remarkable efficiency. After their meal, the group set off immediately. And a large supermarket named Friends came into view, its entrance crowded with vehicles. The sight of these vehicles indicated that the supermarket still held a considerable amount of goods, as the player's presence signified there were still opportunities for scavenging. Tang Yun gathered his wolf pack and disembarked, while roue remained in bed, unable to rise. Lulu stayed behind to keep her company. As soon as Tang Yun stepped out, 2 motorcycles sped past him. Quick to react, he leaped aside just in time, narrowly avoiding being struck. It was evident that this was a deliberate act of aggression. Without waiting to touch down, he drew his submachine gun, aimed with a 4-time scope, and fired, bang bang. 2 headshots, the bullets pierced through the assailants' chests, shattering their dashboard in the process. The 2 motorcycle thieves met their demise on the spot, even before entering the supermarket. The action had already commenced. Tang Yun approached the fallen thieves and collected the items they dropped, then fed their vehicles to the generator. To reach level 2, the generator required 600 experience points, which he had just acquired from the 2 motorcycles, perfectly granting him the upgrade. The generator's energy restoration rate improved from 0.1 points per second to 0.2 points per second. If only his pets could equip such items, it would alleviate his concerns for their safety. Indeed, pets could not don or utilize player equipment or items unless they were specifically designed for them, like the earlier pet leather armor, which Hao Gu and Hei Mei could wear. As he pondered this, a player, missing a shoulder, staggered out of the supermarket. Tang Yun was taken aback. The conflict was that fierce. "My friend, could you enlighten me on the situation inside?" he inquired politely. "Why don't you ask your mother? Just go in and see for yourself." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man collapsed instantly. How frustrating. Some people simply couldn't engage in civil conversation. Tang Yun approached and looted his bag before shooting a grappling hook to ascend to the rooftop of the 4-story supermarket. As soon as he landed, a dark creature seemed to awaken as if activated, lunging towards Tang Yun. Thud! The beast's fist struck Tang Yun's protective shield with tremendous force, resulting in a fracture of its own bones. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yun discovered that it was a black wolf capable of bipedal movement, or more accurately, a werewolf of unknown prowess. Naturally, Tang Yun seized the opportunity. As the creature stiffened, he delivered a powerful uppercut to its head. Bang! Splatter! The werewolf was crushed as if under an enormous press, instantly transforming into a puddle of mush. Incredible! With a strength of 31 points, it was indeed terrifying. Immediately afterward, a white treasure chest materialized. Tang Yun promptly utilized a designated scroll. "Let's acquire some pet equipment." Under the effect of the scroll, any chest would guarantee a critical hit, ensuring it wouldn't self-destruct, essentially providing a double reward. Thud! The white chest trembled violently, then shattered, releasing a burst of green. The white chest upgraded to a green one. And furthermore, Tang Yun received a double reward. Dark Knight Cloak, quality, green description, exclusively for pets, enhancing all attributes by 1. 2 Dark Knight Cloaks dropped. Tang Yun summoned the wolf pack immediately, outfitting Hao Gu and Hei Mei with the new gear, while the previous set of leather armor was given to Lao Hei. He opened the rooftop security door and ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. Gunfire erupted on the 4th floor, indicating a fierce skirmish was underway. This level housed the snack area, filled with expired or spoiled treats, along with a plethora of outdated beverages and other food items. Undoubtedly, the resources that remained unspoiled were scarce, prompting players to rush in with a mindset of inevitable peril in search of sustenance. He witnessed an older man fire 2 shots at a shelf, then maneuver around to tackle a woman from behind. Seizing the moment, Tang Yun drew his submachine gun, aimed, and fired, rat-a-tat-tat. Several bullets flew forth, striking both the man and the woman in the head, ending their breaths in an instant. Thanks to the silencer on his firearm, the sound was minimal. Even with his audacious display, few took notice of him. Continuing to observe, he noted several shadows moving about on the fourth floor. After 3 seconds, 4 or 5 men approached the bodies of the woman and the older man, pausing momentarily before overturning the man's corpse and dragging the woman away. Tang Yun opened fire once again, rat-a-tat-tat. Almost everyone fell to the ground, and remarkably, one bullet even pierced through 2 individuals. Only one bald older man remained. Clutching his head, he fled behind a shelf, only to be met with another bullet. Bang! The bullet penetrated the metal shelf, shattering his palm and skull in an instant. A cascade of items erupted from his lifeless body. Tang Yun did not rush to collect the spoils. He remained crouched in the corridor, leaving his back protected by the wolf pack, waiting patiently for the next opportunity to strike. Before long, another group of individuals ascended the stairs, burdened with black backpacks. Upon sighting these bags, Tang Yun could not suppress a chuckle. The average person's backpack has a mere capacity of 2 cubic meters to transport a greater quantity of supplies. One must be fortunate enough to acquire a backpack like theirs and carry it upon their back. The reason Tang Yun found it amusing was that once he eliminated them, he could claim all the contents of their backpacks, as they were not akin to a system backpack. These individuals exhibited a degree of caution upon reaching the 4th floor. They crouched down and swiftly dispersed in search of cover. However, brandishing an MP5 with a single star rating, Tang Yun found these so-called shelters to be little more than flimsy paper. Whiz, whiz, whiz. A few bullets pierced through the metal racks, instantly taking down 3 of them. The remaining individual, hearing the commotion, hastily attempted to shift his position. Just as he darted out from behind cover, a sharp crack sounded, and his left leg was shattered. Ah! He let out a cry, and with a tilt of his head, his breath ceased, crimson blood oozing from the bullet hole in his forehead. Tang Yun signaled the wolf pack to lie in ambush in the stairwell, while he took on the task of scavenging the bags. Chapter 93. Father. He first scavenged all the supplies from the corpses, then opened several black backpacks, only to discover a complete set of pet equipment. Night cloak. Quality. Purple description. Unlike the low-level night cloak, this equipment can permanently enhance attribute points based on the pet's food intake. Attributes. All attributes too. Without a second thought, Tang Yun adorned Old Black with it. He took one last glance at Old Black's overall attributes. Strength, 6, Constitution, 6, Agility, 5. In a realm where player vehicles generally reached level 10, Old Black still possessed formidable strength. Moreover, the purple quality night cloak, which enhances permanent attributes according to the pet's food intake, suited Old Black perfectly, given that he consumed the most. The dogs quickly positioned themselves at the stairway, lying in wait for their unsuspecting prey. Meanwhile, Tang Yun emptied all the supplies on the 4th floor and reclaimed the metal shelves. In total, he acquired 3 cubic meters of supplies and nearly 1,000 units of metal. However, these were merely snacks, insufficient to satiate their hunger. At that moment, Old Black suddenly leaped forward and sank his teeth into a man's neck. The man drew a dagger, but his arm was swiftly caught by Black Sister. In a desperate attempt, he retaliated with his left hand, only for How Good to seize that as well. Bang! A bullet struck the man squarely in the forehead, and he collapsed to the ground. Tang Yun approached and meticulously collected the water bottles and snack packets dropped by the man. The 4th floor had been thoroughly cleared. Just then, Han Yun sent a message. Brother Tang, I have spotted the 7th squad of the red and white party. She shared a video showing a band of motorcycle thieves swiftly navigating an intersection, foregoing any looting of buildings, as if searching for someone. Before Tang Yun could begin piecing together the implications, Han Yun continued. They are converging with the 6th and 5th squads. It seems that the Viper is apprehensive, forming them into a triad. The 7th squad consists of 15 individuals, meaning you may face as many as 50. I am still unsure about the progress of the 5th squad, but I will keep a vigilant eye and inform you immediately upon receiving any updates. Nameless. Thank you. Stay safe and remain inconspicuous. Rest assured, by the way. Brother Tang, do you have any medicine? A sister of mine has a high fever, likely due to the drastic temperature changes. I only have expired medications. Tang Yun provided her with a box of fever-reducing and cold medications. Thank you, Brother Tang. When we meet offline someday, I will express my gratitude in person. Nameless. No need. Just give me all the expired medications. All right. But Brother Tang, expired medicine is not advisable. We have tried it before. Nameless. Understood. Just give it to me. Han Yun handed over all the expired medications to Tang Yun. In this exchange, Tang Yun not only gained but also earned a favor, as a box of fever-reducing medicine carries a price far exceeding that of food, and he willingly offered it. Well, there's also a box of cold medicine. It's just what I need. as I've been feeling dizzy and coughing these past few days. Thank you so much, Brother Tang. As long as you diligently assist me. Feel free to express any requests, and I shall address them judiciously. Upon hearing this from Tang, the sisters felt a flush of embarrassment. By the way, Tang, do you have any ammunition? We can exchange supplies for it. Do you possess any expired provisions? Indeed, I have quite a few, reserved for emergencies. Please hand them all over to me. Without hesitation, Tang Yun presented Tang Yun with a box of compressed biscuits, a large bag of energy bars, and 2 cases of milk coffee. In return, Tang Yun bestowed upon her 500 rounds of ammunition. Oh my goodness! Tang Yun appeared both exhilarated and thrilled. I have never engaged in such a prosperous battle. However, Tang, consuming expired food can lead to digestive distress. I am aware. I have my own plans for it. Ah, I see. Then let us embark. Do not pursue blindly. Take your time and avoid letting them realize they are being followed. Rest assured, Tang, I am studying psychology. Very well. However, remain cautious of other players. Why do you sound like my father? Father, that last remark was from my sister, not me. Let us depart. Agreed. Having survived since the beginning, Tang Yun, also a psychology student, had become Tang Yun's second pair of eyes. Suddenly, the skateboard kid contacted Tang Yun. Tang, we have arrived at the trading community. Are you here? We just left. We? Who are you with, Tang? Manual humor. You rascal, how long do you intend to stay there? I wish to purchase a vehicle. And Sister Maying wants to procure some supplies. If it's a vehicle you seek, come over to me. I am at the entrance of a large supermarket. My car is right outside. When you arrive, just mention that you know me, and someone will assist you in opening the door. But Sister Maying has been keeping a close watch on me. Find an opportunity to slip away. I'll give it a try. Tang Yun closed the chat channel and beckoned his companions to descend. The 3rd floor was designated for clothing, where several players were engaged in fierce combat. Did these individuals not possess any firearms? How had they survived until now? What Tang Yun observed was a chaotic melee among various factions, armed with close combat weapons, swords, spears, axes, and halberds. Approximately 30 individuals were involved. It was quite amusing, not a single ranged weapon in sight, yet an abundance of melee arms. Shortly after, a group ascended from below, immediately spotting the frenzied players and then noticing Tang Yun idly standing aside. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged straight at him. That fellow appeared weak and vulnerable. Let us eliminate him. Brother, whose fortified vehicle is parked at the entrance. Who cares? Just eliminate everyone in the supermarket. Surely one of them must be a suitable driver. The leader leaped forward, raising his iron sword to strike at Tang Yun's head. Tang Yun swung his heavy sword, and with a resounding slice, the assailant was cleaved in two. The remaining henchmen recoiled in terror. Come on, Tang Yun declared as he advanced. That fortress vehicle is mine. Upon hearing this, the initially hesitant crowd suddenly found their courage, each eager to contest for Tang Yun's fortress vehicle. Ah, a young man shouted, brandishing a large machete as he charged forward. Yet, Tang Yun made no move. With a clang, the machete struck what seemed to be a translucent steel barrier. Halting right before him, Tang Yun shrugged, casually discarding his heavy sword, which then crashed onto the assailant, followed by a forceful kick that sent the weapon crashing down. The young man coughed up blood, hurtling backward, his insides shattered, lifeless. The remaining followers, overcome with fear, turned and fled. Tang Yun retrieved his composite bow, drawing the string taut, and released a steel arrow that pierced one man's heart and subsequently skewered another's chest. The last remaining player had dashed into the stairwell, only to be met with an arrow that penetrated his skull. Meanwhile, the other players, who had been engaged in a brawl, concluded their fight, only to turn and find that Tang Yun was the sole survivor. Chapter 94. Reluctance to engage. They exchanged glances, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it. How could we have missed one? Onward. Let us eliminate him and claim the entire supermarket for ourselves." A cacophony of battle cries erupted as a group brandished an array of weapons and charged forward. Tang Yun, shaking his head in resignation, hurled a black box into the fray. This lad is so frightened he's resorted to abandoning his supplies for survival. Quick, slay him. There are more resources to be seized. In the next instant, the black box transformed rapidly, revealing a laser sentry cannon. As the turret materialized, it unleashed a torrent of crimson beams upon the advancing 8, resembling serpents of searing fire. The cannon fired at a rate of 4 shots per second. Yet within that brief moment, 6 men collapsed to the ground. The blistering projectiles pierced their bodies, leaving gaping wounds the size of a wrist, with charred flesh sizzling and emitting wisps of smoke. The remaining 2, one of whom abruptly slammed to a halt, were swiftly turned into Swiss cheese by the red lasers. Tang Yun sighed and retracted the turret. These fellows are quite amusing. He gleefully gathered their supplies, discovering that he had amassed more than what he had scavenged from the 4th floor of the supermarket. After a brief exploration on the third floor, he collected all the wearable clothing and stumbled upon a disguise ring. Disguise ring, quality, green description, alters the appearance of an outfit. Applicable only to sets cooldown, 24 hours. Indeed, this ring would be exceedingly suitable for Rue. Perhaps I shall gift it to her. I wonder if she can even get out of bed now. Having finished looting the third floor, Tang Yun prepared to descend to the second. As he reached the staircase, he overheard the sounds of an argument and gunfire emanating from below. Forget it, I can't be bothered. Tang Yun summoned an electronic bird to scout the situation on the second floor. The second floor housed daily necessities. Shelves still held toothpaste, toothbrushes, hygiene paper, gloves, and masks. Amidst these aisles, several men were bullying a young girl, having already slain her companion. A middle-aged man was performing a grotesque act upon the corpse of a female companion, all before the terrified child. In the shadows of the shelves, a group was stealthily approaching the bullies. In less than a minute, the group pounced, swiftly overpowering the assailants and plunging daggers into their throats with remarkable proficiency. The young girl quickly rose to her feet, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. However, her words were abruptly silenced as the leading man shot her in the head. Well, that's the end of that, Tang Yun remarked just as the electronic bird fired 2 beams of laser, piercing the leader's skull. The subsequent barrage of lasers claimed 3 more victims, even slicing through a nearby metal shelf with ease. As the last individual remained, he turned and fled, only to glance back and finally discern the electronic bird hovering above him. In an instant, a laser beam pierced his eye. The second floor was swiftly evacuated. Tang Yun scavenged the supplies from the fallen bodies, acquiring a handgun and 3 ordinary wrenches. Ultimately, he cleared out all the essential items from the second floor, marking the completion of his search. The electronic bird relayed information from the first floor, revealing a plethora of children's playgrounds and an assortment of gold and silver jewelry. A number of players were fiercely battling over the rubber and metal treasures. Tang Yun issued a command to the electronic bird, and within a minute, all those combatants were efficiently eliminated. Tang Yun descended the stairs safely, collecting every visible resource. This skirmish yielded modest rewards. Beyond the supplies, he also amassed several thousand medals, along with rubber, plastic, and glass. He gathered his wolf pack and instructed the electronic bird to scout the area outside the supermarket, where he discovered another group lying in wait just beyond the entrance. They had parked their vehicle, hiding behind it, anticipating the unsuspecting players emerging from the supermarket to ambush them. Without delay, Tang Yun dispatched a series of lasers, and before the ambushers could locate the electronic bird, they were swiftly apprehended. Tang Yun exited the supermarket unscathed and methodically claimed their resources, converting their vehicle into materials for upgrading his generator. With sufficient experience, the generator ascended to level 3. Generator, level 3 recovery speed, 0. 3 points per second, increases by 0. 1 points per level. Energy reserve, 6565, increases by 5 points per level. Experience, 1292400C, ISNT that rather swift. Tang Yun approached his vehicle and retrieved a ring, intending to present it to Rue. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to see a young boy with shoulder-length hair nuzzling against Rue. Oh, how I've missed you. Tang Yun momentarily thought he had entered the wrong room and feared he had been betrayed. However, Rue impatiently pushed the boy away, yet consoled him, saying, all right. As long as we're alive, you can drive that police car, but I must insist you don't create trouble for your brother-in-law. Of course, I promise. Tang Yun cleared his throat. It was only then that they noticed his presence. Oh, the esteemed Tang has returned. Allow me to embrace you just a moment longer. The boy immediately knelt upon seeing Tang Yun, exclaiming, Brother Tang, you are my true brother. You are my reincarnated father. Who are you? Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Little brother, it's me, the skateboard kid. My sister is Xin Rue, and I am Xin Xia Tian. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun finally recognized him. As he reassessed the boy, he noted that Xia Tian had a fair complexion, the kind that only became paler with sun exposure. He had slender arms and legs, along with long hair, standing at about 170 tall. At first glance, one might mistake him for an adorable girl. He was clad in a cerulean short-sleeved shirt, paired with loose-fitting black denim jeans, and adorned with black and white sneakers. Enough. Why are you still kneeling? Get up quickly. I refuse to rise. Summer wailed while clinging to Tang Yun's leg. I thought I would never see my sister again. All right. Tang Yun effortlessly lifted him up and set him down on his feet. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a sun-protective jacket, presenting it to him. Here you go. A gift for our reunion. Thank you, Brother Tang. Summer joyfully donned the garment. Tang Yun then handed a ring to Rue, saying, Here, This is for you. Rue accepted the ring, glanced shyly at Tang Yun, smiled bashfully, and then turned to Summer, saying, Summer, could you step outside for a moment? No. Tang Yun swiftly grasped Summer. Don't go out. Let us have a chat. Chapter 95, The Final Sanctuary. So, you slipped away while Phantom was haggling with others. The three of them sat in the cockpit, engaged in conversation. Lulu was at the wheel while the dogs were handling the police car. Indeed. Xia Tian took a sip of water and continued. They encountered numerous robbers along the way, and several members of the team lost their lives. Now, fewer than 10 remain. That one named Xiao Mo is severely injured, and another big guy wearing a helmet nearly lost his life. By the way, Brother Tang, Xia Tian casually inquired. What is your relationship with Sister Phantom? Rue immediately puffed out her cheeks but said nothing. Tang Yun helplessly shook his head and replied, to be honest. We merely have a transaction. I help her eliminate the red and white factions, and she rewards me. I see. The two nodded in understanding. I heard that the red and white faction members have started forming groups of 3. Xia Tian continued with admiration. Brother Tang, you are truly impressive. You have instilled fear in them. Also, Brother Tang, that lady keeps stealing glances at me. Her gaze seems capable of extinguishing my life at any moment. Tang Yun turned his head just in time to see Lulu glaring at Xia Tian with a fierce look. He lightly tapped her on the back of the head. Focus on driving. He then explained to Lulu, this is Xia Tian. He is one of us. Upon hearing this, Lulu's fierce demeanor softened. She gestured several times. Sorry. I understand now. Xia Tian also gestured back. I apologize as well. My arrival was abrupt and may have caused you trouble. However, Lulu disregarded him entirely. Xia Tian awkwardly scratched his head. She simply couldn't speak, not that she was deaf. Rue teased, noting that Lulu only cared about Tang Yun. Oh, I see. I thought. Xia Tian's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Do you know sign language as well? Tang Yun asked. Yes, Xia Tian explained. My sister is my sign language teacher. Isn't your sister still in school? Rue interjected right. I teach sign language classes for free at a school for the disabled. Once I graduate, I'll officially transition to that role. Xia Tian nodded. My major is the same, so I often seek advice from my sister. She is indeed my instructor. However, such work must not pay much, they both remarked in unison. Someone has to do it. Tang Yun replied, nodding appreciatively. By the way, Lord Tang includes Xia Tian in the team. That way, he can operate my vehicle. I see. Tang Yun added Xia Tian to the team. Team members, 3 team rewards. Loot drop rate 1. Currency drop rate 2. Xia Tian's addition enhanced the team's rewards slightly. Moreover, members of the team could freely use each other's vehicles, which had been evidenced when Rue drove to pick up Tang Yun earlier. Sis, you actually have a police car. Isn't it impressive? Your brother-in-law gifted it to me. What's there to boast about? Brother Tang even gifted me a sun protection suit, not to mention a disguise ring and a generator. You, Brother Tang, look at her. Tang Yun chuckled helplessly. If you desire the generator, you must be patient. My materials are currently limited. What materials do you need? Let me see. We're still short 5 handguns and a purple wrench, although I do have the wrench. Here. Xia Tian promptly produced 5 handguns. Astonishing not only Rue, but also Tang Yun. And the purple wrench, here you go. How do you possess so many firearms? Rue inquired in surprise. My survival thus far is testament to my strength. Moreover, my skateboard is at level 19. And what are your attributes? Tang Yun asked curiously. Let me check. Strength, 3 points. Constitution, 8 points. Agility, 8 points. Tang Yun nodded. His vehicle was quite subpar, yet with such distribution of points. One could possess both agility and durability. What about your attributes, Tango? Me? Tang Yun opened his attribute panel. They're decent, around 31 points each. Xia Tian glanced at the attribute panel, rubbed his eyes, and looked again, only to find the numbers unchanged. He gasped in disbelief. Beside him, Rue gently massaged her slightly aching abdomen, relieved. No wonder. I thought there was something wrong with my body. Tang Yun exchanged for a generator piece and handed it to Xia Tian. So this is the generator. My heavens, such extraordinary attributes, and it can be upgraded. Xia Tian exclaimed in admiration. The upper right corner of the windshield displayed the location of the desert temple, now less than 10 kilometers away. Tang Yun, we're nearing the desert temple. Check your gear. We shall set forth shortly. Rue replied. I have 1 handgun, 1 Uzi, and over 500 rounds of ammunition. Xia Tian lamented, I have nothing left. I wanted to repay Tango. Tang Yun utilized the conversion function, expending 3 blue wrenches to convert into an Uzi submachine gun, which he handed to Xia Tian, and then used resources to convert 500 rounds of ammunition for him. He patted Xia Tian on the shoulder earnestly, saying, do your best. However, As soon as the fortress vehicle reached the entrance of the desert temple, Xiatian disembarked and swiftly eliminated all the players at the entrance. Tang Yun shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, "You're not repaying me. You've just been holding back for too long, haven't you?" While looting, Xiatian remarked, "Isn't this paving the way for Tango?" After saying this, he opened the trading platform and sent the gathered resources to Tang Yun. "You can keep the materials for now to upgrade the generator. We have enough. We'll discuss it further once you reach maximum level. Besides, there are many of us, and our strength is considerable." "Very well," Tang Yun shouted towards the driver's cabin. "Lulu, keep an eye on the two vehicles. Await our return." Upon hearing this, Lulu nodded emphatically. With her overseeing the vehicles, Tang Yun felt completely at ease, for she was a veritable killing machine. The doors of the temple had been opened, undamaged, suggesting that someone had triggered a mechanism to unlock them. "The doors are open?" Tang Yun grinned mischievously. "Does that mean the players who entered are doomed?" Before the three could step inside the temple, they felt the ground beneath them tremble. In the grand hall, a colossal humanoid machine patrolled its surroundings, amidst at least 200 scattered corpses of players. In the next moment, the machine turned its head and spotted three individuals. Summer immediately opened fire, but was halted by Tang Yun, who declared that conventional bullets would prove ineffective. With that, he tossed aside a laser sentry cannon. The sound of rapid fire echoed as crimson laser projectiles lashed out like fiery serpents, tearing into the humanoid mech. With thunderous impacts, its ironclad form crumpled under the relentless barrage and scorching heat, collapsing to its knees, riddled with countless wounds. Finally, the last crimson laser pierced through its head, resulting in a muffled explosion that rendered the machine's cranium to a heap of scrap metal. Hearing a commotion behind them, Summer and Rue instinctively drew their weapons and fired at the incoming figures. Chapter 96, The Thrilling Forest. With his back entrusted to Rue and Xiatian, Tang Yun collected the remnants of the humanoid machine, amassing a significant amount of metal. He then overturned a passageway leading downward in the center of the grand hall. However, this passage was not the metallic tube encountered previously, but rather constructed from a wooden material. "I found the entrance," Tang Yun exclaimed. Rue and Xiatian, having concluded their battle, hurried over with the supplies they had gathered. "Why does this feel different from before?" Rue inquired, puzzled. "I'm not quite sure," Tang Yun speculated. "Each temple seems to harbor a unique world background, akin to a standalone instance. Who knows what elements we might encounter this time?" Without hesitation, Tang Yun leaped down first, followed by Xiatian's shout as he jumped in after him, with Rue closely trailing behind. Swish! The trio descended rapidly through the dark tunnel, akin to riding a slide. Activating his night vision, Tang Yun focused his gaze and realized that this passage was, in fact, the trunk of a colossal tree, and they were sliding swiftly within its hollow. In the next moment, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted around them, followed by a sharp and sturdy branch thrusting into the cavity. Tang Yun swiftly kicked the branch away. Almost immediately, another branch pierced through the tunnel, striking Rue. Crack! A flash of white light enveloped Rue as the branch embedded itself into a piece of translucent glass, the force being so tremendous that it splintered the branch. Soon after, the disturbances around them grew louder, and more branches began to invade the tunnel. Crack, crack, crack. All three of their generators were passively activated, flickering with white light. "Tengu, if this continues, the generators will run out of energy. Do not panic. If we have not exited before the energy peak, we will break through this tree hollow." The reason for not doing so earlier was the uncertainty of their altitude from the ground. Fortunately, they persevered for another 2 seconds, and a light appeared before them. Swish! The trio erupted from the tree hollow, landing upon a lush expanse of grass, specifically a dense and humid woodland. Welcome to the thrilling forest. Map effect: monster levels increased by 2. Special monsters refreshed. Quest 1, defeat the king. Reward: extraordinary gem X1. Quest 2, proceed to the goblin cave to locate the female knight. Reward: extraordinary gem X1. Quest 3, eliminate the fire lizard organization in the city. Reward: extraordinary gem X1. Quest 4, accumulate 200 monster kills. Reward: green designated scroll X1. Each quest can only be claimed once by a party of players. Tang Yun exclaimed, "What the heck? So many quests." Xiatian replied, "We received the quest notifications too. It appears every player has these prompts." Rue added, "This means that once others complete their quests, we can no longer pursue those tasks." At that moment, several humanoid monsters emerged from the ground. They possessed smooth bodies, yet their heads varied widely, from mushroom caps to tufts of grass, and even clumps of moss or decayed wood. Goodness, such monsters exist? What are their weaknesses? Summer fired a few shots, bullets shattering the wooden planks and the mushroom-headed creatures, yet to no avail. Let us try targeting their throats. Tang Yun exclaimed as he drew his pistol. Bang! A bullet obliterated the throat of one mushroom head. Almost instantly, the creature shriveled and collapsed to the ground. Indeed. The throat was the key. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. As gunfire erupted, more monsters emerged, all around them reactivated and burrowing forth from the ground. Rue stepped on a mushroom, feeling nothing at first, but was startled when a mushroom head suddenly emerged from below, causing her to fire several rounds in panic. The tally of slain monsters continued to rise. Tang Yun deployed a turret, and with its assistance, the surrounding monsters dwindled rapidly. Even the damp jungle erupted in plumes of black smoke. Soon, Task 4 was completed, and Tang Yun received a green designated voucher. He had also slain monsters that yielded 10 white treasure chests and over 400 desert coins. By the way, who among you would like a drink? Tang Yun said, producing a bottle of might potion. He had discovered this potion in a small tavern, which could enhance strength by 1 point. What does it do? Rue inquired. Examining the bottle. It increases strength by 1 point. Let us give it to Summer. Rue said, handing it over. Don't forget to thank your brother-in-law. Thank you. Brother-in-law, Summer replied, and Tang Yun chuckled, rolling his eyes. Once Task 4 was concluded, the frenzy of monsters ceased, their numbers dwindling rapidly. Tang Yun retracted the turret, and the group pressed onward. As they moved ahead, a piercing scream echoed from a tree hollow behind them, followed by the gruesome sight of battered corpses sliding down, each riddled with branches like a sieve. 5 minutes later, several disheveled men with reddish-brown skin tumbled from the tree hollow, urgently bandaging their wounds. They scavenged the area around the hollow, cleaning up the resources spilled from the bodies, and upon noticing footprints on the ground, they decided to follow them. Tang Yun and his companions swiftly cut their way through the dense forest, soon unveiling a city larger than any they had previously encountered. The solid wooden gates were tightly shut, flanked by iron locks for their operation, suggesting that the backdrop of this map was indeed medieval Western. Let us enter the city and inquire about the location of the Goblin Cave, Tang Yun proposed. Aren't you going to slay a king while you're at it? Rue said with a wicked grin. Summer chimed in. It seems that the organization known as the Fire Lizards is also in this city. Indeed, the mission hinted at an underground organization, likely hidden from the light. It could be said that the remaining tasks were intricately tied to this city. Tang Yun prepared to scale the walls with a grappling hook, only for the city gates to swing open on their own. A dozen centaur-like creatures burst forth, armed with bows and quivers. These half-horse creatures possessed human-like bodies and faces, their long hair cascading down their equine backs, exuding a majestic aura as they galloped. Suddenly, the leading cavalryman leaned back, his steed rearing up, and then galloped towards Tang Yun. Noticing their lack of hostility, Tang Yun refrained from drawing his weapon. Greetings. I am 2nd Lieutenant Richard of the cavalry. Might I inquire if you have observed any suspicious individuals in the vicinity? It turned out his name was Richard. With his golden locks and handsome features, he certainly made an impression. However, Tang Yun and his companions exchanged glances, and one could not help but respond. Is it not possible that the suspicious individuals you speak of might very well be us? You jest, for you are far more handsome than any goblin. Richard replied unexpectedly with great courtesy. Do you possess any leads regarding the goblins? Richard shook his head. Their tunnels are labyrinthine, and our physiques find it difficult to navigate, which has only emboldened them. He then shifted the conversation with sudden urgency. However, you seem capable of entering. Could you assist me? Chapter 97. The rescue of the female knight. Of course, we have come for that purpose, Tang Yun replied. Splendid. May I inquire your name, sir? I am Tang Yun. Ah, it is Lord Tang. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Suddenly, Richard drew his bow, and with a swift whoosh, an arrow flew over Tang Yun's head, striking a man with reddish-brown skin, who collapsed to the ground with a thud. In the jungle, several men emerged, and the centaurs surged forward, brandishing their bows and unleashing a volley of arrows that transformed the assailants into mere pincushions. With a resounding pop, several bundles of supplies burst forth from the bodies, and Xiatian eagerly rushed over to claim the loot. Tang Yun furrowed his brow in confusion. Richard? Why the sudden aggression? They belong to our species. Richard brushed back his hair and replied in a calm and gentle tone. Lord Tang, you may be unaware, but since the succubus ascended to the throne, an unspoken decree has been established. Those deemed unattractive are to be executed without mercy. Is he complimenting us? Rue exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise and confusion. Richard continued, we attempted to resist, but the king commands a well-equipped guard of 2,000. Our rebellion faced unprecedented opposition. However, the king ultimately spared our lives, leaving us with no choice but to serve him. If you cannot defeat them, then join them, Tang Yun succinctly stated. Richard nodded affirmatively. That is indeed the sentiment. How many people reside in the city? There are over 10,000 citizens. Although they harbor dissatisfaction towards the king, they endure for the sake of their livelihoods. They all despise war and are unable to unite. What do you mean by unable to unite? Lord Tang, among these 10,000 citizens, a faction has formed known as the Fire Lizard Federation. They ostensibly support the populace, but in truth, they play both sides. To remove the king, one must first dismantle the Fire Lizard Federation. Tang Yun smiled knowingly. Now all the tasks are interconnected. What would happen if your superiors were to learn of what you've disclosed? Richard chuckled, and his comrades followed suit. The worst that could happen is being torn apart by horses. We may not be able to topple the king, but surely future generations will rise as heroes. Tang Yun understood that Richard's group consisted of individuals who resented the king, yet could only survive in subjugation. It was precisely for this reason that he remained merely a lieutenant. By the way, there is one more matter I must entrust to you, Lord Tang. What is it? Once you enter the Goblin Cave, please search thoroughly. I have a trusted confidant who is imprisoned there. She is my sister, named Doreen. This must be the imprisoned female knight in question. Richard. Rue suddenly raised her hand to speak. What happens to those captured by the goblins? Are there cameras and scripts involved? Richard awkwardly scratched his head. Tang Yun firmly tapped her on the head. Behave yourself. Oh, in truth, Richard had little understanding of what Rue was saying. Then, I implore Lord Tang and your humble servant to mount swiftly, as I shall guide you to the Goblin Cave. Wow, he referred to me as your servant. Would you be so kind as to give me a sound thrashing tonight? Sighed Tang Yun as he mounted his steed. Rue and Xia Tian also found a centaur to climb onto. Xia Tian instinctively shouted, "Giddy up." All the centaurs turned to gaze at him, perplexed. Richard led the group through a dense thicket, where the creatures emerging from the underbrush were skillfully dispatched by their arrows. In less than 10 minutes, a continuous mountain range suddenly appeared, at the foot of which lay a cave no wider than 1 meter and no taller than 2. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, the centaurs could not possibly enter such a cave. However, Tang Yun was curious about how Doran had been captured. It was likely that he had been knocked unconscious and then pushed inside. Indeed, numerous signs of a struggle were evident beside the cave, with arrows lodged in tree trunks and splatters of red and green blood. Lord Tang, this is the Goblin Cave. We shall await your triumphant return at its entrance. No problem. The group dismounted, and as Tang Yun activated his night vision, Rue and Xia Tian retrieved their flashlights, and the three ventured into the cave. They had barely walked a few steps when they encountered a fork in the path. Suddenly, a pack of wolves was summoned. Old Black, this is your domain. The canines sniffed the air and quickly deduced their course. Old Black detected the fresh scent of a creature near the leftmost tunnel, likely indicating that a goblin had recently traversed this passage. The remaining 2 tunnels appeared to be traps laden with mechanisms. However, upon sniffing, Tang Yun was captivated by an enticing aroma of wine emanating from one of the tunnels. The trio brandished their firearms and continued forward with the wolves until they turned a corner, where the cave was suddenly illuminated, with walls carved out and adorned with oil lamps. Tang Yun deactivated his night vision, furrowing his brow. Advancing over 100 meters, the cave expanded into a vast chamber. At its center, a deep abyss surrounded by sturdy wooden corridors curving downward. Each corridor featured openings that resembled individual households. The three exchanged glances before following the dogs onto the wooden staircase, descending further. As they passed one cavern, a goblin juvenile stood at the entrance, its dark green skin, pointed ears, and wrinkled, grotesque visage seemingly devoid of any charm. In the next moment, a burly goblin emerged from within, its expression brightening upon seeing the trio. Just as Xia Tian and Rue prepared to fire, Tang Yun halted them. Wait, something feels amiss. That's exactly why we should shoot. Something amiss is still something amiss. The goblin returned to the cave, and moments later emerged once more, accompanied by a modestly clad goblin woman. She extended a platter of fruit, laden with fresh apples and pears. Tang Yun took an apple, bit into it, and was astounded by its exquisite sweetness, far surpassing any apple he had ever tasted before. The woman smiled softly, cradling the goblin cub in her arms, and gestured towards the three with a hand, indicating the way downstairs. Tang Yun nodded with a smile and continued his descent. Rue and Xia Tian momentarily paused, then each took an apple and a pear, only to fall in love with the fruits at first bite. The trio continued their descent, and at nearly every household they passed, someone emerged to present gifts. It was not until they reached the innermost part of the wooden corridor that they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. It resembled an open-air tavern, complete with a central bonfire, beside which several goblins were busy grilling meat. Among them, a striking centaur maiden captivated attention as she danced around the fire with the goblin matriarchs. Chapter 98. The Goblin Cave. What is happening? Summer opened his mouth in surprise. He had played similar games before, but he had never encountered goblins like this. By the campfire, several goblin youths were joyfully playing music with peculiar wooden instruments and drums crafted from animal skins. Suddenly, a few goblin uncles, who were roasting meat, spotted Tang Yun and his companions. They immediately sprang to their feet and shouted, "Sam!" All the goblins turned their attention to Tang Yun and his friends, rushing over with wooden goblets, enthusiastically pushing them into Tang Yun and Summer's arms. Meanwhile, Rue was pulled over by several goblin matriarchs to the campfire, where they taught her to dance. Tang Yun glanced at the crimson liquid in his goblet and took a whiff, realizing it bore the same aroma he had detected at the cave entrance. He lifted the goblet and took a sip. "Well, this is definitely not a flavor that could be brewed by humans on Earth," Summer exclaimed, lifting his own goblet to take a sip. "Well," Tang Yun and Summer exchanged amused glances before joining the goblin uncles in roasting meat, sipping the exquisite wine and savoring the fresh, delectable skewers. Tang Yun couldn't help but praise the flavor and texture of the grilled meat. Time passed unnoticed and in a pleasantly tipsy state. Tang Yun and Summer noticed a group dancing, with Rue among them, holding hands with a centaur while drinking and dancing. Spotting Tang Yun's eager gaze, Rue waved him over, and soon he and Summer joined the festivities. With rhythmic beats underfoot, their bodies swayed to the music. The presence of the three invigorated the musicians, who played with even more fervor. After several rounds of wine, Tang Yun found himself quite inebriated, while Summer lay on the ground, completely unconscious among the goblin uncles. Tang Yun let out a silly laugh, sitting by the campfire and munching on skewers. Rue, blushing and reeking of alcohol, suddenly lunged at him, kissing him before he could react. Thereafter, the two became entwined by the fire, lost in each other's embrace amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. Wow, wow, wow. Excited cheers erupted from the surrounding goblins as the musicians changed the tune, elevating the dance into a crescendo. The goblin uncles and aunties, touched by the vivacious and bold couple, joined hands to encircle them, dancing joyfully to the rhythmic music. Time slipped away. Tang Yun abruptly sat up, glancing at the deerskin blanket draped over him, and turned to find Rue sleeping beside him. The campfire had long since extinguished, and Summer lay peacefully in a suspended hammock, surrounded by several goblin matriarchs who were kindling a fire to prepare a communal meal. Nearby, natural spring water flowed from the stone cave, where a group of goblin children were washing and bathing. Upon noticing Tang Yun awake, a goblin matriarch approached him, offering a piece of charcoal. She bit it in half, chewed for a moment, took a sip of water, and rinsed her mouth. It turned out that the charcoal was used for dental hygiene. Tang Yun took the charcoal, following her lead without hesitation. The matriarch then handed him a bar of soap, crafted from animal fat and fragrant flowers. The air was imbued with the fragrance of blossoms. The elder lady gestured towards another cave, where a stream cascaded naturally, resembling a bathing area. However, unlike other baths, this one was adorned with a curtain made from wild boar skin, seemingly prepared just for today. Rue and Xia Tian had also awakened. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Tian attended to her morning routine, Rue dashed into Tang Yun's bathing area. After rinsing her mouth, Xia Tian politely offered a ladle of water to a goblin gentleman, who smiled, his mouth stained with charcoal. Once they had finished bathing, an elderly goblin matron stood at the entrance, holding a cup of special herbs, awaiting Rue's emergence. As Rue stepped out, the matron, her face beaming with joy, handed her the herbs. To ensure Rue understood, she rubbed her small abdomen and gestured towards the children frolicking nearby, chuckling knowingly. Rue accepted the herbs and drank them in one gulp, then explained to Tang Yun, "It's for contraception and quite safe." Tang Yun pursed his lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before long, breakfast was ready. It was unclear what magical spices the goblin matrons had employed, for not only Tang Yun, but also the usually finicky Xia Tian and Rue devoured bowl after bowl. The meal consisted of minced meat porridge, accompanied by vegetables and aromatic herbs, followed by fresh fruit as a delightful dessert. A centaur maiden elegantly emerged from the bathing area and knelt beside Tang Yun, inquiring, "How did you find this place?" Suddenly reminded of his mission, Tang Yun replied, "Your brother Richard is quite worried about you, so he sent us to bring you back." "Ah, is that so?" It dawned on her that she was Doreen. Doreen paused for a moment, then sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Goodness, have I really been here for 3 days without realizing it?" She then pulled Tang Yun up, insisting, "Let us go back right now." Tang Yun shook his head. "Not so fast. The food here is delightful, and the drinks are exquisite. I wish to make a trade. Can you assist me with translation?" "Of course. Leave it to me." However, they may not agree to the trade. "Let us give it a try," Rue urged Tang Yun, and Xia Tian joined in the encouragement. "All right, Let's give it a shot. Tang Yun retrieved snacks and human food from his backpack and conveyed his proposal to Doreen, who translated it for him. Upon hearing the word trade, the goblin gentlemen and ladies promptly fled in fear. What just happened? Tang Yun scoffed. Why did they all run away at the mention of a trade? Doreen, with a mysterious smile, replied, You'll see soon enough. Before long, the goblins returned, bearing fruits and freshly roasted meat. While several goblin gentlemen even brought forth numerous barrels of fine wine to present before Tang Yun. The bounty nearly filled his backpack. What is going on? Tang Yun queried. Doreen chuckled. I told you, they don't agree to trades. They consider you their guest. This is merely a farewell gift. Accept it all, or they might become displeased. The trio swallowed hard, realizing that disagreeing to trade had a rather different connotation. Yet, with such a generous offering, they were aware of the goblin's own toil. Doreen explained. They cannot consume all that they have, and left unattended, it will spoil. By providing you with some, we can alleviate their burden. After all, in this dismal cave, entertainment is scarce. The moment one steps outside, peril awaits. Therefore, they venture out at night to forage for wild fruits, living a life fraught with hardship. She sighed. If only I were the king, truly, it is unjust to judge by appearances. Tang Yun accepted all the offerings. Let us return home. As the group prepared to leave, all the goblins rose, their gazes filled with farewell as they watched the departing figures. Doreen waved at them, saying, I will return after a visit home. Sam. Once everyone ascended the stairs, a group of goblin younglings followed Tang Yun and the others, holding fruits in their hands as gifts for him. Chapter 99. The Fire Lizard Federation that could only take them this far. Doreen gazed sorrowfully at the group of goblin children. Tang Yun gently patted the head of one child, saying, Wait for me, I will slay the king. Although they did not comprehend his words, they felt the warmth of his touch, which filled them with excitement and joy. As everyone departed from the cave, Doreen knelt down, trailing behind them. So this was how you entered? Indeed. The first time I came, I injured my leg, and it was Rydell who bandaged it for me. They even crafted a set of knee pads tailored to my needs, allowing me to traverse without fear of abrasions. Why did you venture into the cave? Weren't you concerned they might capture you? Not at all. They were merely driven into the cave by the new king's policies. Several of those goblins are my close friends. I see. So, they initially resided in the city? Yes. Their food and drink were quite popular in the city until they were driven out, and many were killed. Now, fewer than 1,000 inhabitants remain in the cave. As they emerged from the cave, they realized that night had fallen. Tang Yun immediately recognized that this was the final day of the desert's sweltering heat mode. If they did not complete their task before midnight, the entire sanctuary could vanish, and he himself might be trapped there forever. Quest: Rescue the female knight completed. Reward: Extraordinary Gem X1. Richard and the others were waiting at the cave's entrance. Upon catching sight of Doreen, their faces lit up with joy, and they rushed over to embrace her. They did not harm you, did they? Doreen shook her head, saying they were quite kind to me. Indeed, they possess good character, but given the circumstances, it is inevitable they may harbor resentment against us. That is not the case. They are quite envious of us. After all, it is not our fault. Quite true. Tang Yun, meanwhile, was toying with the extraordinary gem in his hand. Extraordinary gem, description, a kaleidoscope of colors, imbued with a mysterious energy. When pets absorb this energy, it enhances their overall attributes. Tang Yun used it on Old Black. After absorbing the gem, Old Black's attributes increased by 3 points. The feast from yesterday and today's breakfast had left Old Black yearning for more, and its night cloak had also enhanced its attributes, adding another point. Old Black's total attributes now stood at around 10. Beside him, Xia Tian patted Old Black's head, exclaiming, I never imagined I would one day be outdone by a mere dog. Woof. Old Black barked confidently. Let us return to the city. Tang Yun glanced at the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, with only 5 hours remaining. Richard chuckled heartily, declaring that with Tang's assistance, the eradication of the fire lizards was indeed within reach. Would you like to feel the wind in your hair? Doreen looked at Tang Yun and, without waiting for a response, hoisted him onto the horse's back before calling out and plunging into the woods. This speed was precisely what Tang Yun needed. Richard and the others followed closely behind with Rue and Xia Tian. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the city gates. The grand gates slowly swung open, allowing a group of individuals to swiftly enter the city. As dusk approached, the air grew hazy. Laughter and merriment of children echoed through the streets and alleys, while vendors were in the process of closing their stalls. Among the city's inhabitants, besides the half-humans, there were also lizard folk. These lizard folk had not aligned themselves with the Fire Lizard Federation, yet they remained quite amicable, as Richard explained. Take us to the Fire Lizard Federation, he urged. While I find myself in a bit of a predicament, Richard scratched his head. What now? Tang Yun chuckled helplessly. They reside in the sewers, and we cannot enter. Even if we did, wielding weapons and executing movements would be quite challenging. Never mind, leave it to us, Tang Yun replied. I'll escort you to the sewer gate. Logically, you should have considered your height during the original design, Richard remarked. Most of the city's architecture was constructed by goblins, Tang Yun responded. Very well. Dorian led Tang Yun to an open drainage ditch. Beside it stood a stone bridge connecting both banks, while the sewer gate lay beneath the arch of the bridge. Adjacent to the gate was an iron grill, which could be opened to access the sewer. Upon seeing the design of the sewer, Tang Yun was reminded of the epic-making game Sewage Master 1. He once embodied a demon hunter, venturing alone into the sewers to hunt water ghosts. Little did he expect to find himself in the role of the protagonist today. Tang Yun swiftly dismounted, kicking open the iron grill. Richard paused momentarily, exclaiming, I have the key. Tang Yun shrugged, leading Rue, Xiatian, and 3 black wolves into the sewer. The sewer was vast, resembling an underground railway, with the channels serving as tracks and a ceiling barely 2 meters above. Aside from the inability to jump, other movements were unhindered. Tang Yun activated his night vision feature, derived from his golden gear, the special goggles. Suddenly recalling that Rue and Xiatian lacked this capability, he accessed the exchange system to check the recipe for the special goggles. Fortunately, it required 3 purple wrenches. Although Tang Yun had insufficient wrenches, he realized they could be upgraded. 3 white wrenches could be exchanged for 1 blue wrench. Consequently, he diligently gathered 6 purple wrenches, allowing him to exchange for 2 pairs of special goggles, which he handed to Rue and Xiatian. However, Tang Yun's backpack now contained only 18 ordinary wrenches. Additionally, he still had 10 unopened white treasure chests and 3 unused green designated scrolls. The team prepared to set forth once more, as the trio drew their handguns and Uzi submachine guns, continuing forward. Just as they turned a corner, a dark figure lay in ambush behind the wall. With swift reflexes, Tang Yun kicked the figure before it could wield its dagger, sending it flying, while Xiatian followed up with a shot, sending the creature tumbling into the drainage ditch. As the trio steadied their gaze, they discerned that the creature was none other than a lizardfolk, possessing a reptilian head and a human body. Soon, they encountered a fork in the path. You 2 go right, I'll head left. Take the dogs with you. Understood. The 2 ventured down opposite paths. The city's sewer system is naturally extensive. However, given that it is the lair of the fire lizard, it is plausible that a substantial structure or a refuge exists within. Once this location is discovered, the path to unraveling the mystery will become evident. Suddenly, several lizardfolk emerged from the drainage, prompting Tang Yun to react swiftly, firing 3 shots that obliterated the heads of 2 lizard folk, while the final shot shattered the eye of the last creature. As he pressed forward, Tang Yun encountered another fork in the path, where one of the passageways bore a torch affixed to its wall. Is it truly this easy to find? The torch, a product of human craftsmanship, surely indicates a correct direction to follow. Tang Yun shared this revelation with Rue, who also located the torch. It is likely that the 2 groups will converge at the lair of the fire lizard. Chapter 100. The gambler and the bet. Tang Yun leapt across the water ditch, deftly maneuvering into an adjacent passageway along the wall. Not far ahead, a fork in the path led to the left, marked by a flickering torch. At that moment, a dark head emerged from the water, and as it surfaced, a long, ebony tongue shot out, ensnaring Tang Yun's ankle. In the blink of an eye, the tongue yanked fiercely, pulling him closer. With a resigned smile, Tang Yun fired a shot, shattering the skull of the ambushing lizard man. Meanwhile, Rue encountered a similar predicament. Just as she was about to turn, a long tongue ensnared her ankle. With a sudden tug, she stumbled, barely regaining her balance. Drawing a machete, she severed the tongue with a swift stroke, then hurled a throwing knife that struck true, piercing the lizardman's head. Its lifeless body floated up from the ditch. How disgusting. If Lord Tang sees me dirty, he might lose interest in me, she muttered, pulling out a purification spray to cleanse herself. What are you talking about, sister? Children should not pry into matters beyond their understanding. Oh. At that moment, they arrived at a crossroads, each path illuminated by torches. After a moment's contemplation, Rue decided to inform Tang Yun, as it was prudent to keep him apprised. Lord Tang, there's a fork in the road. Both paths are lit by torches. Husband, let old He accompany Xiatian, while you take He Mei and Hao Gu in the other direction. I was thinking the same. Husband, by the way, don't forget to activate the generator. I forgot to turn it on earlier. Hee, I did too. Husband, right, stay safe. Sister, your remarks about Tang Gu are rather peculiar. Children should not interject. Oh, Xiatian scoffed inwardly. Aren't you the school bell? Aren't you supposed to be aloof? Yet here you are, completely submissive to Tang Gu. All right, follow the plan. You go with old He that way. I'll head this way. Make sure to stay safe. Understood. Okay. Don't forget to activate the generator. All right, I see it. What do you see? Nothing. Am I not allowed to ask? You wouldn't understand a child's thoughts. When we meet later, just wait and see how I deal with you. Bring your sister back safely. Got it. Not long after Xia Tian entered the fork, several lizard men, wielding torches in one hand and machetes and daggers in the other, charged towards her. Old He lunged forward, toppling one and sinking his teeth into its throat. Xia Tian opened fire, bringing down 2 lizard men, but one remained, lunging directly at her. Instead of dodging, Xia Tian activated the generator and collided head-on, utilizing her high agility and speed. With a resounding thud, the generator's wall sent the lizard man crashing to the ground. In swift succession, Old He pounced, crushing its skull with a single bite. The lizard man previously felled by bullets received 2 additional shots to the head from Xia Tian. Just to be safe. On this side, Rue deftly hurled throwing knives, leaving the monstrous hounds in the waterway utterly helpless. Fortunately, her skill in knife throwing not only showcased her prowess, but also conserved precious ammunition. Meanwhile, Tang Yun enjoyed a significantly smoother experience, practically invincible. With a single punch, he dispatched 2 lizard men, sending them crashing into the waterway with a powerful kick. In less than 20 minutes, he discovered a barred door around a corner. With a swift kick, he forced the door open and took a moment to assess his surroundings. The increasing number of torches on the walls indicated that this area was of considerable importance to the lizard men. Soon after, Rue and Xia Tian arrived from either side, joining Tang Yun. This must be the place, as they had followed the torch's guidance to arrive here, suggesting that beyond this door lay the lair of the fire lizards. As they stepped inside, a cacophony erupted from within, and as they ventured deeper, they found themselves in an underground casino. The establishment was teeming with patrons, its size comparable to that of a medium-sized supermarket. Surrounding the casino were numerous iron cages, each containing hundreds of goblin children. In the next moment, a lizard man, visibly frustrated, shoved aside a gambling table and approached one of the cages. He opened it, seized a goblin girl, and tossed her to another gambler. It turned out that they were using the goblin offspring as stakes. Tang Yun immediately drew his MP5 and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Rue and Xia Tian, witnessing this, also brandished their Uzi submachine guns and joined in the fray. The relentless rain of bullets cascaded upon the lizard men, who were caught off guard and crumpled over the gambling tables. As Tang Yun's ammunition ran dry, he seized the opportunity while the lizard men scrambled for cover. Drawing his rocket launcher, with a swift motion, he fired a rocket, obliterating dozens of lizard men in an explosive display. Rue and Xia Tian reloaded and continued their assault. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of gunfire echoed through the chaos. Watch out for the children in the cages. Understood. We won't shoot there. The goblin children huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. The battle concluded in just a minute, with Rue and Xia Tian having dispatched over 300 lizard men, while Tang Yun accounted for over 500. As the gunfire ceased, several lizard men feigning death quickly rose and rushed to a wall, activating a hidden switch that caused a section of the wall to slide open. The lizard men hastily darted inside, but a rocket exploded, demolishing the wall entirely. I'm running low on ammunition, only about 100 rounds left. Same here. No rush. Our ammunition supply is still ample. Tang Yun activated the conversion system, trading a plethora of snacks for bullets. Before long, he distributed 500 rounds to Rue and another 500 to Xia Tian. After exhausting all the snacks and biscuits in his backpack, he crafted 500 rounds for himself. With 500 rounds remaining in his pack, his total ammunition stockpile soared back to over 1,000 rounds. Previously, the goblin uncle and aunt had provided various supplies, which he did not squander. Instead, he preserved them all, utilizing only the resources he scavenged. What shall we do about the children? First, let us release them. Xia Tian, take them out to search for Dorian, and let the wolf pack accompany you. Xia Tian confidently declared, leave it to me. Tang Yun led Rue through that door. The sight before them instilled a newfound perspective on the fire lizard. Behind this wall was not a hidden exit, but rather an arms factory. Here, they were smelting metal to forge daggers, cleavers, and iron swords, along with armor, protective gear, and spears to equip themselves. Chapter 101, The Enchanting King. A handful of lizard men toiled beside the forge, the armory resonating with a cacophony of sounds and sweltering heat. Leaving no one to notice Tang Yun and Rue. Exchanging glances of mutual understanding, they drew forth their daggers and silently dispatched the scores of lizard men within the armory. Should they be discovered, Rue would swiftly resolve the matter with a single throwing knife. In less than 10 minutes, a profound silence enveloped the armory, as all the lizard men lay lifeless upon the ground. Following the skirmish, Tang Yun acquired over 2,000 desert coins and 35 white treasure chests. Mission: eliminate the Fire Lizard organization completed. Reward: Extraordinary Gem X1. Furthermore, Tang Yun meticulously reclaimed all the metals within the armory, amassing a total of 150,000 metals. Rue stashed the finished daggers into her backpack, fortuitously replenishing her supply of throwing knives. With 150,000 metals, he expended 50,000 to upgrade the generator, elevating it to its maximum level in one fell swoop. Generator level: 10 recovery speed, 1 point per second energy reserve, 100 with 100 points of energy reserve and a recovery rate of 1 point per second. They were nearly invincible. The remaining 50,000 metals were entrusted to Rue and Xiatian, enabling them to elevate their generators to full capacity as well. Thus, Tang Yun found that the only items left for upgrade were the new faction nodes and the laser sentinel cannon. In the armory, Tang Yun discovered a hidden back door, which led to a ladder ascending to the street. The two climbed the ladder and pushed aside a metal panel, emerging onto the street in plain view. No sooner had they ascended than they were surrounded by a throng of centaurs, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding sharp spears, encircling Tang Yun and Rue. The nearest spear was a mere 3 centimeters from Tang Yun's throat. The attire of these centaurs unmistakably indicated they were the King's elite guard, a deduction further corroborated by the imposing palace looming behind them. Secret code? One centaur inquired. Of course, Tang Yun was oblivious to the secret code. Yet this moment revealed that the lizard men were indeed engaged in clandestine dealings with the king. Secret code, you say? Let us ponder that. In an instant, both drew their submachine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire that felled the surrounding guards, leaving chaos in their wake. They methodically ensured each fallen soldier was thoroughly dispatched, just to be safe. At that moment, several figures approached Tang Yun with haste. Utilizing his night vision capabilities, he discerned that the newcomers were Richard and his subordinates, with Xiatian seated upon Richard's steed. Apologies, Lord Tang, for our tardiness. We are grateful to your servant for guiding us, or we would have been lost. And Dorian? She escorted those goblin children back. It turns out they were to be delivered to the king. Surely, the king would not favor such unsightly creatures. What purpose could this serve? Lord Tang, you may not be aware, but our king, known as the Enchanting King, possesses breathtaking beauty. To maintain her allure, she heeds the counsel of the royal sorcerer, bathing daily in the blood of innocent boys and girls. Ah, I see. Is that grand hall where the enchantress resides? Indeed. However, my subordinates are but a handful. We need to recruit more soldiers overnight, and we must ensure that our operations remain clandestine. No need for that. You all should find a secure location to remain in. We shall handle her royal guard. Tang Yun glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening. Less than 4 hours remained until the scorching desert heat would subside. Ah, Richard was taken aback. Could it be that Lord Tang has already dealt with the Fire Lizard Federation? Tang Yun chuckled softly. They were merely rats hiding in the sewers. My heavens. Your prowess is truly admirable. We can rest easy now. You may unleash your full potential. After bidding farewell to Richard, a throng of people surged out from the palace. They must have heard the gunfire and come out to assess the situation. Tang Yun clapped his hands. Come on, brothers. Rue and Xiatian promptly crouched down to check their magazines. Tang Yun hurled out the laser sentry cannon, summoning forth 2 queens, who in turn summoned 10 mummies in one breath. Finally, he produced a rocket launcher and a submachine gun. Fire! With a single command. A torrential downpour of bullets descended upon the royal guard. The 1-star MP5 could ensure a kill with every shot, while the fiery blast from the sentry cannon pierced through 3 guards each time. The rockets were even more formidable. A single shell sent more than a dozen flying. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of royal guards streamed out of the palace, only to find themselves collapsing on the steps in the next moment. Within a minute, the steps were strewn with corpses. The ammunition for the sentry cannon quickly ran dry, and the energy chamber began to restore power slowly. A minute later, over 900 royal guards lay slain. Only a few dozen managed to escape from the grand hall, only to be obstructed by the wall of bodies before them. Tang Yun launched a rocket, striking the entrance of the hall. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed, and soon after, silence enveloped the grand hall. Richard and the others hastened their pace, and upon witnessing the battlefield, a chill ran down their spines. The deceased had shared drinks with him just days prior, some even being his superiors. Richard sighed helplessly. Had their values aligned, they would not have met such a grim fate. Rue and Xiatian had run out of ammunition, and Tang Yun's bullets were dwindling as well. Although his backpack brimmed with supplies, they were all delectable offerings from the goblin matriarchs and uncles, which he was reluctant to part with. Lord Tang seems somewhat troubled. Please articulate your difficulties immediately, and I shall dispatch my brothers to resolve them. Difficulties are hardly the case. I am indeed low on supplies. Richard whistled sharply. Victory in the resistance war. Notify the townsfolk to celebrate our heroes. Richard's brethren snapped back to reality, mistakenly believing it was only the beginning, only to realize it had already concluded. They promptly turned and raced toward the city. The war is over. We have triumphed. Soon after, the city lights illuminated, and everyone descended to celebrate. Let us take a look at the palace. Without slaying the king, I shall not receive my reward. The crowd hurried towards the grand hall, and upon reaching its entrance, Richard bent down to glance at the lifeless body beneath him, letting out a sigh. Dada, my lieutenant, a man of commendable character, though our beliefs diverge. As Tang Yun entered the hall, he beheld a resplendent scene. The hall was awash with light, and nearly everything within his sight was crafted from gold and silver, while countless crystal chandeliers hung from above. On the throne sat a disheveled young woman, guarded by several royal guards. Without hesitation, Tang Yun fired upon the remaining guards. The enchanting queen paused for a moment, realizing that he was the leader of the rebellion. She possessed fox-like black eyes, and her long, snow-white hair cascaded over her shoulders, harmonizing with her silky, porcelain skin. Adorned in a mid-length, frayed blue cloak secured at the neck with a crimson ribbon, she wore a striking blue and white dress, embellished with red and white trimmings, with a slit that reached the very top of her thighs, as if she were clad in nothing at all. Chapter 102. Eternal memory. You appear not to be one of the townsfolk. The charmed king smiled faintly, revealing a countenance as enchanting as a celestial being. Tang Yun drew his pistol, decisively pulling the trigger. However, in the next instant, he found himself utterly powerless. With a swish, a shadowy figure glided towards Tang Yun, its presence a mere breath away, and a delicate hand gently caressed his neck and chin. Such swiftness! Tang Yun fixated on the enchanting demon before him. Yet his vision grew increasingly hazy. Within the haze, it seemed as if a wisp of smoke enveloped the demon. Its eyes gradually turned crimson, pupils akin to a serpent's, probing into his very soul. To his astonishment, a pair of demonic horns began to emerge from the demon's head. I can perceive your thoughts. At that moment, Xia Tian seized the demon's hair, yanking it forcefully to bring the demon crashing to the ground. Subsequently, both Xia Tian and Rue pounced upon the fallen demon, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon it. How dare you seduce my man? What gives you the right to be more alluring than my sister? Rue exclaimed, drawing her pistol and shooting the demon's head, obliterating it. The battle seemed to have reached its conclusion. The two turned to see Tang Yun crouched on the ground, clutching his legs and gasping for breath. Are you all right, Lord Tang? Brother Tang, have some water. After drinking, Tang Yun's once-dazed eyes began to clear. What just happened? Rue asked, a mixture of curiosity and concern evident in her voice. Tang Yun awkwardly shook his head. It felt as though I experienced 1,000 climaxes in a single minute. What? Tang Yun's expression softened considerably, just as the demon suddenly transformed into a swirl of pink smoke, rising into the air. Aha! Did you think you had rid yourselves of me? You've merely severed a strand of my hair. We shall meet again. The smoke laughed as it slipped out of the grand hall, making its escape. Tang Yun sighed with a rueful smile. No, if there is a next time, I shall be thoroughly drained. What? She's even more formidable than I imagined. Rue exclaimed, astonished. Task: eliminate the king completed. Reward: extraordinary gem X1M. The task is complete. I did not fully vanquish her. Could it be that the king referred to here denotes a particular identity? Tang Yun pondered. Does this mean she will indeed encounter me again in another guise? Lord Tang, stop overthinking it. We must leave this place swiftly. Indeed. However, it would be a pity to neglect all this treasure. Tang Yun began to gather the precious metals, glancing at the time, still before 10 in the evening. Another 50,000 metals received, currently lacking rubber, glass, and other materials. And with only metals at hand, he could not upgrade the vehicle-type nodes for now. Therefore, Tang Yun opted to upgrade the laser vigilance cannon. With 50,000 metals, he elevated the cannon to level 15, enhancing its fundamental attributes as well. Laser Sentinel Cannon, level 15 rank, 1, burning bullets, quality, crimson rate of fire, 4. 5 rounds, second energy consumption, 1 point round energy recovery, 1 point second energy reserve, 350 durability, 101 250, can be repaired with a wrench. Tang Yun consumed 10 ordinary wrenches, enhancing the durability to 201. Unlike other items, the durability of the Sentinel Cannon diminishes gradually while firing. As Tang Yun and his companions emerged from the temple, a multitude of citizens had gathered spontaneously at the entrance, with Dorian standing at the forefront of the crowd. Behind her, thousands of goblins bravely exited their caves, joining the other residents in jubilant celebration. Young men and women held flowers, scattering petals over the heads of the assembled throng. Shortly thereafter, Richard invited Tang Yun and his companions to a bonfire party, where the townsfolk had prepared an abundance of food for Tang Yun, so much that his 10 large backpack could hardly accommodate it. However, Tang Yun, ever the clever one, exchanged these provisions for 3,000 rounds of ammunition, distributing 1,000 rounds each to Rui and Xiatian, leaving ample room for the remaining supplies. The farewell ceremony lasted nearly 2 hours. Glancing at the time, Tang Yun realized that if they did not depart soon, they would be delayed. Are you leaving now, Master Tang? Why not stay a few more days? Tomorrow is the selection ceremony for the new king, and you would surely be the king's prime choice. Richard asserted earnestly. No, I have matters to attend to, and I must return. Ah, I see. Please take care in the days to come. With that, the group departed the city, stepping out of the desert temple. In the next instant, the clock struck midnight, and the desert temple transformed into a pool of yellow sand, vanishing from sight. What? Just like that, it's gone. Rui exclaimed, her mouth agape, feeling as if caught in a dream. Indeed, it feels so surreal. Xiatian responded in agreement. Tang Yun smiled, reflecting. If there is one thing that remains true in this world, it is memories. The trio approached the fortress vehicle, where several corpses lay scattered around. Lulu sat atop the vehicle, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Upon seeing Tang Yun return, she leaped down and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Tang Yun was taken aback, surprised by the newfound affection from the girl. Perhaps the prolonged absence had deepened their bond. Returning to the driver's seat, Tang Yun began to tally their spoils. Rui and Lulu took charge of preparing the meal, while Xiatian, armed with an Uzi, perched on the roof, keeping watch. The desert heat mode has concluded. The traveling merchant will refresh punctually tomorrow, lasting for 1 day. All players are advised to take note. Tang Yun glanced at the more than 5,000 desert coins in his possession, pondering what he might purchase. He retrieved 2 extraordinary gemstones, allowing Hao Gu and Hei Mei to absorb them, resulting in both dogs enhancing their overall attributes by 3 points. Old Hei's total attributes hovered around 10 points, while Hao Gu and Hei Mei had theirs at approximately 7 points. In addition, Tang Yun astonishingly acquired 45 white treasure chests. He discovered that the conversion function allowed him to transform 3 white treasure chests directly into 1 blue treasure chest. Thus, he proceeded to convert them into 15 blue treasure chests. Furthermore, 3 blue treasure chests could be converted into 1 golden treasure chest, resulting in 5 golden treasure chests from his 15 blue ones. Moreover, 3 golden treasure chests could be transformed into 1 crimson gold treasure chest. Consequently, through this process of conversion, Tang Yun was able to obtain 1 crimson gold treasure chest and 2 golden treasure chests from the initial 45 white ones. Summer, could you assist me in opening a few treasure chests? Summer pointed at herself. Me? Really? My sister mentioned that you possess a unique technique for opening chests. It would be better if Brother Tang did it. Tang Yun promptly handed the treasure chest to Summer, saying, you see, with chests of this quality, what if I accidentally trigger a self-detonation? Oh, that is a valid point, Brother Tang. Then I shall take on the task. Chapter 103. The enchanting soft bed. Xiatian pursed his lips, silently vowing to the heavens for a stroke of good fortune that would allow Brother Tang to soar to great heights. With a loud proclamation of the lucky one is here, he clapped his hands, causing a shimmering golden chest to spring open. A card burst forth from within. Xiatian picked up the card and glanced at Tang Yun, as if he had something to convey, yet was hesitant to articulate it openly. What was going on? Xiatian scratched his head and handed the card to Tang Yun. Here, Brother Tang, you take a look. Tang Yun accepted the card and examined it closely. Enchanting soft bed, quality, golden description, a bed that never wears out, accompanied by a set of bedding. Lying on this bed purifies both physical filth and internal toxins. Skill, entwined, each time one engages intimately with the opposite sex, it enhances the entire team's attributes by 1 point, including pets and mechanical partners. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Tang Yun licked his lips, pointed at Xiatian, yet remained silent. He then entered the driver's seat and exchanged the small soft bed for the larger one. Sigh, Tang Yun lamented, initially hoping to delay matters due to the incident with the succubus, but now Rui had yet another excuse. Xiatian proceeded to open the remaining 2 golden chests, one of which yielded a plethora of resources, while the other revealed a golden wrench. Brother Tang, Xiatian exclaimed, as he loaded the resources into the vehicle and handed the golden wrench to Tang Yun. Tang Yun rubbed his head and smiled. Just some trifles. Xiatian's smile faltered, What might be considered exquisite by ordinary standards was mere refuse in Brother Tang's eyes. Nonetheless, the wrench was indeed something Tang Yun needed, and having a golden wrench would serve as a handy tool in emergencies. Before long, dinner was ready. Everyone savored delectable barbecued fare while sipping fine wine, enjoying a comfortable evening. Suddenly, as they feasted, the weather took a sharp turn for the colder, prompting Tang Yun to don a winter outfit. While Xia Tian shivered and sneezed, Tang Yun produced a set of warm clothing, which he had scavenged from the supermarket, and offered it to Xia Tian. Rue, however, was clad in a cool temperature-regulating outfit, laughing confidently at her brother. While on lookout, Lulu suddenly spotted several motorcycles parked by the roadside. Damn it, look at those people. They're even indulging in hot pot and barbecue. Let us go. While they're eating, let us take their lives. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and two individuals were instantaneously pierced through the chest by beams, their possessions scattered across the ground. Lulu and his companions collected the resources, loading them onto their vehicle, and even brought over the two motorcycles, which Tang Yun deemed as scrap to be recycled. The trio resumed their jovial banter, enjoying hot pot and singing songs. Xia Tian changed into warm attire, a set of thermal underwear and pants, complemented by a weather-resistant jacket with thermal lining and fleece-lined work pants. Xia Tian exclaimed, "It's so incredibly warm." Rue interjected, "Do not use foul language." Xia Tian replied, "But, all right." Xia Tian took a bite of the lamb, curiosity piqued, and asked Tang Yun, "Brother Tang, can your outfit system provide me with a set as well?" "Don't mention it. This is a system feature, not an item. Otherwise, I would have given it to you long ago. The best approach would be to procure a set of your sister's JK uniform." Haha. Rue laughed heartily, remarking that wearing such attire in summer, we truly resembled sisters. After a moment's reflection, Xia Tian pondered the inconvenience of changing clothes when hot or cold, which could be quite bothersome. Thus, perhaps I could have a set as well. Tang Yun nearly choked on his meal. How amusing to hear such an outrageous request. Glancing at the formula, he noted that since it was a complete set, he could transform it all at once, and the recipe required a golden wrench. Besides the golden wrench, a blue tool and a rare green item were also needed. Tang Yun placed a blue pistol and a green designated scroll, which perfectly allowed for the transformation into a JK outfit. He then handed it to Xia Tian. "Go ahead and try it on." Xia Tian returned to the driver's seat and changed within 2 minutes. As soon as she stepped out, Rue exclaimed, "Oh, my little darling, come let your sister hug you." Rue embraced Xia Tian, showering her with kisses and playful squeezes. Tang Yun was equally astonished by Xia Tian's appearance. Had he not known beforehand that this individual was male, he might have genuinely believed Xia Tian to be a charming girl. Ultimately, it turned out to be an adorable boy instead. Remarkably, the outfit fit rather well. Xia Tian paid no heed to Rue and Tang Yun's gazes, instead focusing on her own comfort. After a lively commotion, Rue and Lulu tidied up the dishes while Xia Tian returned to the police car, disassembling the back seat to lay down the small bed Tang Yun had provided. Once reclined, she soon drifted off to sleep, aided by the effects of alcohol. Upon finishing with the dishes, Rue opened the driver's door to discover a large soft bed. She ran her fingers along the edge and checked its attributes. Indeed, she promptly sought out Tang Yun. "Lord Tang," she called, clearing her throat. "What's the matter?" "It's time to sleep," he replied. "But you haven't brushed your teeth yet." "Quickly brush, then we can sleep," she insisted. "All right." However, Tang Yun found himself brushing his teeth for nearly half an hour. Rue, exasperated, got out of the car and dragged him back, pushing him onto the bed. "I just want to rest," Tang Yun stated bluntly. "This is a survival game in a post-apocalyptic world. It's quite unforgiving." Rue continued, "Look, we can gain attributes through exercise. Even if you don't need them, your dogs and Lulu do." Finally, she added, "I'm thinking of the greater good." As the night passed, morning arrived at 8 o'clock. Tang Yun suddenly sat up, dressed quickly. It was time to find the traveling merchant. To his dismay, he discovered that the fortress vehicle had already departed, with the dogs driving and Lulu at the wheel of the police car. Shortly thereafter, he received a gift in his backpack from a friend, a green weapon chest from Xia Tian. He opened it on the spot, revealing a dazzling golden light as 2 Uzi submachine guns sprang forth. He communicated with Xia Tian and upgraded her Uzi to 1 star, enhancing its power by 50, reducing recoil by 20, and slightly decreasing stability by 20. Greater power, greater accuracy. Meanwhile, the fortress vehicle came to a halt. Through the windshield, Tang Yun beheld a bustling intersection teeming with people. Could they be traveling merchants? He ascended to the roof of the vehicle and observed 3 travelers clad in white, leading a few camels, encircled by a throng of players engaged in trade. Indeed, They were truly traveling merchants. Chapter 104. The Traveling Merchant, Special Items. Upon a camel laden with numerous large and small bundles, a throng of players clamored to engage in trade with the merchant. In response, the merchant brandished a submachine gun, sending the players retreating in fright. Calm yourselves. Form a line, one at a time. Another merchant proclaimed, the starting price for the items is 1,000 desert coins. Those lacking sufficient funds may leave at their discretion. At this announcement, a collective gasp escaped the players. A starting price of 1,000 desert coins. I barely possess over 100. Consequently, a few players resorted to unscrupulous tactics. One fired a shot at the merchant's head, only for the bullet to pass through and strike other players behind him. How dare you shoot at me? Instantly, a brawl erupted as two individuals grappled, inadvertently colliding with other players, igniting their fury and sparking an all-out melee. The traveling merchant unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun, eliminating dozens of players and swiftly quelling the uprising. Witnessing this, the hundreds of players present fell into line, some unable to afford the items departing, while others remained vigilant, waiting to see who succeeded in a transaction so they could ambush and reclaim the coveted items. Having gleaned this information, Tang Yun promptly dismounted from the vehicle. Rue was still unconscious, while Lulu and the dog stood guard over the transport. Summer approached Tang Yun, her eyes keenly observing the surroundings. Soon, Summer's presence drew the attention of several male players, who regarded her with admiration. Look, those gentlemen are all staring at you. Summer paused, then quipped. Why do I feel somewhat flattered? A well-meaning individual cautioned, Little miss, the merchant stated that anyone without 1,000 desert coins should take their leave. Summer retorted with a playful tone, do you possess 1,000 desert coins? The man faltered, why don't you leave then? His response elicited uproarious laughter from the onlookers. Tang Yun pushed through the crowd until he stood before the merchant. The merchant, aiming his submachine gun at Tang Yun, declared, you dare to approach me without 1,000 desert coins? In a swift motion, Tang Yun seized the merchant. You had better reveal all your valuable items. Meanwhile, the merchant fired several shots at Tang Yun, only for the bullets to ricochet off, striking other players in the vicinity. Who is this guy? He's incredible. In the next moment, the merchant who had fired was grasped by Summer. Did you hear what Brother Tang said? We heard. The two released the merchant, who, now trembling, patted his chest in relief and cast a wary glance at Tang Yun, his face quickly transforming into a sycophantic smile. Greetings, esteemed customer. All the items you seek are right here. He opened a trade panel for Tang Yun, displaying the merchant's goods alongside the desert coins Tang Yun possessed. To the astonishment of the onlookers, they gasped in unison, what the? Nearly 6,000 desert coins. How many monsters did he actually slay? Is this still a survival game? My dear husband, look at that person. Silence. You, foolish woman. Go ahead. See if they would even consider you. Upon catching sight of Tang Yun's desert coins, the merchant's eyes sparkled with respect. Our humble desert shop warmly welcomes a player of your caliber. Tang Yun clicked on price sorting and glanced at the most expensive item. Inside gem, quality, special description. A gem that activates its function merely by being placed in the backpack. Function, reveals target information and attributes. Special effect, this item can be taken back to the real world. Price, 5,000 desert coins. I'll take this. Without hesitation, Tang Yun purchased an insight gem. His desert coins dwindled to less than 1,000. Though it felt wasteful, he had no other choice. You truly have an eye for quality, esteemed customer. We hope to see you again. Another visit? The traveling merchant smiled mysteriously, perhaps so. Tang Yun shrugged, fine. You all carry on. He stuffed the insight gem into his backpack and glanced at the merchant, whose personal information instantly displayed. Traveling merchant, personality, fond of boasting. Strong against the weak against the strong attributes, invincible purpose, responsible for collecting desert coins. Tang Yun then turned his gaze to Xia Tian. Xia Tian, personality, honest, trustworthy. Knows when to advance and retreat attributes. Strength 5, Constitution 8, Agility 8 purpose, to clear obstacles for Brother Tang to win the championship motto. Measurements. Tang Yun chuckled, finding it amusing. With this, he could also grasp the attributes of monsters. However, bringing such an item into reality would essentially allow him to discern the thoughts of others, wouldn't it? He could easily know what schemes his boss was concocting or which female colleagues were inclined to flirt, even if he failed to win the championship. Possessing this gem would still enable him to rise above the rest. Tang Yun and Xia Tian returned to the driver's seat, while other players, who were planning to ambush, dared not make a sound. After all, if they were unafraid of a merchant, an invincible entity, what else could possibly intimidate them? Suddenly, Tang Yun sent a message. Brother Tang, I've located the red and white party. The 7th team, 6th team, and 5th team are all here. They have merged into one. And the captain is named Snake Eye. I understand. What's the location? Location, Tang Yun. I've sent it over. Oh. So it's at the fork in the road. This meant that by turning left at the upcoming intersection, they could align their progress with the red and white party. The fortress vehicle roared to life, and players cleared a wide path, allowing Tang Yun's vehicle to pass. Tang Yun glanced at the road signs. Left ahead, normal increase in game progress keywords, weather, environment, architecture, right ahead, road blocked. This fork in the road was unlike any before. It could genuinely enhance game progress, as it merely required a leftward turn to continue forward. Tang Yun veered left and proceeded straight ahead. At the crossroads, players continued to pay homage to Tang Yun's fortress. This fellow is the notorious killer from the trading district. Isn't he? Are you implying that this is the very individual who wreaked havoc in the trading area? Absolutely. It's the very same vehicle, identical in every aspect. It appears he has transcended into a new paradigm. So what? I too am on the verge of a breakthrough, just a few modifications away. Tang Yun had just crossed the intersection. Welcome to Misty Town, the announcement echoed. Most of the buildings in this town have been devastated by monstrous attacks. However, within the ruins, you may discover unique resources, certain fruits that can temporarily enhance human potential. Beware of the creatures that may emerge from the fog, and remain vigilant for the special zombies. Ordinary zombies have risen to level 4, while special zombies have ascended to level 2. Monsters will actively assault players who disembark from their vehicles, so players are advised to exercise caution. Player care. The drop rate for green chests has increased by 2, and the drop rate for blue chests has increased by 1. Unique resources? Temporarily enhancing human potential? On the bed, Rue stretched languidly and began to dress. This bed is both comfortable and convenient, requiring no effort to tidy up. Chapter 105, The Duality of Ice and Fire Game Progress. 2. 1 map. Misty Town. As Tang Yun set foot on the road, a sudden mist enveloped the surroundings. Despite the dog's keen eyesight, the veil of fog rendered it ineffective. The vehicle's speed decreased. Old Black, keep to the right, he instructed. With a sudden motion, Rue clung to Tang Yun's neck. Are you planning to extract wealth from the populace, my lord? The game hints had already informed them, and he was curious to discover what the so-called special supplies entailed. In less than 3 minutes, a glimmer of light emerged by the roadside, piercing through the hazy fog. Old Black brought the vehicle to a halt. Peering through the window, Tang Yun realized the source of the illumination was a building engulfed in flames. It was indeed a fire-ravaged structure. As the term implies, such a building could either be entirely consumed by flames or partially burnt, with one half reduced to ashes while the other remained intact. What Tang Yun observed was a wooden residential building, partially charred. Prepare the equipment. We depart immediately, he commanded. Understood. Summer, gear up. Very well. The trio exchanged glances at their magazines, activated the generator, and exited the vehicle. The mist seeped into their lungs, imparting a refreshing chill. Yet they remained wary of the toxic gases lurking within. Tang Yun distributed gas masks to each person, significantly extending their survival time amidst the fog and toxins. Fully equipped, the three sprinted towards the burning building. Suddenly, a chill ran down Summer's spine. He abruptly turned around to find a pale, humanoid creature launching an attack. With a swift swipe, it struck his shield and then dissipated into a cloud of white mist. What happened? Summer quickly relayed the encounter to Tang Yun and Rue. There are monsters in the fog. They are white, humanoid but only about 1.5 meters tall, with grotesque faces and white hair, resembling women. Is that true? Rue glanced around but saw no sign of any creature. Tang Yun understood the gravity of the situation. Without the generator, Summer might not have survived. You two lead the way. I'll cover the rear, Tang Yun instructed. All right. Summer nodded and moved ahead, following Rue as they first entered the burning building. As Rue stepped onto the scorched wood, it cracked underfoot. Fortunately, her clothing was heat-resistant. Otherwise, she would have been cooked alive in such a fiery environment. Tang Yun followed closely, but the next moment, he heard a noise. Swiftly turning around to see a cloud of smoke materializing behind him, a white creature suddenly emerged from the mist, lunging forth with a claw. Tang Yun reacted instinctively, seizing the creature by the throat and lifting it into the air. Indeed, its alabaster skin was impeccably smooth, adorned with long white hair, a fearsome visage, elongated fangs, and a pair of sharp claws. The effect of the insight gem has been activated. Mist Demon, level 1 personality, deceptive and cunning, acts alone, often strikes and vanishes. Attributes, strength 6, constitution 3, agility 8. Objective. Does not consume humans but derives pleasure from killing, severing the ears of its prey for comparison among peers. Measurements. The mist demon struggled fiercely in Tang Yun's grasp, but with a cold smirk, he exerted force and crushed its throat. With a splatter, he casually discarded the demon's corpse, from which several zombies emerged from the mist. Zombie level. For personality, unrelentingly brutal. Attributes, strength, 6, constitution, 6, agility, 6. Purpose. If consuming humans is a sin, then I am irredeemably guilty. Level 4 zombies are significantly faster than their level 1 counterparts. It is deduced that level 1 zombies possess attributes around 2 points each. With each level gained, their attributes increase by 2. Upon their emergence, the 3 zombies immediately spotted the mist demon-esque carcass and, without hesitation, leapt upon it, ravenously devouring it. Tang Yun grimaced at their grotesque feeding behavior. Resolutely, he drew his pistol and swiftly ended their lives. Lord Tang, Ruerue waved to him from atop a rooftop. Why are you climbing so high? Oh, people tend to seek higher ground. What? I've discovered something marvelous. The voice of Xia Tian echoed from a burnt bedroom. Brother Tang, I have a cake that's on fire. Ah, never mind. Ruerue, come down with what you have. All right. Tang Yun entered the bedroom, which lay in disarray. The sheets and covers had been completely consumed by flames, leaving only a black metal bed frame. He salvaged materials from the room before approaching Xia Tian. Xia Tian presented him with a piece of cake that was still ablaze. Tang Yun inspected it. Flame cake. Description: a cake that continues to burn. Remarkably, it can heat surrounding objects, even igniting them, yet it feels cool to the touch. Effect: consuming it warms the body, rendering one impervious to the cold for 5 minutes. Is this a special resource? Ruerue leaped down from the rooftop, handing Tang Yun another item. Ice bird egg. Description: a bird egg that perpetually freezes. Astonishingly, it can cool surrounding objects, even freezing them, while remaining at a neutral temperature in hand. Effect: consuming it chills the body, allowing one to withstand the cold for 5 minutes. As Tang Yun looked at the flame cake and ice bird egg in his hands, an idea struck him. He placed them together, and a plume of steam arose. Logically, one could craft a device to freeze the steam back into water, thus ensuring an endless supply of drinkable water. However, lacking resources was not Tang Yun's current predicament, so he decided to store the ice bird egg in the vehicle as a makeshift refrigerator, allowing him to enjoy chilled beverages. The blazing cake serves as fuel, providing continuous heat to the boiler, thereby accelerating the cooking process by half. You two are quite remarkable. Upon entering the room, you immediately identified the special materials. Rue suddenly interjected. So, shall we attempt the duality of ice and fire tonight? Tang Yun nearly choked on his own saliva at her words. What is the duality of ice and fire? Xia Tian inquired, puzzled. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Oh, suddenly, a burning zombie crashed through a nearby wooden door. Burning zombie, level 2 disposition, lethargically menacing attributes, strength, 6 constitution, 6 agility, 4 objective, to incinerate its prey with a flaming body and devour it. Xia Tian swiftly kicked it to the ground, and as it attempted to rise, it deftly lodged a flying knife between its legs. The burning zombie let out a wretched howl, causing Tang Yun to clench his legs tightly. Finally, Xia Tian approached and ended its existence with a single shot. The trio continued their search within the room. Chapter 106. A familiar encounter after a thorough search lasting several minutes. The trio managed to uncover only a few packets of compressed biscuits and a handful of bullets hidden within a drawer. Upon exiting, they stumbled upon several zombies clad in police uniforms, scratching at the tracks of their fortified vehicle. One particularly rotund zombie, dressed in a police officer's attire, sported a protruding belly. The sight instantly reminded Tang Yun of a certain apocalyptic survival game he had played previously, where the zombie law enforcers bore a striking resemblance to this undead officer. Zombie officer, level 1 personality, relentlessly tracks its prey. Unyielding in pursuit attributes, strength 10 constitution, 10 agility, 6 motto, to bring all players to justice. Skills, acid spray emits a powerful acid from its mouth, corroding the skin of its quarry. What the hell? It possesses skills. Aside from the zombie officer, 5 other zombie policemen wielding batons charged at Tang Yun upon spotting him. All of them were level 4, possessing attributes akin to ordinary level 4 zombies, save for the weapons in their hands. Just then, Rue suddenly screamed, "Damn it! Something hit me." Turning around, she was met with a swirling cloud of mist. "It's a mist demon. Watch your backs. I'll handle these zombies." Understood. Tang Yun drew his handgun and swiftly dispatched 3 of the zombies with headshots. The remaining 2, armed with batons, swung at him, but he effortlessly knocked them aside with a punch. The last zombie officer, before Tang Yun could act, was pierced through the chest by Lulu. Lulu? I thought you weren't here. Lulu communicated through sign language, then pointed towards a police car in the background. Surrounding the vehicle lay numerous fallen zombie officers, while the loyal old Hay was still gnawing at the neck of one, despite it being lifeless. Why are there so many zombies? Tang Yun speculated that the presence of the police car had led these undead to believe someone was attempting to hijack it. Meanwhile, Rui and Xia Tian were engaged in a fierce battle. The agility of the mist demon was formidable, and Rui found herself outmatched, even with Xia Tian, who boasted the highest agility among them, only slightly surpassing the demon's speed. Xia Tian, if you can't catch it, wait for the smoke to clear. Once it does, we'll strike. Rui's suggestion was sound. Suddenly, a cloud of mist erupted before her. Rui promptly fired her weapon, and with a bang, the mist demon collided directly with the muzzle of her gun as it emerged from the fog. The bullet struck her chest, sending her sprawling to the ground. Rui hastily fired several more rounds into her body. Although her Glock was a standard model without upgrades, the mist demon, despite having only 3 points in constitution, required a few more shots to ensure her demise. Xia Tian, wielding a 1-star Uzi, faced no such issues. He swiftly dispatched any target that dared to show itself. At that moment, a sudden crash reverberated as a figure collided with the police car. Ouch! What the hell? A mournful voice cried out. Tang Yun rushed over to investigate and beheld a youth clad in a black coat who had careened into Tang Yun's police vehicle while riding a tricycle motorcycle, sending him flying off his seat and landing atop the car. He grimaced in pain, slowly retrieving a painkiller from his pocket and injecting it into his neck, which alleviated his discomfort significantly. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Who taught you how to park like that? Upon turning his head, he spotted Tang Yun, Rui, and Xia Tian standing nearby, arms crossed, and staring at him. I apologize. The fog was too dense. I couldn't see clearly. I have a wrench here. I'll compensate. I'm truly sorry. Seeing his willingness to admit fault, Tang Yun decided not to hold it against him, accepting the 2 green wrenches he offered and placing them into her backpack. Hey, that young man stared at Tang Yun in a daze. Have we met before? In truth, Tang Yun recognized him the moment she saw his wild hairstyle. To her surprise, in just a few days, his circumstances had improved significantly. He no longer wore the old tank top but had instead donned the trendiest attire. Tang Yun shook her head. You must be mistaken. Is that so? The youth scratched his head but continued. Nevertheless, I apologize. My name is Wildcat. A pleasure to meet you. I am Tang Yun. She refrained from mentioning her gaming nickname. Oh, I truly apologize for earlier. The fog was just too thick. Well then, I'll be on my way. With that, Wildcat, sporting his explosive hairstyle, departed. He had seen Tang Yun's fortress vehicle and thought to himself that if he lingered any longer, she might very well take his life. After all, one could not acquire such a massive vehicle solely through scavenging. He was certain she had killed and robbed others. Once Wildcat left, Tang Yun chuckled helplessly, surprised that this fellow was still alive. Just then, an elderly man wearing sunglasses rode by on a motorcycle with a carefree demeanor. However, in the next moment, the motorcycle turned back, and he gazed in admiration at Tang Yun's fortress vehicle. That is quite impressive. What is up, old man? Nothing much, just admiring it. Say, young man, do I know you from somewhere? The old man removed his sunglasses, revealing a familiar face. Tang Yun recognized him as the elderly man who rode a small electric scooter before. He now possessed a rugged motorcycle. The old man, adorned with a rice cooker on his head, wearing a black leather jacket, cartoon-patterned briefs, and red leather shoes, was quite the sight. Tang Yun shook her head. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Very well, I am Old Wang. And you, young man? Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was indeed Old Wang. I am Tang Yun. Tang Yun. Huh, aren't you in my family chat group? I have never joined any family chat groups. Is that so? But, that fellow changed his name. I believe he goes by Nameless now. Is that you? Tang Yun shook her head. Old Wang chuckled, pointing at her. Young lady. Still playing coy, are we? Your photos are all over the place. Old Wang took a puff of his cigarette. Nameless brother. The red and white party's team 765 is up ahead. You should be cautious. Tang Yun remained silent, and Old Wang suddenly inquired. Have you had a fling with Hui? Tang Yun widened her eyes, shocked by the bluntness of his question. Do you not keep up with the family chat messages? Hui, upon realizing that you had eliminated the red and white faction, seemed to lose her spirit, yet she still spoke in your defense. It is evident that there is some history of animosity between you two. The old man chuckled. Is it possible that you took advantage of her? Such a woman revels in this sort of scenario. Deep down, she is quite pleased. All right, Old man, it's time for you to depart, came the response. Indeed. You are right. This sinister place is filled with dread. Had I known, I would have refrained from coming. However, my motorcycle can traverse 2 segments in one go. As long as I am on it, the monsters shall not attack me, he continued with a grin. Let us converse again on another day. Yet, the identity of the champion remains uncertain. We shall engage in fair competition. With that, as the old man departed, Rue, puffing her cheeks in curiosity, inquired, Who is Hui? Chapter 107. The Ancient Mansion. It was merely a matter of past grievances. She once sought to take my life. Yet I proved to be the more skilled. Was she beautiful? Not particularly, though she possessed a pure and charming appeal. However, she is nothing but a scheming vixen. How commendable is she? Standing just over 1.60 meters, she is half a head shorter than you. Enough of this. I shall refrain from further inquiries. What is it? She is tighter. Tang Yun nearly choked on his own saliva. Xia Tian wished to inquire further, but was silenced by Ray-Ray's glare. Children should not interject. I haven't even asked yet. Speak again, and I shall sever your tongue. Xia Tian promptly covered her mouth. All right, let us depart. The group boarded their vehicle and continued their journey. After approximately 5 minutes, a sizable ancient mansion came into view. Through the mist, the mansion appeared ominous and eerie, with its iron gate ajar, indicating that others had already entered. The assortment of vehicles parked outside corroborated this suspicion. Besides motorcycles, there were pickup trucks, cars, and small vans all neatly arranged together, suggesting a team had gathered. Rue remarked, No, the numbers are off. Peering through the fog, Tang Yun discerned that beyond these vehicles, there were indeed many more. It seems there are 3 teams. Are you implying? Yes. The red and white faction. Check your gear. The trio prepared themselves and swiftly exited the vehicle. Lulu and the wolf pack were tasked with guarding the vehicles, ready to eliminate any monsters or thieves that might approach. The 3 ventured into the courtyard, which featured several flower beds with lush, healthy plants, appearing entirely normal. Suddenly, a zombie emerged, its head overgrown with weeds. Do not fire. Tang Yun halted Rue and Xia Tian, who were poised to shoot. Instead, Rue threw a knife that struck the zombie's throat, while Xia Tian brandished a large machete, cleaving the zombie's throat with a single stroke. He retrieved the dagger and handed it to Rue. Sister, your flying knife is quite impressive. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Xia Tian smiled mysteriously, acknowledging that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. He then donned a pair of spiked gloves, designed for combat, capable of penetrating a zombie's skin with a single punch, and strong enough to crush a zombie's skull. However, Xia Tian's strength was limited, only 5 points, one of which was a bonus from a particularly enticing bed. I didn't expect this delicate boy to possess some skill, Rue remarked candidly. Xia Tian frowned. Could you not offer me a compliment? Shoo. Tang Yun suddenly raised a finger to his lips. He had spotted a large tree in the courtyard and urged the others to hide behind it. Through the mist, the trio faintly observed several figures emerging frantically from the mansion's entrance. Yet, they had not run far when a swirling mass of white mist suddenly enveloped them. Swish, 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 thud, thud, thud. The 3 collapsed to the ground. After dispatching them, the mist demon let out a triumphant cackle that sent shivers down the spine. This ancient mansion feels eerily akin to a haunted house. On a sweltering summer day, I swallowed hard, reflecting that if it weren't for the generator gifted to me by Brother Tang, I might have already met my demise. Just as Tang Yun was about to rise, a shadow abruptly emerged from the ancient residence, crashing heavily to the ground. What was happening? A frown creased Tang Yun's brow, for the fog demon possessed no such strength. In the next moment, a reddish-brown figure stumbled forth, standing momentarily on the steps as if to ascertain whether the person was alive. After a few seconds, the figure wobbled back inside. What kind of creature was this? Unable to discern clearly, Tang Yun's insight gem failed to activate its powers. A ferocious howl echoed from behind the trio, prompting Tang Yun to turn and behold a dark figure poised atop the wall, glaring menacingly at them. Instantly, Tang Yun sprang to his feet, drawing forth a heavy sword. The shadow promptly leaped from the wall, lunging to tackle Tang Yun. As he focused, he read the creature's details. Werewolf, level 1 personality, cunning and treacherous, preferring frontal assaults. If thwarted, it will choose to encircle. Attributes: strength, 10 constitution, 10 agility, 10 skill. Wolf howl, summons nearby kin to encircle prey. Goal: devour prey and relish the thrill of the hunt. At the moment it lunged, Tang Yun swung his sword, surprising the werewolf with the swiftness of his blade. With a sharp sound, the werewolf was cleaved mid-air. Yet, this was not the end. In its final moments, The werewolf unleashed its wolf howl, summoning 3 more werewolves to leap atop the wall. If they were not swiftly dealt with, the full brunt of the wolf howl would ensnare them, leading to another grueling battle. Tang Yun, undeterred, swiftly retrieved an MP5 equipped with a silencer, unleashing a barrage at the werewolves. The bullets pierced through the chest of one werewolf, causing 2 to tumble from the wall, while the remaining werewolf met its end with a shot to the head. However, with a constitution of 10, akin to 9 times that of an ordinary human, the werewolves could not be so easily vanquished by mere bullets. Rui and Xia Tian charged forward, and as the 2 werewolves attempted to rise from their fall, they were swiftly subdued by the pair's kicks. Rui brandished a dagger, plunging it into the werewolf's skull, while Xia Tian unleashed a punch, the spikes of his gauntlet penetrating the werewolf's eye socket and piercing its brain. The werewolf was utterly annihilated. Once, Tang Yun could dispatch one with a single blow. Had he not feared their skills, he too could have dealt with them effortlessly. The sounds of battle and the earlier howls attracted the fog demons. Though invisible, they concealed themselves within the white mist. Tang Yun checked his magazine and deftly reloaded. Suddenly, a claw slashed at his shield from behind. Ignoring it, he continued reloading, leaving the fog demons to Rui and Xia Tian. True to their prowess, within 3 minutes, they had slain 5 fog demons, yielding a green treasure chest. Goodness! After vanquishing so many monsters, I only obtained a single green treasure chest? Rui lamented, her spirits dampened. It's quite commendable. Considering the lifeless bodies strewn at the entrance, Tang Yun consoled her. Indeed, you have a point. Tang Darren, once we return to reality, shall we wed? I am perfectly fine with playing the subordinate role. Please, let us not discuss such matters now. The game progress stands at a mere 2. 1. Just the thought of it is overwhelming. We must not allow ourselves to be distracted. Oh, I was wrong, I apologize. Xia Tian paused, astonished, pondering, goodness, my sister is actually admitting her fault. In my memory, she was never one to behave in such a manner. Chapter 108. The adventure in the ancient manor. The fog demons in the courtyard have been largely dispelled, and it is time to venture inside. Tang Yun completed reloading his weapon, and the team set off anew. One could not help but wonder if the gang of motorcycle thieves had been entirely eliminated. As Xia Tian passed by the 3 corpses at the entrance, he diligently collected the supplies they had dropped, ever proactive and meticulous. He handed over what he deemed useful to Tang Yun, while keeping the rest for himself. The trio arrived at the stone steps of the ancient manor, where several detached stone archways awaited them, unmistakably reflecting a Western architectural style, a fact evident from the gardens surrounding it. Upon passing through the arches, they found themselves in a spacious corridor. How peculiar! What style of architecture is this? Tang Yun furrowed his brow. Is it truly strange? The clever little rayer retorted with Tang Yun's own words. Indeed, there was little oddity to be found. The corridor boasted a redwood floor, flanked by 2 rows of rooms, each adorned with a redwood door. Some doors stood ajar, revealing a corpse sprawled at the entrance, while not far away lay several more, their spoils already scavenged by others. Without exception, these bodies wore red scarves, a clear emblem of the Red-White Party, confirming their affiliation beyond doubt. Suddenly, voices echoed in the air. The group hastily retreated into a room to assess the situation. Stand your ground, commanded the leader. Keep a vigilant watch, and once the fog demon appears, attack. But, Brother Snake Eye, there's also that reddish-brown creature. Its brute strength could scatter our ranks. Damn it, I am the captain. You understand? Understood. Moments later, a squad of over 30 appeared in the corridor, huddled together, each member watching a different direction while the captain stood surrounded in the center. This formation ensured that should the fog demon reveal itself, it would be promptly dealt with. Yet, what precisely was that reddish-brown beast? Tang Yun peeked out, scrutinizing the group. Suddenly, a door was forcefully flung open, and a figure charged toward the squad with astonishing speed. A resounding crash followed, and the 3 were sent flying. The formation utterly disrupted. Almost immediately, several fog demons erupted from the mist. Swoosh! A piercing scream rang out as 10 individuals were mercilessly slain on the spot. The size of the squad dwindled rapidly, and a bespectacled man shouted, "We must retreat. Forget about the special supplies. This place is not fit for humans." The surviving members nodded fervently. Yes, let us return to the vehicle where it is safe. As they rushed towards the exit, Tang Yun suddenly emerged. The leading man paused momentarily, hastily adjusting his glasses. Unnamed, he recognized the newcomer as the very target they sought to eliminate with great fervor. You must be Captain Snake Eye. Indeed. Who would have thought we would cross paths here? This encounter is not without merit, is it? Is it truly? Tang Yun brandished a rocket launcher, causing those around him to retreat in alarm. However, Snake Eye merely chuckled and commanded several of his subordinates to draw their handguns. Do not panic. This lad merely wields a rocket launcher. He has no ammunition. Is that so? Tang Yun replied with a sly grin, firing a rocket in their direction. Whoosh. The rocket zipped past Snake Eye, and with a resounding bang, it detonated behind them. Several individuals perished instantly, while the remainder were either dead or grievously injured. Snake Eye swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Brave man. We are just trying to make a living." Bang. Tang Yun shot Snake Eye, obliterating his head. The remaining henchmen were swiftly gunned down by Rui and Xia Tian. The news of the deaths of over 20 individuals swiftly dominated the world channel, with the cause of death listed unequivocally as gang conflict. Meanwhile, Mei Ying, who was busy transporting supplies, noticed Xiao Mo rushing towards her in a flurry. Confused, she inquired, "Is your injury not healed? What is the urgency?" "Sister Mei, the red and white gang's 3 squads have merged, and a fellow named Snake Eye has assumed command of Squad 567. I am aware. What of it? He is dead, along with over 20 of his subordinates. All perished in a gang skirmish." "What? Is that true? Look at the world channel." As Mei Ying opened the world channel, she confirmed the grim news. "Heavens, I merely mentioned it in passing, never anticipating that he would kill so many. Sister Mei, could it be that Tang Yun has feelings for you? Am I worthy? What nonsense are you spouting?" Mei Ying, though still shaken, felt an unexpected thrill akin to receiving a delightful gift. She coolly remarked, "The stakes are too low." "What do you mean, Sister Mei?" "I mean, our offerings are insufficient. 2 communication rings, plus a mere 10 share of materials. Do you not find that lacking? That's easily resolved. Why not just yield to him? Have you grown audacious enough to speak to me in such a manner?" As she spoke, Mei Ying playfully tapped Xiao Mo on the head. "Return to recuperate." "Understood." Elsewhere on Trade Street, Hui, awaiting the return of Baralu, chanced upon this information on the World Channel. She knew that Wu Ming was also in her family group. He had once called himself Tang Yun and had treated her quite well. She sighed, her countenance tinged with sorrow and regret. "What have I done? How could I have known he was Tang Yun? How could I have known he was Wu Ming?" After much contemplation, she summoned her courage and added Tang Yun as a friend. As she quietly awaited his acceptance, she felt a pang of regret. Busily tidying the driver's seat and wiping the car windows, unsure of what she was so frantic about. Moments later, she checked her friend requests and found that Tang Yun had indeed accepted her application. "Wu Ming, hey, girl, your shotgun is non-refundable." Upon seeing Tang Yun's response, a tumult of emotions surged within her, an indescribable mix of exhilaration and excitement, akin to the thrill of young love. "Well, given your formidable strength, might I request the return of my shotgun?" The other party retorted, "You have already taken so many lives. Do you still wish to end mine?" Huawei was left speechless, struggling to formulate a response. "Huawei, could you possibly find it in your heart to forgive me? Shall we engage in fair competition?" Unnamed, do you admit to being manipulative? If you confess, I shall absolve you. Huawei, must you be so harsh? Unnamed, I simply ask if you acknowledge it. Huawei, I am indeed manipulative. Unnamed, speak louder. Who is manipulative? Huawei, I am manipulative. Unnamed, very well. When we next meet, I shall refrain from taking your life first. Suddenly, Tang Yun was caught off guard by Rui. Who are you conversing with? Lord Tang. Chapter 109. The Savage Collective. What's this? The exploration isn't complete yet. Let's scour the vicinity first. Rui puffed her cheeks, letting out a light, half-smiling hum, yet chose to say nothing further. Sister, hand me a mask. What do you need a mask for? My gas mask is ineffective. I smell something acrid. Rui kicked him to the ground. Hong Yun sent congratulatory messages. Congratulations, Brother Tang, for eliminating another 3 teams. Is there any news from the other team members? Hong Yun, I've heard that the Viper has led 4 teams to hastily advance in the game. Understood. Inform me of any updates. Hong Yun, no problem. Suddenly, a cloud of white mist appeared before Xia Tian. The mist creature was immediately seized by Tang Yun, yanked by its hair, and slammed onto the ground with a thud. Attention. Proceeding forward will automatically initiate the collective mission. Eliminating all savages will yield 1 superpower fruit. A collective mission? Savages? Superpower fruit. Tang Yun glanced towards the hall at the end of the corridor and indeed saw a cluster of reddish-brown figures swaying about. You two, rummage through the nearby rooms while I scout ahead. Understood. Rui and Xia Tian opened the rooms on either side, beginning their search, accompanied by sporadic gunfire from within. Sister, why can't I kill these zombies with a single shot? Did you not see the game prompt? The ordinary monsters levels have increased. Now I see. Aim for the head. It should still be a one-shot kill. Got it. As Tang Yun traversed the corridor, a loud crash echoed. A reddish-brown creature burst through the door and appeared before him. Tang Yun glanced at it. Its rough, wrinkled skin was a deep reddish hue, aside from its feet. Its arms and body were fused into one mass, devoid of a neck. Its face, twisted and resembling a black hole, featured large ears and bore an imposing resemblance to a hulking club that could walk upright. Name: Savage. Level: 1. Personality: territorial, disliking stealth, preferring direct confrontation with prey. Attributes: Strength 12, Constitution 12, Agility 2. Objective: to track prey through hearing and either eliminate it or drive it out of its territory. Weakness: only possesses auditory senses. Lacking sight. No wonder, it is indeed a robust and formidable brute. This savage revealed itself due to the sound of Tang Yun's footsteps, preparing to either kill him or force him out of its territory. Tang Yun drew his 2-star pistol, ready to impart a lesson to the savage. Bang! The gun fired, and the bullet penetrated the savage's face, akin to a black hole, directly piercing through its body. Nevertheless, a single bullet inflicted only limited damage. Upon hearing the gunshot, the dozen or so swaying figures in the nearby hall immediately charged towards Tang Yun. Tang Yun deployed the laser sentry cannon, and as soon as the turret landed, it opened fire fervently at the group of targets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The searing bullets effortlessly pierced through the flesh of the savage creatures, leaving behind gaping wounds the size of a fist, with the surrounding tissue charred to a crisp. A sharp and anguished wail escaped the throats of the savages, revealing that they, too, were capable of feeling pain. The laser bullets could typically dispatch 2 of these creatures with a single shot, and their penetrating capability allowed 1 bullet to potentially pierce through 3 savages at once. Before the cannon's ammunition was exhausted, the entire horde was obliterated. Congratulations on completing the group task. Reward: Psychic Grape X1. A psychic grape? Tang Yun opened his backpack to find a gleaming grape nestled inside. Psychic Grape. Description: although a single grape may not suffice, consuming it will awaken your body, granting you a special ability. Ability: Explosion. Each of your attacks will result in an explosion, which may also affect yourself. Limitation: Last for 10 seconds. So, by consuming this grape, one could obtain explosive powers. However, close-range explosions could be detrimental to oneself. It seemed prudent to rely on ranged attacks. Tang Yun refrained from consuming it immediately, pondering. I possess a star upgrading system. I wonder if this fruit can be upgraded? He decided to place the psychic grape in his backpack, intending to gather more for potential upgrades. Previously, he had discovered that 3 bottles of water could be upgraded to a 1-star mineral water, which was rich in essential minerals and enhanced the body's absorption capabilities, preventing the effects of excessive water intake. Best to hold on to it. It should be upgradable. Rue and Xiatian were still scavenging the room, acquiring various materials for vehicle upgrades. After clearing the savages from the main hall, Tang Yun found a single green treasure chest. Although the drop rate was low, he was pleased to have obtained 2 green chests. Satisfied with this outcome, he began to search the area, soon realizing he was in a spacious living room, surrounded by several other rooms, with a mahogany staircase leading to the 2nd floor next to a storage room. No need to rush. Upon entering one of the rooms, he was suddenly confronted by a zombie that lunged at him. With a swift punch, he obliterated its head and resumed his scavenging across 4 rooms and the storage area. He collected some expired water and sausages, along with a modest amount of metal and plastic, totaling barely 1,000. This was rather meager. Typically, he would gather tens of thousands, and now, without the temple dungeon, he found himself a bit out of sorts. He possessed a substantial number of star stones, yet few players were willing to part with their materials, all waiting to unlock new classes. Turning, he ascended to the 2nd floor, where Rue and Xiatian, having finished their search, presented him with various materials, each contributing around 1,000. This cursed place truly felt impoverished. The 2nd floor featured a corridor with solid wood railings, allowing a view of the living room below. On the opposite side of the corridor lay another row of rooms. Tang Yun pushed open one of the doors and, to his astonishment, found a dozen mist spirits gathered within, engaged in discussion, with a table laid out before them, cluttered with an assortment of human ears. Emergency. Gathering of the mist spirits. Eliminating all mist spirits will yield special materials too. The mist spirits turned to behold Tang Yun, and with a shriek, they transformed into a swirling mist and darted through the doorway. Immediately, the corridor became enveloped in a thick, swirling white fog. A piercing scream echoed as a mist spirit emerged from behind Tang Yun, its claws slashing downwards. In a swift motion, Tang Yun pivoted and seized its neck. With a sharp crack, the mist spirit was crushed. Rue and Xiatian stood back to back. Xiatian, Do not press so closely, be mindful of their positions. Sister, I am right here with Brother Tang. Then who is behind me? Rue turned her head, only to have a wild creature extend its gaping, abyss-like maw. In the next instant, Rue found herself engulfed in a dark chamber. What is happening? Is the generator malfunctioning? No. This creature has devoured both my shield and me. Chapter 110. The Village of Death. Rue activated her night vision function and found herself within a quaint cottage. As she pushed open the door, she was greeted by the sight of a traditional Japanese village. Standing on the village street, she was surrounded by countless corpses of other players. A thin mist enveloped the village, cloaking the lifeless bodies in a shroud of white fog, while a hazy mountain range loomed in the distance. In the center of the village road stood a dry well, beside which lay a battered bucket and a filthy rope carelessly draped over the water pump. It was eerily silent. Suddenly, the distant mountains began to stir and, to her astonishment, rose up. What she thought were mountains turned out to be an enormous beast. The creature approached her with slow, deliberate strides, each step shaking the very ground beneath her. In a panic, Rue sought refuge in a nearby room. Upon entering, she was met by a woman clad in a kimono, her expression void of emotion as she stared intently at Rue, attempting to greet her. Rue watched in horror as the woman's body deflated like a punctured balloon, releasing a cloud of white mist that materialized into a human skin. In an instant, a claw shot out, striking her shield with a resounding smack. Another fog demon. No, the claw emerged from the swirling mist. It was not a fog demon. Smack, smack, smack. Her shield endured relentless attacks, and the surrounding white mist thickened, transforming one claw into 4 or 5. The creature continued its advance with thunderous footsteps. At that moment, Rue retrieved a torch from her backpack. As the flame ignited, the surrounding mist erupted as if set ablaze by alcohol. This torch, crafted at the beginning of her journey, unexpectedly proved its worth. Just then, the roof was suddenly torn open by a powerful suction, a vast black hole voraciously drawing her in. With her feet lifted off the ground, she was about to be engulfed, but in the blink of an eye, a flash of white light transported her back to the corridor. Tang Yun shook her gently. Are you all right? Her brow furrowed with concern. Do you realize you were devoured by that beast? Rue finally snapped back to reality, glancing down at a corpse at her feet. A slain beast lay sprawled on the ground, its belly ripped open, black blood oozing out and pooling near the railing, dripping onto the floor below. Rue recounted her harrowing experience to Tang Yun, who nodded in understanding. The inside gem has already informed me. I was merely too lazy to check. So, be careful next time. No, I entered another world. Tang Yun placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, her eyes earnest. That is not another world. It is the future. What do you mean? You might not comprehend now, but as your progress in the game deepens, you will understand. What about those fog demons? They have been eliminated. Here are 2 explosive buns I obtained. Do you want them? Perhaps you should keep them for your own upgrades. That is a valid point. With that, Tang Yun tucked the 2 explosive buns away. The trio scoured the second floor once more, this time uncovering a collection of gold and silver treasures in a storeroom, amounting to approximately 10,000 in valuable metals. As they exited the ancient mansion, they swiftly dealt with a few lurking fog demons. Upon reaching the entrance, Tang Yun beheld the vehicles stationed outside. Do either of you have a preferred car? If not, I shall consider them all as scrap. Both Rue and Xia Tian shook their heads in response. Tang Yun promptly reclaimed the vehicles, acquiring a substantial amount of materials. Now that's more like it. He glanced at the resources, noting that they were nearly sufficient to elevate his shopping cart to level 20. This indicated that he would once again gain 10 points in free attributes and 10 points for modifications. Tang Yun evenly distributed the free attributes and, with a sweeping gesture, expended 10 points to maximize the new vehicle specialization, durability, to level 10. In an instant, the armor of the fortress vehicle transformed into sleek stainless steel, with an increase in thickness by 1 centimeter. This meant that ordinary damage would hardly affect his vehicle, merely a tickle at best. Even the treads had been upgraded to stainless steel, now fortified with an additional layer. Consequently, Tang Yun's overall attributes escalated to 35 points. A message from Han Yun arrived. Brother Tang, may I purchase some supplies? Nameless, how much do you need? I can offer you a discount. Thank you, Brother Tang. We are too frightened to venture outside. It's only safe in the vehicle, and we intend to leave this path. Nameless. All right, if you lack funds, we can exchange materials. Oh, that's wonderful. We still have some materials. Tang Yun provided them with some supplies, acquiring several thousand units of rubber and glass. Rare materials indeed. After a moment's thought, he decided to send them a bit more, considering that if it weren't for tracking the red and white faction, Tang Yun likely wouldn't have taken this route. Thank you, Brother Tang. We shall depart now and inform you immediately upon receiving any news. Nameless, understood. At that moment, a Hummer sped past Tang Yun, followed closely by several off-road vehicles. Perhaps fearing the peculiar monsters of this area, they hardly paused for a moment. Through their windows, Tang Yun glimpsed a group of individuals clad in suits within the driver's cabin. Could they be from the Yamaguchi-gumi? Indeed, they were. Rue interjected. It appears these individuals are internal members, and judging by their vehicles, they belong to the Samurai Division. What division? The Samurai Division, merely a subgroup of the Yamaguchi-gumi. You could create your own subgroups as well. For instance, Xiaotian could be Logistics Division, while I could be the Harem Division. How many divisions do they possess in total? Previously, Yamamoto was in charge of logistics as the minister, but you eliminated him. Now it has been renamed the Emergency Division with a new minister. Rue continued. Apart from the Emergency Division, they also have the Samurai Division and the Guard Division. The Samurai Division primarily focuses on resource scavenging, while the Guard Division is responsible for oversight, assisting the Samurai Division. All internal expenditures are managed by the Emergency Division, with daily financial records maintained. How do you know so much? I have a fondness for the water channel. Given your busy schedule, someone must venture out to grasp the latest news, right? Just then, a message from Tang Yun chimed in again. Brother Tang, we've located the 4th squad of the Red and White Party. They seem to have fallen behind, right in front of you. I understand. How is the situation on your end? Not too well. The weather is quite frigid. We donned thermal clothing, yet the wind is penetrating far too fiercely. Are we about to see a new mode emerge? Given the current circumstances, it seems quite likely. Some players have yet to acclimate to the previous sweltering mode when suddenly the weather took a turn for the cold. At this rate, it is likely to become even chillier by nightfall. The dogs continued to push forward, their vehicles advancing. The fortress vehicle tore through the white mist, unexpectedly colliding with another car. Chapter 111. The apartment. The fortress vehicle came to a halt before the entrance of an apartment complex. Tang Yun alighted and cast a glance at the wreckage of a motorbike that had been flung aside. Approaching the front of the vehicle, he noted the remaining durability of the spikes, which was less than 40 points. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed out from the building, bloodied and with one arm severed. Upon seeing his motorbike in ruins, reduced to a heap of scrap metal requiring a wrench for repair, his anger dissipated. Tang Yun, however, observed the man's red scarf. Are you affiliated with the Red and White Party? He inquired. The man hastily replied, No, I am not. Then why are you wearing a red scarf? Tang Yun pressed. This I found on a corpse by the roadside. It's so cold today, an extra scarf keeps me warm. Be cautious. I've heard that individuals from the Red and White Party have been targeted lately. Understood. The man responded just before Tang Yun shot him in the head. Honestly, if you're not with them, what was the point of your response? Shall we investigate the apartment? Perhaps we might uncover something new. Xiaotian suggested, rubbing her hands in anticipation of adventure. Tang Yun surveyed the apartment building, which stood a formidable 15 stories tall and comprised 3 separate structures. Enveloped in a shroud of white mist, the complex exuded an air of mystery. He looked at the array of vehicles parked outside, which undoubtedly represented the finest materials for salvage. Rue examined the vehicles but found them impervious to looting. How peculiar. How did these individuals survive? Is there truly no fog demon in this accursed place? Tang Yun articulated the weakness of the fog demons. They are drawn to star stones. Upon encountering them, simply scatter a star stone, and they will fight fiercely for it. Ah, I see. But why don't we do just that? It's all for the treasure chests. Tang Yun replied, producing a blue treasure chest he had obtained during a fog demon gathering mission. To find a chest of such quality is exceedingly rare. This indicates that someone has discovered their weakness, and other players have followed suit. Indeed, one must admire the players who have managed to survive this long. Tang Yun remarked disdainfully at the vehicles near the entrance. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall, the droplets mingling with toxic particles in the air, landing on everyone's heads and shoulders. Damn it! This toxic rain penetrates the skin and infiltrates the body swiftly. We must enter the apartment at once. Agreed. With 3 buildings, each of us can take one and communicate promptly should any issues arise. Understood, Master Tang. Certainly, Brother Tang. Our objective is... Tang Yun glanced at the vehicles outside and continued, to seize their vehicles. In this brutal world, if you do not take from others, they will take from you. It is better to strike first. The trio swiftly arrived at the entrance of the apartment building, where Tang Yun turned and entered apartment 1. The first floor featured a rather spacious reception hall, seemingly designed for rental purposes. Simply pay and occupy a room, as straightforward as that. At that moment, The first floor was littered with the corpses of zombies, while a few mist spirits were engaged in a fierce struggle over a piece of starstone. Without hesitation, Tang Yun opened fire, sending them to their demise. A white treasure chest materialized, which he graciously collected. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a male corpse. Its trousers missing and chest brutally torn open. Beneath the corpse lay another mist spirit. How utterly depraved. On the reception desk, another mist spirit's corpse lay sprawled, its rear end elevated, leaving one to wonder what it had endured in death. Tang Yun grimaced and ascended the staircase to the second floor. The second floor remained eerily quiet. All the apartment doors had been smashed open, and the supplies within had been thoroughly ransacked. He continued his ascent, climbing all the way to the 10th floor. It was only then that he heard the distant echoes of gunfire from above. A quick glance around the 10th floor revealed several rooms that had yet to be looted. Tang Yun forcefully burst into one of the rooms, only to be met with a man's startled cry. At that moment, the man was sprawled on a soft hotel bed, accompanied by a woman who lay motionless beside him. With a click of his tongue, Tang Yun shot the man, obliterating his head. Every individual harbors a darkness within. In this world, if one is free from want, such malevolence will only amplify. Tang Yun rifled through the man's belongings before hastily departing. Bang! He kicked open another door, revealing 3 zombies standing behind it, who were sent sprawling along with the door by Tang Yun's forceful kick. He swiftly looted the room and turned to ascend to the 11th floor. The competition on the 11th floor intensified. Before he could even exit the corridor, he spotted 2 players taking cover in separate rooms, engaged in a gunfight. With a shrug, Tang Yun dispatched one with a single shot, and when the other player dared to peek out, he too met a swift end at Tang Yun's hand. His reflexes were unparalleled. As long as one showed their face, he would strike. After 2 shots, silence enveloped the 11th floor. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. As all the rooms had been thoroughly looted, doors ajar, with 2 wandering zombies lingering in the corridor. Suddenly, a girl swung a fire axe, striking one of the zombies on the shoulder, and with a forceful pull followed by a kick, sent it flying. One down, and another to go, ultimately. She collected the last white treasure chest and decisively stowed it in her backpack. Upon completing her task, she looked up to find Tang Yun staring at her, a handgun in hand, its dark muzzle aimed directly at her head. Without hesitation, she swiftly darted into a nearby room, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her. To eliminate any potential threats, Tang Yun approached and kicked the door open, only to discover the room was empty, with the window wide open. Tang Yun swiftly approached the window and discovered another ledge outside. To his astonishment, the woman had scaled the air conditioning unit, reaching the 12th floor. With a sheer drop of several dozen meters beneath her. How audacious! Tang Yun exclaimed in admiration. Without hesitation, he vaulted onto the ledge, leaping onto the air conditioning unit, and followed suit to the 12th floor. The woman shattered a window and slipped into a room, with Tang Yun closely in pursuit. However, upon entering, he was confronted by a group of players engaged in a fierce gunfight, and the whereabouts of the woman remained a mystery. Chapter 112, Dance Student, Old 6. Upon hearing the gunfire, Tang Yun felt a surge of annoyance. What a hassle! Seizing the moment while the players engaged in a fierce battle on the 12th floor, he deftly climbed onto the windowsill. With a grappling hook launched towards the rooftop, he executed a grand leap, gracefully twisting in midair before landing firmly on the rooftop. This allowed him to take the initiative. Suddenly, Tang Yun heard a gasp and turned sharply to see a girl climbing up. The moment she laid eyes on him, she seemed equally startled and, without hesitation, leaped off the rooftop. Is she out of her mind? Has she lost her wits? Just then, a grappling hook shot down near his feet. Recognizing it instantly, Tang Yun swiftly detached the hook, casting a glance at the woman below, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, he let go, and a piercing scream echoed from below. Ah, you old 6. I'm done for. Tang Yun peered down to see the girl gripping an air conditioning unit with one hand. Not stopping there, she used her other hand to pull herself up, followed by her long, elegant legs lifting effortlessly as she propelled herself onto the unit. Impressive. Remarkable, isn't it? I am quite nimble. I've been training in dance since childhood. So she is a dance student. What other poses can you perform? Can you extend your legs to 180 degrees? I can stretch them to 280 degrees. Who do you think you're looking down on? Impressive indeed. The girl let out a light laugh, her eyes sparkling with pride and disdain, before smashing through a window and entering the 13th floor. Tang Yun immediately set his plans into motion. He kicked open the metallic door on the rooftop and entered the stairwell, ascending to the 15th floor. All the doors on this level were tightly shut, and at least 20 rooms were within sight. Just as he prepared to rummage through them, A dense white fog began to envelop the corridor. Damn it, not again. Suddenly, several wisps of white smoke materialized around him. Tang Yun drew his submachine gun, performing a backflip to evade 2 claw attacks while simultaneously pulling the trigger. Before 3 misty creatures could breach the fog, he obliterated their heads. Moments later, a few more misty beings attempted to ambush him from behind. With a swift twist of his hips, he easily dodged them and squeezed the trigger, achieving another successful kill. As the battle concluded, 3 players rushed out of the corridor in a frenzy, spotting Tang Yun immediately. They hastily drew their firearms. One of them, a middle-aged man, brandished a double-barreled shotgun. Do you dare to steal the fruits of my labor? Do you covet my life? Not a chance. Tang Yun stood firm, ready to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. The adversaries opened fire first, their bullets striking against Tang Yun's shield and ricocheting away. Tang Yun pulled out his pump-action shotgun. With a single shot, the 3 players were sent crashing against the wall. One player, attempting to vault over the stair railing, plummeted down the stairs. Bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out. The remaining 2 were immediately felled by bullets to their heads. Tang Yun approached, thoroughly looting their supplies, acquiring a double-barreled shotgun and a Glock pistol in the process. He entrusted all the firearms to Xia Tian, for she only possessed a single Uzi. With these 2 additional weapons, she could significantly enhance her offensive capabilities. Tang Yun commenced his search of the room, forcefully kicking open the security door, shattering the lock into fragments. Nearly every room harbored several level 4 zombies, and he even stumbled upon a few unruly variants, akin to unboxing surprises. The most effective strategy against such formidable foes was long-range attacks. Once devoured by them, escape would be impossible unless someone intervened to eliminate the threat. Tang Yun managed to gather some supplies and a few bullets, though they were scant. However, he found an abundance of metal and other materials. After scouring around 20 rooms, he had only completed half of his search when new intruders appeared downstairs. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yun fired upon them, sending them to meet their demise. One individual reacted swiftly, using a flash to leap over the railing and escape. Tang Yun swiftly deployed a turret at the staircase entrance, just in case, and summoned 2 queen bees for assistance. He cast a glance at the queens, feeling their forms, but they eagerly approached him, seemingly intent on executing him on the spot. He hastily pushed them away, stating that he merely wished to ascertain whether they could equip gear. After an extensive examination, he discovered that the queens were no different from ordinary players. They could indeed don the equipment Tang Yun was able to wear. This was fortuitous, as he could now reserve any useless items for them. The queens nodded with smiles, yet again attempted to approach him, only to be pushed away once more. After you've drained me of all my resources, what will I tell Rue? She is quite suspicious and checks my ammunition count nearly every day. In Rue's absence, the 2 queens seemed to grow bolder. They nodded, seemingly understanding, and began to guard the staircase, allowing Tang Yun to search with peace of mind. Before long, gunshots echoed from the staircase, accompanied by the sultry sounds of the summoned mummies. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yun received a game alert. Your summoned entities have scavenged resources for you. Please check your inventory. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the supplies they collected would automatically be added to his backpack. Oh, how delightful. This made them somewhat useful after all. Just then, messages arrived from Xia Tian and Rue. Brother Tang, we've cleared it. The 2nd apartment building has been eradicated. Master Tang, I've been of great assistance with the vehicle you requested. How shall you reward me? Tang Yun shook his head in exasperation, quite surprised by the competence of these 2, especially since he had barely made any progress himself. He continued his scavenging, and after approximately another 10 minutes, he finally completed his search of the 15th floor, having also dispatched a few grotesque female corpses. In summary, the supplies were limited, with various materials totaling less than 10,000, and he had acquired 2 white chests. Returning to the staircase, he found several corpses strewn about, yet among them, there was no sign of that dancer from before. The girl was still alive. Had she managed to escape? After all, she possessed a grappling hook. Never mind. It was time to head back. Tang Yun, having gathered the artillery and the enchanting queen, approached the windowsill and leaped forth with great agility. He pivoted, and a grappling hook soared towards the rooftop. In the next moment, a graceful woman materialized upon the terrace. Tang Yun shouted, "No?" Indeed, this was none other than the previously encountered dance student. She seized Tang Yun's hook and, with a powerful tug, dislodged it effortlessly. Her strength was at least 15 points. The young lady seemed to cast a wicked smile in Tang Yun's direction, and then, with a flick of her wrist, she released the grappling hook, causing him to plummet downwards. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of the woman waving at him. Handsome. Sayonara. Chapter 113. The next target. a transformation in appearance. Time, 11 a.m. Location, apartment building. The individual is named Tang Yun. An unexpected incident occurred when the grappling hook was forcibly removed and discarded. As Tang Yun plummeted from the building, he arched his back, tracing a graceful arc in midair, and landed with a soft thud, feet firmly on the ground. He tilted his head upwards, waving at the stunning silhouette on the rooftop, leaving the girl momentarily stunned. He was nothing short of a superhero. Yet, Tang Yun sighed, wishing for a sniper rifle, imagining how easily he could eliminate her with a single shot. Rui and Xia Tian rushed out from other apartments, waving at Tang Yun. "How is it on your end?" Rui inquired, handing Tang Yun a grape infused with extraordinary abilities. "Look, this is a new find." Xia Tian also presented a bomb bun to Tang Yun, bringing the total to 3 explosive buns, enough to enhance their rank. 1-star bomb bun, description, once thrown. It acts as a high explosive grenade, consume it, and it becomes a meal. Explosion radius, 5 meters. Clearly, the explosion range had doubled. It was previously 5 meters. Now extending to 5 meters. The two girls also provided Tang Yun with the materials they had gathered, totaling around 20,000, combined with Tang Yun's own haul, bringing their total to nearly 40,000. However, this was still insufficient. Tang Yun retracted the shopping cart, as its level was too high. The materials needed for a single-level upgrade exceeded what was required for a skateboard to ascend 5 levels. Upon retracting the shopping cart, he acquired over 10,000 metal units. As the higher the vehicle's level, the more materials were obtained upon retraction. The trio approached the entrance of the apartment building, and Tang Yun retracted the vehicle at the door, acquiring just the right amount of materials to elevate the bicycle to level 20. With 10 free attributes and 20 modification points at his disposal, combined with the remaining 8 modification points, he had a total of 28 points, allowing him to upgrade mobility to level 7. Indeed, Tang Yun yearned to unlock a new appearance for the vehicle. He was curious how the fortress vehicle would transform upon reaching level 10. With level 7 mobility, the vehicle's maneuverability would increase by 70, and its acceleration would also boost by 70. This meant that turning would become swifter, and reaching a speed of 100 kilometers per hour would take merely 5 seconds. At that moment, a large truck sped past the entrance, trailing behind it a ladder that was astonishingly connected to a motorcycle. What on earth? Xia Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this some sort of stunt? Tang Yun replied calmly, "It's merely a new trend in motorcycles. A flying vehicle style, perhaps? Quite intriguing. So what exactly is this flying vehicle style? Did you not just witness it? It involves launching a sturdy ladder that adheres firmly to the roof of another vehicle. By climbing up the ladder, one can rob others." Tang Yun elaborated. When encountering such a large truck, its side mirrors typically fail to detect you, allowing for stealthy plundering of resources. What if we cannot smash their cargo? The upgrade nodes for the racing flow include ladder, cutting tool, and stability. Upon unlocking the racing flow, a ladder and a cutting tool will be bestowed upon you, and subsequent upgrades will continually enhance the strength of both. How intriguing. But what about the bicycle? What is the new faction? Rui inquired with curiosity. It is called the Iron Cavalry Flow. You will receive a knight's lance that defies weight and is impervious to wear. The faction nodes are categorized into weapons, armor, and skills. The weapon is the knight's lance. The armor grants you a full suit of armor that, at maximum level, can withstand bullets, and the skill is charge, which can be upgraded to increase speed and distance. At full level, the speed is as fast as lightning, capable of piercing through dozens of meters. Goodness, I never anticipated that the new faction for bicycles would be so formidable. Undoubtedly, aside from us, the first batch of players to unlock the new faction will consist of those with small vehicles. Xia Tian sighed, lamenting his unfortunate skateboard. The new faction is the Skyflow, which allows wall climbing, but lacks a protective armor. He shifted the conversation, however. The generator gifted by Brother Tang does indeed compensate for this deficiency. Have you unlocked your new faction? Yes, I have. I climbed to the 15th floor using wall climbing and began scavenging from there. Tang Yun reassuringly patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Hee. Xia Tian shyly scratched his head. Truth be told, he appeared quite endearing, making Tang Yun almost mistake him for a girl. All right, let us set off. Traversing this path to see if there are any structures, particularly those bustling with people. The group entered the cockpit, and the dogs activated the vehicles. The acceleration providing a thrilling pushback sensation, Old Hay nearly lost control, but fortunately reacted swiftly to grasp the steering wheel. The vehicle tore through the fog and advanced for several kilometers, while Tang Yun overlooked the small structures lining the roadside. Soon, Old Hay discovered a dilapidated town, with its entrance facing the main road. At that moment, light rain fell from the sky, enveloping the town's buildings in swirling white mist, giving it a sinister appearance. Within the town, there were taverns, laundries, cinemas, residential houses, restaurants, and more, with several vehicles parked outside almost every establishment. However, unbeknownst to Tang Yun and his companions, a group of racing thieves lay in wait within the town, poised to ensnare their prey. Li Go, I think I heard the sound of an engine. Could someone be approaching? Is it that fellow Tian Xinzai? He seems to have fallen behind. Yet, it also appears he may have been killed. Why so many assumptions? I merely glanced at the World Channel and saw someone named Tian Xinzai had been slain. Forget it. Let us not wait for him. If that is the case, the incoming individuals are surely not him, and we can conveniently capture this group. But didn't T, the Viper leader, instruct us to gather at his location? We should seize the opportunity to gather more supplies. So when we meet Viper, we will have something to discuss. Otherwise, if he places the blame on us, none of us will escape. All right, we shall follow Li Ji's lead. The band of highwaymen is none other than the 4th squad of the Red and White Party, led by a man known as Legay. Before reuniting with the main force, they intend to rob a few more individuals to pay tribute to the Viper. At the entrance of the small town, they have set several traps, cunningly devised from snares they discovered in the forest, not anticipating that they would be utilized so swiftly. Additionally, sentinels are positioned on either side of the town's entrance. Should any unfortunate soul fall victim, these sentinels will promptly dispatch a bullet into the prey's skull. Legay, rest assured and proceed with the plunder. We shall handle matters here. Very well. Exercise utmost caution. If you encounter a mist demon, cast a star stone. If faced with a brutish foe, maintain your distance and engage in ranged attacks. Understood. Legay, a man bearing a prominent hook nose, stumbled upon a bestiary in and along this very road, which detailed various monsters' characteristics and vulnerabilities. Chapter 114, Brotherly and his gang. Although the scorching heat of the desert mode has come to an end, remnants of sand still linger on the ground, concealing traps that lie shallowly buried within. Under the interference of the mist, these latent threats often elude the eyes of the untrained. As Tang Yun and his companions disembarked from their vehicle, a peculiar sensation washed over them at the entrance of the small town. Something feels off, Rue remarked. It's too quiet. Tang Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed. With such an array of vehicles present, one would expect to hear the sounds of gunfire, yet no large-scale skirmishes erupted. Only one conclusion could be drawn. These players are working together, he stated with a calm demeanor. Xia Tian added, or perhaps they have eliminated all the other players. However, with so many vehicles, could this group possibly consist of dozens of members? No, Tang Yun shook his head. This group just entered the town and set up an ambush. Ambush? Where? Tang Yun pointed to the traps at their feet, causing Rue and Xia Tian to instinctively take a step back. Whoa, that is sinister. I almost stepped on it. Indeed, Tang Yun replied with a slight smile. We must pretend we haven't seen them and step right in. Oh, I understand. On either side of the entrance. For players crouched in a laundromat and a diner, their eyes fixed intently on a man and 2 women shrouded in mist. One lecherous-looking man shook his head in resignation. Look at those beautiful legs, TSK. How fortunate for that guy. Even in the apocalypse, he can have a harem. His companion suddenly spoke up. Do you know what I'm thinking? The man shook his head. Let us capture that man and then, in front of him, do. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. We're on the same wavelength. However, we must be cautious. Brotherly instructed us to suppress our strange thoughts when it comes to killing. Right. Let us deal with them completely first. Worst case scenario, we can drag the bodies into a room. Ha. Leading the way, Tang Yun advanced. His gaze forward as he took a step, only to hear a sharp crack beneath his feet. The trap had snapped shut against his shield. Ah, my leg. He cried out in alarm. Rue and Xia Tian gasped. What happened? Then came another crack, and both women screamed. Ah, my beautiful leg. It's broken. This time it's really broken. The men in the laundromat and diner rejoiced at the commotion and immediately leapt through the windows, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon Tang Yun and his companions. Bang, bang, bang. In an unexpected turn, the trio drew their handguns with an air of nonchalance. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots rang out, and the 3 assailants fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining lecherous man, now visibly terrified, stumbled back, shouting, "It's a trap!" Before fleeing in haste, Tang Yun swiftly opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. To his astonishment, the man managed to maintain his composure, dodging left and right as he ran, yet all 3 bullets struck true. With a desperate cry, the man collapsed to the ground. Fueled by an instinct for survival, adrenaline surged through him, compelling him to crawl forward with all his might. Just as Tang Yun was about to deliver the finishing blow, several mist demons suddenly emerged from the fog, striking his shield with fierce claws. The trio immediately opened fire, eliminating the mist demons entirely. Following this brief interruption, the man vanished into the haze. Curse those wretched mist demons and this accursed fog. Summer exclaimed angrily. No matter, let him go and warn his comrades. Tang Yun reassured him. However, we probably won't encounter their leader again. What do you mean? It was evident that this group was distinctly different from others. Their captain was likely a cunning and ambitious individual, perhaps even the next Viper. Therefore, we must shift from defense to offense, aiming to eliminate them all before they can escape. Agreed. The three dispersed, each heading toward a different shop. Summer hopped onto his skateboard, and with a light leap, the skateboard adhered to the wall, astonishingly keeping his feet firmly planted on it. Tang Yun entered a tavern, scarcely crossing the threshold when bullets whizzed past him. Bang, bang, bang. A few players, hiding behind the bar, opened fire frantically. All right, so you all have guns, do you? Tang Yun promptly disabled the generator. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck his arm with unabashed force, yet apart from a mild sting, he suffered no significant injury. Are you trying to flatter me? What on earth are you? Are you human or a ghost? I clearly hit you. You did hit me. So what? Tang Yun retorted, drawing his two-star pistol and firing at the bar. The bullet piercing through and directly into one player's heart. What kind of gun is that? It's more powerful than my single-shot pistol. Impossible. A single-shot pistol's power can rival that of a sniper rifle. Another player fired at Tang Yun, but to his astonishment, Tang Yun caught the bullet mid-flight. Well, this guy must be cheating. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Tang Yun shot him in the head. The remaining player swiftly vaulted over the bar and dug behind a wine cabinet. Tang Yun approached slowly, firing once more. The bullet shattered a wine bottle, penetrating the solid wood cabinet and injuring the man's arm. He screamed, I'm done. I want to go home. Then let me send you home, Tang Yun replied, drawing a dagger and plunging it into his throat. These players were not affiliated with the red and white faction, which left Tang Yun somewhat disappointed. However, the spoils and materials obtained from their demise soon brought a smile to his face. After exiting the trade community, the supplies he gathered were scant, totaling less than 5 cubic meters, yet the previous goblin family had generously provided an abundance of resources. These supplies filled Tang Yun's vehicle to capacity and even filled half of his system backpack, ensuring he had no worries regarding sustenance or clothing. It is uncertain when the next trading community will emerge, yet one can still utilize these resources to exchange for additional materials. Indeed, the current players are fiercely guarding their materials, displaying an unwillingness to sell unless offered a far greater exchange of resources. This was not the case at the beginning of the game. Now, everyone has come to realize the significance of these materials. Tang Yun scoured the tavern, acquiring only a meager amount of materials, while an abundance of various colored wines remained, untouched by others due to their expiration. Just then, a motorcycle sped past the tavern entrance, stirring up a cloud of white mist. Following closely behind were several more motorcycles, racing at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a dozen had whizzed by, resembling terrestrial flying machines. In that fleeting moment, Tang Yun also noticed the red scarves tied around their necks. Chapter 115, The Dragon Fruit. Indeed, they are affiliated with the Red and White Party. The leader, Li Gu, cast a glance backward. Had they been pursued? It seemed not. Quickly, we must flee this place and rendezvous with the Viper. Someone, relay the message to the Viper, informing him of the new intel regarding that young man. Splendid. With this new information, the Viper 1T chastise us as fools. Silence. Focus on driving. Understood, Li Gu. In an instant, Li Gu led the remaining brothers out of the small town, vanishing into the mist. Meanwhile, Rue, who was on duty at the hotel, received a new message from Tang Yun. Have they been blocked? Not at all, Lord Tang. They're too swift. Rue continued. The traps we set have indeed damaged a few minions' tires, but they were all eliminated by Xia Tian. On Li Gu's side, upon turning around, he noticed 3 members were missing from the team. He remained silent, for he understood what had transpired. A thought began to fester in his mind. Even if he found the Viper, what difference would it make? He mused. It might be wiser to conceal the young man's intelligence and start anew once that young man has dealt with the Viper. I shall naturally assume command of these individuals as they approached the intersection. Li Gu gripped the handlebars with one hand and opened a monster manual, which indicated level 5 zombie, with a chance of respawning upon reaching a progress rate of 2. Hey, brothers, the road ahead is perilous. We must exercise caution while scavenging. Understood, Li Gu. Tang Yun sighed upon receiving Rue's reply. Ah well, we shall meet again in the future suddenly. A game notification echoed. Attention, the traveling merchant will cease to refresh at midnight. Warning. After the merchant's refresh ends, new class gameplay will simultaneously commence. What? New class gameplay. Players in the World Channel went into a frenzy. After a long absence, Tang Yun opened the World channel and noticed that the online count had surged to 980,000. Clearly, many foreign players had joined this main thoroughfare. The current channel still had over 1,000 players online, meaning that more than 1,000 individuals were on the same road as Tang Yun. And this number only decreased by one after a minute. Who would have thought these madmen could endure so well? Heavens! Is new class gameplay finally here? Old man won. What does it matter? What is it to me if I wear shorts on the road? The next moment, another game notification chimed. Classes include Prophet, Berserker, Mystic, Mechanic, Thief, Doctor, Swordsman, Fighter, Warlock. Upon the launch of new class gameplay, players will randomly receive a class. But they can also consume star stones for a class change, retaining their original class panel. Stay tuned for more gameplay. The World channel erupted once more. Fantastic. It's a new class. I'm saved. What on earth is this? Can we freely choose our classes? What are you thinking? It's a random class. Finally, we endured to the new class gameplay. Good days are upon us. The conversation among the participants was heated, as they debated the new profession that would commence at midnight, while some were already contemplating their choices at 11 o'clock. Curse it. I'll simply recline in the driver's seat and awaken as a doctor. One exclaimed. Indeed, if you become a doctor, you could join my team. Another responded. Are you foolish? Surely, you must know that a doctor's role is to save lives. As the World channel continued its fervent discussion, Tang Yun remained uncertain about his own choice, as the new profession had yet to be unveiled, leaving all career information undisclosed. However, the prospect of becoming a prophet was undeniably intriguing. Enough of this. I should scavenge for supplies. There must be a plethora of unique materials in this desolate place. Tang Yun departed from the tavern and ventured to the cinema, CAF, and even the bathhouse, including the women's bathhouse. He managed to gather approximately 10,000 various materials and acquired 2 extraordinary little tomatoes and 3 fire dragon fruits. Extraordinary little tomato effect. Consuming it temporarily grants the ability to become invisible. Limitation: last for 3 seconds, and effects do not stack. Fire dragon fruit. Description: the size of a palm, resembling a small red dragon, seemingly capable of breathing fire. Effect: can emit flames. Tang Yun observed the fire dragon fruits fluttering around and fell into a contemplative silence. It would likely be a challenge to have them assist in combat. These 3 fire dragon fruits bore a resemblance to miniature flying dragons. They were obedient when instructed to breathe fire. However, the small flames they emitted resembled those of a lighter. After some consideration, Tang Yun decided to upgrade the 3 fire dragon fruits. They grew slightly larger, now comparable in size to a human face. Consequently, the flames they produced also increased in size, reminiscent of a gas stove gone awry. However, using them to incinerate zombies or mist specters was out of the question. They could, however, be useful for cooking. Tang Yun stored the fire dragon fruits away to prevent them from being devoured by monsters. He returned to the driver's seat, only to find that Rue and Xia Tian had not yet returned. He sent a message, and shortly thereafter, they appeared, accompanied by 3 little ice dragons. What in the world? Tang Yun exclaimed. Lord Tang, please help me upgrade. Rue implored. I'll keep you company tonight. Upgrading is fine. But let us postpone the company, he replied. Not an option. I want full attributes. Lulu also requires full attributes. Very well. First, hand over your little ice dragons. After assisting with the upgrades, the little ice dragons transformed into creatures resembling 1-star fire dragons. What brand of fire dragon fruit is this? Tang Yun inquired. This is ice cream, but I did not expect it to be such an ice cream. Rue retorted. Suddenly, she commanded, Ice Jiao, give us a taste. With that, a gust of cold mist mixed with countless shards of ice erupted from the mouth of the little ice dragon. Tang Yun sighed. While the little fire dragon could at least incinerate zombies, the little ice dragon proved to be utterly useless, especially since a candidate for the ice refrigerator had already been selected, the iceberg egg. Rue had even given it a name. Do you think it's of no use? Rue suddenly widened her eyes and inquired of Tang Yun. However, esteemed Lord Tang, you possess myriad methods. As long as we continue to ascend in our star rankings, I refuse to believe that these foolish dogs will not freeze to death. Very well. Whatever you say shall be accepted. The group entered the cockpit, and the dogs swiftly drove to the intersection. To the left, road blocked, impassable. To the right, normal progression of the game. Keywords: environment, terrain, weather, tool upgrade. What does this mean? Rue pondered, slightly confused by tool upgrade. In unison, Tang Yun and Xia Tian explained, it signifies an increase in probability. Oh, understood. Lao He, turn right. Woof. By this time, it was past noon, and everyone felt famished. So they gathered some snacks and beverages to tide them over. Lao He first turned right, then left, successfully embarking on another road. Yet, as they entered the fork, a sudden brightness illuminated their path, revealing a vast forest before them. The highway had narrowed, or more precisely, a once wide road had fragmented into several smaller paths. These narrow routes were flanked by overgrown weeds and dense woodlands. Chapter 116, The Enchantress of Elves? Game progress, 2. 2 map. White Forest time. 1 p.m. The fog had dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of woodland blanketed in delicate snowflakes, transforming the forest into a scene reminiscent of a bridal gown. Welcome to the White Forest. Within the elven cottage, various supplies and tools await your discovery. However, tread carefully, for the elves residing here are not fond of intruders. Map event. Conquer 100 elves to receive rewards. 1 purple module, 10 material packs. Event countdown, 5 hours. The team that secures first place will receive all rewards. As the game notification concluded, Tang Yun spotted a square tree house perched atop a colossal tree that resembled a mythical giant. The tree houses displayed a myriad of colors, with windows boasting whimsical designs, circular, cross-shaped, sliding, and even circular cross-sliding windows. Yet, none of them were adorned with glass. It seemed that glass was a rarity in this forest, for even the crosses in the cross-shaped windows were woven from vines, embellished with beautiful flowers. Oh, how I long to reside within, Rue exclaimed with uncontainable delight. Xiaotian? Tang Yun called suddenly. Brother Tang? She replied. With a charming smile, Tang Yun asked, Can you climb trees? Xiaotian responded with a mischievous grin. With a loud creak, the door of the treehouse swung open, revealing a petite elf with pointed ears, frantically fluttering her light pink, semi-transparent wings. Barefoot and seemingly unbothered by the dust, she emerged from her abode, stretched languidly, and immediately noticed 2 figures sneaking upward. With a puffed cheek, she seized a large stone from her home and hurled it at the intruders. Bang! A sudden flash illuminated above Tang Yun's head, indicating something had struck his shield. He looked up to find a cute little elf glaring fiercely at him. Tang Yun decided to drop the pretense, leaping directly in front of her. The elf, barely standing at 1.5 meters, had to tilt her head back sharply to meet his chin. With a haughty snort, she floated upward until she stood a whole head taller than him, satisfaction evident on her face. A smirk curved her lips, as she gazed down at Tang Yun with an expression akin to that of a cat eyeing a mere fish. Tang Yun took no heed of her attitude and boldly stepped into her home. In response, the little elf delivered a swift kick to his backside, causing his shield to flicker again. Unfazed by the protective barrier, she continued to kick at him as he rummaged for supplies, following him closely with each step. Upon reaching her small table, Tang Yun discovered a vial of dew. The glass bottle appeared to be a rare find, and the moment he touched it, the little elf began to lose her composure. With a swift motion of her right hand, countless green starbursts flared forth, and a bow materialized in her delicate grasp. Drawing the bowstring with all her might, she unleashed a formidable attack on Tang Yun, a volley of arrows. Whoosh! As she released the first arrow, dozens of others materialized around her, and upon striking Tang Yun, they swiftly turned towards him as well. Thud, thud, thud. Tang Yun's energy generator plummeted by more than 30 points in a single blow. The little sprite continued to amplify her power, exerting herself once more to launch another barrage of arrows. The recoil was so intense that she found herself leaning backward, spinning midair before regaining her balance. Thud, thud, thud. More arrows struck against Tang Yun's shield. Tang Yun lifted a glass vial to his lips, taking a small sip, only to discover that this modest drink revitalized him immensely, providing a greater boost than a star-grade mineral water. The sweetness lingered delightfully on his palate. Turning his head, he noticed the little sprite, utterly exhausted, lying on the bed, unable to fly. He extended the glass vial towards her, and she eagerly grasped it, cradling it in her arms. Suddenly, she pointed outside with her tiny finger. Tang Yun glanced out, seeing nothing, but in that moment of distraction, she quickly took a sip of dew, then flitted above him, gazing down with a mischievous expression. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback before he swept her up in his arms. Hey, guys, I've caught a sprite. Event progress, 1/100. The sprite playfully pounded her tiny fists against his chest, and he could feel her soft, fragrant body. Even her punches were gentle. Rue cast a disdainful glance at the excited Tang Yun, while Xiaotian bounced in place, urging, Come on, give me a hug too. Tang Yun tossed the little sprite down, but before Xiaotian could catch her, she frantically flapped her wings, drawing a circle in the air before soaring away. How regrettable. Meanwhile, as the sprite departed the area, an unsettling aura enveloped the entire forest. The group not only heard the howls of wolves but also noticed a rising mist that blanketed the woods. What was happening? Not far away, the sprite hid behind a large tree, peeking out with a mischievous grin, watching Tang Yun and his companions intently. Suddenly, a large boulder next to Tang Yun sprang to life. As he turned, a fist larger than a watermelon came crashing down. Tang Yun leaped backward in time to evade it. To his astonishment, the revived stone had transformed into a towering stone giant, over 2 meters tall. Stone sprite. Level 1 nature. Simple-hearted, harboring an inexplicable hatred for intruders. Attributes: strength, 15 constitution, 20 agility. 1 objective: eliminate all intruders. Tang Yun drew his 2-star pistol, firing several shots that shattered the stone sprite's head. However, in the next moment, the fallen stone fragments began to levitate, slowly filling the void atop its head once more. This was bad. Tang Yun feigned panic and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've encountered something indestructible. It's quite an adjustment." Rue let out a disdainful huff, undoubtedly attributing it to that mischievous sprite. Yet, Xia Tian shouted enthusiastically, "Go for it, Brother Tang. Unleash the destructive charge." Tang Yun, reveling in the moment, executed a wild charge that sent the stone sprite careening through the air, its body crashing into a tree and snapping it in two. Stone sprite conquered. Current progress, 2-100 goodness. Brother Tang, you are nothing short of a superhero. However, Tang Yun suddenly leaped into the driver's seat, declaring, "Let us go. Withdraw to the next treehouse and continue our delightful havoc. As long as we find a way to deal with the sprite, the conquest will be deemed successful, even if it means letting them escape." The dogs promptly started the vehicle. Inside the driver's cabin, Xia Tian curiously inquired of Tang Yun, "Brother Tang, what did you do to that sprite?" Before Tang Yun could respond, Rue interjected, "What else could it be? It's not every day you encounter something so tightly wound." She was interrupted by Tang Yun, who quipped, "I merely took a sip of water." Chapter 117, Sudden Incident, Conquest. As Tang Yun and his companions embarked on their vehicle, a voice called out from behind, "Brother Tang, there are a few suspicious characters trailing us." Climbing atop the vehicle, Tang Yun confirmed the presence of several motorcycle thieves, shivering in the cold. However, in the next moment, a flying ladder shot out, perfectly landing on Xia Tian's police car. Astonished, Xia Tian exclaimed, "What if I suddenly break? Wouldn't that lead to disaster?" Before he could act, Lulu stepped forward. By this time, someone had already ascended the ladder and was making their way toward the trunk of the police car. "Haha," laughed the man as he climbed, relishing the thrill of the moment. Swiftly reaching the trunk, he produced a cutting tool, a proud possession that could be wielded with one hand. With the flick of a switch, the blade was poised to slice through the metal. With a rasping sound, sparks flew as the blade met the trunk, igniting a sense of satisfaction within him. "Ah, this metal is remarkably thin, unlike that previous truck. What a fortunate find," he mused. However, his gaze was abruptly met with a pair of white sneakers. Slowly lifting his head, he beheld a strikingly cold visage framed by slender, pale legs. "Fool, stop gawking and run," urged a companion from behind. In an instant, Lulu kicked him off the ladder, sending his body crashing against a large tree, where he spat blood, teetering between life and death. Grasping the ladder firmly, Lulu swung it with great force, propelling both the ladder and the motorcycle away. Upon witnessing this display, the remaining companions decided to retreat, but their path was blocked by a towering stone giant, nearly 3 meters tall. Tang Yun glanced in the rearview mirror and chuckled softly. The stone giant is wreaking havoc. Suddenly, the fortress vehicle came to an abrupt stop. To Tang Yun's astonishment, a quaint elven village lay ahead. "My heavens, this could lead to chaos," he thought, rubbing his hands together. Upon disembarking, he seized a goblin selling metal wares. This goblin, with pointed ears and a healthy bronze complexion, had wide, terrified eyes and a panicked expression that conveyed fear towards Tang Yun. How is this goblin even shorter than the previous elven lass? He pondered. Moreover, this goblin sported a pair of adorable little fangs. Seizing the moment, Tang Yun playfully lifted her and rubbed his face against hers. Event progress, 3-100. Upon hearing the notification, Tang Yun set the goblin down. As her feet touched the ground, she hastily packed up her stall and darted into the forest. Tang Yun surveyed the village anew. The snow on the ground was meticulously cleared, and the paths were not overly muddy. The village boasted stables and quaint windmill cottages, with a small mill situated to the north. At that moment, the bustling villagers were engaged in shopping and chatting, savoring their leisurely time, unaware that Tang Yun's arrival would shatter their peaceful existence. In a flurry, the residents scattered in panic. Tang Yun observed the diverse appearances of the beings around her, noting not only the grass sprites, but also the goblins and various elemental spirits. Among them were fire sprites, resembling fiery orbs with distinct features, stone sprites, and ethereal water sprites. As she marveled at the spectacle, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Suddenly, a band of motorcycle thieves burst forth from the forest adjacent to the town, recklessly careening through the streets. They pounced on the slower runners, lunged at the adorable ones, and evaded those they could not overpower. The fire and water sprites were terrified. One transformed into a flickering flame, hiding in a corner, while another became a puddle on the ground. Only a few stone giants stepped forward, brandishing their mighty fists against the marauding thieves. As the chaos ensued, Tang Yun and her companions took refuge on the sidelines, ready to seize an opportunity. To their surprise, the thieves demonstrated a surprising degree of teamwork. A scar-faced man shouted, "Charge! Team A, go!" In an instant, 6 players mounted their bikes, wielding chains that they flung towards the heads of the stone giants, ensnaring them with ease. Swiftly, the charge team executed a series of drifts and turns, using the chains to bind the stone giants. The man bellowed again, "Tank team, advance." With a roar, several armored motorcycles collided with the giants, causing them to stumble. And the charge team seized the moment to pull on the chains, sending the stone giants crashing to the ground. The remaining giants fell victim to the same tactic, collapsing into a heap of rubble. The town fell silent until the man's boisterous laughter shattered the stillness. "Ha! You think you can outsmart me, duh? I have my ways," he commanded. "Surround the town. Don't let the sprites escape. I intend to revel here for a few days." Turning, he spotted 3 individuals seated in a fortress vehicle nearby, laughing and chatting. One man appeared to be cursing at him, judging by his lip movements. Duh. Unable to contain his frustration, shouted back, "Bro, we just received a sudden mission. Cut us some slack." Tang Yun shrugged, leaping down from the vehicle. "I'm afraid slack is not an option. And what do you propose? How about I give you half of the sprites? What if I want them all?" "Brother, do not be too greedy. There are plenty of sprites in this forest. To the west, there are a few caves. To the east, several tree hollows. And to the north, a number of grass burrows." Duh was referring to the habitats of these sprites. Without hesitation, Tang Yun drew her weapon, enacting a swift betrayal. "Wait, brother." A flicker of panic crossed his face as he glanced at the fortress vehicle behind Tang Yun, which boasted 2 cannons. Though reluctant, he swallowed his words of ire and conceded, "All right, let us change the venue. However, since we've subdued these stone giants, you won't mind if we capture a few sprites, will you?" Tang Yun let out a derisive snort, asserting that he had arrived first. Just as he was poised to fire, a cacophony of male screams erupted around him. In an instant, the ranks of De Ji's team were thrown into disarray. The chaos instigated by a formidable grizzly bear and 3 colossal direwolves. These creatures, not only swift in their movements but also endowed with immense strength, gruesomely crushed the skulls of several players, devouring them on the spot. Meanwhile, the townsfolk, seizing the opportunity, hastily retreated into their homes, paralyzed by fear. Yet, how could the wooden structures withstand the onslaught of such ferocious beasts? Chapter 118. Ecological balance. As soon as these monstrous creatures emerged, they launched a sudden assault on the convoy led by Yi. Tang Yun leaped onto the roof of a vehicle to continue observing the spectacle. Should these beasts fail to finish off their prey, he was prepared to assist with his MP5 and a 4x scope. "Tank team, charge. Strike them with all your might," Yi shouted. Yet he himself hopped into a small pickup truck, closed the door, and drew his single-shot pistol, firing a round at the head of a massive bear. The bullet struck the bear's abdomen. The good news was that it hit, but the bad news was that the bear charged at him. Yi hastily ignited the vehicle. But in the next moment, the giant brown bear leaped into the cabin, sinking its teeth into Yi's face. His scream echoed, soon followed by the sickening crunch of bone, causing Rue to grimace involuntarily. Upon witnessing Yi's demise, the remaining members of the convoy lost their will to fight and plunged into the woods in a frantic escape. The bear and the dire wolves, seeing their quarry fleeing, pursued them relentlessly. In the next moment, a car thief returned, seizing the opportunity while the bear and wolves were distracted. He stealthily approached Yi's vehicle, peered inside, and was immediately overwhelmed by nausea. Yet he overcame his visceral and visual disgust, opening the door to drag Yi's lifeless body out and took his place in the driver's seat. He shut the door, rolled up the windows, and started the vehicle, only to be caught off guard as a dire wolf sprang forth, shattering the windshield in a dramatic ambush. The townsfolk were stricken with terror, their faces pale, thinking, surely, after consuming so much flesh, these beasts would cease their hunt. However, the dire wolf was merely reveling in the thrill of the kill. After crushing a player's skull, it darted into a nearby stable. The frantic whinnies of horses echoed from within as the dire wolves threatened to poison this herd. Suddenly, a slender elf clad in a light green, low-cut robe made her appearance. Drawing her bowstring, she loosed an arrow at the dire wolf's hindquarters. The creature felt the sting, and turned towards her. Yet, with a calm demeanor, she summoned all her strength and unleashed her ultimate move. At that moment, the dire wolf leaped, claws extended like a cat pouncing on a bird. Swish! Dozens of arrows embedded themselves in the dire wolf's head, inflicting severe wounds mid-air. Nevertheless, it retaliated by slamming the little elf to the ground. Though she survived, the beast's massive weight pinned her down, rendering her unable to escape despite her desperate struggles. Just then, another dire wolf emerged from the thicket, its gaze fixating on the ensnared prey, charging forth with reckless abandon. "Shall we assist her?" Rie suggested. Yet, Tang Yun shook his head, believing that patience would yield greater rewards. The dire wolf landed heavily on the elf's chest, opening its maw wide to deliver the final blow. Snap! Its jaws closed, yet the familiar sound of crunching bones was absent. By the time the dire wolf realized what had transpired, it found itself without a mouth. Not only that, but her body astonishingly began to levitate, only to be flung away by an unseen force. In the next moment, the corpse of the fearsome wolf that had been clinging to the little sprite was also cast aside. She turned to behold a white horse emerging from the forest, upon which sat a coldly beautiful woman clad in a flowing white gown, her expression devoid of emotion. Her fair legs swayed slightly, and the crystal anklet encircling her ankle shimmered with a gentle, sacred light. The moment the woman appeared, she captured Tang Yun's attention. "So it has come to pass. Do you know her? How could that be possible?" Perhaps I do. How did you know you could catch a big fish?" "Well, don't you think there exists a certain ecological balance on this map? Once that balance is disrupted, inevitably someone will step forth to restore it. Unless the woman being protected is a wretched soul. I think I understand now. So, that woman in white is the mistress of this forest?" Tang Yun remained silent, for as he conversed with Rue, the woman had vanished in the blink of an eye. Only the tracks of the horse remained in the snow. It was not until the woman disappeared that Xia Tian regained his senses, exclaiming, "I can hardly imagine how fragrant she must be." "Oh dear." Tang Yun lightly tapped his shoulder, revealing an unexpected insight. "Oh, we are all men, after all." Tang Yun cast a glance at his JK short skirt, unsure of what to say. The previously mute, fearsome wolf turned and vanished into the dense foliage, seemingly spared, yet in reality returning its carcass to the earth, as its fate would ultimately be to be devoured by other predators or perish from starvation. The crisis had passed. Suddenly, the little sprite vanished, only to reappear before Tang Yun, arms crossed. "What are you doing here again?" Her voice was childlike. No sooner had she spoken than she kicked Tang Yun's shield, shouting, "Trash! Trash! Get lost!" Having already conquered her, Tang Yun felt no interest. However, Rue and Xia Tian were taken aback. "Wait, you can talk? I thought you were mute." "Humph." The little sprite crossed her arms, declaring, "You lot of trash are not worthy of my words." In an instant, Tang Yun seized her, retorting, "You, calling yourself a queen? I'll show you who's the king." As he spoke, he flipped the little sprite over and delivered a firm slap to her backside. Speak. What is your name?" "I won't tell you." "Trash." Smack. Stop it. My name is Lucy. Why do you refer to yourself as a queen?" "Speak. You filthy trash. You are not worthy to ask." Smack. "Ouch. I am the fairy queen." "Pah. If you are the fairy queen, then I am the fairy king. You are merely trash." "Wah. Please stop, wah. That woman saved your life, and with your strength, don't even think about being a fairy queen. You could barely be a fairy's courtesan. The wretched little fish, how dare you discover me?" Slap. "Address me as Lord Tang Yun. Do not strike again. You foul little fish." Slap. "Will you call out or not?" "Foul little fish. Foul little fish." Slap. "Boo-hoo. Tang Yun, Lord Tang Yun." "Humph." Tang Yun tossed her carelessly after delivering her here. Lucy spun gracefully in midair before righting herself, glaring fiercely at Tang Yun while rubbing her backside. "Foul little fish," she exclaimed, then darted away, evading any further attempts by Tang Yun to capture her. "Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions in this forest." Lucy glared menacingly at Tang Yun. With a flick of her delicate hand, a translucent barrier enveloped the entire village. Chapter 119. So this is your currency. After showcasing her impressive magical prowess, Lucy stuck her tongue out at Tang Yun from within the barrier, playfully shaking her rear in defiance. "Come on, you filthy fish. Strike me if you can. Can't touch me, can you?" This audacious display ignited a surge of indignation within Tang Yun, a fire that smoldered from his lower abdomen. Unable to endure any longer, he drew his two-star pistol and fired a shot at the barrier, only to find that the bullet impacted the shield with little effect. Lucy, somewhat apprehensive, was taken aback by the ineffectiveness of human weaponry, and in response, she wiggled her backside again, performing an elegant elven dance. Tang Yun ground his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the townsfolk emerged from their homes, witnessing the barrier without surprise, instead feeling a profound sense of security. The water spirit resumed her human form, and the flames of the fire spirit grew more vibrant. "What?" exclaimed Rue, utterly astonished as she touched the barrier. Could it be similar in principle to the generator? Summer also reached out to touch the shield. However, Tang Yun remarked, the fact that you can touch this barrier indicates it operates on a different principle than the generator. He cast a glance at Lulu, who had entered the control room and fired a shot at the barrier. Boom. Crack. Suddenly, Lucy, who had been dancing, halted, sensing something ominous behind her. Before she could turn, Tang Yun enveloped her petite frame in his arms. "I shall not tolerate your provocation." Smack. Another slap landed on her backside. Ah. Smack. Ouch. The onlookers quickly retreated, with the water spirit transforming back into a puddle and the fire spirit reverting to a small flame. The stone giant continued to struggle against the sturdy iron chains. "Release me, you filthy fish. Address me as Master Tang Yun." Smack. Wah. Master Tang Yun. "Call me again. Filthy fish." Smack. Smack. Ah. Master Tang Yun. Master Tang Yun. Irritated, Tang Yun began to knead her body as if she were a mere toy, aiming to shatter Lucy's pride and breach her psychological defenses. To his astonishment, the harder he pressed, the more she seemed to relish the experience, even beginning to gasp in delight. Observing her enjoyment, Tang Yun ultimately released her, withholding further rewards. With a flushed face, Lucy lay on the ground, breathing heavily, her hair in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yun spoke, "Though we may be thieves, we do so merely to accomplish our mission. Our aim is to embrace each of you little spirits and procure some supplies, though we are open to trading as well." Lucy, producing a vial of dew from seemingly nowhere, took a sip, her countenance revitalized. "I never expected you to be such a skilled fish." She floated before Tang Yun, arms crossed, resuming her haughty demeanor. Tang Yun could not help but remark, "Do you even comprehend the words you are uttering? Nevertheless, this is indeed a gathering of spirits. Trade as you wish. As for embracing others, that is beyond my jurisdiction and requires their consent." Rue's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "So, this is a gathering? Does that imply that your transactions involve currency?" "Humph, what a foolish woman. Would you willingly purchase items without payment?" Rue stomped in frustration. Lucy unfastened the iron chains binding the stone giant, restoring it to its original, benign form, transforming it into a mere pile of ordinary stones. The stone giant's demeanor indicated that Lucy had genuinely accepted Tang Yun's presence. Tang Yun casually questioned, "What were you drinking earlier? What is the market price?" Lucy produced a vial of dew, saying, "This? It is merely our sustenance as would elves. With this dew, we can harness boundless power." "And the market price?" Lucy smiled mysteriously. "Every household possesses dew. It is exceedingly cheap. Did you not notice how exquisite my glass bottle is?" The others shook their heads in response. "You ignorant fools. This glass bottle could purchase over 1,000 vials of dew." Her retort seemed defensive but was, in truth, a display of her wealth. Tang Yun furrowed his brow and asked, "Then, what can one obtain with several tens of thousands of glass?" Lucy laughed at his question. "Fools are indeed fools. Do you possess such wealth? I advise you to leave. We do not welcome the likes of you." Just then, a cascade of glass rained down from above, nearly burying Lucy beneath the shards. "Ah." Lucy gazed at the glass, instinctively reaching out to touch it, only to cut her hand in the process. She sucked on her finger and remarked, "Indeed, it is glass. Is there still a need for inspection?" Tang Yun, weary of her antics, decided, "Well then, considering your affluence, I shall refrain from calling you a fool." He collected the glass and, without further ado, proceeded into the town to explore. A wicked smirk crossed Lucy's lips. As Tang Yun approached a fruit shop, intending to purchase the entire establishment, Lucy whispered conspiratorially to the vendor, "Sell it to him at triple the price." "I heard that," Tang Yun retorted. "So what? Fools remain fools. Wealth does not equate to significance." Tang Yun gritted his teeth in annoyance, while Lucy deliberately hovered near him, anticipating that he would seize her and assert dominance. However, Tang Yun was not deceived. Realizing her scheme had failed, Lucy followed Tang Yun, contemplating alternative strategies. Ultimately, he managed to empty the fruit store with just 10 points of glass, showering the water spirit vendor with a grand embrace, which caused the shy water spirit to spray him with water in response. Beyond the fruit shop, there were clothing stores, jewelry shops, florists, honey vendors, and even establishments offering fine steeds for sale. In the clothing boutique, a myriad of styles awaits, suitable for human wear. For instance, Rue selected a white dress adorned with lace trimmings at the sleeves, the hem gracefully brushing her knees, revealing her delicate calves. Remarkably, amidst this snow-laden forest, such attire does not evoke a sense of chill. It was only through Lucy's introduction that I learned everything here is crafted by fairies, far surpassing the quality of mundane human creations. Despite Lucy's mockery, Tang Yun restrained himself, refraining from retaliation. Chapter 120. Task completed. Every time Tang Yun visited a shop, he would embrace the shopkeeper after purchasing his goods. However, some elves required more than just a hug. They needed a firm squeeze. For instance, those mischievous wood elves were particularly demanding. Lucy watched on with deep envy. After several hours of diligent effort, Tang Yun successfully completed his shopping, and the incident was resolved smoothly. Reward: Purple Module X1, Material Pack X10. Tang Yun accepted his rewards. Spiked Launcher, Quality: Purple Quantity, 300. Description: mounted on the front of the vehicle, it can launch spikes to attack or restrain target vehicles. Indeed, the combat capabilities of his vehicle had improved significantly. As for the 10 material packs, although the quantity was considerable, each pack could only yield between 500 to 800 various materials. Ultimately, Tang Yun acquired around 7,000 materials. The good news was that he had managed to purchase out the entire town for less than 200 pieces of glass. This endeavor proved to be exceedingly profitable. As dusk approached, the announcements continued. Congratulations to the anonymous player for completing the sudden event. Event update: the White Forest Hunter dungeon is now open. Esteemed players, there is 1 hour left until the new class mode commences. This update serves as a preliminary introduction to the new class. Preliminary introduction: defeating monsters will have a chance to drop various class upgrade materials. Monsters in the dungeon will also have a chance to drop class upgrade materials, with drop rates synchronized to treasure chest rates. Prepare yourselves, dear players. World Channel. What does preliminary introduction mean? You wouldn't understand. A preliminary introduction means that the new class isn't unlocked yet, but you can still obtain some class upgrade items by defeating monsters. Oh, I see. Thank you for the clarification. It's nothing, but if you become a doctor, don't forget about me. You're too kind. Why are you all so polite? When we meet, won't we just fight? I don't believe it. Come on, if you really encountered a doctor, you wouldn't want to harm him. What if he killed me instead? Phantom, that's a valid point. It seems I must seek trustworthy companions. Viper, hey, Miss Phantom. Join our red and white faction. Phantom, aren't you trying to kill me? I won't join. Viper, haha. Then just wait to be taken by us. Phantom, fine, I'll let you die first. After all, some have not slept well these past few days. Viper, I slept like a baby. If you're restless, come play with us brothers and have some fun. Regional Channel. What? The new class is starting its preliminary introduction? This forest seems to have a new dungeon. Where is it? Has anyone found it? I'm here, come team up. Where are you, brother? Add me. I'm in a cave. Oh no. A big bear. I'm out of here. Who took my sudden event? I wasn't done with it yet. Oh dear. Isn't every task fundamentally the same as long as one desires it? Indeed, yet these elusive sprites are exceedingly adept at evasion. Capturing them is nearly impossible. Tang Yun cast a glance at his companion. Lucy, what are you staring at, you worthless fish? Suppressing the tempest of anger within, Tang Yun ultimately inquired in a softened tone, where's the dungeon? How should I know, you worthless fish? I have no idea what you are talking about. At the end of his patience, Tang Yun charged forward, and the two collided into the stable. Are you all right, Lord Tang? Rue rushed over to check. But the two were obscured by the horses, rendering them invisible. Soon, the stable was filled with a series of delicate gasps, escalating for 10 minutes. After another half hour, Tang Yun emerged from the stable, dragging Lucy behind him. Lucy, with trembling and weary hands, fumbled for a flask of dew, taking several gulps before regaining her composure. Upon glancing down, she let out a shriek and dashed into the dense forest. What on earth happened? What did you two do? Tang Yun shrugged, refraining from directly answering Rue's inquiry. He merely had a go at her. The dungeon is located in a cave. Follow me. Oh. Rue glanced at the thicket, where a small stream flowed. Lucy plunged into the stream, only to take flight again, before diving back in. Suddenly, she turned and locked eyes with Rue. What are you staring at, foolish woman? I'm bathing. Have you no shame? Infuriated, Rue clenched her fists and charged forward. Upon seeing this, Lucy promptly took to her heels. Behind her, Tang Yun called out, Rue, get in the vehicle. We're heading to the dungeon. The moment Rue heard about a new dungeon, she hopped into the vehicle. Yet, in the vast expanse of the woods, from where could they uncover this so-called cave? Tang Yun recalled what Mr. Da had mentioned earlier, and following his directions, he activated the high beams, revealing a cluster of players standing amidst the thicket. A flash of white light materialized in the forest, transforming the cave into a glowing archway, its edges inscribed with strange letters or symbols. Haha, this is hilarious. You've been chased up a tree by a big bear, and you laugh at me. Anyone in such a predicament would think of fleeing. That's rich. I killed the bear. Why didn't I end up like you? The speaker noticed Tang Yun's high beams, and with an unfazed expression, donned sunglasses. Ah, a newcomer. You've come for the dungeon as well? Haven't you? As he spoke, the man confidently approached Tang Yun's fortress vehicle. As Tang Yun and the others disembarked, they observed the man, golden hair, a prominent nose, and a robust physique, especially his well-defined arm muscles. Greetings, I am Ivan. A pleasure to meet you. The man extended his hand towards Tang Yun. Tang Yun scrutinized him. Ivan wore a short-sleeved shirt beneath a black jacket and trench coat, left unbuttoned, paired with black jeans and white sneakers, boasting a palm-sized button belt, with revolvers and a Glock secured at each side. An AK-47 hung from his shoulder, accompanied by a lengthy ammunition chain. Tang Yun extended his hand in greeting. Hello, my name is Tang Yun. Suddenly, Ivan drew his gun and fired. The sound echoed as the bullet struck Tang Yun's shield. Ivan then chuckled, his gaze falling upon Tang Yun's vehicle. Wow, what an impressive fortress vehicle. Is it a new style? It's nearly the same size as mine. Xia noticed a large truck, which appeared to be crafted entirely from stainless steel, with a Gatling gun mounted atop its roof. In the next moment, a woman leaned out from the passenger seat, glanced at Tang Yun and the others, exhaled a puff of smoke, and retreated back inside. Don't be afraid. She is my wife. Ivan continued. You suddenly shot at me. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? An explanation? Ivan widened his eyes, feigning innocence, of course. He then aimed his revolver at his own head, and with a bang, his head jerked back. Stumbling slightly, he laughed. Gotcha. Didn't I? Tang Yun shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, what a reckless fool. Chapter 121, The White Forest Instance, The Fierce Competitiveness. Tang Yun did not inquire about Ivan's physique. Instead, he immediately brandished a rocket launcher and fired a shot. Boom. The blast sent Ivan hurtling through the air. Even his wife peered out from the cockpit, brandishing a revolver. Yet, Ivan emerged from the underbrush, brushing himself off, proclaiming, I'm fine, I fired first. Upon hearing this, his wife delivered a punch to his stomach, admonishing, you better behave, or you might lose your life. All right, I understand, Susan. Ivan's clothing, now tattered and torn, extended his hand toward Tang Yun in a gesture of reconciliation. My apologies. I only fired because I knew you possessed a generator. With that, he activated the generator. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback, but nevertheless extended his hand in response. 30 points in physique, 2 points in strength, and 2 points in agility, impressive indeed. Didn't he expect you to see through me? Ivan replied, crossing his arms with a subtle smile. He continued, it was the vehicles I previously commandeered that aided me greatly. Through upgrading them, I achieved my current stature. Finally, Ivan suggested, since we cannot eliminate each other, how about we compete fairly? Tang Yun nodded, observing Ivan as he made his way toward a cave. He then turned to whisper to Rui Rei and Xia Tian. This fellow is quite cunning. We should seize an opportunity to focus our fire on Ivan and shatter his generator. Understood. Hey, Tang Yun, the instance has already commenced. Aren't you coming? Ivan's voice echoed through the woods. Nearby players implored him to lower his voice. Dude, please keep it down. Don't attract the bloodthirsty wolves. Oh, it's just a bloodthirsty wolf. Look, there are a few right over there, fixated on you. What? The crowd turned, shining their flashlights, only to find nothing. You little trickster, a middle-aged man exclaimed just as a massive bloodthirsty wolf pounced on him. Ah, Ivan chuckled, shaking his head. My apologies, I misjudged the direction. They are behind you. You bastard. Tang Yun shook his head in resignation, realizing this man was just as devious as he was. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, yet the bloodthirsty wolves remained as vigorous as ever. Observing this, the other players dove into the instance, leaving the wolves to charge at Ivan. Drawing a grenade launcher, Ivan fired a shot, instantly reducing the wolf to a mere pulp. Didn't he expect him to have a grenade launcher? Xia Tian gasped. This was an opportunity not to be missed. The three followed Ivan into the instance. Welcome, everyone, to the Thicket of Thorns dungeon. We are currently in the preparation phase. During this time, the PvP mode is disabled. The dungeon comprises 100 levels, and time flows more rapidly within. 1 day inside equates to merely 1 minute in the outside world. Each level presents a unique environment, and the monster levels increase incrementally with each subsequent tier. The matchmaking system offers both solo and team modes, with team mode requiring a minimum of 3 participants. In terms of rewards, for solo mode, the top 10 players will receive 1,000 material packs, 5,000 star stones, and 10 modification points. The top 120 players will earn 500 material packs, 2,000 star stones, and 5 modification points. For team mode, the leading 10 teams will be awarded 5,000 material packs, 30,000 star stones, and 15 modification points. The top 120 teams will receive 5,000 material packs, 500 star stones, and 9 modification points. The victory condition is to conquer all 100 levels. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Such bountiful rewards. It appears the new class is set to unleash pandemonium. A young girl approached the dungeon, surveying her surroundings. Where a vast, white space was nearly packed with individuals. At that moment, she recognized a familiar face. A pair of fervent eyes were fixed upon Tang Yun's visage. Is it him? Tang Yun received a notification. Detected sufficient team members. Voting for captain in progress. Rue and Xia Tian commenced the voting process. Voting complete. Captain. Nameless. Team rewards will be equally distributed. Team members will have PvP mode disabled. Leaderboard overview. First place, White Wolf Team, current level, 57. 10th place, Cremation Team, current level, 52. 100th place, Fire Serpent Team, current level, 27. Upon the release of the leaderboard, everyone stood in shock. Goodness. The White Wolf Team is truly formidable. They've already ascended to the 57th level. The White Wolf Team? So the captain must be the White Wolf? I've never heard of them. Is there really a master among us in this eerie place? Damn it. They must have arrived earlier than us. Yet to survive so many days in the dungeon is indeed a testament to their prowess. Why don't we form a team as well? Look, the team rewards far surpass those of the solo rewards. Indeed. Let us hasten to assemble. Preparation time is nearly over. The following players have completed team formation: Steel Cannon Team, Slaughter Team, Amphibious Assault Team, Nameless Team. We are the little steel cannons. Haha. It's laughable. We'll burst in with a bang. Wait. Nameless. Goodness. Where's Nameless? No way. How unfortunate I am. Is the illustrious Nameless also here? Seeing the stunned expressions of the crowd, Tang Yun remained silent in the corner. A colossal vortex materialized before everyone. And in an instant, Tang Yun and the others were drawn into the abyss. Players and their vehicles will be teleported together. You have been matched to team mode. In team mode, you will encounter other squads and will not compete against solo players. In a flash of bright light, Tang Yun and his companions found themselves in a dark forest, surrounded by dense woods. However, these trees were anything but ordinary, as their leaves and branches were entangled with thorns. Even the grass underfoot was bristling with thorns, ready to tear clothing and cut skin at the slightest misstep. These thorny thickets obstructed the trio's path. Unperturbed, Tang Yun and his companions activated their night vision and employed thermal imaging to scan the surroundings. Discovering several small red dots in the distance, it appeared that a few squads had teleported ahead of them. Meanwhile, a few zombies emerged from the woods, their skin shredded by the surrounding sharp thorns. Nevertheless, their insatiable hunger for flesh only fueled their ferocity. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Wow, level 6 zombies, with attributes around 12 points. Shortly thereafter, the air was filled with the sounds of more zombie growls, though these new arrivals were all level 24. Clearly, this level 6 zombie was an elite monster of the first tier. Chapter 122, the first level, Departure. Bang. Summer drew his pistol and delivered a precise shot to the zombie's head. Is this truly a level 6 zombie? Insanity. The zombie, which had collapsed in the grass, suddenly rose again and charged wildly towards Summer. You all handle the lower level monsters, leave the higher level ones to me. Understood. Tang Yun retrieved his 2-star pistol and fired a shot, but the zombie leaped, causing the bullet to only strike its knee. What the? It can jump that high. Its leap was nearly twice the height of an average person, and typically, zombies did not exhibit such agility. Clearly, these creatures had become somewhat more cunning with their elevated levels. Bang. Before the zombie could land, Tang Yun aimed and shot it in the forehead. The bullet piercing through its hard skull, causing the level 6 zombie to collapse. Puff. Something erupted from it, but it was not a treasure chest. Tang Yun activated the generator and ventured into the thicket to collect the spoils, his shield flickering as the thorns inflicted persistent damage upon him. He stowed the dropped item in his backpack and glanced at it. Zombie Eye, description, an item required for upgrading professions. Now it makes sense. This is the essence of profession warming. Tang Yun noted the time. It was nearly midnight, with just over 10 minutes remaining. However, a day within the dungeon equated to merely a minute in the outside world. By the time the profession gameplay commenced, he would have spent over 10 days in the dungeon. Moreover, by grinding through instances, he could accumulate resources, giving him a significant edge over those who had not entered the dungeon. Rue and Summer, after dispatching these monsters, did not obtain any materials, evidently. The higher the monster's level, the more likely it was to yield such materials. The trio cleared the surrounding creatures. Get in the vehicle. We must traverse this thicket. Rue reminded, the generator cannot protect the police car's tires. Tang Yun collected the supplies from the police car and converted it into a card, tucking it into his backpack. Subsequently, the group entered the cockpit of the fortress vehicle, only to discover Lulu and the dogs already present inside. Lulu communicated through sign language, which Rue translated. She says she was transported along with the vehicle. This was for the best. As the team leader, Tang Yun had a heads-up display. He glanced at it to see a red square icon in the distance, accompanied by a line of small text. Distance to the second level, 1,337 meters. Clearly, reaching that point would grant them access to the second level. The group boarded the fortress vehicle, its steel tracks crushing through the thicket, the sharp spikes at the front tearing through the brambles as they swiftly navigated into the dense forest. Tang Yun sat within the vehicle, instantly enveloped in a sense of safety. A great fire raged in the woods. Evidently some players had chosen to set ablaze the thorns to clear a path. However, at this rate, the flames would consume the entire forest. Yet, when the next batch of players entered the dungeon, the woods and monsters would refresh once more. Several colossal demonic spiders ascended the tree trunks, their multitude of eyes fixated on the approaching armored vehicle, poised to launch a surprise attack. However, Tang Yun detected their presence in advance. With one hand gripping the doorframe, he scaled the top of the vehicle, drew his shotgun, and obliterated one spider's head with a single shot, reducing its numerous eyes to mere fragments, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. A few other spiders, too, fell victim to the relentless fire from Rue and Xia Tian, twisting their bodies as they plummeted from the trees, riddled with bullet holes, lifeless. With a soft pop, another item materialized. Xia Tian swiftly collected it. Demonic spider leg. Description: one of the crucial items for upgrading professions. Brother Tang, I found an item. He informed Tang Yun of the leg's description. Tang Yun advised him, hold on to it for now. I suspect each profession requires different materials for upgrades. Understood. Bang. A resounding explosion echoed through the woods. A player's tire had burst, and he lamented with his head in his hands, clueless without a wrench. Yet, Tang Yun and his companions navigated the thorny forest with ease, their vehicle suffering only minimal durability loss. Tang Yun glanced at the display. Distance to the second level, 378 meters. You have arrived near the teleportation point. The display is now off. Please carefully search for the entrance to the next level. Tang Yun and his companions disembarked to assess the situation. Suddenly, a blaze flickered in the surrounding woods as a small team, brandishing torches, spotted them. Both sides paused momentarily before immediately opening fire. Evidently, this team was formidable, equipped with Uzi submachine guns capable of rapid fire. The players' skill levels appeared to have significantly improved. Those who emerged from Misty Town were no ordinary foes. Indeed, the bullets struck the trio's shields, causing no harm whatsoever. Tang Yun retaliated with his submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire while advancing slowly towards them. In the three-man team, one member was hit, and they promptly dodged behind a tree, waiting for Tang Yun to reload before counterattacking. Yet, Tang Yun's maneuvers left them gasping for breath. He unleashed a furious spray of bullets at 3 trees, compelling the adversaries to remain concealed and reluctant to change positions. Once his magazine was empty, he retrieved his shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. The bark splintered, and the trunks were nearly demolished by the shotgun blasts. The trio, terrified of being struck, raised their hands in surrender. After expending another magazine, one man, believing Tang Yun had run out of ammunition, common for a pump-action shotgun with a typical capacity of 5 to 10 rounds, boldly exposed himself to fire at Tang Yun. However, before he could pull the trigger, Tang Yun swiftly loaded 2 spare shells into the chamber. Bang! One shot shattered the man's shoulder, and bang! The final shot obliterated his head. Surely, he must be out of bullets now. The 2 men hiding behind the tree, after a brief moment of hesitation, drew their pistols and fired. Yet, Tang Yun, wielding a 2-star handgun, dispatched one with a single shot, while the remaining bullet struck the other in the shoulder. Both men collapsed in response. Tang Yun approached and fired a shot at one of the players, while the other player, clutching his shoulders, pleaded, "Hero, spare us. It was not our intention." Bang! A bullet pierced through his skull. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted from behind Tang Yun. Rue and Xia Tian were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with another team. Unhurried, Tang Yun collected the weapons and supplies scattered on the ground, then took cover behind a tree to reload. The skirmish on Rue's side lasted for several seconds before more gunshots rang out. Once Tang Yun finished reloading, he glanced at the unfolding battle. Rue and Xiatian found themselves caught between two opposing groups, taking refuge behind a tree as they waited for their adversaries to approach. As soon as the enemies drew near, Rue and Xiatian opened fire, successfully taking down one team, while the others swiftly vanished into the dense forest. Chapter 123. The cabin in the woods. The fleeing squad was not faring well. One of their members became ensnared in thorns. With every movement, he was met with sharp pain, wincing in agony. His comrades attempted to rescue him, but a stray bullet struck his arm. Realizing the dire situation, they abandoned him and fled. Hey, don't blame us. Without you, we can still team up with the stragglers. You bastard. Suddenly, a bullet pierced his skull, and blood sprayed onto his companions. From the depths of the woods emerged a group of individuals, encased in a translucent shield that effortlessly pushed aside the surrounding thorns. The leader, wielding a shotgun, declared, "Don't even think about escaping. None of you will get away." With that, he fired, and the expanding shot struck a man squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling back to collide with the tree. The thorns ensnared his lifeless body, scattering his possessions across the ground. The last remaining member took off, but as he stepped on a spike, the nearly 10-centimeter-long thorn penetrated his foot. He screamed and collapsed. And before Tang Yun could fire, a thorn stabbed into his eye socket, claiming his life instantly. Summer instinctively moved to loot the bodies. Tang Yun spotted a wooden cabin emerging through the foliage. The group paused on the soft ground to recuperate, allowing the generator to recharge before setting off again. The cabin was larger than anticipated, adorned with torches, and a flicker of candlelight seeped through the dilapidated wooden boards and roof. Upon kicking the door open, Tang Yun was met with the gaze of several individuals inside. "What are you staring at?" Within the cabin, a few newly arrived teams were exchanging supplies for intel about the second level. Others bore scars and had lost limbs, sharing their experiences upon receiving provisions. Clearly, they were players returning from the second level. Tang Yun's abrupt entrance startled them, and they responded with disdain towards the audacious newcomer. "You think you're something special? Completing the first level is no big deal. Let me tell you, the monsters in the second level are beyond your imagination. They call her the Mist Demon. But enough of that." The speaker was not one who had come from Mist Town, but had taken a different route. His face marred with wounds as he gulped down a vial of red liquid. He continued, "However, if you desire more information, you must offer me a healing potion." "I don't possess such items," Tang Yun replied honestly, shaking his head. Laughter erupted among the group. "You don't even have a healing potion and you wish to venture to the second level? Is it really that challenging?" Tang Yun scoffed. "Please, look at you all. This is merely the second level." At this remark, the group rose in indignation. "How dare you speak like that? Damn it. The monsters have gone too far. It is only fitting that I relieve my frustration on you." With a resounding bang, Tang Yun fired a bullet that pierced through 3 individuals. He nonchalantly blew on the muzzle of his gun, declaring, "With such frail physiques, you dare aspire to ascend to the second level? Dream on." Behind him, Rue and Xiatian brandished their Uzi submachine guns, sweeping the ground with a flurry of fire. The crowd, terrified, retreated hastily, with some even smashing through the wall in their panic, only to be swiftly gunned down by Tang Yun. "Brother, we admire your strength. Earlier, I spoke out of turn, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I have never encountered any healing potions. I speak the truth, for I found none and have no use for such things." Indeed. If that is the case, we shall take our leave." Several men retreated into a small compartment and promptly used a teleportation array to reach the second level. A portion of the players remained in a state of confusion, for Tang Yun was formidable, and the second level was equally daunting. "I'll fight you." A group of players charged directly at him. "Oh, look at you all. So united in your current state." Tang Yun scoffed, seizing the opportunity amidst their chaotic gunfire. Rue and Xiatian each took their shots, and within 5 seconds, all adversaries lay lifeless on the ground. At that moment, a 5-member squad burst through the door, immediately assessing the scene. Tang Yun swiftly shot down the one who had kicked the door open, sending the remaining players fleeing in panic. "Honestly, must you kick down doors? It's quite frightening." The trio scavenged the room for supplies. "Lord Tang, are you hungry?" Rue suddenly inquired. "A bit. After all, I haven't had supper yet." The importance of sustenance is magnified in a post-apocalyptic world. Resources are crucial, and failing to consume them can lead to dire consequences, such as low blood sugar, which could result in one's demise. The group produced some fast food items, such as compressed biscuits, chocolate, and milk bread, taking turns to eat, while 2 kept watch. During their meal, they managed to take down 2 more squads, reclaiming the resources they had expended. Eventually, the trio entered a small compartment and used a blue teleportation array to ascend to the second level. "Congratulations on clearing the first level. You have triggered a phase reward, Material Pack 5, Common Wrench 1, White Treasure Chest 1. In less than a second, they found themselves in what seemed like another world. Thick fog. Why is it another foggy map? Rue grimaced, expressing her frustration with the fog demons. The mist here was even denser than that in Misty Town, limiting visibility to barely 5 meters. Tang Yun glanced at the overhead display. Distance to the third level, 3,775 meters. Good heavens, that far. Can you see the marker? Xia Tian inquired. I can. The yellow icon is right there, Tang Yun replied, pointing behind him. Though invisible, each team leader could discern the location of the next level from the overhead display. Moreover, they had arrived through random teleportation. The distance from the previous map to the next level was not consistent, a deduction Tang Yun had made. With a playful smile, Rue jested, wishing ill upon those teams arriving at the entrance of the next level, humorously proclaiming that they would bear sons without the male appendage. Haha, sister. If they curse you like that, you're in for a rough time, she exclaimed. Oh dear. Enough of the antics, let us hurry and get in the car. Turning around, Rue and Xia Tian noticed that Tang Yun was already seated in the driver's seat. Tang Yun switched on the fog lights and high beams, significantly enhancing visibility. Not far ahead, a small garden materialized out of thin air. As Tang Yun drove closer, the garden expanded in size, revealing itself to be a grand courtyard. Chapter 124. The woman in the courtyard. The courtyard expanded until the outline of a residential building emerged. At that moment, a player skated up to the building, prompting Xia Tian to shout and eliminate him. This fellow has unlocked a new class. Just as Tang Yun parked the vehicle, Xia Tian dashed into the courtyard. The iron gate had been opened, revealing a plethora of vibrant flowers and plants. Xia Tian found a spot to crouch down and waved to Tang Yun and Rue. The three of them concealed themselves behind several large vases. Tang Yun then spotted a middle-aged man on the rooftop, clutching a skateboard and gazing intently at the ground below, exhibiting signs of anxiety and fear. Suddenly, two men rushed out of the house, shouting at the man on the roof. There are no monsters, just some mist spirits. Wait, there's a woman. A woman in a kimono. What? You're terrified of a woman? No. Hurry out. This courtyard is different from the others. Something is amiss. All right. Better safe than sorry. We'll follow your lead, but you need to come down quickly. As soon as the man finished speaking, a woman clad in a pink and white kimono slowly emerged, her wooden clogs echoing softly. Am I that frightening? Why are you running? The two men were momentarily taken aback, but their expressions softened as they approached her. Oh, beautiful lady, we were frightened by that guy on the roof. The woman slowly lifted her gaze, offering a sweet smile to the man above. So, you are here. However, upon seeing her smile, the man panicked, nearly losing his balance and tumbling from the rooftop. He managed to stabilize himself, hopped onto his skateboard, and leaped down, disappearing into the mist. Hey, dude, why are you running? His companions were quite displeased with the fleeing individual until they turned their attention back to the woman, who suddenly ripped her clothing apart. With a burst of white mist, she swiftly consumed the two living men. Oh, Tang Yun nodded, understanding now. A level 4 mist spirit, interesting. Previously encountered were all level 1 mist spirits. He had not anticipated encountering a level 4 here. It seemed the second level posed some challenges. Or perhaps Tang Yun was simply fortunate, frequently stumbling upon high-level monsters. Upon further observation, he deduced that the attributes of a level 4 mist spirit were significantly enhanced compared to a level 1, with agility and strength each increased by 4 points, reaching around 12. Moreover, she was immune to regular damage, indicating her vulnerability lay in elemental damage. Magical damage, is it? Tang Yun slowly retrieved his turret and tossed it towards the woman. Upon hearing the commotion, the woman turned and spotted Tang Yun and the others. She immediately revealed her true nature, transforming into a cloud of white mist that surged toward them. In response, a series of gunfire erupted as flaming bullets pierced through the mist, which emitted a chilling shriek before reconstituting into a captivating woman. However, at this moment, she was slumped on the ground, clutching her chest where the wound lay, a bullet having pierced through her torso, leaving several palm-sized holes. A common person would have perished long ago. How impolite. The woman spoke softly. Can't one be a bit gentler with another woman? No. Tang Yun hoisted the cannon, aiming it directly at the woman's head. I prefer to be straightforward. Bang. A crimson bullet penetrated the woman's skull, and she let out a piercing scream. After a wisp of smoke dissipated, she gradually transformed into a pile of white bones. Immediately, 2 items emerged. Awakening Stone, description, essential material for upgrading professions. Mist Demon Claw, description, one of the materials for profession upgrades. At this moment, Rue interjected. I recall encountering a similar woman when I was devoured by the Mangzhong. You encountered a first-tier mist demon. They can launch attacks directly from the mist without such trouble. Huh. What does first tier mean? It means above level 10. Breaking through level 10 allows one to reach the first tier. How do you know so much? I possess an insight gem. It displays both the upgraded forms of monsters and their tier advancement forms. Oh, no wonder it's a special item. It's indeed quite formidable. Moreover, their appearances vary immensely. They may not only wear kimonos but might also resemble ordinary people. Oh, so it's uncertain whether what we encounter in the future will be human or ghost. Precisely. The three entered a residence, meticulously scavenging. Numerous mist demon corpses littered the floor, yet no trace of the Mongjong could be found. A roar erupted, and several zombies smashed through the door. Charging out from the kitchen, the trio opened fire immediately. These zombies were all above level 4. Tang Yun, wielding a 2-star pistol, could secure a one-shot kill, while Xia Tian, with a 1-star Uzi, could also achieve the same. Rue, however, seemed to be expending bullets rather rapidly. Nevertheless, in order to synthesize a 1-star Uzi, Tang Yun still needed one more gun. The trio continued to scour the room, discovering 2 dragon fruits. They also found some other materials, but only a few hundred units of metal and glass, while rubber was remarkably scarce. Exiting the courtyard, they boarded the fortress vehicle and traveled less than a kilometer when several teams engaged in gunfire over a large building. Some members of these teams had been injured by mist demons, seeking a refuge to heal, only to encounter other squads. Rat-tat-tat. The two sides exchanged relentless fire, seeking cover while aiming at one another. Tang Yun recognized the familiar sound of gunfire. Uzi. He flung open the door and exited the vehicle, entering as a third party. Drawing his shotgun, he sent one person flying. Rue and Xia Tian began to unleash a torrential barrage at the others. One of the 3 teams was utterly annihilated. What the hell? What is going on? How did they bring vehicles into the instance? I still have my skateboard. This is quite normal, right? Damn it. They are driving an off-road vehicle. Damn it. Huh. Quickly retreat. Find the next place. Tang Yun promptly commanded Rue and Xia Tian to get into the vehicle and pursue, while he maneuvered stealthily from the side, circling the building with the intent to ensnare his quarry effortlessly. The urgency in Tang Yun's actions stemmed from the fact that the Uzi was in the possession of one of the 2 groups involved. With a roar, Rue drove forward with remarkable speed, causing both small teams to abruptly cease their gunfire, transforming conflict into camaraderie. Some fell, yet others assisted them in rising, as they all fled together into the distance. Suddenly, Tang Yun sprang forth from before them. A middle-aged man clutching a skateboard reacted swiftly, executing a grand leap aboard his board to ascend the structure. However, just as he reached the top, he was shot down by Rue, who had dismounted just in time, akin to shooting a bird. Chapter 125, The Candle Barrel Monster. Both small squads were utterly annihilated. Tang Yun discovered their vehicles around the building and promptly recycled them as scrap, acquiring several thousand metals, rubber, plastic, and glass. However, these materials, combined with the previous ones, fell significantly short of what was needed to elevate his bicycle to level 20. After some calculations, Tang Yun estimated that to upgrade the bicycle to level 20, approximately 100,000 of each material was required. Yet, this dungeon comprised a total of 100 layers, each offering stage rewards. So collecting these materials would merely be a matter of time. After vanquishing 3 teams, Tang Yun reevaluated the building nearby. It resembled a tall edifice with 5 stories, flanked by expansive courtyards on either side, where a grove of lush bamboo thrived. At this moment, the entrance to the courtyard remained unopened by other players, indicating it had not yet been looted. To access the high-rise, one would need to traverse through the courtyard. Sensing something amiss, Tang Yun kicked open the gate and whistled. Lao He led Hao Guo and He Mei into the courtyard. Their figures vanished into the fog, and soon, a cacophony of howls echoed as they returned. Clearly, danger lurked within. Amidst the mist, a verdant bamboo grove gradually came into view. As Tang Yun blinked, the grove appeared to draw nearer. Suddenly, a flicker of flame illuminated the fog, revealing that the bamboo was not merely abundant, but that each stalk was as robust as a large tree. With a thunderous rumble, everyone took a step back, for they all witnessed the bamboo moving. Then, a creature wrapped in bamboo skin emerged from the mist, its head ablaze in a conflagration. Candle Barrel Monster, level 1 disposition, dominant, relying on its nearly invulnerable body to assert its will. Attributes, strength, 8 constitution, 15 agility, 3 weaknesses, fire, water. Ice. It was indeed the Candle Barrel Monster. Yet, Tang Yun was puzzled. Although its head was engulfed in flames, why was fire listed as its weakness? Did it require extinguishing its flaming head with water, or perhaps setting its body ablaze? Lord Tang. Rue rushed over, Have you discovered their weaknesses? Them? Tang Yun glanced up, only to find not one, but a multitude of candle barrel monsters. No matter. With a decisive wave of his right hand, he commanded, Lulu, activate the beam cannon and switch to demolition mode. Upon receiving the order, Lulu swiftly climbed atop the vehicle, deftly adjusted the cannon barrel, and unleashed a devastating beam directly into the courtyard. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout the realm, accompanied by a surge of dispersing mist. The blast created a colossal crater in the courtyard. Rue and Xia Tian swallowed hard. Was this the true power of demolition mode? Half of the courtyard had been reduced to a gaping pit, and the throngs of candle barrel monsters were scattered in disarray, their bamboo-like bodies fragmented, emitting black smoke or igniting as they fell to the ground. Two surviving candle bucket monsters staggered towards them, swinging their wooden arms and striking the air. Had this creature been rendered senseless by an explosion? Perhaps its intelligence was lacking. Tang Yun fired a shot at it, the bullet piercing its body with a sound reminiscent of splintering wood. However, the bullet seemed to have little effect, as the flames atop its head continued to blaze. Ultimately, Tang Yun's suspicions were confirmed. Rue extinguished its flames using ice cream, a diminutive ice dragon, causing the candle bucket monster to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The other candle bucket monster was ignited by Tang Yun's fire dragon fruit. It writhed frantically in the flames until the fire spread, engulfing its head and body, reducing it to a pile of charcoal in no time. So that was it. Their weakness lay within themselves. What did this imply? If a typical player possessed a torch, they could easily defeat them. Even without a torch, a single kick could topple them, igniting their own self-combustion. Xia Tian, upon hearing Tang Yun's explanation, shook his head in resignation, pondering the purpose of such creatures, having previously assumed they were formidable. Of course, they were designed with ordinary players in mind. Considering that the fog spirits were vulnerable to fire, ensuring that candle bucket monsters would not appear in areas inhabited by fog spirits, or that they could be employed to combat them directly. Understood. Presumably, the balance of such monsters would be prevalent in lower levels, becoming increasingly obscure in higher tiers, indicating a rise in difficulty. At that moment, the defeated candle bucket monster dropped 5 white treasure chests and some items. Candle bucket monster fragment. Description: one of the materials for class upgrades. A total of 10 fragments were acquired. In the end, Tang Yun made a decision. They would split into 4 teams to scavenge, aiming to ascend to the 10th level in one go. Excellent. The dogs would guard the vehicle, while Tang Yun led Rue, Xia Tian, and Lulu up the building, completing their search in under 5 minutes. They gathered some materials and supplies, including an extraordinary grape. The group boarded the fortress vehicle and continued to the next level, successfully locating the entrance to the 3rd tier. Subsequently, the fortress vehicle forged ahead, and within 2 hours, they had ascended to the 15th level. They received a total of 25 material packs, 11 ordinary wrenches, and 15 white treasure chests as phase rewards. Tang Yun glanced at the leaderboard. 1st place, White Wolf Squad, 60th level. 10th place, Wildfire Squad, 51st level. 107th place, Ivan Squad, 16th level. Tang Yun paused for a moment. Ivan? Weren't they only 2 people? Had they recruited another? Soon. Tang Yun led the team to the 17th level, where the world suddenly grew darker, a flicker of fire appearing in the sky, with a shadow spiraling within the blaze. What lay before them was a moving thicket of thorns. Unlike ordinary thorny forests, these thorns seemed to possess their own consciousness. In the forest, a beleaguered squad of 5 was discovered, 4 of whom were ensnared by thorns, while the remaining member wielded a knife, frantically slashing at the encroaching brambles, occasionally using his torch to ward off the thorny tendrils. Tang Yun led his team towards them, when one of the suspended men decisively drew a pistol and fired at him. As the saying goes, take advantage of the situation to strike. Tang Yun had indeed come to exploit the chaos, and the man understood this truth all too well. However, his bullets failed to inflict any harm upon Tang Yun. Rue and Xia Tian swiftly opened fire. Rue's Uzi had reached the 1st star level, enhancing its damage by 50 and improving its stability, rendering it more precise. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets felled 4 men, and the last, attempting to flee, was also ensnared, his skin pierced by the sharp thorns, eliciting anguished cries from him. Chapter 126. An unexpected encounter. Alas. Alas. Do not call out. Tang Yun swiftly ended him with a single shot. The surrounding thickets began to creep toward Tang Yun and his companions once more. Fortunately, the generator prevented these thorny vines from approaching the trio. Meanwhile, another squad stumbled upon Tang Yun's fortified vehicle nestled within the forest. They cautiously approached, spotting Tang Yun and his group not far away. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Yun was absent, the leader, donning a mask, gestured toward the fortified vehicle. The remaining members halted their motorcycles and hurried over. Two of them leaping onto the fortified vehicle, only to be swiftly sent flying back. The captain turned to see his comrades unceremoniously kicked off. "This is bad. We've been discovered. Let us retreat," he exclaimed, only to find a young girl alone in the vehicle. A shift in strategy ensued. Fortune favors the bold. After all, she was merely a little girl. Couldn't T5 grown men handle her? Tian-gu, don't you have a sniper rifle? Take her down. Indeed, I was just thinking that. The man named Tian, he drew forth a sniper rifle, adjusting the 8-fold scope to aim at the girl's head. To his astonishment, he discovered that she had raised her arm, seemingly aiming at him as well. Strange. I don't see a weapon in her hand. Wait. She's a robot. Tian, he shouted in alarm. Retreat. He jumped into his off-road vehicle, leading the others into the woods. Lulu observed their departure, recalling Tang Yun's instruction to guard the vehicle, and thus refrained from pursuing. However, the hounds were hot on their heels, with the last man on a motorcycle glancing back in fright. Tian-gu. They've even brought dogs. Tian, he glanced in the rearview mirror, incredulously exclaiming, "Those aren't T-dogs. They're wolves. Run. My vehicle's durability is waning. If we keep this up, my tires will blow." Just then, a thicket of thorns obstructed the wolf's path. Tian, he and his team breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. These thorns are both a blessing and a curse. These thorns were sharp. Lao He ordered Black Sister and How Good has ceased their pursuit, for if the thorns pierced their feet, it would spell disaster. The wolf pack retraced their steps and inadvertently encountered another trio in the woods. Without hesitation, Lao He led his team to pounce, venting their fury upon this new group. The captain met his end as Lao He crushed his skull. The taste of victory was crisp and satisfying. In less than 10 seconds, the skirmish concluded, and the wolf pack returned safely. Tang Yun glanced at the leaderboard, finding himself in 103rd place, and Ivan likely lurking within this very layer. He observed the display overhead, distance to the next layer, 4,779 meters. Damn it, such a distance. Advancing further would only plunge them into denser woods, rendering the fortified vehicle immobile. Thus, Tang Yun decided to assign Lulu and the wolves to guard the vehicle temporarily. He then led Rue and Xia Tian into the dense forest, embarking toward the next layer. Once they locate the portal, their vehicle shall accompany them to the subsequent layer. However, what Tang Yun was unaware of was that his ascent to the 17th floor in less than 2 hours had shattered their psychological defenses. As Ivan and his companions arrived at the 17th floor, they eagerly glanced at the leaderboard. "What the hell?" exclaimed the dark-haired girl. "How could he be so fast?" Ivan turned to inquire. "Who are you referring to?" "The Nameless One. Don't you recognize him?" "Nameless? Not familiar." "It's Tang Yun." "Oh, it's him." Ivan gazed at the leaderboard. "Goodness. He surpassed us in under 2 hours." The blonde woman interjected. "Such speed must have been achieved through scavenging." "How can you be so sure?" "We have not scavenged anything. We have only just reached the 17th floor. How could this Nameless One be so swift?" The regional channel was abuzz with fervent discussions. Who is this Nameless One? What the hell? White Wolf took 3 days to reach the 17th floor, and he did it in 2 hours. The Nameless One, right? He entered the dungeon with us, although we have only ascended to the 3rd floor. Do not be astonished, he is quite the big shot. Big shot? Then what does that make our wildfire captain? Let him reach the 50th floor first. Within half an hour, this Nameless One had squeezed into the top 100. The leaderboard refreshed once more. 100th place, Nameless team. What the hell? He conquered the 17th floor in half an hour. Huh? Does this kid's vehicle have such high durability? It's clear you haven't been to the 17th floor. The dense woods there make vehicle passage impossible. Tianhe, the person above is correct. My vehicle couldn't make it halfway. What kind of vehicle do you have, bro? Tianhe, both 2-wheeled and 4-wheeled. What the hell? Could this Nameless One be a land runner? What? He ran over. No. He ran over. Regardless of how he did it, I will respect him if he clears the 18th floor. What floor are you on? We are on the 20th floor. After the 18th floor, specific tasks must be completed to activate the teleportation array. If this kid truly possesses strength, let us see how long it takes him to clear it. Tang Yun stood upon the earth of the 18th floor, and the fortress vehicle was also teleported to him. He surveyed his surroundings. The sky had darkened further, and the wilderness was dotted with stone towers, concealing unknown secrets. Not far away, several red-eyed skeleton soldiers wandered about. 17th floor phase rewards. Bullets 200, arrows 100, white treasure chests 2, ordinary wrenches 2, star stones 100. Tang Yun glanced at the map prompt. Wilderness map. Beware of skeleton soldiers and monsters hidden within the towers. Objective: eliminate 500 monsters to activate the teleportation array. It appeared that upon reaching the 18th floor, one must meet certain conditions to advance to the next level. Furthermore, as the floors increased, the phase rewards became increasingly bountiful. No wonder so many players continue to persevere even without achieving a ranking. Rue gently patted Tang Yun's shoulder, assuring him that it wasn't so difficult. We shall divide our forces into 3 paths. There are merely 500 monsters to contend with, and we shall swiftly overcome them. Tang Yun smiled slightly, suggesting that there was no need for such complexity. He instructed the wolf pack, "You shall advance along one route, and we shall handle the remainder." The wolf pack nodded in agreement and set the fortress vehicle in motion. The distance to the next level, 5,077 meters. Tang Yun led the other 3 to climb atop the vehicle, retrieving submachine guns and beam cannons. With a low hum, the fortress vehicle crushed a horde of skeletal soldiers, instantly reducing 5 of them to mere ashes beneath its iron tracks. Following this, a resounding crash echoed as the fortress vehicle demolished a tower, disregarding whatever monsters lurked within as it barreled forward. Meanwhile, Tang Yun and his companions unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the surrounding creatures. It wasn't long before their kill count surged from 0 to 100. Chapter 127. Phase Objectives. The skeletal warriors dropped several items, which Lulu diligently collected. Skull description: one of the class upgrade items. Tang Yun glanced at the HUD, noting that they were less than a kilometer from the next level. Wow, that was fast. Just then, larger skeletal warriors emerged from the tower, drawing bows to shoot at Tang Yun and his companions atop the vehicle, each shot striking with remarkable precision. Unfortunately, the arrows were deflected by their shields. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yun realized these were elite skeletons, each boasting attributes around 10 points. In the next moment, the tower housing these skeletons was demolished by the fortress vehicle. Phase objective completed. The teleportation array can now be activated. Xiao Tian smiled, surprised at how swiftly they had completed their task, feeling a bit unsatisfied with the lack of combat. "How many bullets do you have left?" Tang Yun inquired. The 2 checked their backpacks and replied in unison, "Not many." Tang Yun shook his head in resignation. At this moment, the supplies they had scavenged earlier proved invaluable. He expended the resources and converted over 1,000 bullets to hand over to them. He still had over 1,000 bullets left in his own backpack, so he was not in a rush. The fortress vehicle continued without pause. After completing their objective, the speed surged to over 300 yards. The distance of 1 kilometer was traversed in the blink of an eye. Before them stood a grand castle constructed of marble, undoubtedly the threshold to the 18th level. Numerous players entered and exited the castle, making it resemble a bustling marketplace. Shouts echoed from within. "We need one more person. For short, hurry up. Is anyone lagging behind?" Yes. Count me in. Same old rule. Surrender your supplies before joining the team. Is there anyone else who wants information on the 19th level? Bring your supplies or star stones." Various vehicles clogged the entrance to the castle. A bald man stepped outside, glanced at the vehicles, and shouted, "Damn it! Who parked at the entrance? Move those cars now, or I swear I'll kill someone." Tang Yun and his companions entered the castle, and the bald man turned to eye Tang Yun and his companions, Rue and Xia Tian. He pulled out a handgun, tucked it into his right pocket, and with a jovial demeanor approached them, asking, "Hey, do you want information on the 19th level?" Tang Yun swiftly punched him, causing a fatal blow to his head, then retrieved a handgun from his pocket. "All right, we can now synthesize a 1-star handgun. Who wants it?" Rue eagerly raised her hand. Me. Tang Yun crafted a 1-star handgun for her and patted her shoulder, stating, "This is just a temporary loan, understand? I have a new character tonight. What I mean is, when the opportunity arises to synthesize a 2-star handgun, this 1-star handgun will be reclaimed for public use." "I understand." 3 individuals entered the ancient castle, which was adorned with various stone benches and reclining chairs, clearly a resting area for players. At that moment, the area was overcrowded. Tang Yun discovered a teleportation portal in one of the compartments, only to find it monopolized by a group of players. "Hey, newcomer, just arrived at the 18th level. Huh? What's the matter? We have our own rules." A man sneered. "Enough with the chatter. Let me make this clear. Either leave the treasure behind or forfeit your lives. Understand?" With that, he brandished a handgun and bang. A bullet struck Tang Yun's thigh, though it was evident that the bullet would be intercepted by his shield. His intention was to incapacitate Tang Yun and compel him to comply. This unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Sighing, Tang Yun beckoned with a finger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rue and Showdown unleashed a barrage of bullets, taking down a dozen adversaries. The players within the castle were left in shock, For those they had just slain were none other than the notorious bullies of the 18th level, the Predators. This squad had once been a gang, dividing into 3 teams of 5 upon entering the dungeon. The Predators had lingered on the 18th level for 2 days, robbing any newcomers they encountered as a toll for passage. With their numerical advantage and armed with firearms, the Predators were formidable, especially their leader, who possessed 15 points of constitution. Bullets barely inflicted fatal wounds upon him, and one would even have to cover his medical expenses. Yet, astonishingly, 3 individuals had managed to eliminate them all. Is it possible? Are the Predators really that weak? Players exchanged bewildered glances. Someone at the entrance stumbled upon the corpse of a bald man, his head obliterated, and not by gunfire. The individual turned to Tang Yun, gasping. Could that be? Nameless. What? You're saying he's nameless? I've heard tales of him. He previously wiped out several teams of the red and white faction. Is that really him? How did you recognize him? What proof do you have? Look at that corpse at the entrance. Someone smashed his head to bits with a single punch. His skull is nothing but mush. Goodness, that must have required at least 20 points of strength. The bald man had previously sold information, believing his 15 points of constitution would render him invulnerable to monsters. As he roamed the 19th level and returned to the 18th to peddle intel. Are you implying he had 15 points of constitution? That means only someone with at least 30 points of strength could have done that. Once this revelation was made, the crowd's trepidation towards Tang Yun intensified as they gazed at his retreating figure. Some fled through the main entrance, fearing he would rob them. However, Tang Yun merely continued to play the game, leading his team through the teleportation portal to the 19th level. Upon entering the 19th level, Tang Yun's rank surged to 95th place. The regional channel erupted with excitement. Oh my, Nameless rank has changed again. He has already reached the 19th level. That old guy must be feeling quite embarrassed right now. Did you really clear the 18th level in just around 10 minutes? Is that even human? Ivan, I was faster than him before, but now I can't even catch a glimpse of his taillights. You'd better not have seen them, otherwise your life would be in jeopardy. Ivan, nonsense. We are brothers. We knew each other before entering the dungeon. Oh, brothers, huh? I'm also acquainted with Nameless. If you two are truly brothers, why hasn't he taken you through the levels? Ivan, well, Huaxin, Nameless has reached the 19th level. Wonderful. There's a boss we've been struggling to defeat for ages. Now that he is here, let us hire him to help us. What? Is that a possibility? Can I pay him to help me clear the level? The comments above are killing me. So, you're looking to have Nameless play for you? That is a brilliant idea. You were almost there. Chapter 128. Seeking a substitute? Tang Yun abruptly received a message. Huaxin requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Tang Yun disregarded it. Guogai requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Tang Yun felt exasperated. Huaxin requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? What on earth is this? Tang Yun acquiesced to Huaxin's request. Huaxin, hello, Nameless young man. I am Huaxin. Could you assist us in defeating a boss? We are most sincere. Huaxin, the boss is a colossal blue giant. Nameless, each team's objectives differ. How can I assist you? Huaxin, just subdue it, and we will deliver the final blow. Nameless, what is the compensation? By the way, I am not interested in star stones. Huaxin, oh dear. How about 5 white treasure chests and 5 ordinary wrenches? Nameless, very well. I shall not go. Huaxin, wait. You haven't even negotiated. Nameless, you lack sincerity. Huaxin, my apologies, my apologies. How about this? The aforementioned offer is a greeting gift, and after defeating the boss, I will provide you with 10 material packs along with some supplies. Nameless, 20 material packs and 10 pounds of supplies. Huaxin agreed, as long as you can handle the boss. Nameless, provide me with a location. Location, 1377 meters away. Nameless, wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Huaxin, okay. A woman clad in a tight-fitting outfit leaped with joy. Wonderful sisters. He has agreed. But can he truly defeat it? The girls gazed at the blue giant wielding a massive axe in contemplation. Tang Yun cast a glance at the dungeon prompt. Magical forest. The forest has been cursed with gigantism, causing nearly all monsters to grow in size. Distance to the next layer, 5,773 meters. Stage objective. Eliminate 500 tree monsters. Tang Yun surveyed his surroundings. Several skeletal soldiers galloped through the thicket on swift steeds. When a wild boar collided with one of the horses, the skeletal soldier swiftly cleaved the boar in two with a single stroke. Meanwhile, a few moving tree monsters detected the skeletal soldiers and charged at them with their root-like limbs, engaging in combat. It was evident that the mobile creature, standing 2 meters tall and utilizing roots for movement, was indeed a tree monster, for it bore all the characteristics of one. Its hair resembled tangled branches. with coarse facial features adorning its trunk and two palm-sized hollows on either side serving as its ears. Brothers, the battle has commenced. The fortress vehicle could not traverse the forest, and the tree monsters only respawned within the woods. At this moment, the tree monster had already vanquished a skeletal soldier and had, in passing, impaled its horse with its branch-like arm. The fight is on, brothers. With a commanding shout from Tang Yun, the trio raised their firearms and fired. Tang Yun discovered that the level 1 tree monster possessed 15 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, and even 4 points of agility. Ordinary bullets are utterly ineffective against them, for their trunk-like bodies feel no pain whatsoever. However, their vulnerabilities lie in fire and their roots. They can either be incinerated by flames or have their roots severed by weapons, thereby depriving them of the energy from the earth, causing their bodies to wither and collapse. Tang Yun hurled a cannon, and the searing incendiary bullets not only pierced the tree monsters, but also ignited their skin. Rue and Xia Tian seized the opportunity to fire additional shots. The one-star Uzi was perfectly capable of penetrating their skin and inflicting damage. Tang Yun drew his 2-star pistol, which could shatter the tree monsters' faces with a single shot. And their movements were not particularly swift, allowing even straightforward attacks to be easily evaded. Soon, all the tree monsters in the woods were vanquished. And Tang Yun glanced at the progress, noting that he had already slain dozens, with more to go. The trio continued running, avoiding other monsters, and dispatching wild boars along the way, as they were prime meat. After approximately 10 minutes, over 400 tree monsters had been eliminated, leaving only the final 50 remaining. Suddenly, Huaxin sent a message urging, "Anonymous Big Brother, where are you?" "Anonymous, is that you in the tight-fitting outfit?" Yes. We are hiding behind a large stone. That boss is looking for us." "Anonymous, I'm almost there." The three stepped out of the thicket and into the open field, where the soft grass cushioned their steps. Not far away stood a massive thatched hut, seemingly the abode of a giant. As Tang Yun set foot in the open area, the three young women immediately took a defensive stance, hiding behind the boulder. "Are you Anonymous?" "Who is Huaxin?" A girl clad in a tight outfit raised her hand, exclaiming, I am Anonymous. You may come out. As a deal is a deal, I will not harm you." "You promise?" "Indeed. I have no reason to harm you, and we agreed upon this." "All right." The girl, still trusting, ran over and pointed toward the large house in the distance. "It's inside that big house." Rue furrowed her brow. "Goodness, how enormous is this creature?" One of the girls informed her, "It can swallow a wild boar whole." "What?" Xia Tian gasped. "Then what about its second brother?" "Enough, Xia Tian. Let us not dwell on that," Rue thought, unable to fathom it. After the three girls presented Tang Yun with a greeting gift, they glanced back, noticing Xia Tian lost in thought. "What are you staring at? You're a male?" "Yes, no. I'm female, just with a rather peculiar voice." "Oh, I see you're a male girl." Xia Tian clasped her forehead, pondering. "It seems I cannot deceive them after all. Anonymous Big Brother, let us lure them out." As the girls spoke, their innocent expressions suddenly shifted, revealing a cunning demeanor. After all, those who could ascend to the 19th floor were not to be underestimated. Having said this, the three girls dashed toward the nearby large wooden house, tossing a few explosive buns into the structure, triggering a resounding explosion as the heavy wooden planks were shattered. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a colossal figure, towering over 3 meters, forcefully kicked down the wooden door and charged forth wielding a massive stone axe. Tang Yun focused his gaze. Blue ogre, level 1 personality, irritable, quick-tempered. Territorial attributes, strength, 20 constitution, 20 agility. 10 such attributes clearly indicated a formidable foe. In the presence of such a creature, bullets seemed utterly ineffective. Tang Yun hurled the laser sentry cannon and retrieved 10 ordinary wrenches to conduct repairs. 3 girls screamed as they rushed toward him. Once the repairs were completed, the sentry cannon immediately detected the nearby blue ogre, unleashing a barrage of searing laser projectiles. The sound of rapid fire echoed. These laser bullets effortlessly pierced through the blue ogre's rotund form, leaving gaping wounds the size of a palm, from which blue blood gushed forth. The blue ogre, struck severely, staggered and fell to its knees. Chapter 129 Robbed? Upon witnessing the fallen blue giant, the 3 girls wasted no time in advancing to deliver the final blow. Huaxin unsheathed a short sword of exquisite blue quality and swiftly plunged it into the giant's throat. Subsequently, her 2 companions drew their pistols and fired several shots at the creature's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets penetrated the giant's skull, causing it to convulse violently before crashing to the ground, clinging to its last breath. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from afar, a bullet striking the blue giant's head. Everyone turned to investigate, and spotted a 5-person squad stationed at the edge of the forest. Fantastic, Brother Tian. A perfect shot. Now we can proceed to the 20th level. It turned out to be Tianhe, the very group that had previously attempted to rob Tang Yun's vehicle. One of the subordinates chimed in, of course. If it weren't for our captain wielding a rifle, would we have cleared this so swiftly? Yet, Tianhe adeptly stowed away his sniper rifle and immediately led his team towards the teleportation array for the next level. Damn it. Huaxin cursed, our boss has been snatched away. Lulu approached and signed a few gestures, informing Tang Yun that it was indeed this group that had attempted to rob them earlier. Tang Yun scoffed. I am quite displeased right now. After saying this, Rui and Xia Tian promptly climbed into the fortress vehicle, revving the engine as they set off in pursuit of Tianhe's team. Huaxin glanced at Tang Yun, uncertain of how to broach the subject. However, Tang Yun took the initiative, saying, let us find another blue giant. Upon hearing this, Huaxin's face lit up with a smile, pleasantly surprised by his commitment to his word. Hello, my name is Huarui. You can hop onto our vehicle, and we shall seek the blue giant together. Huarui, the team member, possessed a tricycle, and Tang Yun was seated in the passenger seat, shoulder to shoulder with her. Huaxin and another teammate followed closely on a motorcycle. Fortunately, we are aware of the blue giant's habitat, Huarui remarked. The vehicle jolted along the bumpy terrain, and it was Tang Yun's first experience in such a contraption, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Thankfully, they did not travel for long before reaching a patch of forest, where Huarui halted the vehicle. This is the habitat of the blue giants. They not only build their own dwellings, but some of the lazier giants prefer to occupy the caves of other creatures. The term occupy subtly suggested to Tang Yun that this quest might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Curiously, he remarked, you seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Indeed, Huarui replied, we have been stuck on this level for several days. We are well acquainted with the nuances of this map. So, does that mean every team's objectives at this stage share similar circumstances? He inquired. Yes. For instance, our mission is to hunt the blue giant, and yours may very well align with ours. My task is to vanquish the tree monsters. That might not bode well for you. Why is that? As far as I know, the number of monsters that respawn each day is limited. Our team alone has encountered several others tasked with hunting tree monsters, resulting in considerable competition. Huarui chuckled softly. Which task lacks competition, dear sister? All right, let us hasten our departure. The group ventured into the jungle, when suddenly a rustling sound emanated from the nearby foliage. Huaxin and her companions fired a few shots into the underbrush, causing an immediate silence to envelop the area. Then, with a swift motion, a vine leapt from the grass, ensnaring Huaxin entirely. The vine was remarkably strong, capable of suspending a person in midair. No. Huaxin's flushed face was brimming with excitement. Tang Yun shook his head in resignation, feeling that there was a reason they had not ventured to the 20th level. Huarui drew a blue machete and severed the vine with a decisive stroke, only for a carnivorous flower to emerge from the thicket. As it rose to its towering height of 2 meters, Tang Yun felt a profound respect for this formidable creature. With 2 rows of sharp teeth, it could easily pierce the flesh of prey with a constitution of 10. Clearly, Huaxin and her companions were far too fragile, their constitutions below 10 points. Though it appeared that Huaxin had freed herself, she remained entangled in the vine's grasp. Huarui shouted, Xiao Meng, assist Huaxin. No need for your help. Brother Wu Ming, just watch. My strike will be spectacular. With a grand leap, Huarui gripped the hilt of her sword and aimed for the flower's head. However, the flower raised its head, and Huarui found herself diving straight into its maw. The flower gagged as she penetrated too deeply. Huarui, in a muffled tone, urged, Xiao Meng, now is the time. Cut its stem. Xiao Meng seized her long sword, swiftly advancing and slicing through the stem with precision, causing the flower's head to topple to the ground. Huarui, with her alluring form still writhing within the flower's mouth, was a sight that made Tang Yun avert his gaze. Are you trying to entice me? Brother Wu Ming, a little help here. I'm nearly suffocating. Tang Yun stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. With a strong tug, the flower's teeth snagged on her bra clasp. Wait a moment, Brother Wu Ming. Perhaps it's better if Xiao Ming assists me instead. Tang Yun felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at her numerous demands. Xiao Ming arrived promptly, encircling Huarui's waist and helping her maneuver her body. Tang Yun covered his forehead, unable to look, as the scene was overwhelmingly chaotic. Suddenly, Huarui let out a sharp scream, plopping onto the ground, her cheeks flushed and her hair disheveled. Are you all right? Xiao Ming inquired anxiously. Huarui shook her head, instinctively shedding her clothing to fumble with her bra clasp. A glimpse of springtime splendor was inadvertently revealed. Tang Yun clicked his tongue and turned away. Hua Xian rushed over, urgently and kindly reminding her, prompting Hua Rui to gasp as she remembered a gentleman stood nearby. She quickly hid behind a large tree to compose herself. Immediately, a mocking male voice echoed through the forest. Not bad. Huh, miss? Hua Rui turned her head in surprise to find someone else present. Fortunately, she had finished her preparations and drew her pistol to assert her dominance. The intruders comprised a small team of 5, led by a man with a flamboyant red pompadour, his face marred by scars from a monstrous encounter. What do you intend to do? She demanded. What do you want? The man chuckled, of course. We're here to slay the blue giant. Did you think we came here for a tryst? Hua Rui raised her pistol and fired a shot at his feet, exclaiming, Get lost. We arrived here first. Oh, come on. Hua Rui, the past is behind us. Is there truly no possibility for reconciliation between us? Chapter 130, Vengeance. Rui and Xia Tian hastened to catch up with Tian He and his companions. Good heavens, is this truly happening? Tian He, upon glimpsing the fortress vehicle in his rearview mirror, felt a twinge of panic. Lulu ascended the vehicle's roof, adjusting the cannon's angle and activating the demolition mode. Boom. With a resounding blast, the earth trembled violently. The cannon obliterated Tian He's underlings, reducing both man and machine to mere fragments. In the blink of an eye, a squad of 5 had dwindled to a solitary Tian He. Damn it. Frantically, he pounded the steering wheel, lamenting how he had inadvertently provoked this gang. In the next moment, he spotted a grand tavern in the distance. A glance at the display revealed that the portal to the next level was located within this very establishment. Lulu began recharging the cannon, while Tian He, glancing in the rearview mirror, accelerated immediately. However, this time the cannon did not fire. Believing it to have run out of energy, he felt an unexpected stroke of luck. Yet, the fortress vehicle suddenly surged forward. Crash! With a deafening noise, it sent Tian He and his vehicle hurtling through the air. His off-road vehicle flipped before crashing heavily at the tavern's entrance. Rui and Xia Tian hastily exited the vehicle to ascertain Tian He's fate. They rushed to the wreckage only to discover the driver's seat was empty, with shattered glass strewn about, stained with blood. Realization dawned upon them. Tian He had seized the moment they opened the door to escape into the tavern. They followed him into the establishment. Rui spotted a staggering figure entering the portal and attempted to pursue, but 2 burly men shoved her and Xia Tian back outside. Apologies. The tavern has been charging since the day before, and each entry costs. Bang! Rui and Xia Tian swiftly dispatched them. Yet the portal had already swallowed Tian He's figure. Damn it! He managed to flee. Rui cursed vehemently. Xia Tian fired 2 more shots at the corpse of the man at their feet, cursing, It's all your fault. The gunfire drew the attention of the tavern's patrons. Upon witnessing their comrade slain, both groups unleashed a torrent of gunfire toward Rui and Xia Tian. Rui urged Xia Tian to retreat. Damn it! You killed our men and still wish to escape. A throng of individuals surged forward, evidently intent on capturing the 2 women alive. Seize those girls. I have plenty of ways to humiliate them. Xia Tian exclaimed. What? Me? Rui gestured toward Lulu. A blast of explosive energy surged into the tavern. A crowd burst forth from the establishment, brandishing their weapons. So what if you have guns? If you dare, don't run. But then they found themselves staring down the barrel of a cannon, with the projectile already launched. Oh no. Boom. The vast tavern was utterly leveled, with limbs and human remnants flying through the air. This is the fate of those who provoke me. Rui glanced at Xia Tian, urging her to check if the portal had sustained any damage. In the summer, the obedient one ventured into the ruins, prying apart several broken wooden planks to uncover a teleportation array. The array appeared invincible, prompting him to share his discovery with Rui. Rui promptly messaged Tang Yun, relaying the details with precision. Unnamed. If he ran away, so be it. Without a vehicle, one wouldn't last long in the 20th level. After you 2 have slain so many, it's time to gather some loot, Manual jest. Rui chuckled, and the pair began scavenging for items amidst the ruins. Tang Yun found the situation increasingly absurd. It seemed that this Hua Rui was acquainted with the red-haired youth known as Invincible, and they had once been lovers. But what had led to their separation? Tang Yun felt a twinge of curiosity, unable to resist inquiring of Invincible. Hey, how did you 2 break up? Invincible shrugged. Of course, it was because she wouldn't let me have my way. Is it really that blunt? Tang Yun interjected. What else could it be? Did I spend my money for nothing? Hua Rui, irritated, ground her teeth. Are you implying that I deceived you emotionally? What else could it mean? Invincible reiterated. Did I spend my money for nothing? Hua Rui chose to ignore him, stating, We'll deal with this blue ogre today. Invincible pressed. All right. You take the blue ogre. And let me have my fun as well. That seems reasonable. He added, I genuinely like your legs. They could amuse me for 2.5 years. Wait a minute, brother. Have you always been this straightforward? Tang Yun could not help but remark. What else would it be? Am I not aware of my own thoughts? So, you are brazenly here to steal my boss, are you? Hua Rui's tone turned icy. How could I dare? I am here to slay the boss. Not to steal it. Whoever defeats it first rightfully claims it. Given that it was a fair competition, neither Hua Rui nor Hua Xin felt inclined to voice any objections. At that moment, 2 blue ogres crawled out from a cave. All right, brothers. Let us not spill blood over us. The blue ogres spoke, with 2 teams. We conveniently have 2 of us. Focus your attacks. We are both thrill seekers. Tang Yun was taken aback as one blue ogre charged toward Invincible's team while the other swung its massive axe down upon Hua Rui. Realizing it was time for him to act, Tang Yun leaped forward and, with a resounding crash, managed to catch the blue ogre's attack with his bare hands. Wow, brother, you are incredible. Invincible was sent into a panic, struggling against the blue ogre, firing several shots that failed to inflict any damage. Meanwhile, Tang Yun unleashed a punch upon the blue ogre's face, and with a thunderous impact, the creature trembled and collapsed. Goodness, dude, are you hacking? Invincible barely caught a glimpse of Tang Yun before the blue ogre seized him. Just as Tang Yun felled the blue ogre, Hua Xin and the others rushed in to provide support. Bang, bang, bang. The blue ogre bellowed, before closing its eyes and succumbing to death. The entire encounter from battle to the demise of the blue ogre lasted less than 20 seconds. On the other side, the blue giant troll, having seized the Invincible, was met with a barrage of gunfire aimed at its eyes from its comrades. The eyes were shattered, and in a moment of weakness, it released the Invincible onto the ground. Observing this, Hua Hui immediately exclaimed, Brother Wuming, I will provide you with 20 more resource packs. Help me seize their boss. Tang Yun, with a resigned shake of his head, leapt into action, drawing his shotgun and unleashing a relentless assault on the troll's head. By the time Tang Yun landed, the blue giant troll's skull had been obliterated, its body quivering before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The Invincible and his companions stood in stunned silence. Fortunately, the Invincible quickly regained his composure and commanded his team to retreat hastily. Captain Invincible, we cannot simply flee like this. One protested. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see someone is seeking a substitute player? If we delay any longer, that wretched woman might offer them further incentives. And I could very well end up with my head smashed. Chapter 131, The Battle for the Tree Demon. After the demise of the blue giant troll, an awakening stone erupted forth. This awakening stone, a luminous gem radiating golden light, is described as an essential item for upgrading one's profession. Naturally, this precious material found its way into Tang Yun's backpack. With the completion of the boss raid mission, they could now advance to the 20th level. Splendid. The task has finally been accomplished. Hua Xin wiped her brow, feigning exhaustion from her efforts. As per their agreement, she settled all dues with Tang Yun. Well then, may our paths cross again. Hua Xin waved goodbye to Tang Yun. We are off to the 20th level. Before departing, Tang Yun inquired about the spawn location of the tree demon and was informed that there was currently only one site, though it remained uncertain if it had been claimed by other teams. This location lay within the forest, 500 meters south of the tavern. Tang Yun produced a vehicle card, mounted his off-road motorcycle, and made his way to the spot indicated by Hua Xin. Along the journey, he was pursued by several wild boars, ultimately securing over 1,000 pounds of boar meat. This forest, known as the Forest of Fallen Leaves, should not be underestimated. The descending leaves could very well be leaf bugs. These insects belong to the Insect Clan Scout faction, and while the scouts are generally weak, the agility of leaf bugs is notable, causing many players to meet their demise at their hands. The Forest of Fallen Leaves spans less than 50 hectares, with the tree demon spawning within its confines. Should one arrive late, they would have to wait until the following day. Tang Yun halted his motorcycle in the Forest of Fallen Leaves, stowed it away, and ventured into the woods. The gentle breeze caressed him as several leaves cascaded from above, some landing on the ground while others settled upon Tang Yun's shield. Upon glancing upward, he noticed the leaves abruptly arching, extending 2 fangs, akin to suction cups, which clung to his shield. The shield flickered, indicating that these leaf bugs were attacking. Tang Yun dispatched them and meticulously searched for traces of the tree demon in the forest. Suddenly, the sounds of combat echoed, guiding Tang Yun to the battlefield, where 2 teams were igniting a few tree demons with their torches, taking advantage of their crispy exteriors before shattering their shells with blunt instruments to eliminate them. While the 2 teams were engaged in monster hunting, they exchanged accusations, yet neither resorted to violence, for every word spoken meant one less tree demon in the forest. Tang Yun, of course, would not merely observe. He shot a grappling hook to ascend a tree and retrieved a silent submachine gun, quickly spotting several bloodied tree demons through his 4x scope. The two teams were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Damn it! This is our territory. How dare you slay my monsters? What do you mean, your territory? Which of your eyes saw me hunting your monsters? Exactly. I might have even saved your life. Damn it. You lot better get the hell away from here. Huh. By your logic, we arrived first. You ought to respect the rule of first come, first served. Bayou. A bullet struck the severely wounded tree demon, and Tang Yun, perched high in the branches, noticed his kill count increase by 1, signifying his successful theft of the kill. Neither of the two teams realized that someone was pilfering their monsters. They believed their own efforts were sufficiently vigorous. Observing several more weakened tree demons on the other side, Tang Yun saw them sprawled on the ground, engulfed in flames. One player approached with a large axe, delivering a powerful blow. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yun opened fire. Bayou. The kill count surged once more. Amid their fierce battle, both teams exchanged curses, oblivious to the third-party's interference. Approximately 5 minutes later, Tang Yun had claimed over 50 tree demons, thereby completing his quest and ready to advance to the next level, the 20th layer. Utilizing his grappling hook, he stealthily exited the forest. Meanwhile, the two teams, having fought tirelessly, found their kill count stagnant and were instead tormented by the leaf bugs. These creatures, akin to leeches, latched onto their bodies, using their sharp fangs to pierce the skin and voraciously consume their blood. With barbed fangs, removing them was an exercise in excruciating pain. Amidst the forest, profanities echoed as both teams assumed the other had stolen their monsters, leading to a natural conflict. Ironically, the leaf bugs became the peacemakers, driving them out of the woods. Tang Yun reconvened with his team at the tavern. What the heck? The tavern exploded? Rue shrugged. They provoked me. By the way, Xiatian interjected. We gathered some intel indicating that from the 20th layer onward, NPCs will begin to appear in the dungeon. Understood. Let us head to the 20th layer and investigate the situation, Tang Yun replied. The group utilized the teleportation array to arrive at the 20th layer. This time not via random teleportation but directly to a designated portal. Upon arrival, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of individuals. Hey, new arrivals. Do you know where you are? Tang Yun surveyed his surroundings. The sky had darkened ominously, and the crimson light above was more pronounced, casting the entire world in a hellish glow. Behind him stood a stone statue, holding a blazing brazier that flickered with fierce flames. The crowd was brazenly encircling the statue. To his surprise, the flirtatious squad was among them. Tang Yun furrowed his brow. What are you doing here? The flirtatious leader shouted back. What do you mean? What am I doing here? I was just captured upon arrival. As she spoke, she squirmed, only to find her arms ensnared by several burly men, rendering her immobile. Tang Yun shook his head in exasperation. Hey, stop staring. We're still talking here. A few sharply dressed men stepped forward, brazenly approaching Tang Yun. One of them locked eyes with him, saying, Do you know where you are? Can you feel the heat wave washing over you? With a loud shout, Huaxin exclaimed. Do not stand so close to him. The man turned his head to glance at Huaxin, then smacked his lips, remarking, You lucky fellow, entangled in such abundant romantic prospects. Bang! Tang Yun delivered a punch that shattered his skull. Huaxin sighed, I had already warned you. The crowd momentarily stood in stunned silence, only for Rue and Xiatian to swiftly draw their submachine guns and unleash a barrage of fire. The Huaxin squad successfully extricated themselves, also brandishing their weapons to assist Tang Yun's team in eliminating the remaining foes. What on earth is wrong with these individuals? Why is such scum ubiquitous? Huaxin pointed towards a nearby thatched cottage, explaining, These rascals have been stalled at the 20th level, hence they have turned their sights on new players. The individuals imprisoned within that cottage are those unable to afford the fare. Tang Yun forcefully kicked open the door, dispatching all the guards in his path, only to discover that the cottage contained but a single occupant. Oh, who do we have here? Chapter 132, the new genre of pickup trucks indeed. Within this modest abode resided but a solitary individual, Tianhe, the one who had previously fled. Tianhe appeared visibly agitated, his body marred by bruises from those who had brutally assaulted him for his inability to pay. Brother, I am utterly devoid of funds. Please spare my life. I am currently in a foul mood, yet I might feel somewhat relieved after ending yours, Tang Yun retorted, aiming his firearm at Tianhe's head, only to be struck by a sudden thought. Simultaneously, an update appeared in the mission prompt. Phase objective. Locate 10 spatial spirits to activate the teleportation array. Phase reward. Random blue module 1. Material pack 200. Green wrench 2. Area map loaded. The area map is now accessible. Tang Yun perused the rewards in his inventory, eagerly unwrapping all the material packs. accumulating over 20,000 vehicle upgrade materials. Alas, these resources still fell short of the requirements needed to elevate his bicycle to level 20, lacking over 100 material packs. Among his spoils was a purple module. Tang Yun examined it. Electric tower module description: emits electric currents and shocks within a range of 510 meters. Function: area damage covers a 5-meter radius. Targeted kill spans 10 meters. Adjustable at will. Consumption: 5 energy points per use. Energy: 100 recovery. 1 energy point per second. Tang Yun affixed this electric tower atop his vehicle, thereby granting it a modicum of defensive capability, so much so that he need not worry about Lulu and the wolf pack overseeing the vehicle. Now, it was time to test the new module's might. Tang Yun maneuvered the vehicle towards Tianhe within the small hut. He witnessed the electric tower rapidly amassing energy, dispersing arcs of electricity in every direction. Targeted kill mode. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck Tianhe's body, reducing him to a charred heap in an instant. Excellent. This damage is commendable, Tang Yun affirmed. What an impressive module. Rue lauded. With this contraption, we scarcely need to monitor the fortress vehicle. Tang Yun decided to experiment with the area damage. Buzz. A torrent of electricity enveloped the fortress vehicle, lightning crashing around it, rendering it nearly impossible for any ordinary person to approach. After glancing at the mission prompt, Tang Yun declared, "We require 10 spatial spirits. Let us separate to expedite our search." He handed them a police car card, and the two departed with Lulu in tow. Tang Yun scrutinized the map. The 20th floor was designated as the Burning Land. As the layers increased, certain elements would manifest on various floors, and the 20th was characterized by fire elements. The monsters here were predominantly resistant to fire, necessitating an alternative strategy. Several regions appeared on the map: Forest of Death, Crimson Graveyard, Wailing Valley, Flame Mine, Scorched Village. These 5 regions were the very abodes of the spatial spirits, predictably. Each area housed exactly 2 spatial spirits. Following the designated path, Tang Yun first ventured to the Forest of Death. The dogs took charge of the driving, while Tang Yun managed the loot. Upon counting, they had amassed a total of 33 white treasure chests, 2 green chests, and 1 blue chest. 33 treasure chests were transformed into 11 green chests, and from those 12 green chests, 4 golden chests emerged. In the end, I was left with 2 green chests, 1 golden chest, and 1 crimson golden chest. All the green chests were opened, but alas, none granted an upgrade in quality. Instead, I received double rewards, along with some supplies and over 100 rounds of ammunition. The remaining high-quality chests were handed over to the dogs for them to open. Old Black opened the crimson golden chest, bestowing upon Tang Yun a Barrett M82. It came equipped with an 8-fold scope, a standard magazine capacity of 10 rounds, and a 12.7mm caliber capable of piercing light armored vehicles in a single shot, with a semi-automatic firing mode allowing for continuous precision kills. Tang Yun was overjoyed. And Old Black then opened the golden chest, directly acquiring a weapon module. Drum module. Golden increases ammunition capacity by 200. Now, the Barrett boasted a large capacity magazine of 30 rounds. Tang Yun rolled down the car window, randomly selecting a fortunate little car by the roadside. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the bullet pierced the fuel tank, and with another bang, the car was blown to smithereens. A couple exercising in the woods suddenly lifted their heads. The man, running while pulling up his pants, exclaimed, "Who the hell shot my car?" He gazed at his burning vehicle, attempting to extinguish the fire, but another girl, disheveled, rushed over and slapped him across the face. "Ugh, you deceived me with such a worthless vehicle. It's over between us." Tang Yun shook his head in resignation. That bullet could pierce the heart. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Forest of Death. The trees in this forest had turned to living charcoal, their leaves long consumed by the flames, leaving only the charred trunks and branches. Countless carrion crows circled overhead. Once they targeted their prey, they would dive down, pecking out the eyes before finding a way to bring the prey down, tearing apart their clothes, and feasting on their skin and entrails. At this moment, numerous corpses lay on the ground, having been devoured to a large extent, their clothes shredded into rags. Not far away, several burning zombies wandered through the forest, their bodies ablaze, and upon inspection, they were of level 3. However, the attributes of a level 3 burning zombie were akin to those of ordinary zombies, merely enhanced with fire elements. Upon entering the forest, Tang Yun's display immediately revealed the precise location of the spatial spirit, visible in the distance within a dilapidated church. Over 500 meters away, the carrion crows overhead spotted Tang Yun and decisively dove down, only to smash against his shield, breaking their beaks. Wow, such force! Ignoring them, Tang Yun sped towards the church. Upon arriving, a wooden plank fell from above, which he narrowly evaded, only to discover it was not merely a plank, but a spiked trap descending from the sky. Hey, you've got some skills. A voice echoed from within the church. You've come for the spatial spirit, Haven to you? What? Do you intend to steal it? No, no, no. Our team's mission is not this. Therefore, if you wish to obtain the spirit of space, you must pay the toll. I could just as easily take your life and claim it. Very well. The spirit of space is already nestled within my backpack. Now, you must exchange the payment, and we shall deliver the goods. The church was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a single light. Tang Yun activated the thermal imaging, revealing a dozen individuals crouched behind the pews. Initially, he assumed these individuals were NPCs, but it soon became evident that they were merely a band of robbers. Whoosh! A shell was fired from within the church. Bang! An explosion erupted behind Tang Yun. Artillery? Chapter 133. How did you swallow it? Haha. Indeed. Have you heard of the new genre of pickup trucks? What a coincidence. I have unlocked it. It turns out that this new genre allows a cannon to be installed in the truck bed. This surpasses Tang Yun's knowledge, as he was only aware of the new genre paths for smaller vehicles. Truly, those who can ascend to the 20th floor possess genuine skills. Let me tell you, our team has defeated the boss, the Skeleton King, and we could proceed to the next level. However, we relish the idea of blocking you on the 20th floor. Ha! A series of mockeries echoed from the church. Tang Yun had devised a plan. He shouted, "Hey, brothers, who among you possesses the spirit of space? Let me see if it's in your possession, or I shall take my leave." "Hey there, buddy, don't be in such a hurry to leave." A fellow with yellow hair brandished the spirit of space in his hand. Tang Yun peeked out for a glance, only to be met with a resounding gunshot. He swiftly withdrew his head, narrowly evading the bullet. "Oh, you're quite fast. Must be enhanced agility." Now that the spirit of space was in their hands, it became manageable. Before it could be stowed away in a backpack, Tang Yun swiftly drew his submachine gun equipped with a 4x scope, decisively exposing his head and firing a shot toward the yellow-haired man's skull. Bang! The bullet struck true. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man's teammates immediately opened fire on Tang Yun. Another individual aimed the cannon at him, launching a shell in his direction. Tang Yun was unperturbed. He retaliated with his submachine gun. The spirit of space appeared as a transparent glass orb, and there was an indicator in the heads-up display confirming its identity. Amid the exchange of gunfire, Tang Yun eliminated 5 foes within 3 seconds. Damn, is this kid hacking? Not even a shell can take him down. A middle-aged man suddenly spotted the spirit of space on the ground and shouted, "Quick, pick up the spirit of space and stash it in the backpack. We can't escape, and neither shall he." Upon hearing this, several team members crouched beneath a bench and swiftly crawled toward the spirit of space. Tang Yun drew his Barrett rifle, and bang! A shot shattered the wooden bench and likewise obliterated those hiding behind it. Damn, aren't you supposed to have enhanced health? How can you just vanish? A nearby teammate shook his body to inform the older man that he had perished. Huh, that kid has a Barrett. Run, or it will be too late. At that moment, their team was reduced to merely 3 individuals. Bang, bang. Tang Yun dispatched 2 more with 2 shots. The middle-aged man immediately jumped into the pickup truck, crashing through the church wall with a resounding bang. He sought to flee. Tang Yun aimed at his cabin, bang. A bullet penetrated the vehicle's metal skin, piercing right through the cabin. The pickup truck stumbled and crashed into a large tree. Overhead, the carrion crows, having circled for some time, caught the scent of blood and dove into the man's cabin, ravenously feasting upon his corpse. Tang Yun entered the church and bent down to pick up the spatial spirit lying on the ground, promptly stowing it in his backpack. Logically, there should be another spatial spirit in this area. A glance at the display above revealed that it was moving slowly. Had it been taken by someone else? No. If it were tucked into a backpack, it wouldn't show up on the display. Either someone had pocketed it, or perhaps consumed it. Who would do such a thing? It felt akin to drug trafficking. The first suspect that crossed Tang Yun's mind was the burning zombie, as it bore the most suspicion. Before leaving the church, Tang Yun had transformed a pickup truck into a card, of course, after driving off the corpse crows, discarding the bodies, and collecting all the supplies and tools from the vehicle. He drove the fortified car back onto the road, with several hundred meters remaining to the next spatial spirit. In no time, he arrived at a Western-style residential building, complete with a yard and a mailbox at the entrance. The building comprised 3 stories. The top floor housed an attic, the second floor contained bedrooms, and the ground floor featured a kitchen and a living room. The spatial spirit was wandering within this very building. Tang Yun kicked the door open. 3 handguns were immediately aimed at him. Both parties froze for a moment. The unnamed big shot. Hua Xian? What was going on? Hua Xian scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed, and pointed at the sofa where Hua Xian was sitting. A glance at Hua Xian clarified everything for Tang Yun. How could you have consumed the spatial spirit? Xiao Ming anxiously inquired. Is the unnamed big shot looking for the spatial spirit? Indeed. So, what now? Hua Xian stood up, staring blankly at her own stomach. Wait. How did you manage to swallow it? Through further inquiry, Tang Yun learned that initially, the trio had been searching the room when Xiao Ming discovered a glass orb the size of a light bulb. Hua Xian approached to taste it. And then she wanted to showcase a special skill, claiming she could fit a light bulb in her mouth in one go. Without difficulty, Hua Xian swallowed the spatial spirit, prompting applause from the other two. Suddenly, a burning zombie appeared, startling Hua Xian, who then inadvertently swallowed the glass orb. Is your throat really that large? Tang Yun found it hard to believe. Indeed, Hua Xian proudly declared, I can swallow steamed eggplants whole. Tang Yun lightly tapped her head. Aren't you quite proud of yourself? Hua Xian covered her head, lamenting. What do we do now? Tang Yun rolled up his sleeves, lifted Hua Xian, tossed her upward, then adjusted her orientation, head down, holding her waist and beginning to shake her. Ugh! Hua Xian suddenly clutched her throat, exclaiming, I can feel it. Keep going. Tang Yun shook her vigorously again, and with a sudden puff, Hua Xian expelled the glass orb. As the orb rolled onto the ground, Tang Yun still couldn't believe how large Hua Xian's throat was. Xiao Ming picked up the glass orb, wiped it with a tissue, and handed it to Tang Yun. You have once again saved our lives. Indeed, had this glass orb emerged through legitimate channels, well, it is unlikely it could have even done so. Tang Yun tucked the essence of space into his backpack and bid farewell to the three individuals. You three, cease your reckless antics. The trio lowered their heads, acknowledging their misdeeds. Tang Yun entered the driver's cabin, his demeanor somewhat distracted. After a couple of minutes, he suddenly exclaimed, Is it truly that substantial? Yet, the fortress vehicle had already come to a halt, resting before a graveyard. Chapter 134. The Crimson Cemetery. This graveyard is exceedingly peculiar. The soil radiates an intense heat, and a multitude of skeletal warriors roam the grounds. Rue sent a message. Lord Tang, how goes your progress? I have already acquired 2 glass orbs. Oh, so swift. We have yet to find any. What is the situation? We are in a valley. The glass orb is atop a mountain, and we are currently ascending. Rue added. I have spotted a fire dragon. That glass orb is likely being kept in its lair as if it were a dragon egg. Do take care. And ensure that the fire dragon does not send you tumbling down the mountain. Of course, you be cautious as well. It turns out that Rue and Xia Tian ventured into another region, known as the Howling Valley, where the fire dragon poses a significant challenge. Previously, the duo had obliterated a tavern, yielding a considerable number of handguns. Tang Yun upgraded these firearms, and now Rue and Xia Tian wield 2-star handguns. However, it remains uncertain whether they can penetrate the fire dragon's hide. Before Tang Yun lies an open graveyard, expansive in size, with tombstones haphazardly erected upon a large mound of earth. Surrounding this mound is a low iron fence, now rusted and radiating heat. Tang Yun observed the skeletal warriors meandering about the cemetery. Undeterred by the scorching ground, they brandished broken swords and shields as if guarding this forsaken place. Tang Yun drew his submachine gun and, utilizing a silencer to muffle the sound, discharged several rounds at the skeletal warriors. The bullets shattered their skulls. Remarkably, even without their heads, the skeletal warriors continued to rise, wildly swinging their iron swords in all directions. Tang Yun activated the inside gem to examine their attributes. He indeed discovered their weakness, located in the region of their hearts, where a flame-formed heart resided within their ribcage. If he could devise a means to extinguish this flame, the skeletal warriors would surely fall. Tang Yun aimed for their vulnerability and fired a few shots. The bullets shattered their rib cages, puncturing the heart with a resounding thud. With the ribs no longer providing protection, the flames within them dissipated. Tang Yun sought the glass orb concealed within the cemetery. If he were to charge in without first defeating the skeletal warriors, they would swarm him in unison, exhausting his energy in the blink of an eye. Additionally, these skeletal warriors had a chance to drop treasure chests and materials. Tang Yun relished the battle, and before long, he had dispatched several hundred skeletal warriors, leaving only a handful remaining. By chance, several vehicles parked near the cemetery caught Tang Yun's attention. Regardless of who the newcomers were, any attempt to seize his hard-earned spoils would result in their own demise. As it happens, these individuals were searching for the spirit of space. Curiously, Captain Humor remarked, Look, all these skeletal warriors have vanished. Perfect, the spirit of space lies beneath the graveyard. Hey, Tang Yun shouted, can you not see me? We can see you. But what of it? The individual known as Humor serves as the leader of this quintet. He spoke up. We have encountered an expansive graveyard. Yet the skeleton soldiers are nowhere to be seen. What could be the reason? Is it possible that I am the one who has vanquished them? Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. You did that. Do you have any idea how many skeleton soldiers there are in this cursed place? Tang Yun interjected. Including those in the graveyard, there are a total of 345. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. You are quite amusing. Simply speaking off the cuff. I assert there are 346. How do you like that? Bang. Tang Yun fired a bullet that struck the man's head, only for it to ricochet away. Oh, you startled me. The man adjusted his helmet. Fortunately, I wear a defensive helmet that can withstand bullets. Otherwise, you would have truly caught me off guard. With a flourish, he signaled the other four, who drew their pistols and 2 Uzi submachine guns, unleashing a barrage at Tang Yun. Brother, how can this fellow not die? Does he possess a shield, akin to your helmet? However, Tang Yun merely shook his head. No, it is not the same. He calmly retrieved a Barrett rifle, aimed meticulously at Humer's head, and fired once more. I have already told you, bullets have no effect on my head. Bang. A single bullet obliterated Humer's head. What? He is dead. The squad quickly retreated. What kind of bullet is this that can shatter his skull? Immediately, Tang Yun opened fire on them as well. Cease fire. Cease fire. One man shouted. We are without a leader now. You stand alone. Why not allow us to join your ranks? As we are conveniently 5 in number. Yet, Tang Yun shot out their vehicle's tires, causing panic among the group as they took cover behind it. Damn. You pierced my wheel with a single shot. We must flee. One of them suddenly inquired, Are you Nameless? You know me? My goodness, it truly is the illustrious Nameless. Well then, esteemed one, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Indeed, someone of your stature surely would not quibble over trivial matters. Tang Yun shrugged. All right, come over. With you all, we will have 5. This will expedite our progress. I do not wish to remain on the 20th floor any longer. Esteemed one, you must keep your word. Tang Yun sighed. My bullets can penetrate wheels. If you hide behind the vehicle, does that not mean I have spared you? Ah, indeed. Very well, we shall agree on this. Quickly, let us form a team. All right. The 4 cautiously emerged from behind their vehicle, seeing Tang Yun smiling helplessly at them. He chuckled, and they too broke into silly laughter as they jogged towards him. Tang Yun pointed at the dozens of skeleton soldiers in the graveyard. Do you see those skeletons? As long as you eliminate them to prove your strength, I will accept you into the team. Understood. We are utterly inept. Save for our prowess in vanquishing foes. The 4 individuals, having spoken, brandished their handguns and Uzis, charging forth with fervor. The sound of gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat, as the skeletal warriors were swiftly obliterated, yet the 4 soon fell lifeless in the graveyard. Tang Yun, nonchalantly setting down his submachine gun, ventured into the cemetery, soon discovering 2 glass orbs. Splendid. With 4 glass orbs secured, only 6 remain to be found. Should today yield no more, I shall have to await tomorrow. I have no desire to let this impede my progress. Suddenly, a message from Xia Tian arrived. Brother Tang, the spatial spirit in the mine has vanished. It must have been taken by another team.